Chapter 1. Soul Transmigration at the West Point Graduation Ceremony. Note: this narrative is a captivating tale of military hegemony in an alternate universe, featuring a system and explosive battles. Readers who prefer stories devoid of supernatural elements may wish to withdraw. Those interested solely in the war scenes may skip directly to Chapter 37. For now, I kindly request that you entrust your astute minds to the author for a brief moment. They will be returned to you automatically upon completion of the reading. The geography, background, events, and characters of this alternate world bear no relation to the modern history of our reality. Any similarities are purely coincidental. On the morning of May 31st, 1919, at 8 a.m., on the western banks of the Hudson River in New York, hundreds of cadets clad in M1917 officer uniforms stood in neat rows on the parade ground of the United States Military Academy. The Academy's current superintendent, Major General Douglas MacArthur, strode confidently to the podium and, speaking through an antiquated microphone, declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, on this splendid day, it is my honor to announce that you are officially graduates of the esteemed West Point Military Academy." Oh yeah. The throng of exuberant cadets could hardly contain their excitement, and in a jubilant frenzy, they tossed their broad-brimmed military hats skyward, a customary celebration of their successful graduation. Amidst the jubilant white cadets, a young man with yellow skin abruptly opened his eyes. His striking features and remarkable demeanor made him a more refined version of a dragon. Yet, at this moment, a look of panic crossed his face. Wong Defa, what in the world is happening? As his consciousness merged with the memories of his new Botus original owner, Yuan Long felt an overwhelming sensation, as if his very scalp was tingling, leaving him momentarily dazed. Upon regaining his composure, he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings with incredulity, glancing at the fair-skinned, blue-eyed, blonde-haired individuals beside him, muttered, "Softly, damn, I truly have transmigrated." Initially, he had believed that such occurrences could only be found in the fanciful realms of online literature. Never did he imagine encountering it in reality, let alone experiencing it himself. This was utterly absurd. Fortunately, he discovered that the body he now inhabited was still quite youthful, having just celebrated its 20th birthday a few days prior. Moreover, he retained the name Yuan Long, sparing himself the hassle of adopting a new identity. After briefly absorbing the unfamiliar memories that surged from deep within his mind, Yuan Long could not help but let out a bittersweet chuckle, feeling a surge of exasperation. As he realized he had been transported to a world strikingly different from his previous one, the country he now found himself in bore a remarkable resemblance to the beautiful nation of his former life. The similarities were evident even in the West Point Military Academy, with its echoes of history and technological advancements mirroring those of his previous existence. However, this was merely a facet of the truth. The First World War in this world had concluded abruptly in 1916, diverging significantly from the historical timeline he once knew. "Well, since I am here, I shall make the best of it," Yuan Long consoled himself, realizing that his mind was still filled with numerous unfamiliar memories. However, he lacked the inclination to continue exploring them at that moment. Reassured that there would be ample time in the future, a burly foreigner approached. "Hey Long, my good mate, what's wrong? Why does your face seem so off? Aren't we about to graduate from this hellish institution today? Isn't this the moment you've been eagerly anticipating?" Yuan Long stared blankly at the slightly shorter fool before him, and after a brief mental search, he gathered information about this individual. Hunter Morgan, a genuine second-generation rich kid in the land of the free, surprisingly exhibited a friendly demeanor toward Yuan Long, despite his Asian heritage. Snapping back to reality, Yuan Long swiftly altered his expression, donning a radiant smile as he draped his arm around Morgan's shoulder and replied in fluent English, "Oh, you've misunderstood, my friend. I am actually in quite high spirits today. However, in 3 days, I may be departing from the land of the free to return home." Morgan's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment. "That's truly unfortunate. I didn't expect our farewell to come so swiftly. Yet, I believe we shall meet again in the future." After receiving his diploma, Yuan Long returned to his dormitory to pack his belongings, including the M1903 Springfield rifle that had accompanied him for 3 years, along with other equipment issued by the school. The instructor responsible for collecting the gear took a cursory glance at the Asian student before randomly selecting a red lacquered gift box from a stack of dozens on the table, and casually handed it to Yuan Long, stating, "Graduation gift. Thank you." Yuan Long replied in his native tongue, leaving the instructor momentarily bewildered as he gracefully turned to depart. Finding a secluded corner, Yuan Long opened the box to discover a silver-plated Colt M1911 semi-automatic pistol, complete with a magazine and ammunition. The slide of the gun bore the English words responsibility, honor, and country. Indeed, this is the land of freedom. Firearms here are as ubiquitous as cabbages in the market. Yuan Long mused as he loaded the magazine with bullets, inserted into the handgun, engaged the safety, and stood up to make his way to the nearby bus station, eager to leave this dreadful place behind. Note: the issue of firearm safety is ambiguous in the Rabbit Army. Engaging or disengaging the safety indicates the gun is in a ready-to-fire state, while disengaging the safety signifies it is secured. Conversely, in the armed forces of other nations, engaging the safety denotes a secured state, while disengaging it implies readiness to fire. 3 hours later, Yuan Long found himself aboard a rickety, old-fashioned bus. Arriving in the bustling district of Manhattan, New York City, he casually selected an upscale restaurant to indulge in a hearty meal. Afterward, he awaited the appointed time, and soon, a Ford Model T adorned with a rainbow flag slowly emerged from the traffic, coming to a halt before him. A man clad in an impeccably tailored black suit, of East Asian descent, stepped out of the vehicle and approached the entrance. That he was Zhou Qianyuan, the chief military attaché of the embassy of Yanlong country in Nook City. Receiving the luggage from Yuan Long's hands, he respectfully said, "Young Master Yuan, your father has already contacted us. I apologize for the delay in your arrival. Chief military attaché Zhou, you are too kind. I have only just arrived myself," Yuan Long replied briefly, engaging in a cursory exchange of pleasantries before entering the car. The vehicle's exhaust emitted a light plume of smoke as it merged into the steady stream of traffic, making its way onto the Brooklyn Bridge towards the Yanlong Country Embassy in the Brooklyn District. "Young Master Yuan, we have procured a first-class ticket for you in advance that in 2 days, you will embark on the St. Russ cruise ship operated by Mason Shipping Company to return home," Zhou Qianyuan informed him. With that, Zhou produced a ticket from his inner pocket and handed it to Yuan Long, continuing, "For the next couple of days, you may reside at our consulate. I shall personally arrange for someone to escort you to the passenger terminal for boarding. That I appreciate your efforts, Chief Military Attaché Zhou," Yuan Long replied, his expression remaining impassive as he accepted the ticket. He then retrieved several $100 bills, offering them to Zhou Qianyuan with the explanation, "This is the accommodation fee for my stay at the consulate and the fare for the ticket. Young Master Yuan, we are all Yanlong people. There is no need for such formality," Zhou Qianyuan politely declined. Yuan Long's demeanor was resolute. "Chief Military Attaché Zhou, please accept it. I do not wish to give, and no one should compel me. If I choose to give, no one should refuse." Given the gravity of his words, Zhou Qianyuan felt unable to refuse further, recognizing the young man's stature was not one to be trifled with. "Very well, I shall graciously accept," he conceded, pocketing the bills. Upon arriving at the Yanlong Country Consulate in Nook City, Yuan Long entered a room and secured the door, conducting a cursory inspection to ensure there were no listening devices, allowing himself to relax. "System, are you there? System, you are my adoptive father." Noticing the silence in his mind, Yuan Long pondered whether he had failed to grasp the special incantation. "Open sesame, prajna pramitha, do not hide from me. Dear system, please. Reveal yourself. Damn it, you broken system. Come out now." Frustrated, he lamented the absence of a system that was supposed to assist every transmigrator. How could he navigate this world without such aid? Just as despair began to take hold, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation within his mind. Ding! The Empire Rising system is ready to bind. Would the host like to commence binding immediately? Upon hearing this unexpected voice, Yuan Long was filled with elation, secretly grateful that web novels had not betrayed him. "System, please initiate binding immediately." Ding! The Empire Rising system is beginning to bind to the host, with a binding duration of 30 days. What inefficiency! 30 days to bind a system. Was this not a blatant mockery of the earnest? Nevertheless, with the system finally in place, it seemed unnecessary to dwell on such trivial matters. On June 3, 1919, the 88th passenger terminal at Nookport was bustling with activity, throngs of people jostling in close quarters, and Yuan Long was nearly overwhelmed by the oppressive stench of body odor permeating the murky air. Chapter 2. Return to the Kingdom of Yanlong. System rewards. Had I known it would come to this, I would have secured a gas mask at the consulate before departing this morning. An hour later, the majestic horn of the newly launched St. Louis steamer resonated, as it slowly departed from its berth with the assistance of a barge. As the ship's stern propeller began to turn gently, the vessel surged forward like a wild stallion, cleaving through waves as it raced toward the open sea. Subsequently, the St. Louis navigated through the Panama Canal into the Pacific Ocean, covering over 11,500 nautical miles. At noon on July 3rd, it finally arrived at its destination, the North Seaport of Gizhufang City in the Kingdom of Yanlong. After drifting at sea for 30 days, Yuan Long felt utterly exhausted from the rigors of travel. Gazing at the faint outline of the coastline in the distance, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was finally nearing home. This world bore no resemblance to the familiar Huagua. Instead, it was the kingdom of Yanlong, which shared only slight similarities. The ancient Yanlong people boasted a splendid civilization spanning 7 millennia, with a national population exceeding 700 million just 8 years ago. The country's territory, predominantly rectangular in shape, encompassed a vast expanse of 22.6 million square kilometers, divided into numerous provinces: Jianzhou, Guizhou, Xiongzhou, Xiangzhou, Yuzhou, Yuanzhou, Haozhou, Naozhou, Jinzhou, Gongzhou, Qingzhou, Huazhou, Jianzhou, Haizhou, Binzhou, Huzhou, Jianzhou, Tazhou, Jiangzhou, Linzhou, Yenzhou, Jizhou, Hezhou, Ningzhou, Liaozhou, Hezhou, Hanzhou, Saizhou, Jezhou, Mengzhou, Kazhou, Anzhou, Guzhou, Jiangzhou, Sangzhou, Qianzhou, Azhou, Daizhou, Suzhou, Shanzhou, Mianzhou, Hezhou, Qingzhou, Lezhou, Zizhou, Ningzhou, Longzhou, Luanzhou, Xiazhou, Shuzhou, Yuezhou, Yinzhou, Qinzhou, Huazhou, Shenzhou, Shanzhou, Yizhou, Yuzhou, Qingzhou, Shizhou, Shaozhou, Fuzhou, Kunzhou, Tanzhou, Jingzhou, and Yuzhou, totaling 67 major provinces. Currently, the majority of Yanlong's territory is governed by 12 prominent warlords: Feng Lanzhao, Zhang Hanlin, Lu Weijian, Yin Xiao, Yuan Dingqing, Li Xiaochuan, Tan Shikai, Tang Qihuang, Sun Jie, Luo Changji, Chen Huming, and Yang Qisan, along with Yushu, the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Guard, who stands at the forefront of the Daqian dynasty. In this alternate world, the absence of revolutionary armies has meant that the feudal dynasty of Yanlong has not been overthrown. However, the current emperor of Daqian, Kai Shuquan, has been completely marginalized by Yushu, effectively rendered a puppet emperor confined to the Yuan Long palace in Jingzhou. Engrossed in a life devoid of worldly concerns, he spends his days indulging in singing, dancing, and basketball, 3 of life's significant pursuits, which he seems to navigate with a sense of clarity. Yuan Long's identity is equally remarkable. In this tumultuous era, few in the kingdom of Yanlong have access to education, let alone the opportunity to study abroad. His exceptional circumstances arise from being the sole heir of the powerful warlord Yuan Dingqing. Yuan Dingqing serves as the inspector of 4 provinces, overseeing Dian, Gui, Qiong, and Qian, governing a territory of 1.08 million square kilometers and a populace of 50 million Yanlong citizens. His direct military force consists of approximately 180,000 troops, making him a formidable presence among the 12 warlords. As the St. Louis cruise ship docked, Yuan Long gathered his belongings and ascended the spiral staircase to the pier. Beihai Pier, the largest freight port in the southern region of Yinzhong, was bustling with activity during the day, teeming with people and vehicles. However, the air was tainted with a lang of unpleasant odors, including foot odor, sweat, and decay. The surroundings were filled with laborers, horsemen, vendors, and beggars, most of whom appeared disheveled, sporting unkempt rat-tail hairstyles, clad in tattered, threadbare garments, their emaciated bodies giving them a fragile appearance. Sighing, Yuan Long shook his head in resignation at yet another precarious situation. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding. The Empire Rising system has been successfully bound. Oh, I almost forgot about this. Yuan Long quickly found a secluded corner and squatted down, activating the system interface in his mind. Sign-in system. The host can sign in daily, weekly, and monthly. The system will randomly grant the host various weapons, ammunition, personnel, factories, and resources from before 1946, based on the current scale of the host's territory and the living conditions of its citizens. Storage space. The host can utilize this space to store any items or personnel obtained through the system and retrieve them at any time. Lucky draw system. This contains pools for civilian, naval, land, and air categories, each divided into high, medium, and low levels. Corresponding lottery tokens are required to initiate a draw, which can be acquired through daily, weekly, and monthly sign-ins or by completing mainline tasks issued by the system, which will also randomly distribute lottery tokens. Mainline task system. This system will issue mainline tasks, and upon completion within the specified time, the host will receive substantial rewards. It seemed that this system possessed a plethora of functions, and with daily sign-ins yielding items, it appeared that the host could thrive effortlessly. System. I wish to sign in. Ding. Congratulations, the host has received 50 Browning 19194 machine guns, accompanied by 500,000 rounds of 7.62 by 63 mm rifle ammunition, and 500 Type 2 carbines, equipped with 500,000 rounds of 7.62 by 33 mm carbine ammunition. Wow, this system is truly remarkable. Daily sign-ins can yield such valuable goods. The Browning 19194 machine gun is recognized as one of the most powerful lightweight machine guns of World War II. The Type 2 carbine, an improved version of the Type 1, features a specialized fire selector and a 30-round magazine, providing both semi-automatic and fully automatic firing modes, making it a worthy contender as an assault rifle. Ding! The host has a beginner's gift pack available. Would you like to open it now? Well, continuous surprises. Are we? Then what are we waiting for? Let me claim it. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 15,000 infantry soldiers, 1,000 non-commissioned officers, 200 officers, 800 automotive personnel, 1,000 artillerymen, 600 units of the 353 model truck, and 100,000 gallons of premium fuel, as well as one low-level lottery token each for the Army, Navy, and Air Force. The elite infantry come equipped with basic gear and individual weapons, produced by the system and entirely loyal to the host, so please use them with confidence. Yuan Long did not respond, for he was greedily gazing at the treasures within the 3 advanced prize pools. The least of the rewards in the advanced pool included 2 Iowa-class battleships, 144 Boeing B-29 bombers, and 1 motorized infantry division. The more resplendent orange rewards further demonstrated the system's generosity, casually offering 16 Alaska-class large cruisers, 2 000P, 51 Mustang fighter planes, and 1 mechanized army group. Regrettably, he currently lacked advanced lottery tokens. Otherwise, he would have indulged in a tenfold draw. However, with the low-level lottery tokens bestowed by the system, he decided to test the waters with these 3 tokens. System: I wish to use the low-level lottery tokens for the Navy, Air Force, and Army. Ding! Jackpot! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 Radford-class escort destroyers, complete with the necessary crew. Ding! Jackpot! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 36 Douglas A-20 attack bombers, accompanied by 108 novice pilots. Ding! Jackpot! Congratulations, host. You have received 150 units of the Type 21 semi-tracked mortar carrier, along with 30,000 rounds of the Type 374 81mm explosive shells. Upon a cursory inspection of the items in a storage space, Yuan Long's satisfaction with the system reached its zenith. While other systems typically provided only Army units upon first encounter, this one had already included both naval and air forces. What more could he desire? Chapter 3. Yanlong military port. As he withdrew his consciousness, Yuan Long noticed 2 dark-skinned officers, brandishing colorful batons and sporting center-parted hair, striding towards him with an intimidating gait. It was evident that these officers bore ill intent. The leading officer, with a sharp, monkey-like face, began to provoke him. Little rascal, I noticed your furtive demeanor upon disembarking. You are clearly a fugitive on the run. Quickly pay us a guarantee fee of 100 dragon dollars, or accompany us to the precinct for verification. Do you truly not recognize me? Yuan Long replied with a subtle smile, reaching for the back of his waist. These officers clearly mistook him for an ordinary wealthy heir. Enough with the nonsense. Either pay the fine or be taken in. Very well, I shall pay the fine. Yuan Long decisively drew the 1911 pistol from his waist, swiftly racking the slide to disengage the safety. Bang, bang, bang. He fired 2 shots into the chest of the unsuspecting officers, causing blood to erupt from their bodies as they groaned and collapsed to the ground. They dared to come and extort money from him. Yuan Long took aim once more, delivering a final shot to the heads of the 2 individuals who lay there, barely clinging to life. I have always been the one to extort money from others. No one dares to swindle me, unless they are ready to part with their own lives. The bustling crowd around seemed momentarily startled by the sudden gunfire, but soon returned to a semblance of calm. Death has become all too commonplace in this era. Just then, 2 Rolls-Royce 1914 armored vehicles, leading over 100 guards clad in khaki uniforms, donned with Type 1 flying saucer helmets, and armed with 1919 Thompson submachine guns, rushed into the dock. A robust major, adorned with a wide-brimmed hat and a thick beard, swiftly disembarked from the vehicle. He approached Yuan Long hastily and, glancing at the 2 fallen constables, spoke with a hint of panic. Please forgive me, young master. My subordinate, Shun Jianya, and the guard have arrived late, nearly placing you in peril. Yuan Long, however, was not one to fuss over niceties. He helped Shun Jianya to his feet, dismissing the formality with a wave. No need for such courtesy. The ship arrived a bit earlier, and besides, I am unharmed. Old Shin, quickly have someone take care of the bodies, then let us enjoy a hearty meal in Faching. Afterward, we can take some time to visit the Yanlong naval port. The scant naval vessels of the Yanlong kingdom had long been divided among the warlords of the coastal regions. Yuan Dingguo, a warlord entrenched in the southwest, naturally possessed 2 antiquated ships. With vessels, there must be a naval port, allowing him the opportunity to extract those 2 escort ships, which were not of particularly significant tonnage. Young Master Shun, the commander is currently in Ningxing. He has instructed me to bring you back before nightfall. Yuan Long raised an eyebrow. Oh, my father usually resides in Ju City, Qianzhou. What brings him to Ningxing today? He glanced at his watch, unhurriedly responding, no rush, after our meal. We will visit the Yanlong naval port. The convoy entered Facheng with great fanfare, and Yuan Long observed the bustling scenery through the glass. Facheng lacked the towering skyscrapers of the lighthouse nation's new city. The streets were lined with modest buildings, which, while not grand, were still more impressive than the array of low, cramped houses. Unlike Huagua, the Yanlong kingdom's coastal regions, such as Guizhou, Haizhou, Huzhou, Jiangzhou, and Yanzhou, which boasted trade ports, appeared quite prosperous due to the infiltration of foreign capital. About an hour later, after the group had enjoyed lunch within the city, they set off for the Yanlong naval port. This port was a remnant of the Qin dynasty, where the rusting armored cruisers, Hairong and Haichou, now languished in their berths. Xinjianye gazed around, somewhat puzzled, and inquired, "Young master, did you truly order warships from the lighthouse nation? New military vessels are exceedingly rare commodities for the Yanlong kingdom. Even if you brandish stacks of cash, waving them at the foreign powers in hopes of acquiring advanced heavy weaponry and corresponding machinery, it is unlikely they would heed your call." Due to their desire to prevent the rise of the Flame Dragon nation, they clandestinely signed a sanction agreement that strictly limited the sale of heavy weaponry, such as warships, heavy artillery, and tanks, including certain heavy machinery. This resulted in the Flame Dragon nation's industrial sector being exceedingly weak, unable to independently research and manufacture heavy weaponry, and only capable of small-scale imitation of light weapons and ammunition. The naval fleet was scarce and outdated, rendering it incapable of competing with powerful nations. Yuan Long returned the telescope to him, pointing at a distant small black dot and fabricating a plausible explanation. "Ah, the son of the owner of the Newport News Shipbuilding Company, Obal, is a classmate of mine from West Point. Those two new destroyers in the distance are ones I had him discreetly order for me." Soon, two brand new escort destroyers slowly sailed into the harbor and anchored at their designated berths. The Lidelro-class escort destroyer, one of the renowned mainstay escort destroyers of the lighthouse nation's navy, boasted a full load displacement of 770 tons, a standard displacement of 430 tons, a length of 94 meters, a beam of 11 meters, a draft of 3 meters, a speed of 33 knots, and a crew of 200. Its armament included 2 single-barrel 127mm naval guns, 2 twin-mounted Bofors 40mm anti-aircraft guns, 8 single-barrel Oerlikon 20mm machine guns, 1 triple-barreled 533mm torpedo launcher, and 2 Type 6 depth charge throwers. Though these were merely 2 escort destroyers, the crew aboard was impeccably disciplined, radiating a sense of modern military prowess. Yuan Long turned to the naval commander, Sa Jing, who was waiting beside him, and instructed, "Commander Sa, incorporate these 2 destroyers into our Navy's operational sequence. Additionally, I intend to establish a sailor training camp to recruit students aged 16 to 20. The minimum requirement is good health and literacy. Please prepare for this shortly." This statement ignited enthusiasm in Sa Jing. "Young master, have you ordered other vessels as well? Do not ask unnecessary questions. You will find out in due time. The training period for the first batch of students will be 6 months, and I need you to train 4,000 to 5,000 sailors. I will have great use for them, and you need not worry about funding. After all, there is no need to spend my own money." Yuan Long commanded with a sense of freedom. Sa Jing could only respond with utmost respect. "Yes, young master, I will attend to the preparations at once." As for the vessels, Yuan Long was not concerned. With the system in place, how could there be a shortage of warships? The heavy oil required for the Navy could be sourced from Guizhou and Qianzhou, where the Sam nation's Suanfu Oil Company had already discovered 500 million tons of oil and was reportedly preparing to invest heavily in building railways, oil extraction machines, and refineries. Yuan Long nodded in satisfaction and said to Xinjianye, "Old Xin, let us head to the train station." The geographical landscape of the Flame Dragon nation remains characterized by a high western region and a low eastern region, displaying a tiered distribution. Among them, hills, mountains, and plateaus account for only 31 of the national territory, while basins and plains comprise 69, rendering the overall terrain significantly flatter compared to the former Huagua. The image depicts the 67th province of the Yanlong kingdom. This map, sketched by the author in a moment of leisure, serves merely as a geographical reference for the readers. Notably, the map features a repetition of Jin province. The Jin province at the top should be amended to Jiao province. In terms of railway infrastructure, the Yanlong kingdom surpasses that of Huagua during the same historical period significantly. Presently, it boasts approximately 580,000 kilometers of railway, with over 30 of the 70 provinces connected by rail. It is important to note that these railways were not constructed solely by the Yanlong kingdom. Rather, the majority of the rail lines were financed by foreign powers, who exploit these extensive networks to transport minerals illicitly extracted from Huagua. Chapter 4. Commander at 6 p.m. Yuan Long arrived at the Ningqing railway station in Guizhou province. Ningqing, the capital city of Guizhou province, is nestled against the majestic Zhongming mountain range and faces the confluence of the Qifeng River and Liangli River, with a population exceeding 400,000. Upon disembarking by the banks of the Qifeng River, Yuan Long found himself momentarily entranced by a grand courtyard occupying an estimated area of over 10,000 square meters, adorned with intricate carvings and paintings. Truly, enjoyment exists in every era. Shun Jianye addressed the guard at the entrance, instructing him to inform the general and the matriarch that the young master has returned. Understood, the guard replied, eagerly taking the luggage and dashing into the courtyard. General, the young master has returned. Instantaneously, Yuan Long's biological mother, Bai Shi, upon receiving the news, beamed with joy and, accompanied by 4 concubines and a dozen servants, hurried out to greet him. Bai Shi enveloped Yuan Long in a warm embrace. Her voice choked with emotion as she exclaimed, Longer, it has been 3 years. You have finally returned. Your mother has missed you dearly. This left Yuan Long slightly bewildered. However, the resplendent matron before him was indeed his birth mother. After a moment of hesitation, he managed to utter, Mother, I have returned. Yes, it is good that you are back, Bai Shi replied, unconcerned with the trivialities of the moment. She affectionately stroked Yuan Long's head and shoulders, scrutinizing the son she had not seen for several years, who had undergone considerable transformation. The other concubines, accompanied by their children, eagerly gathered around Yuan Long to exchange pleasantries. Yuan Dingqing had 5 wives and concubines, each bearing children. However, aside from Yuan Long, the sole son born of the primary wife, all the other offspring from the concubines were daughters. It seemed as though fate conspired against Yuan Dingqing. Yet this circumstance spared him from the fraternal conflicts over power and wealth. All right, everyone, please disperse, Bai Shi commanded. Third brother, I kindly ask you to make a trip to the kitchen and request that they prepare several of the young master's favorite dishes tonight. As the time drew near, Bai Shi dismissed the crowd and then quietly urged Yuan Long, Long, your father is awaiting you in the study. Do not keep him waiting. I understand, mother. Here. This is for you, Yuan Long said, presenting a delicate gift box to Bai Shi before making his way to the study in the rear garden with familiarity. Inside the study, a middle-aged man of slender build, possessing well-defined features and a distinguished handlebar mustache, was clad in military attire and deeply engrossed in military affairs. Given the 3 stars on his golden epaulets, it was evident he held the rank of a general, and within the Yanlong kingdom, there were only 12 such generals currently. The individual in question is Yuan Long's father, Yuan Dingqing, styled Jingzhou, hailing from the esteemed city of Xingqing in Qianzhou. As the most formidable warlord force across the regions of Qian, Gui, Dian, and Qiang, he commands 9 infantry divisions, 10 composite brigades, 2 mountain artillery brigades, and 2 cavalry brigades. In terms of sheer might, Yuan Dingqing stands as the strongest among his contemporaries, Yang Kasin and Sun Jie. A sudden knock resounded at the door. Yuan Dingqing smoothed the creases of his attire and rose slowly, a smile gracing his lips. Ah, my son has returned, he remarked. Father, what occupies you so? Yuan Long inquired. What else could I be busy with, if not the preparations for the new army? Yuan Dingqing replied nonchalantly, rummaging through his drawer. He continued. That treacherous fellow, Sun Jie, has reportedly colluded with the Japanese, seizing the opportunity to procure a substantial quantity of standard weaponry. He is currently engaged in an aggressive expansion of his forces, and we in the Qiannan army cannot afford to lag behind. We must maintain our hegemonic status. Being my only son, and now that you have returned from the Lighthouse Nation, I believe it is time you take command of our new forces. It is said that West Point has much to offer. As he produced a document, he meaningfully handed it to Yuan Long. Take a look for yourself. Are you satisfied? Yuan Long eagerly accepted it, and, upon closer inspection, realized it was an official appointment from the Grand Qian Military Affairs Office. Grand Qian Military Affairs Office appointment document, hereby appointing Yuan Long as the Governor-General of Guizhou, promoting him to Major General of the Yanlong Kingdom's army, commanding the newly formed 66th Army of the Grand Qian Army. Emperor de Qian, Kai Shukuan, Grand Commander of the Grand Qian, Yushu. Date of appointment, 16th year of de Qian. Gazing at the flowing script and the striking red seal on the document, Yuan Long felt a surge of exhilaration. At merely 20 years of age, he had achieved the rank of Major General, as recorded by the Military Affairs Office. Father, you have bestowed upon me a delightful surprise. I recall you mentioning that upon my graduation from West Point, I would be appointed as a division commander. How has this transformed into a command of an army? The military structure of the Yanlong Kingdom comprises ranks from private to general, with the rank of Major General denoting a division commander and Lieutenant General signifying an army commander. The 12 prominent warlords all hold the rank of general, while only 2, Yushu and Kai Shukuan, possess the title of Grand General. Presently, there are no more than 60 officers in the entire Yanlong Kingdom who hold the rank of Major General, a title that unequivocally signifies a ruler of a province. whereas a general commands several provinces. What, my son, are you displeased with my granting you the position of army commander? I have already gathered the personnel for the 66th Army, though there remain significant deficiencies in armaments, Yuan Dingqing chuckled. Proceeding to elaborate on the current state of the 66th Army. The newly formed 66th Army of the Qian-Nan military comprises approximately 490,000 troops, organized into 3 enhanced infantry divisions. Each infantry division is supposed to command 2 infantry brigades, ideally overseeing 4 infantry regiments. However, the 66th Army comprises 6 infantry regiments, along with 1 cavalry regiment, 1 engineer regiment, 1 supply regiment, and 1 artillery battalion. The standard composition of an infantry regiment is 2,000 men. When adding the personnel from the artillery, cavalry, engineers, and supply units, there are approximately 4,000 additional soldiers. Moreover, the division's direct command units account for around 500 personnel, resulting in a total strength of approximately 16,500 men. My son, began Yuan Dingqing, I must inform you that the 66th Army is severely lacking in weaponry. Currently, the entire force possesses a mere 140,000 outdated rifles, and we are in dire need of hundreds of machine guns and mountain guns. I am contemplating investing in purchasing these from foreign sources. He then strolled over to several sturdy wooden crates, opening one to reveal stacks of gleaming silver taels. Before you stands 5 million taels, which the Ministry of Military Affairs of the Great Qian has allocated to our newly formed 66th Army in Qian and for a year's salary. I will temporarily entrust this fortune to you, my military commander. What do you think, son? This wealth is indeed a valuable asset. I have not treated you poorly. Have I? Ordinarily, the Ministry of Military Affairs of the Great Qian only provides the army number, and new troops typically require warlords to gather their own weapons and funds. However, due to Yuan Dingqing's close relationship with Yushu, the ministry allocated a small quantity of weaponry and military funds. Father, this wealth is undoubtedly a good thing. No one would ever complain about having too much money. Yuan Long's face was beaming with joy. Indeed, it is thanks to my dear father that everything has been arranged so clearly. However, there is no need for you to go to such lengths to procure weapons from foreign sources. I have access to better channels. Yuan Dingqing closed the wooden crate and shifted his gaze to Yuan Long. Oh, my son, you've gained some skills. Your time studying in the Lighthouse Nation has not been in vain. Do you truly have such channels now? In response to Yuan Dingqing's skepticism, Yuan Long adopted a shrewd demeanor. Father, do you truly believe that my 3 years studying in the Lighthouse Nation were spent idly? Every day, I check in with my system, allowing me to acquire weapons for free. Thus, I have no worries regarding armaments. Chapter 5. Unprecedented wealth. Yuan Dingqing did not pursue the matter further. His expression suddenly turned serious as he introduced another unfamiliar topic. Very well, son. I must discuss another matter with you. Have you heard of Mr. Cin Linzhong from the Southern Commercial Bank of Yanlong Nation? Yuan Long nodded, replying, Father, I am aware of him. Mr. Cin Linzhong, from the Southern Commercial Bank, hails from Haizhou, and his ancestors were prominent officials during the Great Qian dynasty. His bank is quite renowned and appears to have a presence in regions such as Huzhou, Yuzhou, Yanzhou, and Qinzhou. Moreover, the Southern commercial capital he founded seems to be involved in sectors like shipping, textiles, commodities, mining, telecommunications, and flour production. Currently, Yanlong Nation boasts 6 major national banks: the China Merchants Bank, the Bank of Communications, the Southern Commercial Bank, the Agricultural Bank, the Yujin Bank, and the Border Commercial Bank. The masterminds behind these 6 banks are all Yanlong citizens. If a wealth ranking were to be established in Yanlong Nation, these 6 banks would undoubtedly be among the top contenders. Yuan Dingqing stood up, patting Yuan Long on the chest with a look of satisfaction. All right. I shall no longer tease you, my son. I recall that during your studies in the land of lighthouses, I had explicitly informed you that I once had a marriage contract with an old acquaintance. A marriage contract? Whose is it? A sense of unease suddenly blossomed within Yuan Long. Of course, it belongs to you. Otherwise, could it possibly pertain to me, a man approaching 50? Yuan Dingqing gazed at Yuan Long with a meaningful look, as if to say, consider yourself fortunate. What, mine? Yuan Long's expression, marked by reluctance, was disregarded by Yuan Dingqing, who continued unabated. Allow me to finish. This old acquaintance of mine is Cin Linzhong, whose father, the esteemed Cin Huaihuan, was one of the 8 provincial ministers of the Great Qian dynasty, governing the 5 provinces of Qiong, Gue, Dian, Qian, and Xiang. Had it not been for Cin Huaihuan's support, I, Yuan Dingqing, would not have easily ascended to the position of governor of Qian province. Furthermore, without the dedicated assistance of his son, Cin Linzhong, I could not have rallied over 100,000 troops in such a short time, emerging victorious in this warlord struggle. As for my acquaintance, Cin Linzhong, he just happens to have a daughter named Cin Nianxi, who is now of marriageable age. It is said that she is about to complete her studies at a foreign-run girls' school in Haizhou, Tan City. Faced with this unexpected revelation, Yuan Long's jaw dropped in disbelief. He never imagined that an arranged marriage would one day fall upon him, a matter he had no recollection of in his mind. Setting aside the fact that Xin Yanxi is somewhat young and that they have never met, is it not absurd to consider such a vague union? Moreover, one cannot overlook the question of her appearance. What if she were disfigured or lamed? The thought of such dreadful possibilities caused a pained expression to surface on Yuan Long's face. Father, could you refrain from making international jokes? When did you ever mention this matter to me? Oh, did I not tell you at that time? Yuan Dingqing wore an unperturbed demeanor, as if to say, it matters not. I am informing you now, and the outcome remains unchanged. You must fulfill this marriage contract on my behalf. Though I have risen to great heights, I am still the same Yuan Dingqing who stands by his word. Father, your actions are against. Yuan Long abruptly halted, seemingly at a loss for a counterargument. This was because, under the laws of the Great Qin dynasty, the minimum legal age for marriage for women is 14. In fact, many young women from ordinary families marry and bear children at the ages of 15 or 16. Even among the nobility and affluent families, it is not uncommon for women to wed at 13 or 14. A significant reason for this is the era's lack of advanced medical knowledge, resulting in a shorter average lifespan and earlier maturity in both psychological and physical aspects. In any case, I have already discussed this matter with your future father-in-law, Sun Linzhong, and we have decided to fulfill this marriage contract within the year, selecting an auspicious date for your formal wedding with Sun Yanxi. No. What do you mean by within the year? This is a debt you owe. How can it possibly involve me? Yuan Dingqing seemed to have anticipated Yuan Long's reluctance and casually remarked that the dowry offered by the Qin family consisted of 88 million taels of silver, 88 million long yuan, along with 100,000 taels of gold and 166 commercial properties. Such a sudden influx of unimaginable wealth left Yuan Long momentarily speechless. Upon regaining his composure, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, Father, I am genuinely pleased with this marriage contract with the Qin family. Might we consider finalizing the wedding in 3 days? The generous offerings from the Qin family were simply too substantial. 10 years of a clean record as a magistrate and a considerable sum of silver were no exaggeration. Furthermore, the Qin family's lineage boasted a governor of 5 provinces, overseeing at least 200 magistrates. Even though the family had seen better days, they remained a prominent and substantial lineage, bolstered by numerous former students now in high positions. Despite their fall from grace, their decline would not be so easily achieved. You, my son, are just as money-minded as I am, Yuan Dingqing mused, now realizing that his eldest son was indeed quite the financial enthusiast. Since you are in agreement with this union, then it is settled. The exact date for the wedding will be determined after I confer with Sun Linzhong. Would you like to take this opportunity to visit Haizhou and meet your betrothed? No need for that. We shall meet in due time. Yuan Long eagerly inquired about more pressing matters. Father, where is my 66th army stationed? I wish to assume my post as soon as possible. Yuan Dingqing pointed at the map behind him. The newly formed 66th Army is stationed in Wuqing. You must accompany me to Qingqing tomorrow to discuss a matter, and thereafter, you may proceed to take command at your discretion. However, son, I must emphasize that you need to swiftly prepare the 66th Army for combat readiness. The banditry plaguing the regions of Gue and Qian, including Yuqing, Wuqing, Hiqing, Xinqing, and Dongqing, has recently shown signs of resurgence. The task of eliminating the 5,000 to 6,000 bandits falls to you. Father, is there another famine brewing? How else could so many bandits emerge? Due to resource scarcity, landlord exploitation, governmental corruption, unstable law and order, and insufficient education on legal matters, banditry has become a perennial issue in the current Yanlong nation, posing a significant threat to social stability and public safety. In response to the rampant banditry, Yu Shu and the 12 warlords have indeed taken some measures. For years ago, your father, Yuan Dingqing, expended vast resources and manpower to eradicate over 300,000 bandits within the jurisdiction of 4 provinces. It is troubling that in such a short span, so many bandits have resurfaced. Could there be unseen forces supporting them? Yuan Dingqing expressed his concerns, suspecting that the current situation was not a result of famine, especially since our jurisdiction has not faced any disasters in recent years. Many bandit camps have rapidly expanded, likely with clandestine support from certain quarters. Father, are you implying that these bandits are part of a scheme orchestrated by Sun Jie? Yuan Long grasped the implication. Sun Jie was also one of the 12 warlords and a sworn enemy of his father, controlling the troops of 4 provinces, Yu, Xiang, Bo, and Jin, with an army of 160,000 soldiers under his command. Chapter 6. Refining the Military Academy at the Naval and Air Division. Yuan Dingqing appeared somewhat perturbed. taking up his pipe to ignite it and drawing a couple of puffs as he continued, "My son. It seems we are destined for a confrontation with Sun Jie's forces in the southern regions. It appears that tranquility cannot persist any longer. Upon your appointment in Wuching, exercise utmost caution. Once the 66th Army is battle-ready, swiftly eradicate the bandit menace, and then we shall address Sun Jie. Rest assured, father," Yuan Long responded confidently. "Grant me 5 months, and I shall adeptly manage the 2 tasks you have set before me." With a sense of assurance, Yuan Long felt emboldened by the system at his disposal. Why should I fear Sun Jie? However, for the moment, I must take my time to develop cautiously, as my system operates on a signing-in basis. Currently, I lack lottery tokens, and the main quest remains dormant, compelling me to remain patient for a while. As for the issue of Sun Jie, I shall handle it, he asserted. I guarantee that within 1 month, I will dismantle the southern forces and seize the territories of Yu, Xiong, Bo, and Jin. What? Within a month? Yuan Dingqing coughed, taken aback by the audacity of his son's proclamation. Son, you have yet to experience the crucible of war. Sun Jie is not so easily vanquished. Moreover, Yu Shu, far away in Jingzhou, will not permit us to consume Sun Jie and his expanding territories. The situation in Yanlong Kingdom, while seemingly serene on the surface, was fraught with undercurrents. The 12 warlords had previously clashed, yet there had never been an instance where a victorious general absorbed the defeated's territories. A significant part of this was due to Yu Shu's interference. He would not allow anyone to rise and threaten his dominion over the Yanlong Kingdom. Yuan Long observed that his father was somewhat conservative, realizing he could not disclose the existence of his system. Thus, he shifted the conversation. Very well, father. Let us not dwell on Sun Jie for now. I have 2 matters to report to you. The system had granted Yuan Long an impressive contingent of 180,000 soldiers encompassing various military branches, all seasoned veterans. Naturally, he could not let this resource go to waste. Yuan Long planned to assign a small number of officers, artillerymen, and drivers to the military academy in Qian'an as instructors, while the remainder would be divided into 12 groups and strategically integrated into the lower ranks of the Qian'an army as backbone forces. However, introducing unfamiliar troops into the military was a highly sensitive matter, necessitating a plausible narrative to secure his father's consent. Yuan Dingqing extinguished his pipe. You still have matters to discuss? Very well, speak. Indeed, father, here's the situation, Yuan Long began to narrate, sharing the carefully crafted story he had prepared. Ultimately, he had but one request. Old biting. I have secretly trained over 10,000 highly skilled soldiers, prepared to be interspersed within your active military forces. Yuan Dingqing listened, incredulous. Son, where did you acquire the funds to train a private army? Father, I am your son. I would never betray you. Yuan Long anticipated his father's probing inquiries and invoked their familial bond. Trust me, you shall not regret it. As for the other matters, please refrain from further questioning. Very well, I shall proceed as you suggest. However, I must first have the opportunity to witness the capabilities of your private army. Otherwise, I cannot rest easy. In the end, Yuan Dingqing reluctantly acquiesced. Primarily, he had only one son, Yuan Long. Thus, there was no awkward competition for succession. The Qian'an army would inevitably fall into Yuan Long's hands. What is the second matter? Yuan Long continued. The second issue is that the subjects offered at the Qian'an Military Academy, which you established, are rather monotonous. Currently, we only have 5 subjects: infantry, cavalry, artillery, engineering, and logistics, and the scale of the institution is indeed somewhat limited. The 12 major warlords have essentially established their own military academies in their respective territories, as their armies, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, require a vast number of various officers for command and combat. I propose to introduce 6 additional subjects: automotive, armored, communications, maintenance, medical, and reconnaissance. Furthermore, I suggest we establish naval and air force branches to cultivate officers in those domains. As soon as Yuan Long finished speaking, Yuan Dingqing countered, No, my son. While your proposal to expand the army subjects is somewhat acceptable, the notion of establishing naval and air force branches is simply an extravagant waste of resources. My Qian'an army possesses merely 2 outdated warships, and the foreign powers would not sell us the aircraft and vessels that the Navy and Air Force require. At its core, our nation, Yanlong, remains an agrarian society, with an industrial sector too feeble to manufacture aircraft or warships. To acquire such vessels and aircraft, we would have to humbly plead with the great powers for procurement. Moreover, these powers are intent on gradually encroaching upon Yanlong, and thus it is essential to strictly limit the strength of the various warlords within the confines of their control. Naturally, they would not sell warships, aircraft, or machinery to these warlords. Even artillery would be sold in limited quantities at exorbitant prices. This has indirectly resulted in our nation stagnating economically and militarily over the past 2 decades. The development of our domestic military has been entirely skewed towards the army, with the Navy merely subsisting on past resources, and the nascent Air Force is utterly destitute. In 1897, the total tonnage of the Yanlong Navy's Grand Fleet was 70,000 tons. However, after more than 20 years, our naval capacity has diminished to a mere 40,000 tons. In stark contrast, neighboring Japan, a diminutive nation with an area of less than 400,000 square kilometers, has tightened its belt and now boasts a navy of 640,000 tons. Father, we will eventually acquire bread. I have channels through which I can obtain warships and aircraft at very reasonable prices, Yuan Long declared, adopting an air of confidence. The military vessels, aircraft, and tanks provided by the system do not come with their requisite personnel. So it is imperative that we commence training for naval and air personnel without delay, especially as Yanlong is destined to expand outward, including the landing on Japanese soil to eradicate the Yamato people. A formidable navy will be essential as our backbone. Very well. But while establishing naval and air force branches may be straightforward, where shall we find the instructors required for such training? Yuan Dingguo found himself increasingly perplexed by his son. Yet the suggestions he offered seemed to carry a degree of merit. Father, you need not concern yourself with these matters. Your sole responsibility is to provide the funding. I shall take care of all necessary instructors and weaponry. Yuan Long has not forgotten the novice gift package bestowed by the system. 2 Radford-class escort destroyers come equipped with 38 officers, while 36 Douglas A-20 attack bombers are manned by 108 pilots. The products of the system are undoubtedly of exquisite quality. For now, serving as instructors for the branch school should be more than sufficient. Chapter 7. Foreign investment must be supported. Knock, knock. Sir, young master, dinner is ready. Upon hearing the hoarse yet aged voice, Yuan Long recognized it as the old steward of the household and replied, Yes, Uncle Fu. We are aware. We will be there shortly. Father, let us dine first. Indeed, let us go. Yuan Dingguo nodded in agreement. On their way, Yuan Long could not help but inquire. By the way, Father, what is the purpose of accompanying you to Qingqing tomorrow? It pertains to Eagle Nation and Lighthouse Nation. You shall understand tomorrow. Yuan Dingguo replied evasively. Yuan Long chose not to press further, as he had a general idea of the events to come. The next day, as the morning sun streamed through the window, Yuan Long awakened with bleary eyes, gazing at the high peaks of his bedding, shaking his head in bemusement. It is indeed a matter of youth. Knock, knock. A gentle rap at the door was followed by a tinkling voice. Young master, are you awake? I am. You may wait outside, he replied. In this era, having a maid is quite common, yet Yuan Long, being capable and self-sufficient, had no need for constant assistance. Swiftly, he rose, adeptly donning his attire and habitually folding the disheveled blankets, a commendable habit instilled from his time at military school. Having completed these tasks, Yuan Long proceeded to engage in his daily ritual, signing in. System, I wish to check in. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have received 20,000 sets of the 1942 individual field combat gear. Each set includes 1 Type 1 steel helmet, 2 pieces of 1942 camouflage field uniforms, 1943 camouflage field trousers, 2 sets of training uniforms, 2 Type 41 undershirts, 2 pairs of 1943 field boots, a 1936 canvas shoulder bag, a 1943 field backpack, a 1943 engineer shovel, Type 3 gas masks, a duck camouflage raincoat, a cap, a water bottle, and a belt. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have received 8,000 M1 Garand semi-automatic rifles, accompanied by 50 senior instructors and 10 million rounds of 7.62-63 mm rifle ammunition. The image depicts the M1 Garand semi-automatic rifle. Hee. It seems that with a position now secured, the rewards from my daily check-in have indeed become considerably more abundant. Yuan Long had never been fond of the military uniforms of Qianan. The coarse fabric and inferior dyes produced a yellow-green attire that appeared wrinkled on the soldiers and lacked durability, becoming tattered after a short period, forcing the soldiers to mend their own garments. From a distance, they resembled a ragtag army, lacking the grandeur of a 5-star general from the future, failing to embody the gallant spirit of a soldier. Fortunately, these 20,000 sets of 1942 individual field combat gear would adequately address the current predicament. It is not solely the Han's nation that possesses camouflage military uniforms. In fact, the Lighthouse Nation also boasts practical camouflage attire, whose utility and durability are on par with that of the Hans. The image depicts the effect of the 1942 single-soldier field outfit when donned. Yuan Long, with a cheerful demeanor, pushed open the door, colliding directly with the maids waiting outside, who were carrying basins filled with warm water and various toiletries. He did not refuse such convenience. After a simple breakfast, Yuan Long and Yuan Dingqing boarded a vintage Rolls-Royce, escorted by 2 rows of guards. As they set off towards Qinqing, the vintage Rolls-Royce, let alone its convertible model, was devoid of any bulletproof civilian vehicles of that era. Along the way, Yuan Dingqing revealed to his son the purpose of their journey to Qinqing. Reconnaissance teams dispatched by the Lighthouse Nation and the Eagle Nation had discovered several mineral deposits within our Yunnan province and Qianzhou, with rumors of oil traces as well. Among them, the Lighthouse Nation's Sinfa Company sought mining rights for copper, coal, aluminum, manganese, and molybdenum in Qianzhou, while the Eagle Nation S.I.'s Ocean Company aimed for mining rights for oil, tin, copper, nickel, antimony, and tungsten in Yunnan. Their visit to Qinqing was to discuss these matters. All right, I understand, Yuan Long said, pinching his chin, having already anticipated this outcome. Father, you must listen to me later. I intend for these fellows to face repercussions for their scheming. Yuan Dingqing gazed at Yuan Long with suspicion and inquired, Son, what scheme have you concocted this time? The secrets of heaven must not be divulged. These powers covet the abundant mineral resources of the Yanlong nation. Yet it is also due to their interest that the railways of Yanlong nation rely on their development. In a private room on the 4th floor of the Qinqing International Hotel, General Yuan, you have finally arrived. Upon seeing Yuan Dingqing enter with Yuan Long, a blonde, blue-eyed foreigner immediately rose from the sofa. This man was Francis Fodini, the consul of the Lighthouse Nation. A few years prior, Yuan Long had the opportunity to attend the West Point Military Academy in the Lighthouse Nation. Thanks to this individual who had solicited a recommendation letter from the ambassador stationed in the Yanlong Nation, otherwise, such smooth sailing would not have been possible. Oh, young Master Yuan Long, it has been several years since we last met, and you have grown quite a bit. I wonder if your experience at our Lighthouse Nation's West Point Military Academy has been enjoyable. Yuan Long replied with a smile, the experience was indeed quite good. West Point is an excellent military academy, and I must extend my gratitude to Mr. Fodini for your recommendation letter. Following a round of courteous pleasantries, sensing the time was appropriate, they all took their seats. Fodini commenced the discussions, stating, to demonstrate our sincerity for this meeting, our Sinfa Company from the Lighthouse Nation and Ice Ocean Company from the Eagle Nation have specially prepared some gifts for General Yuan and young Master Yuan. As the guards outside inspected and then opened the door, several bodyguards clad in black entered, carrying heavy wooden boxes. Upon opening the lids, they revealed gleaming gold within. Isaac Nibel, the representative of Sinfa Company, smiled as he explained, this is merely a small gift, 100 kilograms of gold. We hope General Yuan will graciously accept it. Marlon Hest, the representative of Ice Ocean Company, adjusted his attire, stood up, and began to steer the conversation. Yuan Dashuai, the current commander of the Bonan Army, Sun Jie, has garnered substantial support from the Japanese nation. Given this dire situation, with Sun Jie's formidable military strength, it is highly probable that he will surpass you, emerging as the new hegemon of the southwest in the Yanlong kingdom. I am aware that you, General Sun, have recently been training a new army in a bid to counteract Sun Jie's ambitions. However, it is said that your new forces currently lack adequate and effective weaponry. Our esteemed nation of Ingli is prepared to provide your side with advanced weaponry and equipment in accordance with your needs. Hearst immediately pointed out the Achilles heel of the Yanlong military warlords, their inability to independently manufacture advanced weaponry. Yuan Long merely sat quietly in the corner, observing the spectacle performed by these foreigners. The companies Senfu and Binyang from the Lighthouse Nation and Ingli Nation proposed to allocate 3% of their annual profits to the Yuan family and, as an exception, to sell certain mountain cannons and both light and heavy machine guns at a premium to the Yuan family for the enhancement of the new military. However, the Yuan family would also have to unreservedly transfer the rights to mine resources, construct railways, and build factories in the provinces of Qian and Dian to Senfu and Binong. Additionally, the Qian army would need to allocate troops to ensure the security of mining sites, oil fields, refineries, and railways. In summary, Yuan Dashuai, all you need to do is sign these contracts and agree to allow our companies from the Ingli Empire and the Lighthouse Republic to establish mining sites and oil fields in your provinces of Qian and Dian. From this point forward, your Qian army will become a loyal ally of our nations, and your Yuan family will receive the support of our two great empires. Yuan Dingqing displayed a conflicted expression, as engaging in actions that betray the interests of the Yanlong kingdom could easily lead to public condemnation from major newspapers in the kingdom. Although such media backlash would not wield substantial influence over Yuan Dingqing, who would wish to bear the ignominy of being labeled a traitor, condemned by future generations. Chapter 8. Free Aid, Endless Gratitude. A few foolish foreigners, sensing Yuan Dingqing's indecision, hastily pressed their advantage, oblivious to Yuan Long, who was seated nearby, watching with keen interest. He had just discerned that in order to transport the various minerals extracted from the provinces of Qian and Dian, they intended to invest in the construction of 6 new railway lines based on the existing railway infrastructure. These would include the routes from Pan City to Ju City, Zun City to Ju City, Tong City to Juning, Chu City to Kunning, Hong City to Ning City, and Song City to Kun City, significantly enhancing the Yanlong Kingdom's railway mileage by over 1,000 kilometers. Furthermore, they planned to establish over 30 new mining sites, smelting plants, and refineries on this foundation. It must be said that Senfu and Binyang companies truly exemplify the prowess of the foremost financial conglomerates of the Abalorian powers. The construction of 6 railway lines alone would require an expenditure of at least 50 million dragon yuan, not to mention the costs associated with building factories and mining sites, which would easily surpass 100 million dragon yuan. However, upon further reflection, this seemed justifiable, considering the influential capitalists at the helm, Elrock Silas and Caswin Dunn, whose individual net worths had long surpassed several billion USD, ranking them among the top 5 financial magnates in the world today. Investing a mere 30 million magnesium dollars is, to the eyes of others, but a trivial matter. Yuan Long promptly stood, interrupting the foreign individuals in their incantations, and with a beaming countenance addressed the assembly. Esteemed international friends, both your Ice Ocean Company and Senfu Company have our family's approval to exploit oil and minerals in our cherished provinces of Yunnan and Guizhou. Indeed, we, the Yuan family, are even willing to transfer to you the coveted perpetual mining rights, railway construction rights, and the rights to establish factories in these 2 provinces. To outsiders, this would undoubtedly seem a grievous infringement upon the interests of the Yanlong nation. However, to Yuan Long, it appeared as an act of benevolent assistance, akin to bestowing wealth upon a benefactor. Nibel and Hess were momentarily taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances. Young Master Yuan, is what you say true? The prospect of perpetual mining rights is an extraordinarily enticing offer, implying they could exploit the resources until depletion. The mineral veins beneath Guizhou and Yunnan could yield profits for over a century, and the potential gains are immeasurable. Moreover, they could construct nearby refineries and smelting facilities, immediately processing the various minerals and oil extracted, thereby saving considerable transportation costs. Yet, one must acknowledge that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, a truth that both Nibel and Hess fully comprehended. Observing Yuan Long's earnest demeanor, Nibel understood that this Yanlong individual was not jesting. With a wry smile, he inquired, "Young Master Yuan, such a generous offer surely comes with stipulations?" "Mr. Nibel, Mr. Hess, I assure you I am not jesting. The ores and oil hold little value for us, and we could cede them entirely to you, but the price may be somewhat steep." Yuan Long spoke truthfully. These resources were buried beneath their very feet, on the territory of the Yanlong nation. Was he to fear their refusal? In just over a year, as our Guizhou forces grew in strength, the considerable sums you expend would enable the construction of Liang-style oil pumps, refineries, various mines, and railway lines. By that time, I could easily fabricate a plausible excuse, perhaps leveraging the foreigner's notorious penchant for thievery under the guise of railway construction to present myself as a victim, thus standing upon the moral high ground to abrogate the contract and reclaim the oil fields, mines, refineries, and smelting plants. The mere thought of it is exhilarating. After all, it is well known that these foreigners often exploit archaeological endeavors to pilfer treasures from the ancient tombs of the Yanlong nation for profit. 12 years prior, the Eagle Nation had dispatched teams of tomb raiders, taking advantage of the Kunming Railway project, even plundering the tomb of the Southern King outside Ning City, profiting by tens of millions of magnesium dollars from the sale of looted artifacts. Such losses must be reclaimed with interest. However, before proceeding, Yuan Long needed to alleviate the concerns and apprehensions of these foreigners, intending to raise his price significantly. "I require 8 million Eagle pounds and 30 million magnesium dollars. At present, the financial exchange rates remain stable. The exchange rate between the Eagle pound and the Dragon yuan is set at 110, while the exchange rate between the Lang Lang and the Dragon yuan is 1.4. The exchange rate for the Mei yuan to the Dragon yuan stands at 125, and the exchange rate for the yen to the Dragon yuan is 115. The exchange rate between the Manchu and the Dragon yuan is 108. And for silver to the Dragon yuan, it is 1.1. This is extortion, Nibel exclaimed, immediately feigning an expression of unbearable indignation. Nearby, Hess furrowed his brow slightly. "Master Yuan, the price you propose is exceedingly exorbitant. Might we negotiate for a slight reduction?" In truth, they were not intimidated by Yuan Long's staggering offer, but rather concerned about the reliability of these local power brokers from the Yanlong Kingdom in fulfilling the contract. Esteemed guests, expenditure and income are directly proportional. "This price is exceedingly fair and cannot be diminished by even a fraction," Yuan Long asserted, fully aware of their apprehensions. A smirk played upon his lips as he continued. In our Yanlong kingdom, we have an ancient saying, words must be followed by action. We, the people of Yanlong, have always placed great emphasis on credibility in business. I assure you that as long as you can provide the requisite funds, we shall uphold the contract without fail. Furthermore, the Eagle Empire has stationed a considerable force of 100,000 troops in the nearby colonies of Pugan, Panchi, and Juyu. Is this not sufficient to assuage your concerns? Pugan, Panchi, and Juyu, bordering the provinces of Dian and Tibet, are indeed colonies of the Eagle Empire. Should the Qiannan army breach the treaty, the Eagle troops stationed in the colonies could readily cross the Dai Mei River and launch a military invasion of the Yanlong kingdom. This statement alleviated many of Hess's concerns. After all, the influential backer of his Isocian company, Winton, was also a member of the Eagle Empire's parliament, a figure of considerable power and wealth. Would such a magnate truly fear a mere warlord from the Yanlong kingdom, a mercenary with a sense of self-importance? If the Qiannan army dared to disregard the agreement, his enraged superior could easily leverage personal connections to mobilize the army from the Southeast Asian colonies, using force to intimidate Yuan Dingguo and Yuan Long nibble, turned back. Seemingly seeking the opinion of the Eagle representatives, however, Hess paid no heed to his eager gaze and instead became lost in contemplation. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence. And after what felt like an eternity, Hess suddenly rose to provide his response. Mr. Yuan, I must admit, your unexpected offer has pleasantly surprised us. After some reflection, I find that the price you've proposed is not entirely beyond our acceptance. However, we must first report the details to our superior. Nibble, do you foresee any issues from your side at Senfa Company? If you are not interested in the various minerals from Qianzhou, I believe our Isocian company could acquire them as well. With the conversation having reached this juncture, Nibble found himself compelled to follow Hess's lead. Very well. I believe there are no issues, though I too must report today's discussions to Mr. Roxhiller back home. Oh, what a splendid day it is. Mr. Nibble, Mr. Hess. How soon might we expect your reply? Yuan Long sensed that this matter was likely to be resolved favorably, in the face of the colossal profits amounting to tens of billions of magnesium dollars. The avaricious foreign capitalists are unlikely to refuse the enticing prospect presented by the regions of Qian and Dian, akin to a delectable cake. Even if this investment, costing over 100 million magnesium dollars, may carry the risk of yielding nothing in return. Hess fastened every button of his suit jacket and stated, 3 days from now, Young Master Yuan, we shall provide our final response regarding this transaction. Chapter 9. The Qiannan Military Instruction Corps upon exiting the International Hotel. Yuan Long joyfully ushered several financial benefactors into their vehicle, for they were indeed genuine harbingers of wealth, deserving of utmost respect. Son, are you truly willing to become a notorious traitor, selling out the fundamental interests of our Yanlong nation to the foreign consortium for over 100 million dragon dollars? Yuan Dingguo questioned, somewhat exasperated. Father, do you truly perceive me in such a light? Yuan Long replied with a grin, continuing as the saying goes. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Once they have constructed the factories, mines, and railroads, we shall arm ourselves and take control. Arm ourselves and take control? Yuan Dingguo was taken aback by Yuan Long's audacious words. This was the formidable Eagle Empire in the Lighthouse Nation. 30 years ago, in 1889, the arrogant Empress Qinshi had ventured down a similar path. Consequently, the Eagle Nation seized the opportunity to ally with lands, the Lighthouse, Hans, Ross, Italy, and the Isle of Japan, launching an invasion into the Yanlong homeland. Through military coercion, the Great Qian dynasty was forced to sign the humiliating Penqing Treaty, ceding 6 provinces, Yuan, Hao, now Qing, Gong, and Jin, along with certain interests in the northeast to the powers. This stratagem revealed the frailty of the Yanlong nation, prompting foreign powers to further exert pressure on the Great Qian dynasty, compelling them to sign various unequal treaties and extract even greater profits from the Yanlong nation. Father, you will understand in due time. Yuan Long did not wish to elaborate further, but considering the system would later offer rewards, he concocted a fabricated tale of receiving aid from a top foreign consortium during his studies in the Lighthouse Nation. Without laying the groundwork now, it would be difficult to explain later when the system provided Yuan Long with a vast array of warships, aircraft, tanks, and artillery. War consortium? Yuan Dingguo inquired, puzzled. Why have I never heard of such a force abroad? Father, if you were aware of this war consortium, it would no longer be considered a top-tier consortium. The most elite forces have always lurked in the shadows, Yuan Long explained with a smile, deftly diverting the conversation from this sensitive topic. Now, allow me to show you the private army I have trained. Oh, you truly did not deceive me. Yuan Long revealed a knowing expression. Father, I am not one to lie. 20 minutes later, on the plains 10 kilometers from Qincheng, 600 353 type trucks and 150 21 type semi-tracked mortar carriers, extracted from the system, stood silently like an unyielding battalion, arrayed across the open space. 18,000 soldiers, non-commissioned officers, and officers donned their respective military uniforms, adorned with an array of individual equipment. Each bore a Garand M1 semi-automatic rifle and a Thompson submachine gun at their sides. Organized in squads and platoons, they formed countless small formations, their military demeanor impeccable, eyes sharp and full of vigor, their postures robust and upright, reminiscent of resilient pines standing tall in the wind, exuding an aura of masculine bravery. Furthermore, these system troops all shared the standard visage of the Yanlong people, with heights generally around 175 meters, and ages ranging from 18 to 30. This evoked in Yuan Long a sense of subtle foreboding. These soldiers, concealed beneath an air of deadly intent, were the valiant troops of the Huaguo army, tempered by the crucible of war. The only drawback was the lack of organization among the soldiers and the absence of accompanying artillery. Goodness, system brother, you wouldn't have forcibly summoned my former Huaguo army, equipped with magnesium gear, for my own use, would you? Son, you've concealed your capabilities quite well. Yuan Dingguo, standing beside him, seemed almost ablaze with excitement, having never before witnessed such an array of trucks and armored vehicles. Even standing still, these soldiers emanated the sharpness characteristic of elite troops. If his 18,000 Qinin soldiers were all of this caliber, Yuan Dingguo would surely wake up laughing in the middle of the night. Father, broaden your perspective. This is merely the tip of the iceberg regarding my hidden strength. There are more surprises to come. After saying this, Yuan Long pushed open the car door and stepped out. A dozen officers, clad in uniforms, strode purposefully towards Yuan Long and his companions. The leading officer, appearing to be in his early 30s, wore the uniform of a senior officer, exuding a robust and capable demeanor. His skin was somewhat dark, and while his appearance was unremarkable, his eyes sparkled with vitality and wisdom. After a synchronized salute to Yuan Long, the leading officer reported in a strong voice, I am Cheng Yanxian, leading the Qinin Army Instruction Brigade to report to you. The Instruction Brigade, along with infantry, artillery, automotive troops, non-commissioned officers, and officers, totals 18,050 personnel, all present and accounted for. Please provide your directives. In his previous life, Yuan Long had also been a proud member of the illustrious New Rabbit Army of Huaguo, and he quickly returned a formal military salute. He then engaged in a brief acquaintance with his father, Yuan Dingguo, and the assembled officers. After more than an hour of exchange, Yuan Long gained a profound understanding of the capabilities of the Instruction Brigade. 200 army officers were all distinguished graduates from military academies, while 1,000 non-commissioned officers and 1,000 artillerymen were graduates from specialized vocational schools. 800 automotive personnel had also received relevant training. The 15,000 ordinary soldiers possessed educational backgrounds between middle and high school and had undergone specialized training in infantry and artillery coordination, squad assaults, amphibious landings, operational hand signals, defensive positions, mountain warfare, plains combat, urban street fighting, and indoor operations, and they were even adept in multi-service collaborative warfare. In summary, the system has truly provided a formidable force, and the cultural level and combat quality of the 180,000 soldiers are beyond question. Currently, no army in any nation can compare with the Qinin Army Training Corps. That evening, Yuan Long and Yuan Dingguo did not return to Ningqing, but instead went to the International Hotel on the outskirts, while the Qinin Army Training Corps temporarily remained stationed at their location. Father, the composite brigades you are currently using have become outdated. With 2 cavalry brigades and 2 mountain artillery brigades, we should recruit some new soldiers and directly transform those 10 composite brigades, after removing the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled, into 2 infantry divisions. Each composite brigade comprises approximately 4,000 to 5,000 men. Yuan Long believes that this antiquated structure is unsuitable for future combat systems. Therefore, after the training, it would be prudent to convert them all into infantry divisions. This way, the Qinin Army will possess 15 infantry divisions, resulting in a significant enhancement in overall military strength. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest, Yuan Dingguo. Now contemplating the idea of entrusting the Qinin Army to Yuan Long ahead of schedule, naturally did not reject his son's proposal. All right, father, my specific plan is as follows. Yuan Long began to articulate his thoughts. He intended to assign 50 officers, 200 artillerymen, and 200 non-commissioned officers to the military academy as instructors. Additionally, he planned to allocate 600 soldiers to form 2 security teams responsible for ensuring the safety of himself and his family. The remaining 17,000 members of the training corps would be divided into 15 training units, each assigned to the 15 divisions to serve as the backbone at the squad, platoon, company, and regiment levels. Chapter 10, The Qingqing Agreement on July 7, 1919, Yuan Long, beaming with joy, signed the much-discussed Qingqing agreement with Nibble and Hess, securing the substantial sum of 15.5 billion Long yuan. The following day, he set off for Wuching accompanied by the newly formed security team and 3 training units. Considering the proximity of other Qianan army units to the railway, there was no need for vehicles. So Yuan Long also took along 200 Type 353 trucks and 30 Type 21 mortar carriers. After a bumpy journey of over 300 kilometers along uneven dirt roads, they finally arrived at the western bank of Wuching at 6 in the evening. Wuching, located in the eastern part of Guizhou, serves as the eastern gateway to the entire region, lying no more than 70 kilometers from the southern army of Sun Jiebua in Xiangzhou. The rushing Yijiang River divides Wuching into eastern and western banks. Fortunately, the 66th Army Station is on the western shore. Otherwise, Yuan Long's military vehicles would have been left gazing helplessly at the river. A thin veil of smoke enveloped the entire Wuching, with a faintly sweet aroma lingering in the air, prompting the newcomer, Zhang Yankai, to curiously sniff and inquire about the delightful scent. It was the fragrance of boiled cane sugar, leading the convoy to swiftly bypass Wuching and head towards the 66th Army's Jianling barracks. The lush waters of Guizhou promote the growth of sugarcane and tropical fruits, making the sugar industry an undeniable pillar of livelihood for the people of Wuching. Yuan Long casually finished his words and continued to lower his head, examining the military map of Wuzhou, drawn to a scale of 1 to 50,000. The tricolored map clearly marked every place name in the Yanlong script, and it included detailed coordinates, enabling precise fire support from ground artillery and the Air Force. Every street, road, bridge, river, lake, building, forest, vegetation, and all useful information visible to the human eye within and outside Wuzhou was distinctly noted on the map. Even the highways, rivers, and buildings had crucial information specified, such as width, water depth, and building materials. The aerial surveying technology of this era was still in its infancy, making the creation of such a large-scale map exceedingly challenging, especially for the Yanlong Kingdom, which sprawled over 2 million square kilometers of fertile land. The hefty Wuzhou battle map in Yuan Long's hands, nearly as thick as a Yanlong dictionary, along with the 300 battle maps piled in the truck's rear compartment, were unexpected rewards he had garnered from the system during his 3 days sign-in. After all, he could not have produced such an exquisite battle map in such a short time. Given that the total area of the Yanlong Kingdom is 22.6 million square kilometers, with one map created for every 100 square kilometers, there would be 25 million maps, meaning 300 such battle maps would constitute a complete version of the Yanlong Kingdom's battle map, in addition to 5 complete battle maps of the Yanlong Kingdom. Yuan Long also acquired 20,000 sets of the 1942 individual field kits, 200 Browning 1919 machine guns, 2,000 carbines, 4,000 Thompson submachine guns, 16,000 Garand semi-automatic rifles, along with tens of millions of assorted ammunition and 3 million individual rations through his daily sign-ins. As the sun set that day, the training grounds of the Jianling military camp were filled with tens of thousands of soldiers from the 66th Army, assembled in units. The sweltering heat rising from the earth enveloped them, and the air was thick with a heavy atmosphere. The Jianling military camp was originally constructed during the Great Qian dynasty to train the new army of the Yanlong Kingdom, occupying an area of approximately 450,000 square meters, with a building area of about 180,000 square meters, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of soldiers. The convoy streamed into the military camp, and once the vehicles came to a halt, Yuan Long opened the door and leaped out. A few senior officers in front of the formation walked directly up to Yuan Long, standing at attention and saluting. After checking Yuan Long's credentials and appointment documents, the foremost officer introduced himself. "Hello, Commander Yuan. I am Dai Yanlong, the newly appointed division commander of the 200th Division of Qiannan Army." Flanking Dai Yanlong were 2 remarkably similar young major generals, who sequentially introduced themselves. "Hello, I am Tsin Rongfeng, commander of the 201st Division." "Hello, Commander Yuan. I am Tsin Jilin, commander of the 202nd Division. It is a pleasure to meet you today." "Greetings," Yuan Long replied, observing the 2 youthful twin division commanders with a hint of peculiarity. They appeared exceedingly young, perhaps only 3 or 4 years older than himself. Upon further understanding, he discovered that they were indeed the sons of Tsin Linzhong, which left Yuan Long feeling somewhat awkward. However, these 2 brothers, who have ascended through connections, are not mere ornamental figures devoid of utility. Like Yuan Long, they are also graduates of military academies with international education, having completed their studies at the St. Cyr Military Academy in the Kingdom of Lance. The eldest, Dai Yanlong, is particularly distinguished. He was an early government-sponsored international student sent by the Yanlong Kingdom to the Daqian dynasty. After graduating from the University of Paderborn in Han's country, He furthered his studies in artillery at the Berlin Military Academy. Such a remarkable background would render him a dragon among men in future generations. After exchanging pleasantries with others, Yuan Long felt content with his father's arrangements. Although the personnel at the 66th Army's camp in various departments such as the staff office, logistics, military law, military politics, and military orders were still severely understaffed, a framework had at least been established. Glancing at his watch and then at the staggered formation in the distance, Yuan Long wiped the sweat from his forehead and declared, "All right, given the current hot weather, let the soldiers disperse and return to the camp. You all should come to the military headquarters for a meeting later. I need to gather some information from you." "Yes, Commander." At 7 p.m. that evening, within the somewhat crowded confines of the 66th Army headquarters, Yuan Long took a sip of tea and surveyed the officers seated at the long table and those standing against the walls. At least 50 to 60 officer ranks had gathered. Yuan Long was accompanied by a contingent of 36 officers, 180 non-commissioned officers, and 100 soldiers, all produced by the system. However, due to the limited capacity of the headquarters, the non-commissioned officers did not attend this meeting. Yanlong opened a prepared notebook to report to the commander. "Currently, our 66th Army consists of 408 personnel, and all 3 divisions are fully staffed. However, since the 66th Army was established only recently, most of the recruits have been sourced from nearby towns. Therefore, our military primarily comprises new soldiers who have not undergone military training and lack combat effectiveness." Report concluded. Yuan Long nodded and continued his inquiries. "What is the current status of vacancies among the grassroots commanders at the regiment, battalion, company, platoon, and squad levels? Additionally, what is the literacy rate among the recruits you have enlisted?" Sin Rongfeng stood up and handed a list to Yuan Long, stating, "Commander, most of the regiment and battalion level commanders in our 66th Army are graduates from the 8th class of the Qianin Military Academy. However, there are still significant vacancies at the company level and below. As for the literacy rate among ordinary soldiers, I believe you are already aware that our Yanlong kingdom, due to its weakened national power, lacks the capacity to implement universal compulsory education like that of the Lighthouse Country, Eagle Country, Lance Country, Han's Country, or Japan. Thus, the vast majority of new recruits are illiterate." Sin Jilin also addressed Yuan Long's second question. Hearing this, Yuan Long could not help but feel fortunate for the assistance of the system. Without a year and a half of systematic and rigorous training, the 66th Army would likely struggle to achieve the anticipated combat effectiveness within just a few months. Ideally, a fully staffed infantry division should comprise 300 to 500 high-quality officers proficient in leadership, command, decision-making, and tactical and strategic expertise. 1200-2000 well-organized and highly skilled non-commissioned officers, distinguished by their exceptional coordination abilities and extensive combat experience. However, it is evident that the various warlords of the Yanlong Kingdom are utterly incapable of cultivating such a vast number of qualified officers and non-commissioned officers. Chapter 11. Training Matters. The Manual for Militia Drills reveals the disparity in combat preparedness among officers and non-commissioned officers, which can hinder effective cooperation within the Army during combat, inevitably diminishing overall combat effectiveness. Yuan Long briefly reviewed the list of vacant positions in his hands, noting that the 66th Army had several openings that could be filled by the teaching team I have brought along. I trust there are no objections. The non-commissioned officers produced by the system possess adequate military qualifications and can competently assume officer roles, while ordinary soldiers can serve as non-commissioned officers, thus effectively resolving the management issues within the Army. Seeing no dissent from the individuals seated at the long table, Yuan Long instructed Zheng Yankai beside him. "Zheng Yankai, please take note. Tonight, let the ordinary soldiers from the teaching team assume the roles of squad leaders and platoon leaders, while the non-commissioned officers take on the positions of company commanders and battalion commanders, and the officers will serve as regiment commanders." "Understood, Commander. I will act upon your orders immediately after the meeting." Zheng Yankai readily acquiesced. "Well, since the structure of our 66th Army is now complete, we shall commence a 3-month intensive training for all new recruits starting tomorrow," Yuan Long declared, producing several copies of the soldier training manual published by the system to distribute among the attendees. Yuan Long had perused the soldier training manual and recognized it as a modern adaptation of the 1959 militia training manual from the former Hua Kingdom. However, one should not be misled by the title of militia training manual. This manual is a quintessential guide for infantry training, comprehensively covering essential military knowledge. While some of this information may seem slightly outdated in contemporary contexts, it is undoubtedly a formidable resource in today's era. It includes infantry drill formations, military principles and tactical theories, individual soldier tactics and simplified combat hand signals, shooting stances and techniques, weapon usage and maintenance, battlefield first aid and injury management, squad fire control and coordination, encirclement and retreat tactics, dense position defense, air raid and artillery strike defense techniques, tactical charges, and shooting on the move. The text is devoid of superfluous content, articulated in a manner that allows those who can read to grasp the majority of its teachings. If soldiers can learn and apply the military knowledge contained within, they will undoubtedly emerge as exceptional warriors in this age. Zheng Yankai, starting tomorrow, your teaching team will train the new recruits according to this militia manual. For the first 5 days, refrain from imparting any complex military knowledge. Begin instead with the most basic physical training and drill formations. The citizens of the Yanlong kingdom are excessively frail, subsisting on meager meals with only a small portion of pickled vegetables as supplementary sustenance. This has resulted in the new recruits of the 66th Army appearing emaciated and weak. Yuan Long was concerned that sudden physical exertion might lead to serious consequences for some of them. Therefore, he planned to allocate a daily portion of standard individual rations to help them build their strength. The system has provided 3 million individual rations, which Yuan Long has evenly distributed among the various training brigades, considering it a means to enhance the nutrition of the soldiers in the entire Qianan army. After thoroughly outlining the arrangements for the training, Yuan Long shifted his focus to the others present, stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, I intend to establish literacy classes across the army. During their free time, the squad leaders will personally teach the new recruits to read and write. Our soldiers should acquire the ability to perform simple arithmetic operations and possess basic literacy skills. In a mere 3 months, it is unlikely that the new recruits will achieve full literacy or master the extensive military knowledge outlined in the training manuals." Yuan Long does not expect the new soldiers of the 66th Army to emerge as elite warriors capable of taking on 100 adversaries after just 3 months of training. His aim is merely to initiate the process. This 3-month training period serves as a starting point. From now on, the daily training regimen of the Qianan Army will adhere to the standards set during this intensive training. Other training brigades dispersed throughout the Qianan Army will now follow Yuan Long's lead. A vigorous crackdown on the corrupt officers in various divisions will ensue, followed by a 3-month intensive training session. The numerous officers gathered around the table expressed no dissent. They found Yuan Long's arrangements to be entirely reasonable. Sun Rongfeng spoke up. "I fully agree with your proposal, Commander." The others, being educated individuals, chimed in, expressing their support for the commander's initiative. Indeed, the combat effectiveness of the army ultimately relies on the soldiers at the grassroots level, and we must enhance their individual combat capabilities. Indeed, if the frontline soldiers remain illiterate, they will struggle to effectively learn and apply the foundational military knowledge imparted by their squad leaders. Yuan Long felt quite satisfied with the officers his father had assigned him. None opposed his views. He called out to a burly man seated at the end of the table, Lang de Xian. "Present, Commander." The burly man quickly rose. He was the captain of the artillery division of the training brigade. Among the training brigade that Yuan Long brought along, there were also 200 artillerymen produced by the system. These artillerymen are all elite, proficient in handling various types of artillery such as mortars, infantry guns, mountain guns, field guns, howitzers, cannons, rocket launchers, and anti-aircraft guns. De Xian. Over the next few days, your artillery division is responsible for selecting 4,000 of the more astute recruits from the newly trained soldiers to specifically impart knowledge of mortars and howitzers to them. Howitzers are indirect fire artillery, requiring a high level of proficiency from the gun crew, including the commander and deputy commander, elevation and direction pointers, loaders, and fuses. The shooting technique involves complex mathematical and physical principles, which necessitate a certain level of understanding. I do not expect you to have howitzer gunners ready for deployment in 3 months. However, after 3 months, you must cultivate 1,000 mortar gunners. Do you believe your artillery division can accomplish this formidable task? Artillery operation requires selecting between direct and indirect fire methods based on the specific model of the artillery piece. Direct fire involves the gunner observing the impact point of the shell with the naked eye, then making appropriate adjustments based on the impact location and the distance to the target. The primary artillery pieces in question are small mortars, infantry guns, mountain guns, and anti-tank guns, which engage targets at relatively close ranges, typically within a few kilometers. The indirect fire method is predominantly employed by larger mortars, howitzers, and cannons, long-range artillery capable of firing projectiles that land more than 10 kilometers away from the artillery position. In such instances, where the artillery crew cannot directly observe the impact point, it becomes necessary to establish observation posts or deploy reconnaissance aircraft to assist in adjusting firing parameters. The artillery units skilled in indirect fire, such as howitzers and cannons, are a rarity in the Kingdom of Yanlong due to the exorbitant costs and lengthy training required. Conversely, Small mortars, which are positioned close to the front lines to provide direct fire support for infantry, utilize a much simpler direct fire method. Without any issues, the artillery brigade confidently assured that they would deliver a satisfactory outcome within 3 months. Although Langda initially appeared hesitant regarding Yuan Long's requests, he eventually provided a firm response. However, shortly thereafter, he posed a challenging new question. Commander, I have another inquiry. While training our artillery unit poses no problem, our 66th Army currently possesses only 3021 type mortar transport vehicles, each equipped with a single 81mm mortar. We do not yet have any howitzers. No matter. I will address the artillery issue. Yuan Long replied decisively to this reasonable request, discreetly communicating this demand to the system. System, did you hear my subordinate's plea? My request for tomorrow's daily quota is not overly ambitious. After all, I have always believed in contentment. Just arrange for 3,155mm howitzers for me tomorrow. If that proves challenging, I could reluctantly accept 5,105mm howitzers. Just remember to provide the tracked transport vehicles necessary for the heavy artillery, along with the corresponding ammunition and fuel. Yuan Long's audacious demands immediately elicited a tongue-in-cheek response from the system. Host, do you even have any shame left? Pardon me. Dear system, but I have always been devoid of any sense of shame. This flippant remark left the system utterly confounded. In Yuan Long's perspective, what was a mere matter of dignity? The only principle that mattered was strength. Securing advanced weaponry from the system in a short time frame to arm the entire Qian'an army was the paramount objective. Yanlong then inquired, Commander, should we maintain the traditional structure of the 66th Army, consisting of 4 infantry regiments, 1 cavalry regiment, 1 engineering regiment, and 1 logistics regiment? No. The outdated structure that our kingdom of Yanlong has clung to for decades is no longer suitable for modern warfare. Yuan Long had long been dissatisfied with this antiquated infantry organization. He intended to adopt the more effective structure utilized by countries such as the United States, the United Kingdom, Germany, and Russia during World War II, which includes sections, squads, companies, battalions, regiments, divisions, and armies. As for the newly established organizational template for the entire Qian'an army, Yuan Long had already formulated his plans. He intended to adopt the infantry division structure that was reformed in the United States in 1943, with appropriate enhancements. I have decided that our 66th Army, along with the entire Qian'an division, will henceforth abolish the brigade-level organization. The new structure will consist of 3 infantry divisions, each comprising 3 infantry regiments, a howitzer regiment, a truck regiment, an armored battalion, a communications battalion, a reconnaissance battalion, an air defense battalion, an engineering battalion, and a field hospital, totaling over 180,000 personnel per division. The specific troop organization and equipment allocation will be announced after 3 months of intensive training. Yuan Long currently has only a rough template, with no detailed insights yet. He continued, furthermore, we currently lack sufficient new recruits. Tomorrow, I trouble you, Yanlong, to personally visit the nearby towns and villages to recruit an additional 4,000 new soldiers. As for the soldiers' salaries and benefits, we will temporarily adhere to the old military plan. However, our rations will be sufficiently ample, ensuring that every soldier enjoys hearty meals, including meat, every day. Upon hearing Yuan Long's new proposal, everyone at the long table erupted into expressions of excitement and joy. Commander, you can rest assured, with such unprecedented provisions, recruiting new soldiers will undoubtedly be a breeze. After Yanlong made this promise, he continued with a grin. Is it a bit extravagant for our division to be assigned a howitzer regiment? Indeed, how many howitzers does this regiment possess? And is the armored battalion equipped with tanks or armored vehicles? Sen Rongfeng could hardly contain his enthusiasm and stood up. You will know the specifics in due course. For now, let's commence the training as I have outlined. Yuan Long was unable to answer these questions at the moment. He had realized that the system attached to him was indeed quite generous, and with the rewards from daily, weekly, and monthly sign-ins over the course of 3 months, equipping 3 fully magnesium-enhanced infantry divisions should not pose a significant challenge. By the way, there is one more thing I need to address. Sundishing. We have brought a substantial amount of fuel. Your automotive brigade should not remain idle. During this training period, train a batch of automotive soldiers for me. No problem, Commander. However, we currently only have trucks, and the fuel consumption might be a bit high. Do not concern yourself with fuel consumption. Just ensure that the tasks I assigned are completed. Yuan Long was unconcerned with such trivial matters, knowing that the system had gifted him 100,000 gallons of fuel. And moreover, Yanlong country was not lacking in fuel resources. As the saying goes, if one is to undertake a task, they must do so with vigor and determination. Hesitance does not align with Yuan Long's character. He intended to cultivate the entire Qian'an army into a formidable force, characterized by enhanced magnesium firepower, efficient logistics, and the steadfast beliefs, combat proficiency, and strict military discipline reminiscent of the 1959 Old Rabbit Army. Of course, nurturing such an army would require at least a year and a half. However, once honed into a cohesive fighting force, this army would be invincible. Observing the faces of those around him filled with worry and confusion, it was evident that the Yanlong kingdom currently lacked the capability to manufacture armored vehicles or large-caliber howitzers. They were all eager to understand how the newly appointed commander Yuan Long managed to acquire such elusive and costly weaponry. However, Yuan Long remained unfazed, offering a calm smile as he assured them, "Rest assured, you need not concern yourselves with the logistics. I will take full responsibility for the procurement of the necessary weapons, ammunition, and supplies for the training camp. All you need to do is follow my instructions." Seeing Yuan Long exude such confidence, the assembly collectively dismissed their doubts and replied in unison, "Yes, Commander." "Well then, I believe we can conclude tonight's meeting," Yuan Long remarked, glancing at his watch. "Ready to bring the brief gathering to a satisfactory close. Make sure to get some rest. Tomorrow morning, by 6:30. Everyone must be lined up and ready at the training grounds. We shall officially commence our 3-month training." "Yes, Commander, we shall take our leave." "Very well, you may go." The group stood, saluted Yuan Long, gathered their belongings, and departed in an orderly manner. Once they had left, Yuan Long sipped his tea, rose, and gazed thoughtfully into the darkness outside. Throughout history, a well-disciplined army has proven invincible, while an undisciplined force is of no use, regardless of its size. Both ancient and modern militaries universally recognize the necessity of strict discipline, viewing the enforcement of laws and regulations as a fundamental principle of military governance. Only an army that adheres to orders can truly be called a formidable force. Contemplating this, Yuan Long resolved to enforce the 3 major disciplines and 8 points of attention from the former Rabbit Army. With one exception, the treatment of prisoners would depend on the specific circumstances. He would also instill the guiding tenets of obedience, compliance with orders, a commendable demeanor, and the ability to triumph in battles, alongside the mission of revitalizing the Yanlong and achieving national unity, as the core of the ideological framework necessary for the transformation of the Qianan army. As the night faded like a fleeting blossom, the next day, July 8th, dawned at 6 o'clock, just as the first light began to break. With the sound of a sharp whistle, the squad leader, standing tall at the barracks entrance, rushed into the respective quarters, urging the new recruits sleeping on the communal bunks to rise quickly, tidy their spaces, and prepare for assembly. "New recruits, stop dawdling. Get up. Your speed is slower than a snail. Hurry and fold your blankets. And you there, why are you just standing still? Are you worshipping at dawn? Get dressed properly. You are not homeless beggars, so there can be no sign of laziness." This earlier-than-usual assembly posed a challenge for the freshly arrived recruits. Many of them, in their haste, collided with one another, resulting in several tumbling to the ground. Yet, they had little time to dwell on their misfortune, quickly scrambling to grab their toiletries and hastening to the washing facilities. Meanwhile, Yuan Long, attired in the standard uniform of a senior officer, stood early at the review platform, awaiting the proceedings. "System, I wish to sign in." Beep. "Congratulations, esteemed host, on receiving 40,000 sets of the 1942 individual field combat gear, 1,000 units of the 536 handheld radios, 300 units of the 300 FM radios, 100 units of the 284 shortwave radios, and 2 million rations of field provisions. Today's daily sign-in reward has left Yuan Long exceedingly satisfied. Although radios and communication devices are not weapons, they are indeed indispensable electronic equipment in warfare. In this era of conflict, the ability to swiftly and deftly gather battlefield intelligence and relay it up the chain of command is crucial for seizing the initiative in combat. Chapter 13. Training commences. Pre-training address. A few minutes later, all officers and soldiers, under the guidance of their respective squad leaders, arrived at the training ground. It took several more minutes for them to line up according to yesterday's formation on the parade ground. This delay caused Dai Yanlong, Xin Jialin, and Xin Rongfeng to feel a sense of embarrassment, as they had been responsible for the training of the new recruits of the 66th Army over the past few days. Eventually, Dai Yanlong stepped forward to report to Yuan Long, stating, "The 66th Army has assembled." Yuan Long snapped back to attention, scrutinizing the uneven formations and the newly arrived recruits standing awkwardly. He could not help but frown and glance at his wristwatch. The assembly took a total of 26 minutes, indicating ample room for improvement. The standard assembly time for troops is typically within 5 minutes. At this pace, the enemy could easily storm the camp and wreak havoc. However, considering the presence of many new recruits, Yuan Long chose not to pursue the matter further. He addressed the assembled 66th Army brothers through an old-fashioned loudspeaker. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yuan Long, and from this day forth, I shall be your commander. I must, however, address two issues. First, your assembly speed is utterly unacceptable. Even an 80-year-old woman collecting dung outside the camp moves faster than you lot. Second, your military posture lacks vitality. You resemble a group of feeble individuals. Stand tall. Seeing his words take effect, the new recruits straightened up instantly, and Yuan Long felt a slight sense of satisfaction as he continued. Very well, maintain that posture. Zheng Yankan, it is your turn. Yuan Long stepped aside, allowing Zheng Yankan to take the stage and announce the stringent guidelines for their training. Although Zheng Yankan was somewhat slender, his characteristic stern demeanor instilled a sense of authority and was well suited for training duties. Soldiers, I am Zheng Yankan, the chief instructor of the training unit. Beginning today, our training unit will commence a grueling 3-month regimen. Should any of you find this rigorous training unbearable, which only true men can endure, you are free to gather your belongings and leave. The exit is right over there. However, for those who dare to persevere, I assure you that after 3 months, you shall transform into valiant soldiers who defend our homeland, formidable weapons that instill fear in our foreign adversaries, and revered heroes among the citizens of Yanlong. Until that day arrives, you are all but a disorganized mass of clay, due to the stringent nature of both myself and the training cadre. Many of you recruits may harbor feelings of aversion and trepidation towards me, as well as your sergeant and platoon leader. However, such sentiments are of little consequence to us, for our training team is committed to fairness and justice in our endeavors. Over the next 3 months, you, the equal yet naive recruits, will acquire a wealth of professional military knowledge through our rigorous training. Do not entertain thoughts of deceit or evasion. We shall not permit any slothfulness. Your energies must be wholly devoted to the training, for this will determine whether you can survive intact after completing the combat missions assigned by your superiors in times of war. In short, our mandate is to eradicate those among you who merely seek to laze about in the military, only to meet an ambiguous fate on the battlefield. I hope to see you standing here 3 months hence. I wonder if you possess the confidence to do so. Yes, yes, yes. A chorus of recruits seemed to be stirred, responding vocally. Nonsense. I can hardly discern your replies. Your voices are as faint as the sound of mosquitoes in the night. It appeared that Zheng Yankai was not satisfied. Yes, yes, yes. Now, nearly all the recruits were shouting hoarsely, and Zheng Yankai retreated, content. Yuan Long then took his place and spoke with emotion and reason, saying, Brothers, I understand that many of you have joined the military out of necessity. But war is no trifling matter. You are beloved sons of your families. I would rather see you sweat on the training field than witness you bleed and sacrifice on the tumultuous battlefield. Furthermore, I am prepared to increase your military pay. Currently, your stipend is 1 dragon yuan and 5 copper coins. However, after the recruit training, the monthly pay for a regular infantryman will rise to 2 dragon yuan. Those who excel in physical assessments will have the opportunity to be promoted to deputy squad leader with a stipend of 3 dragon yuan. As for specialized units such as armored troops, reconnaissance personnel, artillery, and drivers, their monthly pay will be 34 dragon yuan. The dragon yuan of Yanlong Nation is comparable to the silver yuan of Huagua, possessing considerable purchasing power. 1 dragon yuan can procure 40 pounds of premium rice, 8 pounds of pork, 200 eggs, or 10 feet of cotton cloth. Even a large water buffalo costs only a few dozen silver yuan. Additionally, the monthly stipend refers solely to wages, and soldiers do not bear the expense of their rations. In this era, many struggle to afford food, making such treatment exceedingly generous in their eyes. After all, working as a rickshaw puller or a laborer may yield 8 or 9 dragon yuan a month, but after deductions, it often amounts to only 3 or 4 dragon yuan, barely enough to cover food, lodging, and various expenses, rendering them essentially living paycheck to paycheck. Should you demonstrate remarkable achievements in future battles, you may also opt for free entry into non-commissioned officer training camps or officer schools for further education, ultimately becoming formal non-commissioned officers or officers upon passing military assessments. Such opportunities are rare indeed. Do you consider this fair? Fair. Fair. This announcement was even more electrifying, immediately eliciting responses from numerous recruits. Indeed, Yuan Long has chosen to open the path to ascension for them. During these exceptional times, extraordinary measures are warranted. A soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a commendable warrior. Everyone yearns for advancement. Now, I entrust you with a formidable task. The entire battalion, under the leadership of their respective squad leaders, shall embark on a 5-kilometer morning run, lightly equipped, and subsequently enjoy breakfast in the mess hall before commencing formal training. Right turn, march. The new recruits resembled a line of disorganized ducklings as they began to scurry towards the camp's exit under the guidance of their squad leaders. Observing this, a few individuals descended slowly from the reviewing platform. Yuan Long turned to his companion. Zheng Yankai, and instructed, Yankai, please distribute all the military uniforms shortly, and additionally, send someone to procure soap from the merchants in the city. It is essential for the soldiers to maintain personal hygiene. The bathhouse water is free. Yet they currently resemble a group of grimy Martians. As for the uniforms, we currently possess only 20,000. Should we also distribute the weapons? After a moment's contemplation, Yuan Long replied, the weapons shall not be distributed for the time being. The issue of uniforms is resolved. I have placed an order with the War Consortium for an additional batch of uniforms and ammunition, which should arrive shortly. Half an hour later, the main force gradually returned to the parade ground. The 5-kilometer light morning jog proved to be a nightmare for these emaciated recruits, with some collapsing on the ground. Gasping for breath, one cannot rush through a hot tofu dish. Yuan Long could only shake his head in resignation, completing a 5-kilometer run in half an hour, while lightly equipped and without individual gear or weapons, would have warranted a mandatory 24-hour additional training session in the ranks of the previous World's Rabbit Army. However, this does not imply their inadequacy. Yuan Long acknowledged the endurance of these recruits. Primarily, their nutrition has been woefully insufficient. The Yanlong people inherently possess resilience, a strong work ethic, and a readiness to obey orders, qualities that seem to be instinctive. Once they receive proper logistical support, comprehensive equipment, and rigorous training under effective command, Yanlong soldiers will emerge as the finest warriors in the world. Chapter 14. A soldier's duty is obedience. Today's breakfast was delightful, featuring fluffy white buns and a rich meat broth. Indeed, prior to enlisting, I had not savored grease for 2 to 3 years. This broth is truly delectable. At 8 in the morning, the soldiers, with greasy smiles, exited the mess hall after breakfast. The cooks had prepared a thick stew with spam, paired with substantial buns, which nearly brought the new recruits to tears of longing. Spam, produced by Hormel Foods in the United States in 1932, is a canned lunch meat made from ham, pork, salt, and starch. In an era of plentiful resources, it may not be considered a gourmet delicacy. Yet, if presented to the impoverished citizens of Yanlong, who had not tasted meat in years, it would be nothing short of a sumptuous feast. Assemble! The assembly whistle sounded once again, prompting the new recruits to hasten to their designated gathering areas. I believe you have become acquainted with me last night. I am your squad leader, Luo Zhengyu. A platoon leader clad in a 1942 field uniform glanced at his Model 11 military wristwatch and declared, we shall commence formal training now, starting with an hour of military posture drills. Class leaders, please pay attention to correct any mistakes. However, many of the new recruits appeared to be standing improperly, prompting their squad leaders to patiently instruct them on maintaining an upright stance, chest out, abdomen in, eyes forward, avoiding any sideways glances, with heads held straight, and ensuring that their noses and mouths remain still. Shoulders should be level and slightly pulled back. Excellent. Maintain that position. When standing at attention, you must remain as still as a stone. Even if a bee lands on your face and threatens to sting, you must only swat it away after reporting it. After delivering this admonition, the platoon leader paced back and forth, stating, now, I will elaborate on the rules of our military. During daily training, any utterance must begin with the words report, and only upon my approval may you provide updates on the situation. Additionally, remember this vital principle. The soldier's sacred duty is absolute obedience to orders. Any command from a superior must be executed with the utmost diligence. If you wish to avoid severe consequences, do not question authority. Do you all understand? The new recruits, displaying acumen, responded in unison, report, platoon leader, we understand. Nonsense. I can barely hear you. Your voices are feeble, akin to that of women. Are you all delicate? They shouted, report, platoon leader, we understand. Yuan Long observed quietly from the side. Such training and obedience is a requisite phase for any military. The creed of the military dictates that obedience is a soldier's foremost duty, a lesson he, too, had endured during his time at West Point. The session then transitioned to the fundamental movements of left, right, and about turns. Many recruits struggled to distinguish left from right, provoking their squad leaders to vent their frustrations. By noon, the new soldiers, drained from the morning's exertions and famished to the point of dizziness, stumbled into the mess halls, where the tantalizing aroma of meat wafted through the air, instantly invigorating their senses. What is that delightful smell? In rice, it appears to be dry. Is that beef stew with potatoes? Exclaimed one. Beef? Surely not. Even the wealthiest landlord in our village would not indulge so lavishly. The aromas emanating from the chef's iron ladle confirmed the presence of genuine beef stew, crafted from the rations Yuan Long had extracted from the system's inventory. This culinary offering far surpassed the so-called Japanese Dayu stew, which heavily favored side dishes, while the American beef stew boasted an equal share of meat and vegetables. The American military's field rations are classified into 5 levels, with the medium rations being the most sumptuous, even featuring fresh oranges, milk, cereal, scrambled eggs, bacon, and slices of bread, tempting hot meals indeed. Among these rations are the renowned individual rations, which are pre-cooked and packaged for immediate consumption by soldiers. The medium rations consist of semi-cooked canned meats such as beef, chicken, pork, sausage, and fish, accompanied by vegetables like potatoes and peas, alongside canned fruits such as peaches, pineapples, apples, and oranges. The meat must undergo thermal processing in a field kitchen before it can be consumed. In Yuan Long's view, he aspires for his army to embody a spirit of resilience and simplicity in combat. However, this does not imply that the Yanlong people must endure hardship. Rather, they are being trained to cultivate perseverance. This training aims to ensure that they possess the courage to prevail against adversaries in treacherous environments. After lunch, during the afternoon break, each unit began distributing new military uniforms to the recruits, with the aura conferred by their pristine attire. The overall appearance of the Qian and 66th Army shed its previous semblance of a disorganized mob, presenting instead as a formidable and disciplined force. Most of the new soldiers hailed from impoverished backgrounds, and perhaps they had never worn new clothes throughout their lives. Adorned in their majestic and stylish uniforms, they joyfully immersed themselves in their new training with renewed fervor. Time swiftly passed, and before long, it was July 10th. Yuan Long also encountered the weekly system check-in, which did not disappoint his expectations. In a single stroke, he was bestowed with 260 Type 1960mm mortars, 180 Type 1175mm howitzers, accompanied by 400,000 rounds of Type 374 60mm high-explosive shells, 300,000 rounds of Type 4575mm high-explosive shells, and 200 Dodge Type 52 medium jeeps. This delighted Yuan Long immensely. Given the grandeur of the equipment provided by the system, it seemed entirely feasible to assemble a fully mechanized army within a mere 3 months. Following 5 days of drill training, on July 15th, the tens of thousands of new recruits in the 66th Army bid farewell to their previous lethargy, gradually adopting a distinctive aura befitting soldiers. Yuan Long nodded appreciatively. It was evident that the continuation of tedious drill training held little significance. It was time to distribute the new weaponry. Yes, Commander. Yuan Long promptly extracted all the weapons and supplies received over the past few days, which included 400 Browning 19194 machine guns, 2,000 carbines, 4,000 Thompson Type 11 submachine guns, 24,000 Garand M1 semi-automatic rifles, 150 Browning M2 heavy machine guns, 4,000 Type 2 automatic carbines, 180 Type 1175mm howitzers, and nearly 60 million corresponding rounds of ammunition. Due to the substantial quantity of supplies delivered this time, the system employed traditional land transport for distribution. To facilitate this, 200 Type 35 4-ton trucks were dispatched to transport the armaments and materials. An endless convoy of trucks entered the military camp, and some new recruits were temporarily reassigned. Alongside the workers allocated by the system, they energetically unloaded the mountains of weapons and ammunition from the truck beds and neatly arranged them in the open spaces beside the parade ground. Chapter 15. The system is a little rascal. Yuan Long quietly observed as the truck beds were gradually emptied, a cunning smile reminiscent of a fox spreading across his face. He turned to Tian Zhongjian, the commander of the accompanying guard unit and his aide, instructing, "You must immediately lead the guard unit to seize these trucks along with the drivers and workers." Commander, is the war consortium not your ally? I fear that our actions may jeopardize your amicable relationship with them. Tian Zhongjian appeared somewhat bewildered. No worries, the war consortium is exceedingly affluent. This mere truckload is insignificant to them. Proceed without hesitation. Yuan Long was unconcerned with such trivial matters. Host, you are jeopardizing our friendship. Please cease your shameless actions immediately. I shall not. Not only will I seize your resources this time, but I shall continue to do so in the future. Come at me if you dare. By Grandma's grace, host, you are being excessively unreasonable. There are limits to what one can tolerate. You shall see the consequences. Yuan Long felt a sense of accomplishment at the system's speechlessness. It seemed that the system he possessed was merely a plaything for him to manipulate at will. Everyone, step aside. I demand to see your commander. A blue-eyed, blonde-haired major in a military uniform stormed towards Yuan Long. General Yuan, I am David Evans, the executive general manager of the war consortium. I must once again vehemently condemn the barbaric actions of your subordinates. What you are engaging in is despicable looting, and you must order us to leave this place immediately. Mr. Evans, let us discuss something else for the time being. Yuan Long interrupted Evans' protest, scrutinizing the somewhat foolish foreigner before him. You don a military uniform, yet claim to be a general manager, implying you are a professional soldier who also manages finances? Evans nodded. However, General, why do you inquire about such matters? We have completed this transaction. Please allow your subordinates to let us depart. Haha, I must apologize. Yuan Long chuckled heartily, eagerly grasping Evans' hand. Mr. Evans, it appears you will have to remain with us today. What a stroke of luck. Former financial officer of the Qin and 66th Army, Wu Yifan, has been sentenced to execution for embezzling military funds. The military finance department is in dire need of a new overseer. After your arduous journey, let us promptly escort our new finance officer to the officers' quarters for some rest, Yuan Long signaled to the guards. Before Evans could react, he was forcibly escorted away by 2 guards. Damn it, let me go? General, you cannot do this. This series of events left the onlookers, Dai Yanlong, Xin Jilin, and Zheng Yankai, utterly astounded. Hey, you 3, stop standing there foolishly. Come with me to inspect our new standard weaponry. The open space was filled with countless cedar crates. Yuan Long led the group to a large box, glanced at the painted English on the crate, confirmed his target, and pried open the wooden lid with a crowbar. What met his eyes were 10 brand new Garand semi-automatic rifles, arranged in an interlocking manner on a wooden rack within the box. Xin Rongfeng randomly selected one for a closer inspection. The barrel's rifling and overall condition appeared pristine, and the wooden stock gleamed with a polished sheen. He abruptly pulled back the bolt, revealing the chamber, from which a strong scent of gun oil emanated. At the bottom of the crate, there lies a Type 7 grenade launcher, compatible with the number of rifles, along with a Type 5 bayonet nestled within its sheath, as well as a toolkit necessary for the maintenance of the rifles. The military officer examined the weapon and remarked, "This is no ordinary firearm used by our Yanlong nation's forces, such as the outdated Hanyang model or the Yuan Year type. It appears to be a premium piece crafted by foreign hands. Indeed, this is the earliest model of the Springfield rifle manufactured by the esteemed armory of the Lighthouse Nation, specifically the Garand M1 semi-automatic rifle." Yuan Long also procured a Garand M1 semi-automatic rifle and continued to elucidate to the others. This rifle measures 1 meters in length, weighs 37 kilograms, and utilizes the 7.62 by 63 millimeters rifle cartridge. It employs a rotating bolt mechanism combined with a gas-operated semi-automatic principle. The loading mechanism involves an 8-round steel clip, which is forcefully inserted into the chamber from above the receiver. When employing iron sights, the effective range of this rifle is limited to approximately 460 meters. However, equipping it with a Kolmorgen 4X optical sight can extend its effective range to 750 meters. Imagine an effective range of 750 meters, and it is still a semi-automatic rifle. The remarkable capabilities of the Garand M1 completely transformed the perceptions of those present. Currently, the majority of military factions within Yanlong utilize antiquated firearms, such as the Hanyang model or the Yuan Year type, whose inferior performance is attributed to outdated manufacturing techniques. Even the most esteemed domestic weapon, the Hanyang, can barely achieve an effective range of 300 meters when freshly produced. In reality, this distance represents the peak of what can be achieved with iron sights. Even the renowned Japanese soldiers, famed for their marksmanship, often find their limits at this range. To strike a target at a greater distance with precision is a feat reserved for only the most exceptional marksmen. With a subtle motion, Yuan Long pried open another wooden crate, revealing a brand new Browning M1919 machine gun, its enticing metallic sheen glistening within the box. The crate's bottom contained a Type 2 triangular metal gun mount, 3 spare barrels, a portable handle, a detachable bipod, thick cotton gloves, and a toolkit for maintenance. Beside the machine gun were 4 metal ammunition boxes, each containing a canvas belt with 250 rounds of ammunition. The Browning M1919 light machine gun is air-cooled, weighs 14 kilograms, and also utilizes the 7.62 by 63 millimeters rifle cartridge. With a firing rate of 400 to 600 rounds per minute and an effective range of 1,200 meters, its maximum range can reach up to 3,200 meters. Presently, most military factions in Yanlong have not equipped their troops with light machine guns, primarily relying on the more expensive Lewis light machine guns, the Chauchat M1915, or the Madsen light machine guns. Instead, they favor heavier machine guns, which offer superior firepower and endurance. Furthermore, the abundance of modern weaponry such as the Type 11 Thompson submachine guns, Type 12 carbines, Winchester Model 12 shotguns, and Colt M1911 semi-automatic pistols found within the numerous wooden crates undoubtedly broadened the horizons of all those present. Observing the exuberant joy of the crowd, Yuan Long articulated the distribution of the weaponry. From this moment forth, our standard infantry squad shall consist of 12 soldiers, including 2 leaders, 2 scouts, 3 machine gunners, and 5 riflemen. Each squad will be equipped with a 19,194 light machine gun for 21 carbines, 5 1 Garand semi-automatic rifles, 2 11 Thompson submachine guns, and 12 Colt 1911 pistols. Chapter 16, Distribution of New Weaponry. Dai Yanlong, Enamored, cradled a one carbine. Pondering whether the allocation of such an array of light and heavy machine guns, semi-automatic rifles, submachine guns, and carbines to the infantry squad might be in excess of firepower. Indeed, as our commander posited, the total number of automatic and semi-automatic firearms in our regiment could rival that of an entire army under other warlords. Sinjilian concurred, speculating that even the elite Tiger Division, reputed as the strongest army in Yanlong Nation, would find themselves outmatched by our firepower. Wang Yankin furrowed his brow, addressing the commander. This Browning 19194 light machine gun is rather hefty. For a combat team that requires frequent repositioning and agility, is this machine gun not a tad too cumbersome? Yuan Long acknowledged. Yes, for a 3-member machine gun team, this light machine gun is somewhat heavy, yet having it is better than not having it at all. With limited options and no prerogative to be selective, he recognized the necessity of the weaponry. The Browning 19194 light machine gun is renowned for its remarkable accuracy, capable of exerting significant suppression on enemy infantry. It strikes a perfect balance between sustained firepower and ammunition consumption, ensuring prolonged support without rapid depletion of resources, thus maintaining the soldier's combat effectiveness. Randiskin chuckled, ingratiatingly inquiring, Commander, where are the artillery pieces you have prepared for us? Yuan Long, almost forgetting, lifted the enormous canvas beside him, revealing a brand new 11 model 75mm howitzer, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Beside the howitzer, a wooden crate contained precision accessories such as scopes, panoramic sights, elevation sights, markers, and steering wheels. This magnesium 11 model 75mm howitzer is a modular towed artillery piece, easily disassembled for transport by artillery units, making it particularly suited for operations in complex terrains. Weighing only 650 kilograms, it boasts an astonishing striking capability with a maximum range of 9,000 meters. Meanwhile, beneath the canvas lay a crate containing a pristine 19 model 60mm light mortar, designed as a support artillery piece for accompanying platoon-level infantry operations. Yuan Long gazed expectantly at Randisien, stating, in summary, I have procured what you requested. Now, it is time for you to showcase your skills. Expedite the calibration of the artillery and commence training the corresponding gunners, and please prepare the firing tables as well. Yes, Commander. Lang Deshien promptly stood at attention and saluted. Then, with a hint of jest, he remarked to the commanding officer, regardless of whether it pertains to training artillery or marking shooting tables, live ammunition is indeed essential. Might you grant us a few rounds? Training utilizes specially designed and manufactured reusable training ammunition, which serves to diminish costs while enhancing the gunner's proficiency. However, the distinction between training rounds and live ammunition remains significant. Observing Lang Dashian's eager demeanor, Yuan Long, who was in the process of loading bullets into a steel ammunition clip, decided it best to maintain a composed and dignified demeanor. I will specially authorize 2,000 rounds of live ammunition for you, to be utilized in subsequent live fire training and for compiling shooting tables. However, during live firing exercises, ensure that the new recruits are positioned at a safe distance to observe the impact. This will help them comprehend the realities of artillery fire and alleviate any unnecessary fears. 2,000 rounds? I am immensely grateful, Commander. At this moment, Lang Deshien, feeling exhilarated, flushed with joy, his eyes shimmering with excitement. There's no need for thanks. Yuan Long replied, accepting the Garand M1 semi-automatic rifle handed to him by Tian Zhongjian. He then cautioned the nearby Zheng Yankai. Yankai, remember to advise the new recruits that they must remain focused when loading this rifle. They must firmly press the clip to ensure sufficient friction to prevent the bolt from moving forward inadvertently. Otherwise, the bolt can easily pinch the loader's fingers if triggered unexpectedly. No sooner had he spoken than Yuan Long, distracted, found himself pinched by the infamous Garand rifle. Ouch! He exclaimed, showcasing his slightly bruised thumb to the onlookers. He then shook his hand and crouched down, his feet spread apart and knees bent. Grasping the wooden rifle stock firmly, he pulled back the bolt and engaged the safety, resting the stock firmly against his shoulder while leaning slightly forward. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself, focusing intently. At the moment his heart rate was at its calmest. He steadily squeezed the trigger. Bang! The sharp crack of the rifle echoed as a 7.62mm round shot forth, effortlessly piercing the newly erected straw target approximately 200 meters away. Bang! Bang! My goodness, Commander, your marksmanship is truly remarkable. The crowd lowered their binoculars and erupted into applause. Ha ha ha, just a little something. In my past life with the Rabbit Army, I was indeed the sharpshooter of my company, Yuan Long said, continuing to fire until the clip was empty, hitting all but one of the 8 rounds perfectly on target, scattering straw fragments in every direction. Ding! Upon firing the last round, the Garand automatically transitioned to a locked open position, ejecting the spent clip with a crisp sound of collision. Cough, cough. Yuan Long feigned a cough, prompting the crowd to observe and respond with even more enthusiastic applause, showering him with compliments. Oh my, those shots were simply exquisite. The esteemed commander truly possesses extraordinary skill. It is indeed a rare privilege for us to witness such remarkable marksmanship today. Feeling slightly bashful, Yuan Long waved his hands dismissively. Oh, you flatter me too much. This delineates the advantages of the Garland semi-automatic rifle, which can unleash 8 rounds in merely 4 to 5 seconds, far surpassing the rate of fire of bolt-action rifles. Moreover, it does not lag behind in terms of power, range, or accuracy when compared to any bolt-action rifle. In the tumultuous chaos of a battlefield, dispatching an enemy with a single shot is no trivial feat, particularly in the heated exchanges of close-range combat. While you aim and fire at your adversary, they are simultaneously raising their weapon to target you. Thus, it is imperative to aim swiftly and discharge multiple rounds in the shortest possible time to inflict damage upon the enemy, thereby increasing your chances of survival amidst the barrage of gunfire. When both sides possess similar aiming skills, the semi-automatic rifle, with its superior rate of fire, can suppress the enemy through rapid, successive shots, creating more opportunities for friendly soldiers to hit their targets. This undoubtedly becomes a pivotal factor in determining the outcome of the conflict. While Yuan Long and others were preoccupied with idle chatter, thousands of new recruits in the distance were already lined up in an orderly fashion, receiving their designated weapons under the commands of their squad and team leaders. Chapter 17. A marksman is forged by bullets. Shortly after the recruits received their weapons, before they could fully bask in their excitement, the squad leaders immediately commenced firearms training. For a proficient soldier, the weapon in hand is a lifeline on the battlefield. You must cherish your equipment as you would your own life. Only then will your weapon safeguard your existence when confronted by the enemy. Yes, squad leader, we shall treasure our weapons as we value our own lives, they affirmed. With a mischievous grin, the squad leader turned to several team leaders and said, "Let us begin. We won't overwhelm these fledglings just yet. Instead, we will start with 30 minutes of prone shooting practice." After explaining the fundamentals of the shooting position, the training commenced. Remember to correct their mistakes at all times. Yes, team leader, Yuan Long would not allow the soldiers to fire live rounds immediately. Such an approach would be a sheer waste of ammunition. Prior to live fire exercises, it was essential to conduct position training. Spread your legs apart, rest the stock against your shoulder near the collarbone, and keep your head upright. The team leaders then pulled out pre-prepared cartridge cases from their pockets, a common sight in the military, and placed them sequentially at the muzzles of the recruits' rifles. This is the easiest prone shooting position. Remember the fundamentals, and now focus intently on maintaining this position. The cartridge cases must not fall for half an hour. Anyone who drops one will face additional penalties. Initially, many recruits seemed unaware of the seriousness of the task. Lying prone and holding their rifles motionless seemed trivial. However, after 7 or 8 minutes, most began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Prolonged prone shooting practice caused fatigue in their arms, their breathing grew increasingly rapid and unstable, and the rifles began to waver, resulting in the cartridge cases falling from the muzzles. Do not move. The squad leader arranged the shell casings back to their original position, glanced at his wristwatch, and instructed, "You all will add 5 minutes to your marksmanship training." One recruit, his face etched with bitterness, contemplated contesting the harshness of this marksmanship regimen, only to find the rifle trembling in his hands, causing the casings to tumble down. "What are you reporting? You have no right to voice objections now. If you cannot maintain your aim on the training ground, how do you expect to hit the enemy amidst the chaos of real combat?" The squad leader seemed to sense the discontent among a few recruits and repositioned the shell casings atop the soldiers' rifles. On the battlefield, the enemy's marksmanship varies greatly, with some adversaries exhibiting exceptional skill. If you cannot aim and pull the trigger to eliminate them in the briefest encounter, the bullets fired from their weapons may very well take your life in the next heartbeat. War is a monstrous beast. It devours human civilization, obliterating everything in its path, leaving desolation akin to hell and a chill as biting as ice. Yet, we can never escape war. Should the day come when foreign invaders threaten to slay your parents, pierce your offspring with bayonets, ravage your wives, and brutally enslave your brothers and sisters, can you, as soldiers, stand by and watch? No. Many recruits appeared moved by these words, unable to suppress their cries in response. As a result, the shell casings at the muzzles fell uncontrollably to the ground. It seems many of you will need to extend your time, the squad leader remarked with a conspiratorial smile. 5 days later, this group of recruits had thoroughly practiced shooting in prone, standing, and kneeling positions, while the squad leader took the opportunity to impart methods for firearm maintenance and various practical tips for combat. They finally emerged from the grueling marksmanship training to face their first live-fire exercise. Yuan Long, shouldering a Garand rifle, called out, "Brothers, for our first live-fire shooting practice. My expectations are modest. Machine gunners, riflemen with garrons, and scouts with submachine guns. Pay attention. Apart from the machine gunners who will target at 200 to 400 meters, the rest must ensure that their first shot hits the target from distances of 150, 150 meters, maintaining a hit rate above 50 thereafter. Those who fail to meet the criteria will undergo additional marksmanship training. The regular squad leaders were primarily system soldiers, their marksmanship commendable, as the system had undoubtedly provided them with ample ammunition. When using the Garand semi-automatic rifle, they could consistently score 8 rings at a distance of 400 meters. Such remarkable results rivaled the accuracy of the enemy's elite marksmen, rendering frequent participation in live-fire training unnecessary for the system soldiers. The recruits were divided into several groups, methodically collecting the appropriate ammunition based on their assigned weapons. The assistant squad leader received 60 rounds of 7.62 mm carbine ammunition, 40 rounds of 7.62 mm rifle ammunition. The rifle group was allotted 320 rounds of 7.62 mm rifle ammunition, the scout group 180 rounds of 11.43 mm pistol ammunition, and the machine gun group received 250 rounds of 7.62 mm rifle ammunition and 45 rounds of 7.62 mm carbine ammunition. During their inaugural live-fire training, an infantry squad received an astonishing 895 rounds of various ammunition, marking the Qiannan 66th Army as the most formidable force in the annals of the Yanlong military history. Disengage the safety, commence firing. With the safety officer's command, the expansive shooting range outside the barracks erupted in a cacophony of gunfire, the air thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. The sharp crack of shots intermingled with the rhythmic chattering of machine guns as steaming brass casings cascaded from the chambers, clattering to the ground below. The recruits, wielding fully automatic weapons, did not fall into the trap of mindlessly holding down the triggers as one might see in dramatized portrayals. Rather, they employed techniques imparted by their squad leader. For distant targets, they executed short bursts utilizing 24 rounds, while for mid-range engagements, they unleashed 58 rounds in longer bursts. These two methods were well suited to a majority of combat scenarios, ensuring both precision and conservation of ammunition. The foolish practice of indiscriminately spraying bullets at approaching foes was reserved for desperate situations when the enemy was upon them. Satisfied, Yuan Long lowered his binoculars, witnessing the firepower standards he envisioned. The militaristic aggression of the Japanese army, steeped in a sense of inferiority, was wholly inadequate. They might bully the impoverished and backward agricultural forces, but when faced with the industrial might of nations like Russia or the United States, they could only resort to suicidal charges, left with no alternative but to seek death. A cursory glance at the annals of global warfare reveals that, in clashes between two armies, those possessing superior firepower often sustain fewer casualties than their less armed counterparts. The Qiannan 66th Army was not only to possess unparalleled firepower, but its soldiers were also to cultivate the requisite marksmanship and combat readiness. Yuan Long turned to Zheng Yanqian and outlined the standards. Yanqian. During the 3-month training period for new recruits, there shall be 12 instances of live-fire training. Moreover, post-training, a monthly live-fire assessment will also adhere to today's standards. As the adage goes, sharpshooters are forged by bullets, making necessary live-fire exercises indispensable. Understood, Commander, Zhang Yanqian replied, a hint of astonishment flitting across the faces of those present. Coupled with the monthly ammunition allocation for pistols, each infantryman would discharge over 1,000 rounds within 3 months, a luxury akin to extravagance for the impoverished Yanlong military. Nevertheless, they refrained from voicing dissent, as ammunition and weaponry fell under Yuan Long's purview. Chapter 18. Aerial Pirates. The 66th Army in Wuqing was fervently engaged in training, while the Qiannan 5th, 16th, and 35th Armies, along with the Qiannan 68th Army, comprising mixed brigades, mountain artillery brigades, and cavalry divisions, remained equally diligent. Under the guidance of over a dozen instructional units, in the ensuing days, Yuan Long found himself in a phase of relative idleness. Repeating the same routine, after signing in each day and week, he would leisurely roam the barracks, inspecting the training of the soldiers. The primary system for the rise of the Yuan Long Empire employs a rather unique sign-in mechanism, distinctly different from the systems possessed by other transmigrators. It does not compel Yuan Long to undertake a myriad of combat tasks. Instead, he must painstakingly win the hearts of the people to earn the corresponding exclusive currency and abundant rewards from the system. Furthermore, Yuan Long's father, Yuan Dingguo, holds a high-ranking position and wields significant power as a warlord controlling 4 provinces. As a privileged second-generation official, Yuan Long's journey is akin to starting at the pinnacle. Unlike other background-less transmigrators who must battle and level up upon acquiring their systems, Yuan Long only needs to train the Qiannan 66th Army and manage his own modest territory. On August 1, 1919, Yuan Long finally reached the exhilarating moment of the monthly sign-in. System, I wish to sign in for the month. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 150 units of the Type 101 105mm howitzer, 100 units of the Type 114 155mm howitzer, along with 200 Type 4 tracked transport vehicles, 100 Type 35 4-ton trucks, 150 000 units of Type 17 105mm high-explosive shells, 100 000 units of Type 44 155mm high-explosive shells, and one intermediate lottery ticket each for the Army, Air Force, and civilian sectors. By heavens, the system has finally bestowed upon me heavy artillery, Yuan Long exclaimed with excitement. Eagerly examining the detailed specifications of the two types of howitzers, discovering that the system had provided enhanced versions. The original range of the Type 101 105mm howitzer was merely 11 kilometers, yet the system granted a maximum range of 15 kilometers. The more powerful Type 114 155mm howitzer also saw its maximum range increased from the original 14.6 kilometers to an astonishing 20 kilometers. Such range is considered a dimensional strike compared to the large-caliber artillery of other nations. After all, the most advanced Schneider 1917 Type 155mm howitzer has a maximum range of only 11 kilometers. Most importantly, the system also supplied the necessary Type 4 tracked transport vehicles for the mobile heavy artillery. Without these specialized tracked vehicles, the 155mm howitzer, weighing a staggering 57 tons, would be rendered immobile. Concerning the road conditions for heavy vehicle movement, Yuan Long harbored little concern. Many counties within the Yanlong kingdom are connected by rugged dirt roads, and military vehicles possess off-road capabilities, enabling them to traverse these poorly maintained paths. The only significant obstacle appears to be the incessantly flowing rivers, for which Yuan Long currently lacks a solution, as constructing bridges and roads would necessitate substantial financial expenditure. Ding. The system has detected numerous hostile espionage forces within the host's jurisdiction. To eliminate these insidious threats, akin to venomous serpents, the system generously provides the host with a specialized anti-espionage package, Shadow Gift. The Shadow Gift contains two tiers of operatives, the Kill Level and Blood Eagle level agents. The Kill Level operatives can sense the presence of hostile spies within the host's territory and will eliminate them decisively according to the host's directives. Yuan Long initially believed the monthly sign-in had concluded and was preparing to utilize the intermediate lottery ticket, only to discover that the system had further provided him with the urgently needed anti-espionage organization. The elite assassins possess the uncanny ability to detect enemy spies, a skill that astounds Yuan Long, who murmurs in disbelief. The Shadow Anti-Espionage Bureau, a mysterious organization, comprises 6 battle-hardened and formidable assassins, alongside 200 Blood Eagle operatives. The Bureau Chief, Yan Shuangying, the Azure Dragon Team Leader, Bu Yunfei, the White Tiger Team Leader, Cheng Tang, the Qilan Team Leader, Du Ma, the Vermilion Bird Team Leader, Shen Qiqi, and the Black Tortoise Team Leader, Ping Tian City. Upon reviewing this data, Yuan Long realizes that these players, equipped with extraordinary abilities, present a formidable challenge to the lurking enemy spies, especially the ubiquitous Japanese operatives. Even their sophisticated concealment techniques become futile against these 6 assassins endowed with detection capabilities, rendering them mere clowns without a place to hide. How will they confront the impending slaughter by these 6 reapers? Ha ha ha, what a delight. No longer must he worry about his own strength being scrutinized. This thought fills Yuan Long with anticipation. System, this discomfort is utterly intolerable. Promptly extract the Shadow Great Gift Package. Beep. The Shadow Great Gift Package has been successfully extracted. The 6 elite assassins will arrive at the host's location in half an hour. Due to their overwhelming power, the assassins are restricted to anti-espionage, security, and training missions. Indeed, they are akin to nuclear weapons. Even the system cannot help but impose limitations on these assassins. Yuan Long, feeling a sense of longing, gazes at the 3 intermediate lottery tokens in his storage space, recognizing their lack of immediate utility and deciding to use them without further hesitation. System, please utilize my 3 intermediate lottery tokens for the Army, Air Force, and civilian sectors. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 36 Douglas II Sky Pirate torpedo bombers, complete with 108 elite pilots, and 3 fully equipped small airports along with 200 corresponding ground support personnel. Ah, splendid. The system has truly excelled, providing me with such a devastating weapon as the Sky Pirate. The Douglas II torpedo bomber, an enhanced version of the previous Douglas Ravager torpedo plane, boasts superior size and power. With a top speed reaching 550 km per hour, it can simultaneously carry 4 Type 13 530mm airdrop torpedoes, with a combat radius exceeding 2 000 kilometers, making it a formidable adversary against naval vessels of this era. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have acquired an Army Armored Corps Academy. Standardly equipped with 60 Stuart 51 training tanks and 600 seasoned armored instructors. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have received an administrative small gift package containing 30 state-level personnel, 500 city-level personnel, and 2,000 county-level personnel. The public servants produced by the system are diligent, upright, and just. Chapter 19. The Anti-Espionage Bureau. The latter two rewards drawn by the system send Yuan Long into a state of ecstatic joy, even before his armored forces are assembled. The system has already arranged for the Armored Corps Academy. The significance of armored forces is beyond dispute, possessing impenetrable armor and formidable firepower. These iron behemoths can swiftly maneuver and coordinate with infantry and other military branches to execute assault operations that breach enemy lines. With the establishment of a well-equipped Armored Corps Academy, Yuan Long is now able to train armored troops in advance. Most importantly, the second administrative reward from the system has provided him with 530 experienced and steadfast administrative aides, unwaveringly loyal to Yuan Long. With the support of these officials, Yuan Long can finally tackle the long-standing issues of corruption that have plagued the 4 provinces of Yunnan, Guangxi, Hainan, and Guizhou, as well as the entirety of the Yanlong nation for thousands of years. The malignant growth of bribery and corruption, rampant throughout the Yanlong nation, has given rise to officials who engage in embezzlement and abuse of power. They are akin to cancer cells within the body of the Yanlong nation, posing a threat that surpasses even that of external adversaries. For seemingly indomitable fortifications are often the most vulnerable to internal assault. System. Please extract the administrative gift package as well. Ding. The extraction of the administrative gift package is successful. 30 provincial-level administrative personnel will arrive at the host location in 2 hours. This is splendid. The rewards provided by the system are exceedingly generous, causing Yuan Long to feel exhilarated early in the morning. He could not help but stretch and rise, beginning to dress. After having breakfast, Yuan Long returned to his office to await further developments when a gentle knock echoed through the room. Knock, knock, knock. Could it be the few external aides arriving? Come in. The doors slowly creaked open, revealing a tall and robust man wearing dark round sunglasses and a sleek leather trench coat, none other than Yan Shuangying, widely known by his nickname, the Brain Enthusiast. Behind him, Bu Yunfei, Cheng Tang, Duma, Shen Qiqi, and Ping Xianqi each displayed their unique styles, exuding an air of defiance. Yan Shuangying's sharp eyes radiated a flicker of menace as he respectfully addressed, reporting to the military seat, I am Yan Shuangying, Director of the Counter-Espionage Bureau. He gestured to his colleagues. These are the heads of our bureau's action teams. Long, Baihu, Qilin, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, Bu Yunfei, Cheng Tang, Duma, Shen Qiqi, and Ping Xianqi. Very well, please take a seat, Yuan Long replied, his gaze filled with admiration as he regarded the 6 individuals before him. Despite their varied appearances and attire, the intensity emanating from their piercing eyes bore no hint of falsity. Military seat, we will forego sitting. Our duty is counter-espionage. Please assign us our tasks, Yan Shuangying stated, remaining motionless while the others stood still. Noticing their proactive attitude, Yuan Long refrained from pressing them further. He rose and approached the map behind him, stating, Gentlemen, the internal security issues facing our Yanlong nation are exceedingly grave. External forces from Japan, Eagle Nation, Lighthouse Nation, Lance Nation, and Rus have long coveted our land and resources. Over the years, they have dispatched countless spies and operatives, quietly infiltrating the depths of our society, business, military, and political realms. Indeed, Commander, these external spies, lurking in the shadows, are insidious and omnipresent, making it nearly impossible to guard against their threats. They resemble ticking time bombs, posing a grave danger to our nation's security. Yan Shuangying has also expressed his views. Yuan Long nodded in satisfaction. Thus, I have resolved to initiate an anti-espionage operation named Iron Current. Your Anti-Espionage Bureau will be entrusted with full authority for this operation. Quietly and efficiently root out all the hidden serpents and vermin and eliminate them decisively. For now, I shall not concern myself with external spies in other regions. Our actions will commence in the 4 provinces of Yunnan, Guangxi, Hainan, and Guizhou. Yuan Long contemplated for a moment and established the requirements for task completion. Operations must be methodical and undetected. I grant you a mere 2 months for this endeavor. Commander, there are fewer than 10,000 enemy spies within the entirety of Yunnan, Guangxi, Hainan, and Guizhou, and it will not take that long to eradicate them. A mere month will suffice, Yan Shuangying boldly declared. This left Yuan Long momentarily speechless, pondering, could it be that you possess an omniscient radar? In less than 10 minutes since his arrival, he had already discerned the extent of local espionage within my jurisdiction. You are indeed elites. So I shall grant you this 1-month time frame. With such a bold assertion from Yen Shuangying, Yuan Long had no choice but to acquiesce. Conventionally, counterintelligence is deemed the most arduous aspect of intelligence work, as enemy spies often masquerade as merchants, scholars, or ordinary citizens, stealthily extracting information from the most unsuspecting corners. It is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack for any unremarkable individual to identify them amidst a vast sea of humanity. However, with these 6 uniquely skilled operatives, equipped with extraordinary abilities, assigned to lead the counter-espionage action, Yuan Long felt utterly confident in the Bureau's capacity to eliminate spies. Once Yen Shuangying and his associates departed, Yuan Long rose and approached the magnetic telephone at his desk, somewhat bewildered as he scratched his head, striving to recall the proper usage of this antiquated device. Oh, so this is how it works. I also need to have the operator connect me. How cumbersome. Yuan Long could not help but voice his disdain for such a rudimentary means of communication. This apparatus required the installation of telephone lines, and at a staggering cost of 500 long yuan, it was exclusively reserved for the elite of the Yanlong kingdom. Nevertheless, he began to turn the handle and lift the receiver. Before long, on the other end of the line, hundreds of kilometers away, the user number light on the Qingqing telephone exchange illuminated. The drowsy operator hastily inserted the response plug into the corresponding socket. Hello, sir. This is the Qingqing Telephone Bureau. Where would you like to be connected? Connect me to 003, the residence of the Grand Marshal in Ningqing. Certainly, sir. Please hold for a moment. The operator, startled by the name he had just heard, dared not delay, lest he forfeit his own head. Hastily, he removed the caller's plug and inserted it into the receptacle of the intended recipient, then maneuvered the lever beneath the switchboard to send a ringing signal to the magnetic telephone. Hello, who is this? A familiar voice emanated from the receiver. Yuan Long promptly identified himself. Father, it's me, your son. I have some matters of work to discuss with you. Yuan Dingqing, setting aside his copy of Sun Tzu's Art of War, replied with irritation, Oh, it's you, you little rascal. What is it that you need to report? Speak quickly. Chapter 20. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. What Yuan Long intended to discuss was not particularly significant. It primarily involved the elevation of certain administrative personnel within the system. During this era, the political landscape of Yanlong Nation was intricate and tumultuous. The true power wielders behind the scenes were not the lofty officials or aristocrats, but rather the warlords, who possessed formidable military strength. Officials and nobles devoid of military might were, under the intimidation of these warlords, akin to the imprisoned Emperor Deqian, Kai Shukuan, languishing in the Wanlong Palace, merely biding his time. Strictly speaking, Yuan Dingqing, as the inspector of the 4 provinces, held supreme authority over Yunnan, Guangxi, Hainan, and Guizhou, commanding an army of 180,000. He possessed the power to appoint or dismiss the highest administrative officials within his jurisdiction. Yuan Long, confident and assertive, made his request. Father, it's not a monumental issue. I currently have 520 capable and virtuous officials at my disposal, and I seek your assistance in obtaining positions for them. In simpler terms, I would like you to order the removal of the current governors, city magistrates, county magistrates, and garrison commanders, allowing my officials to assume their roles. The total administrative structure across Yunnan, Guangxi, Hainan, and Guizhou encompassed 862 towns, 182 counties, and 37 cities. Logically, the administrative package provided by the system should suffice. Upon hearing this, Yuan Dingqing's demeanor shifted dramatically from calm to grave. Son, do you realize what you are proposing? Such a radical overhaul is perilous. The transition of power from old to new, if handled improperly, could incite chaos among the populace, with dire consequences. Yuan Dingqing's resistance was justified. Although he held the authority to appoint and dismiss officials within his jurisdiction as the inspector of the 4 provinces, this power had inherent limitations. The risks associated with Yuan Long's proposal to forcibly alter the entire power structure were indeed substantial. Father, this antiquated power transition must take place. We must fully consolidate authority over Yunnan, Guangxi, Hainan, and Guizhou. The father and son engaged in a lengthy discussion spanning over half an hour regarding this highly sensitive and risky issue. Ultimately, Yuan Dingqing acquiesced to Yuan Long's suggestion. Albeit with stipulations, the transition of power must occur gradually, starting at the provincial level and proceeding downward. On that day, at 10:30 a.m., 30 provincial-level administrative personnel dispatched by the system arrived at the Jianling military camp. Within the conference room, Yuan Long sat composedly in his chair. Placing the list he held aside, he raised his gaze to the individuals seated at the conference table, all exhibiting a demeanor of formality and with a gentle smile. He remarked, "There is no need for such restraint. Please feel free to relax. Observing their continued rigidity, Yuan Long shook his head in mild exasperation and instructed his aide, Tian Zhongjian, to distribute the prepared documents to the attendees. Recognizing that time was of the essence, he declared, let us commence our inaugural administrative meeting. Opening his notebook, he began to read aloud the appointments of those present. Pei Yihong was appointed as the governor of Guizhou, Yu Wait as the governor of Yunnan, He Xinkai as the governor of Hainan, Sha Ruijin as the governor of Guizhou, Luo Shanha as the censor of Guizhou, and Gao Yuliang as the scholar of Guizhou. After announcing the appointments, Yuan Long, feeling parched, took a sip of his empty teacup and continued, currently, only those present hold positions, while the remaining 500 city-level personnel and 2,000 county-level personnel have yet to be assigned. Thus, we must expedite the process of determining their roles. Your foremost task upon assuming office will be to leverage your positions to uncover those corrupt elements lurking within the city and county offices. Subsequently, you shall present me with a detailed list, at which point I will grant you the authority to mobilize troops from various regions to eradicate these avaricious pests and appoint your subordinates to fill the resultant vacancies. The assembly promptly exhibited their administrative prowess, responding eagerly to Yuan Long's directives. Yes, Commander, rest assured, we shall exert our utmost efforts to fulfill this mission. Indeed, we shall not betray your trust, Commander, and we will ensure that no corrupt official escapes scrutiny. Commander, I assure you, we will swiftly unearth all corrupt elements. Excellent, Yuan Long replied. Let us now discuss the policies regarding land reform. He nodded in approval. Land consolidation remains one of the most pressing issues facing our Yanlong nation. The burdensome taxes imposed by the feudal dynasty, combined with private land ownership and the existing land sale system, have indirectly compelled many self-sustaining farmers to relinquish their lands to landlords and gentry, unable to bear the weight of heavy taxation and labor obligations. Consequently, land has become concentrated in the hands of a few affluent families, while ordinary farmers sink deeper into poverty, often becoming tenant farmers after losing all their land. It is crucial to recognize that our Yanlong nation is severely lacking in both light and heavy industry, existing as an agriculturally backward nation where farmers constitute the vast majority of the population. The current class disparities are exceedingly dire, should calamities befall our lands. Leaving farmers with no means of survival, they may be driven to revolt. Friends, as the saying goes, water can carry a boat but can also capsize it. The hard-working populace of our Yanlong nation is among the most diligent and unpretentious in the world. We must provide them with a means of sustenance to enhance their work motivation. Land reform is imperative. With that, Yuan Long instructed the attendees to turn to the second document. The specific measures of land reform entail a vigorous intervention by various public offices to reclaim farmland from landlords and gentry, subsequently redistributing it to the populace using a method of land allocation per household. Naturally, considering the nature of the landlords and gentry in the kingdom of Yanlong, it is evident that not all are malevolent villains. Indeed, there exist numerous landlords and gentry who are honest, kind-hearted, and maintain amicable relations with the common folk. Therefore, Yuan Long has delineated clear classifications for landlords and gentry across the regions. For the unscrupulous and malevolent individuals who exploit and oppress, there can be no leniency. Those deserving execution shall be executed, and those requiring labor reform shall be subjected to it, with all their land redistributed to the impoverished. Conversely, for those landlords and gentry who have refrained from abusing their minor privileges, Yuan Long has decided to grant them a chance at redemption. While their farmland will be forcibly confiscated, their private properties, such as shops, finances, and houses, will be assessed according to their past conduct. Subsequently, Yuan Long generously allocated 20 million long yuan, intending to invest in the often discussed areas of public security enforcement, infrastructure development, and experimental zones for compulsory education. In summary, upon your assumption of office, you must promptly fulfill my directives, eliminate the detrimental elements within the public offices, orchestrate personnel adjustments in various states, cities, counties, and towns, and ensure the implementation of our policies. Yuan Long adjusted his military uniform, rising to conclude the meeting. The hour grows late. You shall commence your duties on the morrow. The meeting is adjourned. Yes, Commander. To be continued. Chapter 21. Iron Flow Operation 1. As the dark cloak of night silently descended, a hazy crescent moon was veiled by ominous clouds, enveloping the earth in a chilling silence that exuded an air of mystery and eeriness. In the third floor of the Yanlong Trading Company on Angel Road in Guizhou, 3 individuals clad in linen kimonos sat cross-legged on the wooden floor, sipping sake and engaging in lively conversation. They were Kuroda Genki, the chief representative of Kikuko Corporation in Guizhou, Mankita Jun, chief advisor to the Yanlong Association, and Okamura Ichi, the head of the Army's mapping division. Indeed, Okamura-kun, You are truly an exceptional talent from the Imperial Army's Surveying Department, remarked Kuroda Genki, scrutinizing the operational map in his hands with an eager glint in his eyes, unable to refrain from showering praise. Such an exquisitely crafted operational map could only have been produced by our great Yamato nation. If our Imperial Army possesses such a map, we shall undoubtedly sweep through the war against the kingdom of Yanlong with unparalleled prowess. Mankita Jun, renowned for his connections within Yanlong, could not help but smile slightly at the commendation, responding, "Thank you for your kind words. We, in service to the Empire, should embody the spirit of craftsmanship." As the originator of this military map, Okamura Ichi feigned a nauseatingly hypocritical demeanor. During this period, he had led dozens of Japanese army mapping spies, masquerading as scholars under the guise of sketching, to create military maps throughout the Yanlong Guizhou region. Now that their task was complete, he was prepared to return to the homeland to report their findings. Maki-kun, this battle map is of utmost significance to our great Yamato Empire. As the saying goes, delay breeds change. We are preparing to depart for our homeland tomorrow, and I urge you to hasten the readiness of the cargo ships we require for our return. Haida, please rest assured, Okamura and Kuroda-kun. Maki Takuji quickly rose, bowing deeply with a hunch, and stated, "The cargo ship Yamamura, which transports opium and red pills, has just arrived at Pier 4 of the North Seaport. We shall unload the cargo tomorrow and send you, Okamura-kun, along with the battle map, back to our homeland." Kuroda Motoki waved his hand, a grin on his face that did not quite reach his eyes, and said, "Maki-kun, there is truly no need for such formality. We are all serving the great Yamato Empire and His Majesty the Emperor. Gentlemen, please resume your seats and continue your discussions. I have already sent someone to the Kabukicho district to invite the courtesans." As the host, Maki Takuji's lips curled into a somewhat unsettling smile, a rather lewd grin as he added, "Once Sakurai Ria, Ozawa Yuka, and Akamoto Maki arrive, we shall continue our discourse on the grand plans for the Empire's revival. Oh, I am most grateful to you, Maki-kun. I have heard that Miss Sakurai Ria is quite the tempestuous beauty. I shall certainly look forward to meeting her." As the conversation shifted to such sordid matters, Kuroda Motoyuki and Okamura Ichi could no longer maintain their composure. In a dark alley far away, a dozen agents from the White Tiger unit, clad in black stealth attire, slipped through like phantoms. The streets were deserted in the dead of night, and the group slowed their pace, pressing closely against the storefronts as they navigated a crossroad to arrive at the trading company's entrance. Leading the team, Chung Tang, wearing a red skull mask and black hood, extended his palm towards the others behind him. He then bent his elbow to raise his hand to head level, forming a fist with his index and middle fingers extended in a hooked gesture, signaling them to halt and form a double file. Seeing that the team had successfully reformed, Chung Tang secured his silenced Dreiser carbine at his waist, discreetly drew two high-caliber silenced pistols from his side, and gently tapped on the wooden door of the trading company. Moments later, hurried footsteps echoed from within. "Kabukicho, open up," Cheng Tang called in a soft, alluring tone. Upon hearing this, the two guards at the door, already consumed by desire, could hardly resist such temptation, and soon the sound of the lock being turned echoed from inside. To their surprise, when the door swung open, it was not the longed-for courtesans that met them, but rather the dark muzzles of two guns. Chung Tang swiftly aimed and pulled the trigger. Pew, pew. The sound of the high-caliber silenced pistols was barely audible, and the heads of the two spies were immediately pierced, warm blood and brain matter spilling forth. Chung Tang observed for a moment before slipping into the room, aiming the Dreiser carbine at the inner chambers. The remaining agents, leaving two outside to keep watch, followed Cheng Tang's lead, brandishing their Dreiser carbines as they filed in. "Xiong de-kun, Seiluan-kun, what are you doing? Let the courtesans come in." A lewd laugh from within echoed as a Japanese man stepped forward, directly into the line of Chung Tang's gun. The Japanese man gazed anxiously at the masked figures within the room, hastily reaching for the pistol at his waist. However, the agents had already trained their weapons upon him, their reactions swifter than his own. For silenced Dre's carbines swiftly opened fire, and the unfortunate Japanese man endured at least a dozen bullets, his chest riddled with wounds, blood gushing forth as he clutched his bleeding torso and collapsed to the ground. Upstairs, the impatient Manchi Du-jun remarked, "Baka, where on earth is that girl?" "Patience, my dear Manchi," Kuroda Genki, slightly inebriated, called to his attendant outside. "Hey, Jun-ben, go and urge her again." To his surprise, he received no reply. Turning back, Kuroda's gaze fell upon two glaring streaks of crimson blood on the camphorwood door. "Bakayaru, stop drinking. Something is amiss." Panic surged through Kuroda Genki as he sobered instantly, scrambling to retrieve a firearm from the wall. The air was suddenly filled with a barrage of gunfire, bullets effortlessly piercing the frail camphorwood door, indiscriminately spraying into every corner of the room. Before Manchi Du-jun and Okamura Ichi could react, They were mercilessly turned into lifeless corpses amidst a pool of blood. The battered camphor-wood door was slowly pushed open, revealing a man clad in a black leather coat and mask, his icy gaze fixating on the sole survivor. "Who are you?" Kuroda Genki, having sustained wounds in his abdomen and arm, writhed in agony, desperately clutching the bleeding injuries. Terrified, he confronted the enigmatic figure, Bakayuru. "We are noble expatriates of the great Yamato Empire, and you will pay for this." "Heh, Kuroda, are you threatening me?" At this, Chung Tang removed his mask, revealing a cruel smile as he unsheathed a sharp Type 3 dagger. He had a penchant for extracting confessions through torture and devising various means to torment his enemies. Seeing the Japanese man still so defiant on the brink of death, he ordered his men to restrain him, covering his mouth, preparing to give him an impromptu manicure. "Endure a little, some pain is to be expected," Chung Tang sneered, pressing down on Kuroda Genki's left hand before bringing the knife down with a decisive snap. A sharp crack echoed as he severed the thumb entirely, followed by the index, middle, and ring fingers. The excruciating agony coursed through Kuroda Genki, turning his face a deep shade of purple, veins bulging at his wrists, yet his mouth was gagged, rendering him voiceless. His body trembled in pain, and he began to writhe violently. "Hold him steady, the manicure isn't finished yet." Chung Tang continued his grim task, severing the 5 fingers of Kuroda Genki's left hand before hacking off the entire palm, complete with flesh and bone. He then took hold of Kuroda Genki's intact right hand, replicating the gruesome process until he had similarly mutilated the right hand. Upon the completion of these torturous acts, Kuroda Genki had succumbed to the relentless torment inflicted by Chung Tang, resulting in a complete loss of bodily control. Excrement flowed freely from his soiled trousers, while his lips, bloodied and pallid, bore the ghastly marks of impending death. Witnessing this, Chung Tang lost interest in prolonging Genki's suffering and, without hesitation, severed his head with a dagger, stowing it away in his waistband. He then commanded the surrounding agents clad in black, sever the heads of all these treacherous spies and douse the area with gasoline to incinerate it. "Yes, leader." The group promptly responded, dispersing with organized precision. 10 minutes later, the White Tiger squad had thoroughly plundered the entire trading firm, executing their withdrawal with the finesse of seasoned operatives, vanishing into the night as silently as they had arrived. The gasoline poured over the headless corpse ignited, crackling as the human fat burned, swiftly escalating into a roaring inferno that engulfed the wooden structure of the Walu Dragon Trading Company. Flames danced wildly against the night sky, smoke enveloping the heavens while a searing wind swept through the streets. Simultaneously, at dock number 4 of Beihai Port, a group of Japanese Ronin patrolled the outer area of warehouse number 4, their boredom palpable as they trudged back and forth. After failing to notice anything amiss, a few of the Ronin's junior leaders opted to retreat to their rustic cabin, indulging in idleness and gathering around to play cards. "Shitani-kun, Kiniyai-kun, I tell you there's nothing unusual outside. With so many eyes watching, what could possibly happen? Why bother patrolling at this hour? Come join us for a game." An elder Ronin languidly remarked, fiddling with the bamboo mahjong set on the table, indifferent to their surroundings. The scarred Ronin beside him chimed in, "Exactly. Patrol? We've been in Yanlong country for months, and apart from those few cargo ships transporting opium and red pills, we haven't even glimpsed a hint of resistance." The Ronin leader named Shitani pondered this for a moment, finding merit in the notion, and returned his compact pistol to the drawer, grinning at Ken'i beside him. "Ken'i-kun, let us indulge in a few more rounds here, and we shall patrol again at 4 o'clock, not far from the entrance of dock number 4. For Ronin leaned lazily against the wall, their sheathed katana at their waists, smoking and chatting without a care in the world. Unbeknownst to them, in the shadows where the light dared not reach, several cold, hefty gun barrels were silently and steadily aimed at their heads, with a series of muffled gunshots. The casual chatter of the Ronin abruptly ceased, their brains spilling forth from shattered skulls as they crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Yanlong emerged from the darkness, tossing his suppressed Dre's carbine to the black-clad agents behind him, issuing orders. "Hirata, you have 5 minutes to eliminate all the Ronin outside the dock." "Understood, Director." Hirata nodded slightly, drawing 2 katana from behind him, leading his cadre of operatives stealthily towards warehouse number 4, within the confines of a modest cabin. Several rogue leaders were engrossed in their game, utterly oblivious to the massacre occurring among their subordinates. The small group of Karami was nearing extermination. Suddenly, the sound of a loud knock reverberated through the air, disrupting their enjoyment of mahjong. The scar-faced ruffian, growing impatient, rose to answer the door, muttering in annoyance about yet another troublesome occurrence. Upon opening the door, however, he was rendered speechless, for standing before him was a stern stranger, brandishing a blood-dripping tang knife, a lit cigarette dangling arrogantly from his lips, a smirk playing on his features. The scar-faced rogue barely had the chance to utter a curse before Yanlong, with unparalleled swiftness, unleashed a strike so rapid it was nearly imperceptible. The blade of the Tang knife effortlessly severed the rogue's throat, shattering his cervical vertebrae. As the blade slid back, it cleaved through the last remnants of flesh connecting head to torso, sending the decapitated head soaring through the air to crash onto the ground. Rolling ominously. With a gushing spray akin to an uncontrolled fountain, blood erupted from the neck of the now headless corpse, splattering against the wooden ceiling in a hot crimson torrent. Ishida, quick to react, scrambled to retrieve a compact South American pistol from the drawer. Yet, Yan Shuangying was already prepared, launching a throwing knife with precision, which struck true into Ishida's neck. He clutched the gushing wound, collapsing to the floor in agonizing convulsions. The remaining three were paralyzed by fear. One of them hastily grasping the nearby pistol and aiming it at Yan Shuangying, pulling the trigger with desperation. Click! The sound of an empty chamber echoed, leaving the trio of ruffian leaders utterly dumbfounded, their faces etched with disbelief as they exclaimed, "Nanny? How can individuals like you ever change? Only death will bring about transformation," Yan Shuangying declared, discarding the nearly burnt-out cigarette and forcefully plunging his gleaming Tang knife into the ground. As the three ruffians drew their swords, Yan Shuangying, unfazed, unsheathed two suppressed Browning 1935 semi-automatic pistols from his waist, calmly employing the Mozambique shooting technique against them. His marksmanship was flawless. Each bullet found its mark, rendering the three ruffians incapacitated as they collapsed into pools of their own blood. "Fools, did not your Sakamoto enlighten you that a gun is far superior to a knife?" Yan Shuangying scoffed, disdain evident on his face, before delivering a finishing shot to each of their heads. Chapter 23. Coastal Defense Artillery. The betrayal of Yan Shuangying. Once Yan Shuangying had tidied up the gruesome scene, he collected the severed heads in a bag and approached the entrance of warehouse number 4. Meanwhile, the remaining agents, under Hirata's leadership, had successfully completed their tasks within the allotted time, each boasting commendable achievements at their waists. Hirata City sheathed the katana behind him and reported to Yan Shuangying, "Director, the 4th cargo warehouse contains a substantial amount of poppy and red pills, conservatively estimated to be at least several thousand kilograms. How should we proceed? There's no rush." "I have already made arrangements," Yan Shuangying replied, seemingly anticipating the situation, glancing at his watch and adding, "Just wait. Someone will arrive shortly to handle this." A few minutes later, 3 empty Model 353 10-wheeled military trucks slowly approached the 4th pier. The leading officer saluted Yan Shuangying, saying, "Colonel Yan, I am Lei Kemming from the Guard Brigade, sent here under a confidential order from the commander to manage the aftermath." After returning the salute, Yan Shuangying nodded and said, "Well, the rest is in your hands." The soldiers from the Guard Brigade promptly began transferring the poppy and red pills piled in the 4th cargo warehouse into the truck's cargo hold without reservation. That night, under the command of Director Yan Shuangying, the Counter-Espionage Bureau launched a thunderous operation to eliminate numerous enemy spy factions lurking within Guizhou. The following day, the consulates of Japan, Eagle Nation, Lighthouse Nation, Lance Nation, and Russia and Xinjiang were in an uproar. In the early morning, they all received an extraordinarily unique gift at the entrance of their consulates: canvas bags filled with bloodied severed heads. The Japanese consulate received the most special gifts, with over a dozen canvas bags piled into small hills. The elderly consulate official, Kuroda Yamamaku, trembled with disbelief as he gazed at the familiar head within the bag. It was that of his own nephew. Unable to control his emotions, Kuroda clutched the head to his chest, mumbling incoherently, "How could this be? Who is this malicious UNG? Who not only killed you, but also severed your head? How can I explain this to your father and mother? Woe is me, your uncle, for failing to protect you." Seeing this, his subordinate, Ningi Maru too, could only bow slightly and inquire, "Mr. Kuroda, please accept my condolences. Overnight, we have lost hundreds of innocent nationals to this atrocity. What should we do now? Bakayar, this matter cannot simply pass. Rest assured, UNG, your uncle will certainly seize the culprit and flay him alive to appease your spirit." Kuroda Yamamaku seemed to feel a surge of determination, standing up to instruct Ningi Maru to report this incident to the Grand Embassy of Yanlong and Foreign Minister Kato Taro, demanding they pressure General Yushu of the Yanlong Imperial Guard. Also, immediately contact the consulates of other nations in Xinjiang and request that the Qianmen Inspector Yuan Dingguo conduct a thorough investigation into this heinous event and provide us with a definite explanation. "Yes, Mr. Kuroda, I will contact the other consulates right away." Ningi Maru too turned to leave. Meanwhile, in the Jianling military camp, Yuan Long, blissfully unaware of these events, was still reviewing the daily rewards for the day. I now even have a large-caliber coastal defense gun. I wonder which navy dares to come and face the consequences." Today, the system has swiftly provided Yuan Long with 12 deployable single-mounted 406mm coastal defense guns of the 1919 model, which has brought him immense joy. The maximum range of this artillery can reach up to 45 kilometers, and due to the stability of land-based installations, its accuracy surpasses that of naval guns of the same caliber by an astounding margin, making it a formidable adversary for all large surface vessels of this era. Additionally, the system has conveniently assigned 360 coastal artillery personnel, along with a coastal defense artillery battalion and 200 rounds of Type 44 super heavy armor-piercing shells, and 600 high-explosive shells. Suddenly, a loud knock at the door jolted Yuan Long back to reality. He called out to the visitor, "Please, come in." The door swung open, and Tian Zhongjian hurriedly entered, saluting Yuan Long before reporting, "Commander, envoys from the Eagle Nation, Lighthouse Nation, Lance Nation, Rust Nation, and Yamato Nation have come seeking an audience, and they have jointly submitted a memorandum of negotiation." Yuan Long felt a twinge of confusion. Could it be that the events of last night had come to light? What other reason would these foreign diplomats have for seeking him out? What memorandum? He asked. Tian Zhongjian paused before continuing. They claimed that last night, their expatriates in Guizhou were subjected to a horrific slaughter by unknown forces, severely damaging their legitimate interests in Yanlong and endangering the safety of their citizens. They insist we conduct a thorough investigation into this grave incident. They demand compensation of 1 million long yuan for the victims' families and require your public expression of mourning for the affected expatriates. He added, "The Yamato Nation has issued a stern warning, insisting that we apprehend the perpetrators within a month. Otherwise, they reserve the right to dispatch a joint fleet and take necessary military actions." What? You mean our agents beheaded the spy and left the head at the consulate's doorstep? The baffling actions of Yin Shuangying left Yuan Long utterly dumbfounded. He certainly had not instructed them to commit such a foolish act of self-sabotage. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Long let out a cold laugh, dismissively stating, "This incident occurred within my jurisdiction, yet it seems to have no bearing on me. As for mourning, I shall do so at my leisure on my embroidery bed." Tian Zhongjian cautiously inquired, "Commander, since you prefer not to meet them, shall I send them away directly?" "Yes. Let them be gone. They can discuss matters with my father." Yuan Long waved his hand dismissively. He had no desire to engage in negotiations with these individuals, fearing he might become enraged and impulsively draw his weapon against them. Despite having the system at his disposal, he lacked the strength to openly confront such a multitude of foreign powers. Merely possessing 12 large-caliber coastal defense guns and 36 torpedo-carrying aircraft was insufficient to safeguard Xiongzhou and Guizhou, let alone the extensive coastline stretching over 3,000 to 4,000 kilometers from potential incursions by those formidable surface vessels of enemy nations. After all, with such a lengthy coastline, enemy ships could launch attacks from any direction, and relying solely on these defensive capabilities was evidently inadequate. Thus, this matter ought to be entrusted to the seasoned veteran, Yuan Dingguo, who possessed the requisite experience to navigate such complexities. Warlords excel in creating predicaments, ensuring that these foreign individuals find themselves utterly perplexed, unable to discern their bearings. That evening, Yuan Long could no longer restrain himself and summoned Yin Shuangying, delivering a scathing reprimand. "Brother, what on earth were you thinking? Delivering the head of an enemy spy to the very doorstep of the consulate?" Yin Shuangying remained impassive, replying, "Commander, it was my oversight. This is a tradition of our counter-espionage bureau." Despite Yuan Long's meticulous calculations, he had not anticipated being undermined by a character provided by the system, acting independently. "What tradition? While I do appreciate such age-old customs, you must never act so recklessly again." After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Long rang the alarm for Yin Shuangying. "From now on, do not defy my orders. You are to suspend operations for a month, allowing this matter to cool before resuming your actions. Do not give anyone the opportunity to seize upon your blunders. Remember, I desire stealthy incursions. We do not need any loud gunfire. You must ensure that those enemy spies vanish silently from this world, leaving no traces for the adversary to exploit." Yin Shuangying seemed to recognize the imprudence of his earlier bravado. "Commander, I assure you I will follow orders henceforth and will not err again." "Well, acknowledging one's faults and correcting them is commendable. And please, refrain from calling me commander. Simply refer to me as boss." Yuan Long felt a wave of relief and gestured for Yin Shuangying to withdraw. To be continued. Chapter 24. Acquisition of tanks. Urgent need for drug control on August 3rd. 1919, Yuan Long prepared to deploy 2 of the 3 small airports provided by the system, positioning them in the remote outskirts surrounding Yufu City in Guizhou and Yuanzhou County in Yunnan. System. How much time is required to establish the small airports and coastal defense artillery? Yuan Long was curious about the system's capabilities in constructing such edifices seemingly from thin air. This system will dispatch a specialized engineering team for the construction. The entire construction area will be militarily secured. The installation of the larger small airports will require 15 days, while the coastal defense artillery will only take 7 days. So that is how it works. The system's explanation temporarily quelled Yuan Long's intentions regarding the coastal defense artillery. Torpedo planes and warships were far more effective, while the immobile coastal artillery seemed rather clumsy. Subsequently, Yuan Long found himself ensnared in the mundane routine of daily life. Aside from languishing in the military camp, he struggled to find other pursuits. He was eager to showcase the minor innovations the system had provided. But they were trivial in nature, more akin to child's play. Instead, he preferred to amass greater strength, perhaps by assembling a fully magnesium motorized army for some amusement. The entire Qian'an army was fervently engaged in intensive training, cultivating various military branches, and enhancing their military knowledge and competence. After purging corrupt officials at all levels, the administrative personnel supplied by the system were promptly filled in, and it seemed that everything was proceeding systematically. These tranquil days seemed to pass swiftly. Before long, September 1st arrived, bringing with it the exhilarating moment of monthly sign-in once again. Yuan Long had acquired a plethora of valuable resources during this period. Overall, the supplies were abundant yet overwhelmingly disorganized, and he had not meticulously cataloged them. System, initiate my monthly sign-in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 150 units of the 24 Chaffee light tanks, 120 units of the M4 Sherman tanks, 120 units of the M8 Greyhound armored cars, and 580 units of the M32 half-track armored personnel carriers, along with a generous bonus of 200,000 gallons of fuel and a naval high-ranking lottery token. The 24 Chaffee undoubtedly stands as the most exceptional light tank of the entire World War II era, weighing less than 19 tons. Its relatively light frame endows it with remarkable off-road capabilities. The compact and low-slung chassis, combined with superior armor and a formidable 75mm gun, allows it to operate effectively in most adverse environments, traversing diverse terrains to execute missions. The M4 Sherman tank, on the other hand, is an upgraded model extensively utilized for infantry support. Equipped with the new 105mm howitzer, it can effortlessly demolish the majority of enemy fortifications. Notably, readers familiar with the author's works are aware of my propensity to include images. Once my author level ascends to 2, corresponding visuals of all the weapons will be provided. As anticipated, I indeed received tanks, and Yuan Long felt no surprise in this regard. During this period, he frequently obtained substantial quantities of 75mm high-explosive shells and 105mm high-explosive rounds through daily check-ins, nurturing a premonition that this month's reward would be tanks. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. The aide-de-camp, Tian Zhongjian, entered and reported, "Commander, the newly appointed director of the anti-drug office in Qian'an, Lord Lin Yuanmu, and Lord Zhao Donglai of the Qian'an Police Department have arrived." Upon hearing this, Yuan Long donned his military uniform and gestured for them to be invited in. "Greetings." Commander Yuan, Lin Yuanmu, the director of the anti-drug office, said, exuding a dignified presence. The other individual, dressed in a black police uniform and resembling Wu Song from Water Margin, respectfully introduced himself. "I am Zhao Donglai, from the Qian'an Police Department. Please take a seat." Yuan Long gestured to the adjacent chairs before settling into his own. "Have you accomplished the tasks I assigned you?" When these two officials took office, Yuan Long had issued them 2 directives: to eliminate the corrupt elements within the police force and to recruit fresh, untainted personnel. Additionally, he requested the gathering of detailed information regarding drug abuse in the community, along with a list of drug traffickers in the Qian'an region. Now, Yuan Long was eager to ascertain whether these 2 administrative officers were competent or merely mediocre. Zhao Donglai, somewhat overly formal, stood and replied, "Commander, I have completed the rectification of the police departments across the 4 states, dismissing and apprehending 900 corrupt officers, and have been tasked with recruiting 120,000 new officers. With the recent establishment of new police stations, there are currently a total of 1 police headquarters for state police offices, 28 city police departments, and 365 county police stations within the borders of Dian, Gui, Xiong, and Xian states, employing over 50,000 officers." Lin Yuanmu's expression was somewhat grim as he handed a paper document to Yuan Long, beginning to discuss the situation. "Commander, based on my subordinates' recent observations and investigations within the populace, it has come to light that the opium crisis has already spiraled out of control in the provinces of Yunnan, Guangxi, Hainan, and Guizhou. Among the over 40 million Yanlong citizens residing in these 4 provinces, nearly 3 million are ensnared by addiction. Opium is a scourge that devastates both the nation and its people. It acts like a malevolent demon, eroding the lives of its users. Consumption of this toxin deteriorates the physical well-being of the populace, leading to increasing frailty, despair, and mental lethargy. In moments of addiction, individuals often sacrifice their families, selling their children and abandoning their kin, resulting in countless broken homes and lives shattered beyond repair. My subordinates firmly believe that this insidious substance must be vehemently opposed. However, to eradicate drugs from these 4 provinces, it is imperative to first dismantle the deeply entrenched networks of opium traffickers. As Yuan Long listened to Lin Yuanmu's report, he perused the investigative document, scrutinizing the list of drug dealers at the end before ultimately returning the file. Your efforts are commendable. The patrol teams have been reorganized, and we now possess a comprehensive list of known drug traffickers along with the precise locations of poppy fields across the provinces. Everything is in place. We merely await the favorable winds. I am unconcerned with the powerful figures that may be backing these traffickers. I grant you the authority to mobilize the station troops and provide you a month to apprehend all individuals listed. Those who resist will face immediate justice. The urgency of drug eradication cannot be overstated. Addiction breeds disease, gambling leads to ruin, and drug abuse plunges one into an abyss of despair, resulting in the destruction of families and the loss of life. Lin Yuanmu and Zhao Donglai, in their meeting with Yuan Long, felt a surge of confidence bolstered by his resolute stance against drugs, and they pledged their unwavering commitment. We shall not disappoint your expectations, Commander. Chapter 25. The depleted warships upon concluding the training and entrusting the critical task of drug eradication to Lin Yuanmu and Zhao Donglai, Yuan Long personally escorted the two to their vehicle, offering brief instructions before hastily returning to his office. The recent monthly sign-in rewards included not only hundreds of armored tanks but also a high-level naval lottery coin, which promised exceptional prizes. Gazing at the lavish array of rewards in the high-level naval prize pool, including the blueprint-only Montana-class battleship, Yuan Long felt an insatiable yearning. Yet, he harbored a sense of foreboding, suspecting that this system bore a resemblance to that of the old horse from Penguin, suggesting that the initial draw would likely yield the least desirable vessels, the 2 duckboats. System, utilize the high-level naval lottery coin. Ding. Grand prize. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 1944 Iowa-class battleships, fully loaded with thousands of tons of fuel and necessary ammunition, additionally manned with 100 senior naval officers and 800 naval technical sergeants. What? System, you truly have bestowed upon me the Iowa-class battleships, renowned as the pinnacle of the U.S. Navy's battleship construction. They are celebrated worldwide for their unparalleled firepower and exceptional defensive capabilities. Standard displacement, 44, 500 tons. Full load displacement, 55, 700 tons. Ship length, 270 meters. Beam, 33 meters. Draft, 10 meters. Speed, 33 knots. Crew, 2, 700 personnel. Armament includes 3 triple-mounted Type 750 caliber 406 mm main guns, 10 twin-mounted Type 38 caliber 127 mm secondary guns, 20 quadruple-mounted Bofors 40 mm anti-aircraft guns, 20 twin-mounted Oerlikon 20 mm machine guns, and 3 Curtiss Type 1 anti-submarine reconnaissance aircraft. Unfortunately, the system has not allocated the full complement of crew for these 2 battleships. Otherwise, these formidable vessels would surely dominate the current fleet of 7. A mere 900 crew members have been assigned, which is woefully insufficient for operating these massive ships that require 700 personnel in wartime. Even managing to mobilize these 2 battleships with such scant manpower is a monumental challenge. System, this reward should be extractable separately. Please withdraw the 900 crew members for me and temporarily store the battleships in my space. Affirmative. Ding. Extraction of 900 crew members for the Iowa-class battleship successful. As for the 2 severely understaffed Iowa-class battleships, Yuan Long found himself at an impasse. The Naval Academy had only recently begun recruiting students, and currently, there were only a few thousand fledgling recruits. With 2 escort destroyers and 2 protected cruisers, there were merely 100 crew members available, leaving no surplus sailors to operate the battleships. After much contemplation, Yuan Long decided to temporarily assign the 900 naval personnel to the Qian'an Naval Academy to serve as instructors, responsible for training the newly recruited sailors. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was October 8, 1919, the conclusion of the Qian'an Army's 3-month training session, culminating in an evaluation of their final results. That evening, in the brightly lit conference room of the Yanlong military camp, the senior officials of the Qian'an 66th Army, all clad in the uniforms of the 36th Army, gathered. The generals sat upright in their chairs while the officers stood proudly along the walls. Military assembly, Tian Zhongjin announced as he opened the door. Hearing this, the seated generals promptly set aside their tasks and rose in unison. Yuan Long strode into the conference room, removed his uniform, and, raising his hand to gesture for silence, said, "No need to stand on ceremony. Please take your seats." The weather in Guizhou was sweltering, and this conference room felt akin to a furnace. Everyone should remove their uniforms. Yuan Long adjusted his sweat-drenched shirt and opened his notebook, diving straight into the agenda. The appointments for the Qiannan 66th Army are as follows. Deputy Commander Du Liangting, Chief of Staff Xing Yankai, and Dai Yanlong, Sun Rongfeng. Ensign Jielin will retain their original positions, serving as commanders of the 200th, 201st, and 202nd Divisions, respectively. After the spirited announcement of the appointments of various deputy division commanders, division staff officers, and regiment commanders, Yuan Long could not help but lift his gaze to survey the assembly. Noticing their inscrutable expressions, seemingly devoid of dissent, he continued. I'm appointed as the commander of the 66th Army, with the rank of Major General. The deputy army commander and division staff officers shall hold the rank of Brigadier General, while the deputy division commanders and regiment commanders will be colonels. Having concluded his pronouncement, Yuan Long directed his attention towards Xing Yankai. Chief of Staff, how fares the training of our forces? Xing Yankai promptly rose, for he had been responsible for the intensive training and assessments of the Qiannan 66th Army. After submitting the final assessment report to Yuan Long, he stated, Report to the commander and esteemed colleagues. Our 66th Army currently comprises over 560,000 troops. After 3 months of rigorous training, we have expended 40 million rounds of various ammunition. The soldiers have undergone a remarkable transformation, significantly enhancing both their physical fitness and marksmanship. Under the diligent guidance of the squad leaders and platoon leaders, all soldiers are now literate with a vocabulary of 1,000 to 1,200 words, have acquired fundamental mathematical skills, and mastered the essential tactics of infantry-artillery coordination, infantry-tank collaboration, urban warfare, positional defense, and mountain combat. Yuan Long nodded in satisfaction. Closing the assessment report. This is an impressive response. While the 3-month intensive training is temporarily concluded, it does not imply that our routine training may afford any leniency. There remain many deficiencies within our Qiannan 66th Army. The soldiers' military proficiency has considerable room for enhancement. As the saying goes, people strive to ascend, while water flows downward. We must not become complacent with our current achievements, nor allow ourselves to stagnate. The soldiers' rapid advancement is largely attributable to the support of the system. After all, the system has generously provided for me. Just a few days ago, for the monthly check-in, it bestowed upon us 200 units of 35-ton trucks, 300 units of 20-type multifunctional armored vehicles, and 500 Ford Jeeps. Through daily, weekly, and monthly check-ins over these 3 months, I have acquired a total of 100,000 various firearms, nearly 1,000 tanks and armored vehicles, 7,000 wheeled vehicles, over 700 million rounds of ammunition, and millions of various artillery shells. Du Liangting, with an impassive demeanor, stood and remarked, The commander speaks wisely. In my view, our future routine training should adhere to the standards set by the intensive training. I concur with the suggestions put forth by Deputy Army Commander Du and the commander. Only by doing so can we ensure that the soldiers of the 66th Army maintain their formidable combat strength over time, added Dai Yanlong, who hesitated briefly before also rising. Very well, let it be as you say. Yuan Long signaled for them to take their seats, then turned his gaze to Evans, the chief financial officer seated at the end of the table. He did not expect to rely on affection to motivate the soldiers towards diligent training. Colonel Evans, how much remains in our Army's accounts? Evans, now fully immersed in his role as chief financial officer, stood with a deep bow. Commander, this is the financial expenditure for our Army over the past 3 months. The salaries for August and September amounted to approximately 5 million Long Yuan, leaving us with 48 million Long Yuan. Upon hearing this, Yuan Long could not help but feel a surge of anger. Originally possessing 5 billion Dragon Yuan, he was audaciously swindled out of 1 billion by that unscrupulous elder, Yuan Dingguo. Henceforth, he declared, the salaries of all personnel in the 66th Army, whether soldiers, non-commissioned officers, or commissioned officers, shall uniformly increase by 30% from the previous base. Chapter 26. Reorganization of the Army Structure. Commander, your wisdom is undeniable. The crowd erupted in cheers. Yuan Long jestingly remarked, What are you all pretending to be? A pack of wolves flaunting their tails. Your monthly pay far exceeds that of the soldiers. Is it not sufficient? Now, let us address the matter of our organizational structure. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, Yuan Long distributed the prepared personnel structure and weapon allocation lists. Continuing, the Army structure shall still adhere to the original 3-3 system. You may review the specific details of the weaponry allocation and share your thoughts. Suffering from a severe paranoia regarding inadequate firepower, Yuan Long chose to model his reorganization on the United States Army, restructured after 1943. After a slight enhancement of artillery, he replicated the mechanized infantry division seen before him. The personnel and weapon configuration of the infantry squad remained unchanged, consisting of 3 infantry squads forming a platoon, each platoon established with a command unit. This command unit included a platoon leader, a deputy platoon leader, a communications soldier, and a medic, along with an 8-member mortar squad equipped with a Type 1960mm light mortar. 3 platoons comprised an infantry company, which had a command unit of 20 personnel, alongside a heavy machine gun platoon of 20, outfitted with 2 Browning M2 heavy machine guns. 3 companies formed an infantry battalion, with a battalion command of 60 personnel, and each battalion also included a comprehensive weapons company of 170 personnel, equipped with 8 Type 201 super bazookas and 9 half-track Type 21 mortar transport vehicles. Each mortar transport vehicle was armed with a Type 181mm mortar, capable of being fired from the vehicle or dismounted to accompany infantry operations. 3 battalions constituted an infantry regiment, with a regiment command of 180 personnel, overseeing a supply company of 200, a motor transport company of 200, a guard company of 100, a light armored vehicle company of 150, and a light howitzer company of 300, equipped with 16 Type 1175mm howitzers, 34 jeeps, 50 Dodge Type 52 medium jeeps, 60 Type 32 half-track armored personnel carriers, 20 Type 31 reconnaissance vehicles, 30 general-purpose trucks, and 30 Type 29 track transport vehicles. 3 regiments formed an infantry division, with a division command of approximately 500 personnel, supervising a 2,400-man howitzer regiment, a 1,200-man truck regiment, and a 1,000-man armored battalion, supplemented by a communications battalion, reconnaissance battalion, air defense battalion, engineering battalion, maintenance battalion, military police company, and a field hospital. The Division S Howitzer Regiment boasted an impressive allocation of 36 Type 101 105mm howitzers, 24 Type 114 155mm howitzers, 60 Type 4-track prime movers, and 40 Type 35 4-ton trucks. The truck regiment was assigned 400 Type 35 4-ton trucks and 20 fuel tankers, while the armored battalion received 36 Type 24 light tanks, 36 Type 432 Sherman tanks, and 24 Type 8 Greyhound armored vehicles. The division headquarters, along with the communications battalion, reconnaissance battalion, air defense battalion, engineering battalion, field hospital, and maintenance battalion, are equipped with 64 jeeps, 50 Harley motorcycles, 24 Type 16 quadruple self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, 24 Type 19 twin-barrel self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, 50 Type 20 multifunctional armored vehicles, and 20 Dodge Type 9 ambulances. Each infantry division comprises over 180,000 personnel, yet they extravagantly possess 192 units of 60mm mortars, 108 units of 155mm howitzers, 500 light and heavy machine guns, 2,000 submachine guns, 7,000 semi-automatic rifles, and 6,000 carbines. Upon reviewing this information, everyone gasped in astonishment, their faces flushed with excitement, realizing that this is leagues ahead of Yushu's Tiger Division. Goodness, Commander, our division alone boasts 300 artillery pieces. The firepower is simply overwhelming. Indeed, how could other warlords contend with us? Our artillery could compel them to raise the white flag. The attendees in the conference room were euphoric, akin to having taken a stimulant, fervently discussing the astonishing configuration of firepower. Other warlords' elite troops, even with a single infantry division boasting 612 mountain artillery pieces, would be considered extraordinary. Should the Qin and 66th Army's weapons be placed in the hands of the other 12 warlords, they could swiftly reorganize 20 infantry divisions and display their might. This level of firepower is barely acceptable. Yuan Long remained unimpressed, recalling how the Americans had configured their forces in the past, equipping a single infantry division with both armored battalions and howitzer regiments. Their soldiers, lacking combat capability, relied solely on overwhelming firepower. Otherwise, how could one presume that the combat quality and fighting spirit of the American soldiers were inferior to the Japanese soldiers, allowing them to triumph in the unfamiliar Pacific War, achieving an average casualty ratio of 13 in several battles, and leading the anti-fascist war to victory? The Americans fought under the principle of firepower supremacy. Even if one adheres to the way of the warrior, how many 155mm artillery shells could one withstand without succumbing? Of course, the total of 300 artillery pieces does not account for the various tanks, armored vehicles, and weaponry mounted on transport vehicles, which would elevate the firepower to an even more formidable level. In Yuan Long's perspective, this firepower barely passes muster, having suffered from a lack of firepower in the past. He now hopes to learn from the Americans' approach to warfare, supported by a system. Yanlong suddenly appeared concerned, expressing, "Commander, I believe this approach may be inappropriate. You should maintain balance. Today, the War Consortium has delivered an immense array of weaponry to us. If the majority of the superior equipment is allocated to our 66th Army, It may incite dissatisfaction among the other regiments. Xin Jilin echoed this sentiment, stating, "Indeed, Commander, prioritizing the allocation of superior weapons to our 66th Army seems rather unfair to the other 4 regiments of the Qianan Army. If this inequity persists over time, I fear it may foster a division within our ranks, leading to a hierarchical mindset. In my view, there is no need for concern regarding this matter. The War Consortium will continue to furnish us with an abundance of weaponry in the future." Yuan Long stroked his chin thoughtfully and continued, "At that time, I shall distribute these weapons unreservedly among the other 4 armies." He was not deliberately favoring his own unit. The system had allocated a finite number of arms. And for now, it was imperative to prioritize the enhancement of the 66th Army's arsenal to establish a new standard for the other 4 divisions. In addition to the newly formed Qianan 66th Army under Yuan Long's command, the old cadre subordinate to Yuan Dingguo has been reorganized into the Qianan 5th, 19th, 20th, and 67th Infantry Divisions after training tens of thousands of new recruits. The total strength of the Qianan Army has now surpassed the remarkable figure of 300,000. Chapter 27. Political work and military engagement against bandits. The Qianan Army has undeniably become the most formidable military force in the Yannan region. Unbeknownst to many, Yuan Dingguo's power has subtly eclipsed that of the infamous Yan Shao, the king of Yanbei among the 12 warlords, positioning him as a major warlord. Second only to Yushu, Feng Lanzhao, Zhang Hanlin, and Lu Weijian, Yuan Long produced 2 small, exquisitely bound red books from his pocket, which were the system's special distribution of political work. Addressing the assembly, he stated, "We have another pressing matter at hand. Military discipline must be strictly enforced, and political work must be incorporated into our daily routine. I have resolved to appoint a political instructor in each company to specifically oversee the political education of our soldiers." Noticing the astonished expressions on the faces of those present, Yuan Long smiled and remarked, "What? Who told you that warlord armies cannot engage in political work? When executed effectively, political work within the military can swiftly coalesce into an indomitable spiritual pillar, thereby exponentially enhancing the combat efficacy of the troops. I can now unequivocally state that the Qianan Army is no longer a private militia of mine or anyone else. The purpose of this army can be encapsulated in 16 characters: to defend Yanlong, in the fragmentation, expel foreign powers, and safeguard the populace." The usually reticent Sun Rongfeng broke the silence, stating, "The concept of military leadership is indeed unique, yet it is profoundly sensible. An army formed solely for the sake of greed and material desires can only thrive in favorable conditions. When confronted with a genuine adversary, it will crumble." Dai Yanlong briefly perused the political work and shared his perspective. According to the text, establishing a robust political framework within the military is likely to be a rather intricate and protracted endeavor. Nevertheless, this approach will undeniably bolster the cohesion among soldiers. An army imbued with faith and purpose can conquer all adversities. Thus I support the commander's proposal. I, too, concur with the establishment of political instructors at all levels. Now that we have reached a consensus, Zheng Yankai inquired about the personnel choices for this task. "As long as you all agree, I already have candidates in mind," Yuan Long stated, wishing to avoid a unilateral decision. Observing the approval from his peers, he gestured towards a colonel stationed against the wall. "Lin Yi, from this moment forth, you shall serve as the political commissar of our Qianan 66th Army, with your rank elevated from colonel to major general. Rest assured, Commander, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to ensure the regular implementation of political work." Lin Yi regained his composure and promptly rose to bow respectfully to Yuan Long. Yuan Long gestured for him to take a seat, glancing at his wristwatch before broaching the subject of the evening as pressing matter. "It is getting late. Let us discuss the issue of eradicating banditry. Reports indicate that in the regions surrounding Yuqing, Wuqing, Hiqing, Shanqing, and Daqing and Guizhou and Guangxi, a plethora of bandit strongholds have emerged like mushrooms after rain." This significant issue of bandit eradication was not something Yuan Long had forgotten, as it was a small task entrusted to him by his father. The bandits, who roamed the mountains and valleys, represented an illegal and unstable force that frequently resorted to violent means, such as murder and arson, to seize property and infringe upon the rights of the common people, thereby posing a grave threat to their safety. The perils brought about by rampant banditry cannot be overlooked if effective measures are not taken to combat it. The security situation around these strongholds would deteriorate. The villagers live in constant fear, and merchants and farmers are reluctant to venture out for trade or cultivation, severely hindering local economic development. Furthermore, the county's self-organized security teams, tasked with confronting the bandits, often find themselves overwhelmed. Despite their formidable title, these teams typically consist of only a few hundred to 1,000 personnel, equipped with rudimentary gear. Securing even a single outdated firearm is a challenge. let alone procuring heavy artillery such as mortars or mountain guns. Their combat effectiveness is minimal. Merely ensuring that the county town is not overrun by bandits is already a significant achievement. Of course, deploying the well-equipped regular troops of the Qin and 66th Army to eradicate banditry may give outsiders the impression of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, an act of overreach. However, in Yuan Long's eyes, these concerns were trivial, for the eradication of banditry was imperative. Moreover, he could seize this opportunity to justly remove the local tyrants who had long oppressed the countryside, allowing land reform policies to be implemented smoothly. As the topic of bandit eradication was raised, the atmosphere became charged with enthusiasm, and many expressed their thoughts. In our Qin and 66th Army, most soldiers have yet to experience real combat. I believe we can utilize these bandits as a sharpening stone. The duty of eliminating banditry is inherent to us as soldiers. If we allow these bandits to continue their rampage, it is the common people who will ultimately suffer. Indeed, with each bandit stronghold we dismantle, we can ensure the safety of countless villagers in the surrounding areas from the terrors of banditry. Seeing their fervor, Yuan Long exhibited a satisfied demeanor, as his intention was to assess the combat capability of the Qin and 66th Army through this campaign against banditry and to evaluate the effectiveness of the 3 months of training. He exchanged a glance with Tian Zhongjian, who quickly understood and stood up to present the specifics. According to the reliable intelligence we have gathered, the bandit strongholds in these areas vary in size. Some contain merely 100 individuals, while larger factions boast thousands. However, their numbers are substantial, with approximately hundreds of bandit camps, and the total number of bandits may well exceed 50 to 60,000. Furthermore, about 50 kilometers from our location, in the waters of the Yijiang Wulong Gorge, there lies a group of water bandits entrenched between the Baiyin mountain range and the confluence of the Yijiang River. In the notorious Liangbo stronghold, which claims to rob the rich to aid the poor, there are over 2,000 bandits. Their armament is relatively sophisticated compared to other brigands, with nearly each member equipped with a firearm, alongside a small number of light and heavy machine guns. The bandit leader, known as the Crossing Dragon, is a brutal and merciless figure, permitting his subordinates to commit acts of plunder, arson, and murder without restraint, to evade the relentless pursuit of government troops. He has strategically established the stronghold on the banks of the river, utilizing the steep cliffs on either side and the swift currents as a natural barrier, rendering the encampment easily defensible yet difficult to assault. During this period, the Counter-Espionage Bureau has remained active, despite not being composed of professional intelligence agents. Ultimately, counterintelligence operations fall under the purview of intelligence departments. Thus, the agents of the Bureau are also capable of executing tasks related to intelligence gathering. Esteemed colleagues, this is the nearest bandit stronghold to us. I intend to commence with Liangbo. What are your thoughts? Yuan Long took a sip of the refreshing tea. Very well. Since there are no objections, let us select Liangbo for our initial campaign against the bandits. Noticing their agreement, Yuan Long began issuing directives. Du Liangting, Zun Yankai. You two are to formulate a straightforward operational plan based on the specifics of Liangbo stronghold. Understood, Commander. We shall devise the operational plan this evening. The two promptly assented. Chapter 28. Liangbo stronghold. Yuan Long rose, stretching languidly. The meeting for the evening had concluded, and he instructed everyone to prepare for the tasks ahead. Yes, Commander. The assembly rose in salute, gathering their belongings before departing. Once the room was empty, Yuan Long exited the conference chamber and instructed his aide, Tian Zhongjian, who was following closely behind. Zhongjian sent a telegram to Sa Zhengying, requesting that he dispatch the 2 destroyers to proceed up the Yijiang River immediately. The Yijiang River traverses the southeastern region of Guizhou, being the largest river in the province that flows directly into the sea. With an average water depth of approximately 4 meters in the lower reaches, which should accommodate the passage of such escort destroyers with a standard displacement of only 1430 tons. Tian Zhongjian expressed surprise. Deploying warships for a bandit extermination operation seemed somewhat excessive. Nevertheless, he quickly replied, "Yes, Commander, I shall attend to it promptly." Following this, Yuan Long and his team spent the next 2 days allocating the vast array of vehicles, weapons, and ammunition provided by the system according to their plans to the entire Qiannan army. The Qiannan 66th Army was established in reference to the infantry divisions of the Lighthouse Nation during World War II, boasting a total of 600 various vehicles, truly embodying a fully motorized force. The remaining 200 vehicles, along with surplus tanks and armored vehicles, were evenly distributed to the stationed Qiannan armies 5, 19, 20, and 67 in other regions. On the morning of October 13th, under clear skies and a cloudless expanse, a sharp assembly whistle suddenly pierced the air, followed by a flurry of urgent commands echoing throughout the Yanlong military camp. All troops of the 200th Division, assemble. Equip yourselves with individual gear, carry your weapons, and proceed to the parade ground immediately. 18,000 soldiers, fully prepared for deployment, swiftly gathered on the training field. As officers at all levels issued commands, the soldiers executed a synchronized maneuver, marching in disciplined formation with resolute strides, exhibiting neither confusion nor hesitation. In a fleeting moment, several small formations had taken shape, with the soldiers standing tall, their gazes resolute, exuding an air of solemnity and authority, akin to an unyielding steel fortress, silently awaiting the vehicles to depart. Before the entire army set forth, Yuan Long donned a camouflage battle uniform, a Type 1 steel helmet perched atop his head, and secured a silver-plated Colt 1911 semi-automatic pistol in the holster at his waist. Slightly exhilarated, he issued orders to Dai Yanlong behind him. Commander Dai, proceed according to the predetermined plan. Leave the artillery regiment and the tank battalion to remain here, while the remaining units advance to their designated locations. The 201st and 202nd Infantry Divisions from Qianan had already embarked on their mission, departing from the Jianling military camp yesterday afternoon, heading towards Huqing, Shengcheng, Dongcheng, and Langcheng, tasked with eliminating the banditry plaguing those regions. Understood, Commander, Dai Yanlong replied solemnly, turning to the officers of the 200th Division's 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Regiments, all units. Prepare to board the vehicles and set off in an orderly manner. Following closely were the resounding footsteps of over 600 vehicles, their engines roaring to life in succession, as soldiers meticulously loaded ammunition and equipment, subsequently boarding the vehicles in a well-organized manner. A Ford Jeep, equipped with a canvas roof, sped towards them, and the passenger, Tian Zhongjian, gestured for Yuan Long and Dai Yanlong to enter. Please, get in. Just to clarify, this vehicle offers no bulletproof protection. Yuan Long waved his hand dismissively and flagged down an 8-type Greyhound armored vehicle, climbing aboard with a cheerful demeanor, explaining to the others, I can sit wherever. This armored vehicle is quite adequate. At noon, as the 2nd Regiment of the 200th Division reached the foot of the Bayan Mountains, Yuan Long disembarked and gazed at the distant, undulating, verdant peaks, his brow furrowing in contemplation. He turned to Dai Yanlong beside him and inquired, Commander Dai, could Liangbo village be situated atop this dense forested mountain before us? Certainly not, Commander. The mountain before us actually conceals a sheer cliff on its reverse side, beneath which flows the relentless Yijiang River in the Wulong Gorge. The true Liangbo village is constructed on the sandy banks along the river below. It cannot be seen from here. One must ascend to the mountain summit or reach the opposite bank of the Yijiang to catch a glimpse. Dai Yanlong pointed towards the southwest of the mountain range, continuing, there are only 2 routes leading into Liangbo village from the land. The entrances are located on the northern and southern flanks of the Bayan Mountains, where scattered rocks abound, and a few concealed fortifications are said to exist. Without adequate siege weaponry or naval support, it would be exceedingly difficult to breach Liangbo village from the outside. Moreover, they have constructed a village wall along the river's edge, stockpiling ample provisions within, rendering them unafraid of any encirclement by the authorities. This explains why these bandits have evaded capture multiple times. Tian Zhongjian could not resist jesting. Commander, it seems this river dragon truly knows how to enjoy life. During idle moments, they rob passing cargo boats or raid nearby villages with their henchmen. With sufficient wealth and provisions, they retreat to this idyllic sanctuary to indulge in drink and feasting. Yuan Long shot a glare at Tian Zhongjian, asserting, I care not for their advantageous terrain. Today marks the end of their reign. General Dai, please share your proposed battle plan. Yuan Long is insistent on launching the first strike against Liang Bozai, not solely because it is the nearest and largest bandit stronghold, but also due to the fact that these ruffians have a penchant for plundering and kidnapping the cargo boats along the Yijiang River, inadvertently affecting the future business endeavors of his father-in-law, Sun Linzhong, who owns the Taiyan Trading Company. As a dutiful son-in-law, it is only natural for him to alleviate his future father-in-law's concerns. Dai Yanlong presented a document and stated to the military assembly, our plan is straightforward yet forceful. We will deploy 2 destroyers in the river, using their naval artillery in conjunction with our Regiment S artillery units to obliterate Liang Bozai. Following this, we will dispatch infantry and armored vehicles to seal off the roads to the north and south. At that point, the bandits of Liang Bozai will have no avenue of escape. They will either perish within the stronghold under our bombardment or be shot down or captured during their flight. Yuan Long nodded in agreement with this somewhat perfunctory battle plan, glanced at the time, and commanded, immediately commence the construction of the artillery positions. Dispatch 2 squads of soldiers along with artillery observers to ascend the mountain and scout for any hidden sentries. If found, eliminate them and establish an artillery observation post on site. Additionally, send 2 battalions of infantry and 20 armored vehicles to thoroughly cordon off the roads on both sides of the Bayan mountain range. Furthermore, Inform the destroyers in the Yijiang to swiftly reach the designated area and be prepared to open fire on Liangbozai. Understood, General. With Dai Yanlong's personal encouragement, the artillerymen of the 2nd Regiment acted swiftly, quickly establishing the artillery positions. They dispersed 16 Type 11 75mm howitzers across the overgrown wasteland, 8 kilometers from Liangbozai, to the west of Tujia Fort. Chapter 29. Trouble comes from above. The Liangbozai stronghold is situated atop a dried-up river bend along the Wulong Gorge, surrounded by dozens of rudimentary wooden houses resembling stilted structures. As one ventures further inward, a wall constructed of piled stones rises, beyond which lies a different realm filled with ordinary houses of green tiles and blue bricks. Presently, Liangbozai is bustling with activity, the sound of firecrackers resounding, creating an atmosphere of festivity, for today marks the 50th birthday of the bandit chief, known as Over the River Dragon. The central square of the village has become overcrowded, filled with the boisterous noise of hundreds of rugged-faced bandits, who are currently gathered in groups, camaraderie evident as they feast on meat and drink wine. In the very heart of the square, several bonfires have been lit, roasting whole sheep, while a few underlings are tasked with turning the succulent lambs, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. A cheeky bandit remarked to the chief, "How is it that our esteemed leader's luck with the ladies is so abundant? He already has 9 flamboyant concubines, and just the other day he took a 10th. Unexpectedly, the notorious little leader, known as the 5th Gearhead, delivered a sharp slap to the cheek of the young underling and coldly admonished, 'You would do well to refrain from discussing matters that are best left unspoken. Our esteemed chief can take 10 concubines because he is a formidable dragon of renown.' With a sigh, he added, 'Ah, the newcomers are yet naive. I trust this will be a lesson learned.' Nearby, the one-eyed leader, gnawing on a large chicken leg, with morsels of meat and ale spilling from the corners of his mouth, interjected, 'You spirited young lads, if you yearn for companionship, perhaps a visit to the flower house would serve as an outlet.' This remark stirred a wave of chatter among the motley crew of underlings. The women in the flower house have all but wilted, lacking vigor. Engaging with them is utterly devoid of pleasure. Another piped up, 'Indeed. When will you, 3rd Gearhead, take the brothers out for a raid, so we might procure some fresh and lively maidens to entertain ourselves?' A chorus of agreement followed. 'Yes, yes. It has been over half a month since we last indulged. The urge is becoming unbearable.' Seeing his comrades' enthusiasm, the one-eyed leader tossed aside the chicken bone, wiped his glistening face, and rose to declare, 'All right, brothers. Once we finish our meal, I shall report to the chiefs and arrange for us to venture out and have some fun.' At that moment, in the depths of the stronghold's assembly hall, a long table was laden with delectable dishes of chicken, duck, fish, and meat. Several prominent bandits, their faces aglow with merriment, sat on either side, busily toasting and feasting. 'My brothers,' proclaimed the formidable figure with 2 scars adorning his face, 'today marks the 50th birthday of the Overlord Dragon. Without your unwavering support, I would not stand here in such splendor. Drink heartily, for we shall not retreat until we are thoroughly intoxicated.' Upon finishing his cup, he downed the contents in one swift motion, exuding a commanding presence as he engaged in conversation with a rather unsavory-looking man seated beside him. 'Mr. Kita, you have asked me to disrupt the peace and stability of this region. The Overlord Dragon has complied with your request. Yet I wonder when General Sun will take action against Yuan Dingguo, and when might you fulfill your promise to provide us with that shipment of weaponry? Our Liangbozai stronghold lacks the strength to confront the formidable Yuan Dingguo without proper armaments. Rest assured, we shall expedite the provision of weaponry,' replied Kita, his voice slightly trembling. After savoring a bite of food, he continued, 'In 3 months, General Sun will commence hostilities against Yuan Dingguo. You will need to ensure the disruption of the Qiannan army's logistical support from the rear. Chief, we have grave news.' At that moment, a young underling burst into the assembly hall, visibly agitated. 'A scout has reported that 3,000 to 4,000 government troops have arrived at the foot of our Baiyin Mountains. They may pose a significant threat to us.' With a crash, the Overlord Dragon dropped his wine bowl, shattering it into shards. Recovering from the shock, he shouted to the other chiefs, 'Brothers, arm yourselves. Grab your weapons and prepare the stronghold for defense. The Qiannan army is preparing to strike.' On the artillery position of Tujia Fortress, Yuan Long, with a blade of dogtail grass between his lips, leisurely sat in a jeep alongside Dai Yanlong, savoring authentic beef canned food. A signalman hurried over to report that the naval destroyer had arrived at the designated area. Dai Yanlong tossed aside the empty can and leaped from the vehicle, declaring, 'Let the bombardment commence.' Yes. With the command given, the entire artillery position sprang into action. All personnel were alert, and the gunners promptly opened the breech locks. Following orders, they swiftly opened the breech safety mechanisms and carefully checked the firing mechanisms for readiness, shouting, 'First company, ready.' The commander, armed with the firing data just calculated by the artillery observer, issued his commands with authority. Gunners, adjust elevation and azimuth. Scale 247, baseline right 074. The gunners utilized the Type 137 panoramic sight and the Type 18 elevation sight to adjust the elevation of the artillery and direct it accordingly. Loaders, prepare for immediate firing. One test shot of high explosive shell. One loader pulled back the breech while another adeptly inserted the fixed charge of a Type 45 75mm high explosive shell into the chamber, subsequently closing the wedge breech. Gun 1, loaded and ready. Prepare to fire. The gunner, responsible for firing, pulled the firing cord, igniting the shell's primer and launching the projectile. Boom. 16 shells, each weighing 66 kilograms, erupted from the cannon, swiftly soaring towards the distant target. The shells traced elegant arcs across the sky before landing indiscriminately amidst the structures of Liangbo village and the adjacent Yijiang River. Boom. In an instant. With a blinding flash of light, a violent explosion unleashed countless shrapnel towards the hapless bandits scurrying in chaos within Liangbo village, sending them sprawling, wailing in despair. Good heavens! The Imperial troops possess artillery. They cried. We cannot fight this battle. Let us retreat. The relentless barrage showed no signs of abating, and many bandits, witnessing their comrades losing limbs amidst the chaos, were paralyzed by fear. As they contemplated salvaging their belongings and fleeing, they collided with the formidable Yuan Long emerging from the Hall of Justice. Grabbing them by the collar, he commanded, "You lot, halt. Steady yourselves." Just then, a shell whistled down, crashing precisely at Yanlong's feet. Before he could utter his final words, the searing shockwave obliterated him and several of his subordinates into mere fragments. Chapter 30. A Reckless Strategy. Boom. Boom. The relentless bombardment continued to ravage the structures of Liangbo village, with fierce explosions sending plumes of thick black smoke billowing into the air. Amidst the raging orange flames, countless sharp fragments soared like scattered blossoms, showering the area with a torrential iron rain. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of bandits were felled by the blasts, some dead, others moaning in agony as they clutched their wounds. Is there anyone who can save me? Mother, my eyes. Oh, my legs. Please, someone help me. The remaining minions, unaware of the source of the shelling, sought only to escape this place of turmoil, hastily fleeing towards the village gate. At that moment, the bombardment on land began to subside, and soon a Radley-class escort destroyer cut through the waters of the Lower Yi River. Captain He Yuqian, observing the nearby bandits, unhesitatingly commanded, "Steady the helm, reduce speed, and fire at will." The two single-barreled Type 12 127mm naval gun turrets slowly turned under the sailor's command, aiming at the riverside buildings and the fleeing bandits. Boom, boom. The two 12 Type 127mm naval guns showcased their rapid-fire advantage, unleashing over a dozen shells in less than 2 minutes, decimating the hundreds of bandits scrambling along the shore. Zhu Di Gantian fell, unwillingly, into a pool of blood, a gaping wound torn in his abdomen by shrapnel. With his only remaining hand, he desperately clutched his spilling intestines. In terror, he gazed at the marauding warship on the river, never having imagined that the Qiannan army would deploy naval vessels to exterminate bandits. This commander must be quite deranged. The other fortunate bandits, who had narrowly evaded the relentless barrage, dared only to lie flat on the ground, clinging to life. They had yet to catch a glimpse of the Qiannan soldiers, and the entire Liangbo village had essentially been obliterated. Under the continuous and powerful bombardment, they were utterly defenseless, deprived of any chance or space to resist. Like lambs awaiting slaughter, they could only watch helplessly as death approached, praying to the heavens for mercy. With no other recourse, the bombardment persisted for over 10 minutes, seeing that the wooden structures along the river had been mostly destroyed amidst the billowing smoke. There appeared to be no signs of life. He Yuqian nodded in satisfaction and remarked to the first mate beside him, "I think that is sufficient. Cease fire and allow our army brothers to enter and search for remaining bandits." "Yes, Captain," replied the first mate, setting down his binoculars and turning to enter the communication chamber behind him. In the dense forest along the southern path of the Bayan Mountains, hundreds of soldiers clad in 1942 camouflage field uniforms crouched, scattered among the thickets. The commanding major sat behind an 8 Greyhound armored vehicle draped with a camouflage net. "Major, command has instructed us to enter Liangbo village to clean up the aftermath," reported a communications soldier. Upon hearing this, the major pulled the bolt of his Thompson submachine gun, rose, and issued commands. "Leave the armored vehicle here. The weapons company and battalion headquarters will remain on standby. The brothers of the 2nd Company will search the mountains, while the 1st and 3rd Companies will accompany me." The soldiers sprang into action. Those from the 2nd Company began to search the surrounding woods to ensure no stragglers remained. The 1st and 3rd Company soldiers cautiously approached Liangbo village along the Riverside Mountain Road, stooping low and vigilantly watching their surroundings, prepared to confront any potential danger. As they gradually approached Liang Bozai, the sight before them was staggering. Everywhere lay ruins and debris, with bodies sprawled haphazardly across the ground. The air was thick with the acrid stench of gunpowder and the metallic scent of blood. "Search meticulously," commanded the company leader, ordering a thorough examination of every nook and cranny. The soldiers organized themselves into groups, methodically inspecting each house and structure. Suddenly, a sharp crack shattered the tense silence, prompting the soldiers to swiftly take cover behind the nearest barricades, cautiously raising their weapons in search of the source of the sound. "Who goes there? Show yourself." The company leader quickly pinpointed the origin of the noise. A dozen soldiers raised their Thompson submachine guns and Garand semi-automatic rifles, unleashing a barrage of gunfire that sent clouds of dust swirling into the air. "Don't shoot. We surrender." A panicked voice emerged from the depths of the ruins, as more than 30 ragged bandits raised their weapons high above their heads, cautiously peeking out from the wreckage. The commanding officer waved his hand decisively, instructing one squad to search the flanks, while another remained on standby for vigilance. "Brothers of the 3rd Squad, follow me." With that, he rose and led a squad of soldiers forward with fierce determination. Upon witnessing this, the bandits hastily discarded their weapons. Some stood frozen in shock, while others dropped to their knees, trembling in fear. "Spare us, military gentlemen. I have an 80-year-old wife at home and a mother yet to be married off," cried one. "Please, military gentlemen, this has nothing to do with me. I merely stumbled here for a meal. I don't know these notorious bandits," another pleaded. "I have children to feed at home. I beg you for mercy, grant me a chance at life." The soldiers retrieved ropes from their supply bags, coldly instructing, "Those who wish to live, behave yourselves. Clasp your hands behind your heads, line up, and squat down." The remaining soldiers dispersed to search other areas of Liang Bozai, capturing many bandits who, injured and disoriented from the bombardment, chose to surrender. Meanwhile, Yuan Long and his companions arrived by vehicle, navigating the treacherous mountain road along the river, where mangled limbs and bloodied remnants were strewn about the landscape. Just as they disembarked, the major in charge of the search rushed over to report, "Commander, the remaining bandits holed up in Liang Bozai have been successfully subdued. In this battle, we eliminated approximately 2,000 enemies and captured 542 bandits, with 3 of our soldiers sustaining injuries from hidden pockets of resistance." "Excellent," Yuan Long replied with a nod of satisfaction. "Proceed to tally the spoils swiftly. The assault on this small Liang Bozai has consumed hundreds of shells of various calibers. Such reckless expenditure has allowed our casualties to remain below double digits. This can only indicate that the Qingnan army is but a disorganized rabble, devoid of any combat effectiveness. A true embodiment of the saying that mud cannot support a wall. The wisest course would be for them to disband and return home to till their fields." A captain, armed with a Thompson submachine gun, hurriedly approached as we discovered a large number of abducted civilians in a dimly lit brick chamber deep within Liang Bozai. To be continued. Chapter 31. Sharpening the knife does not delay the woodcutter. When Yuan Long and his companions arrived at the room described by the captain, the gravity of the situation became painfully clear. In a modest, cramped, and shadowy brick room, the sight that met our eyes was harrowing. Over 30 women, some partially clothed and others completely naked, ranging from approximately 20 years of age to as young as 12 or 13. Their tear-streaked faces bore witness to their trauma, and they huddled in fear in the corners where sunlight could not reach, while a few lay on the beds, their expressions vacant, as if life had lost all meaning. Yuan Long felt a pang of sorrow at the sight and instructed the captain to find some clothing for the women, intending to escort them to safety shortly. Initially, he contemplated the extent of force to employ against the bandits, but it soon became evident that those who perished under the artillery fire deserved no sympathy. Such wretched beings must be thoroughly eradicated. "Yes, Commander," the captain replied, then shifted the conversation. "We also discovered several concubines of the Overlord. How should we proceed with them?" Yanlong, standing nearby, could not help but roll his eyes, retorting coldly, "Is it necessary to consult the commander on such matters? They should be dealt with in the same manner as these women." Yuan Long glanced at his watch, realizing it was already 2 in the afternoon. Lunch had long passed. He instructed the soldiers to have their meal first. Then, he ordered them to gather all useful resources from the stronghold: food, money, weapons, and ammunition, and finally to arrange for the complete destruction of the site. "Yes, Commander." The group turned to leave. As they passed through the central square of Liang Bozai, Yuan Long paused, frowning at the large pile of weapons amassed there. "Look, Commander, these bandits' weapons are quite impressive," Yanlong remarked cheerfully, pointing out the various arms, including the Type 11 light machine gun, the Type 38 heavy machine gun, and the Type 30 rifle, many of which were standard issue from Japan. "Humph, Japanese weapons are mostly a heap of junk," Yuan Long replied disdainfully. Without the support of a system, he might have held a higher regard for these Japanese arms. However, endowed with a system that continuously supplied superior equipment, he found these products, born from the impoverished and imperialistic influences, utterly beneath his consideration. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Yuan Long continued, there are unseen forces supporting these bandits. Once we have dealt with these nuisances and eradicated the bandits throughout the Qian and Gui provinces, we shall turn our attention to settling accounts with the true mastermind behind this. It seems the commander has already devised a plan. Du Liangting, typically taciturn, suddenly pointed at the bandits being detained by the soldiers and inquired about their fate. Commander, what shall we do with these remaining bandits? Should we execute them all? Or would that be excessive? After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Long proposed a method of resolution. Let them mutually accuse one another, executing the most heinous offenders on the spot, while those with lesser crimes would be retained for laborious tasks, as the repair of bridges and roads required hands-on effort. At precisely 3:20 in the afternoon, the entirety of Liang Bo's stronghold was plundered bare. With the engineers pressing the detonator, the explosives placed throughout the area were ignited, and the entire bandit stronghold erupted in flames, consumed entirely by the surging inferno. Report to the military command. Our 200th Division's 1st and 2nd Regiments have now dispersed in various directions, annihilating the numerous bandit encampments surrounding Liangfeng County, Shijia County, and Yi County, Dai Yanlong stated. Holding a translated telegram, Yuan Long turned his head and affirmed, excellent. Instruct the various units to convene public trials in the nearby towns based on the rosters provided by the local offices, and concurrently eradicate those tyrannical gentry who have oppressed the fields. This grand anti-bandit campaign was not solely reliant on the Qian and 66th Army. In line with the adage that sharpening the axe does not delay the chopping of wood, the 5th, 19th, 20th, and 67th Armies stationed in other provinces also mobilized in response. Where bandits existed, they would be eradicated. Where none could be found, cooperation with the local offices would ensue to eliminate the detrimental gentry landlord class that had plagued the Yanlong kingdom for millennia, boldly advancing land reforms and steadfastly implementing Yuan Long's numerous policies. Simultaneously, hundreds of armed soldiers from the 200th Division's 3rd Battalion embarked in military vehicles along the rugged dirt roads, dispatched to garrison Yi County. Within the notorious Huang family's estate, Huang Xiling, who was amusing birds in the hall, felt a twinge of anxiety upon hearing that troops were entering the city. After all, the newly appointed county magistrate had issued a series of land reform decrees, which he, alongside other landlords, vehemently opposed and refused to implement. Uncertain if the incoming troops were directed at their gentry, Huang Xiling's ominous premonition intensified. Master, calamity has struck. The soldiers have surrounded our estate. The old steward of the Huang family rushed into the hall, panic-stricken, to report the situation outside. What? They truly are coming for us, Huang Xiling exclaimed, his face paling in shock. He quickly instructed the steward, old Jiang, hasten to have the militia retrieve the weapons from the armory and prepare the guards for defense. Yes, master. The steward hurriedly departed. Most landlords in the Yanlong kingdom maintained private armed forces, and today, it was not only Huang Xiling's family that suffered. The estates of several other prominent families were likewise besieged by soldiers armed to the teeth. After confirming their location on the map, a soldier reported to the platoon leader, Sir, this is undoubtedly the Huang family's estate in Yi County. What are we waiting for? The platoon leader adjusted his steel helmet and commanded the operation. With the platoon leader's order, several soldiers retrieved grenades from their pouches, pulled the pins, and hurled them towards the courtyard behind the walls. Boom, boom. As a series of deafening explosions erupted, the courtyard was immediately filled with blood-curdling screams. A dozen soldiers, who had long been stationed at the entrance, violently broke open the gates and surged into the courtyard. The servants tasked with guarding the premises lay sprawled on the ground, bloodied and lifeless. What do you filthy scoundrels think you're doing? This is the residence of Lord Huang, shouted one of the fallen servants, still spewing defiance despite his plight. The leading soldiers, silent and resolute, aimed their weapons and unleashed a volley, silencing their insolence forever. With a series of gunshots, the squad leader charged in with the following soldiers, their presence imposing. Upon spotting any resistance, they fired indiscriminately, leaving the fate of the adversaries to chance. Those who wish to live, crouched down obediently. Bullets do not discriminate. Do you hear me? Immediately discard those makeshift weapons and lie flat on the ground, hands on your head. Anyone who dares to move will surely meet a grim fate. 5 minutes later, the squad leader, with a Thompson submachine gun slung at his waist, surveyed the trembling figures before him. Servants and maidens huddled together in fear. Who is Huang Xiling? A middle-aged man, his trousers soaked, raised his hand and declared, I am Huang Xiling. Oh, you are Huang Xiling, the squad leader replied, surprise flickering across his face. He had not anticipated that the notorious Huang Xilang of Yi County would be a mere dwarf, standing at a mere 4 feet tall. He turned to the soldiers beside him and ordered, "You too, bind this fellow and take him away." "Yes, sir," the soldiers responded decisively, striking Huang Xilang with the butt of a rifle, knocking him to the ground, before swiftly binding him tightly with rope. The squad leader paid no heed to this act. After all, Huang Xilang was not a man of virtue. He shouted to the soldiers searching the premises, "Brothers, search thoroughly. Dig up the ground if you must. I want every valuable item confiscated." A soldier approached, a beaming smile on his face, reporting, "Report, Commander. We found a cellar in the side room of the Huang residence, containing a substantial amount of silver and a bit of gold, along with some antiques." "Well done," the commander replied with a slight smile, patting the soldier's shoulder. "Bring everything out and inventory these ill-gotten gains for transport." Outside the Huang residence, the streets were already teeming with curious onlookers, witnessing the downfall of Huang Xilang, who had previously wielded his wealth and power to dominate Yi County and oppress the people. Whispers began circulating among the crowd. "Indeed, the heavens have eyes. Finally, someone is avenging us. Let them pay for their tyranny. This honorable commander must stand for us, just because we could not repay our debts. The Sure family heartlessly abducted my 13-year-old daughter. I shudder to think where she has been sold. The notorious Ran Tianba has colluded with the authorities to establish opium dens within the city, peddling destructive substances that have led to the ruin of countless families. My own kin fell victim to this scourge, and I demand the execution of that vile creature. Furthermore, the Zhang family has not only willfully withheld wages from us laborers, but also resorted to violence. When we sent representatives to demand our rightful pay, their guard opened fire, claiming the lives of 2 of our brothers. These individuals are mere common folk, yet when they witness the local tyrants and landlords, who abuse their wealth and power to oppress the populace, being subjected to military scrutiny, they cannot contain their elation, rejoicing and applauding the turn of events. The commanding sergeant, observing the rising anger among the crowd, informed them of the impending public trial. "Esteemed elders and fellow villagers, you have endured much injustice over the years. Tomorrow morning, we shall convene a public trial at the county office. You are all invited to come forth and expose their crimes. After the trial concludes, we will administer justice in accordance with the severity of their offenses." "What is a public trial?" many among the populace queried, bewildered. The sergeant, recognizing their confusion, patiently elucidated, "Dear elders and fellow villagers, the public trial is an opportunity for you to reveal the transgressions of these tyrants, and they will be punished accordingly." Simultaneously, Yuan Long, leading the 200th Division's 2nd Regiment, which had recently eradicated the Liangguo stronghold and acquired substantial spoils, hastened to the vicinity of the Baiyin Mountains, specifically to Zhaofeng County. He dispatched a battalion into the county to execute search and seizure operations against the prominent families, while the remaining 2 battalions dispersed to nearby towns to raid the holdings of local tyrants. This operation extended until midday the following day, at which point the various units of the 2nd Regiment completed their tasks, returning to Zhaofeng County to report to Yuan Long with their considerable bounty. Shortly after finishing his lunch, Yuan Long reclined in a chair within the county office when he was roused by the commotion of footsteps. Slowly, he opened his eyes and sat upright. Du Liangting, noticing Yuan Long's awakening, began his report. "Report, Commander. The search and seizure operation targeting the local tyrants in Zhaofeng County and its surroundings has concluded successfully. From this operation, we have secured 1.32 million dragon dollars, 1.56 million taels of silver, a total of 753 gold bars, 290,000 pounds of grain, 460,000 acres of land contracts, and over 76 shops have been sealed. We apprehended 863 individuals along with countless rare treasures and antiques. Following your orders, the grain collected from the landlords has been distributed free of charge to the nearby impoverished populace, while all monetary assets have been confiscated for public use." Yuan Long, possessing ample provisions, had received a generous supply of individual rations from the system, sufficient to sustain the entire Qianan army for a year. Returning the grain to its rightful owners and distributing it to those in dire need would undoubtedly enhance his reputation as a benevolent leader. "Ah, these individuals are quite affluent indeed," Yuan Long scoffed lightly, standing and glancing at his watch before continuing. "We must not delay any further. Transfer the land contracts and shops to the county office, and then hold the public trial. Let justice be meted out to those who have committed egregious acts." "Yes, Commander Jun, we shall proceed to make the arrangements." After saluting, Du Liangting descended to organize the public trial assembly. Yuan Long then turned to the county magistrate of Zhaofeng, Dang Liangfu, who was standing beside him, and said, "County Magistrate Dang, the profits from the shops will be allocated to your county's office for management, but the land contracts must be redistributed according to the principle of per capita allocation. ensuring fairness for the common people. Deng Liangfu, a recently appointed magistrate, donned round spectacles that lent him an air of scholarly decorum. Upon hearing this, he promptly responded with utmost respect. Yes, Commander Yuan, I, Deng Liangfu, shall faithfully adhere to your guidance and steadfastly implement the excellent policies you have established. I will diligently work to deeply instill your core philosophy of prioritizing the welfare of the people, wholeheartedly striving to benefit the hundreds of thousands under our jurisdiction. Stop. Let us halt here. The familiar rhetoric made Yuan Long's skin crawl, prompting him to swiftly curtail Deng's oration. Internally, he began to curse the system for providing him with such an administrative officer. He hastily offered a few perfunctory remarks to send Deng Liangfu on his way. Then, he settled back into his chair, stroking his chin as he gradually sank into contemplation. Yuan Long had not anticipated that the landlords and bandits who wielded power in the countryside would possess such wealth. It seemed his policies of eradicating bandits and confiscating ill-gotten gains were indeed sound. In a mere county, they had uncovered such vast sums of dragon coins, silver, and gold, over 2 million in profits within just 2 days. If he could eliminate all the nefarious gentry, bandits, and tyrants across the 4 provinces of Yunnan, Guangxi, Hainan, and Guizhou. Chapter 33. The public trial assembly as soldiers responsible for publicity drove around the town blaring through loudspeakers. 2 hours later, the small square in front of the Zhaofeng County office was predictably packed with townsfolk eager to attend the public trial assembly. Deng Liangfu stood on a makeshift platform and called for silence. Dear fellow villagers, let us now welcome Commander Yuan Long of the Qiannin 66th Army to the stage. As the clamor gradually subsided, Yuan Long took the old-fashioned microphone handed to him by Deng Liangfu. Esteemed fellow villagers, I am Yuan Long, the current commander of the Qiannin 66th Army. Today, I have 2 significant announcements to make. First, all the bandit strongholds that had plagued Zhaofeng County and the surrounding areas, terrorizing the populace with theft and violence, have now been eradicated by our forces. You will no longer have to live in fear of banditry. Second, during our campaign against the bandits, we have also eliminated those oppressive landlords and tyrants who have long exploited and terrorized the populace. Lastly, from this day forth, we shall implement a unified policy of per capita land allocation across all 4 provinces of Yunnan, Guangxi, Hainan, and Guizhou. Each household will receive land strictly according to the rule of 2 acres per person. As Yuan Long's words resonated, the crowd erupted in exuberance, like a tranquil lake disturbed by a massive stone, unleashing a torrent of jubilant cheers. Every face among the populace radiated excitement and anticipation, their eyes shimmering with fervor, filled with boundless hope for the forthcoming distribution of land. Amidst the bustling scene, Yuan Long adjusted his military attire, signifying the commencement of the public trial assembly. Naturally, the proceedings were rather brief, as it was impractical to drag each villain onto the stage for an extended period. In Yuan Long's estimation, it sufficed to showcase a few exemplars of heinous crimes. An hour later, the assembly came to a hasty conclusion, with over 400 criminals being escorted onto trucks by soldiers. Among the first batch was Huang Xilang, forcibly kneeling on the ground between 2 soldiers. He no longer bore the defiant demeanor of days gone by, trembling slightly, his face ashen, awaiting the inevitable approach of death. Verify identity, disengage the safety. At the command, 20 soldiers assigned to carry out the execution drew their Colt 1911 semi-automatic pistols, disengaging the safety as they aimed at the back of the criminals' heads. Prepare to fire. The crack of gunfire resonated, as the bullets violently pierced the skulls of the kneeling criminals, creating gaping wounds from which blood and gray matter erupted. Once the soldiers dragged away the lifeless bodies, the officer in charge continued to read from the list. Next in line, Lu Yongyu, Zhang Jinxian, Huan Jingwu, Lu Hairu. The relentless gunfire continued, administering justice to over 400 malevolent offenders. The onlookers, witnessing the execution, were captivated, their long-suppressed grievances finding release, their faces radiating joy. The atmosphere became exuberant, as the crowd reveled in the satisfaction of justice being served. The commanding officer reported, "Report to the military leader. The execution task has been successfully completed. Good. Ensure the bodies are disposed of properly." Yuan Long glanced at his watch, realizing it was already 5 in the afternoon. Noticing the fading daylight, he issued a command to Du Liangting beside him. "General Du, have the soldiers camp overnight here. We shall depart tomorrow." There remained many bandit strongholds and corrupt gentry throughout the entirety of Guizhou that required eradication. Yuan Long could not afford to allow an entire regiment to linger here on what could be construed as a vacation. That evening, within the office of the Zhaofeng County government, Yuan Long sat at the head of the table with chopsticks in hand, eyeing the dishes of lemon chicken and vinegar blood duck, unable to suppress a swallow. Truth be told, as a time traveler, he found it somewhat challenging to acclimatize to the canned food from the Lighthouse Nation. Having spent this time in the military camp, dining daily with the soldiers, he felt as if he were becoming a pre-packaged meal himself. A chef brought forth a dish, carp baked with flour, made in the Yinjin style. Please enjoy. Yuan Long turned to Ding Liangfu beside him. County Magistrate Ding, I believe this will suffice. Our Yanlong nation is not particularly affluent at the moment. So let us stick to these 3 dishes. Very well, military leader, 3 dishes it shall be. Deng Liangfu dared not oppose and waved to dismiss the chef. I personally do not partake in alcohol, nor do Deputy General Du, Chief of Staff Zhang, or Director Dai. Yuan Long took 2 bites of his dish and halted Deng Liangfu's attempt to pour wine into their cups. He shifted the topic and inquired, County Magistrate Deng, how many men does your county's security regiment currently have? Although Deng Liangfu was perplexed by Yuan Long's sudden question, he nonetheless replied, according to the report, Commander Yuan, our Zhaofeng County Security Regiment comprises 600 personnel. However, we are insufficiently armed, with only over 200 Hanyang rifles and old-style guns. Is there truly only 600 men in the entire county? Yuan Long paused, setting down his chopsticks and wiping his mouth, contemplating for a moment. Very well. Tomorrow I will hand over those 800 criminals who have not been sentenced to death for you to manage. You shall organize them into a labor reform group to atone for their crimes by constructing bridges and roads. He then instructed Deputy Commander Du Liaoting. Before we depart from Zhaofeng County tomorrow, remember to transfer all the weapons we have confiscated from the bandits and the local tyrants to the Zhaofeng Security Regiment. Yuan Long had no intention of distributing the unexpectedly acquired Japanese weapons, along with the Hanyang rifles and antiquated firearms, for use by the Qianan army. Nonetheless, these weapons were generally adequate, and adhering to the principle of non-wastefulness, allocating them for the security regiment tasked with maintaining peace and protecting the populace seemed a prudent strategy. In the following days, Yuan Long, accompanied by the 200th Division's 2nd Regiment, followed the footsteps of other troops, traveling hundreds of kilometers in trucks while consuming canned provisions. All the while tracing the tracks of bandits. They relentlessly eradicated every bandit stronghold they encountered, leaving no local tyrants or landlords unscathed. On October 24, 1919, Yuan Long led the 200th Division to Guining City, instilling fear in the prominent families residing there, who were rendered mute with trepidation. However, there was no avenue for them to flee with their families, and their end was inevitably one of complete eradication. Under the escort of dozens of armored vehicles, Yuan Long's 200th Division officially entered Guining City, welcomed by the cheers of the townsfolk lining the streets. Chapter 34, Abundant Harvest and Reserve Reform. The following day, the He family courtyard in Guining should more accurately be referred to as the temporary command center of the Qianan 66th Army. Yuan Long isolated himself in his exclusive office, preparing to take stock of the rewards he had garnered during this period. With the eradication of banditry and local tyrants across the 4 provinces, the lives of the people in his jurisdiction had greatly improved. Naturally, the rewards from the system had become increasingly generous, and he had acquired an abundance of splendid items, currently stored in his inventory. Among the armaments were 560 000 Garand semi-automatic rifles, 500 Browning 1919 machine guns, 180 000 Type 12 carbines, 500 Type 11 Thompson submachine guns, 500 Winchester 12 shotguns, 800 Springfield 1903 sniper rifles, along with 4 billion rounds of various ammunition. As for artillery, there were 600 Type 1960 mm mortars, 500 Type 1175 mm howitzers, 400 Type 181 mm mortars, 300 Type 101 105 mm howitzers, 240 Type 114 155 mm howitzers, accompanied by 500 000 rounds of shells. In terms of vehicles, there are 20 units of the Permakeet, 1 transport trains, 300 Dodge Type 52 medium Jeeps, 200 Type 353 trucks, 200 Type 35 4-ton trucks, 300 Ford Jeeps, 120 Type 20 multifunctional armored vehicles, and 100 fuel tankers, totaling approximately 700 various models of wheeled vehicles along with 150 000 gallons of fuel. The monthly sign-in reward for October includes an ammunition factory and a mid-level Army lottery coin. This factory, named the Salt Lake Ammunition Factory, is staffed with 60 000 skilled workers and 50 000 managerial personnel, capable of producing various weapons and ammunition from before 1946. It can manufacture 80 to 100 million rounds of 75 mm small caliber shells annually, 8 million rounds of 105, 107, and 155 mm large caliber shells, and simultaneously produce 11 billion rounds of various calibers of bullets, as well as 400 000 tons of aerial bombs of various types. However, It is regrettable that the Yanlong kingdom currently lacks a robust industrial system to supply the raw materials necessary for the ammunition factory's production. Yuan Long helplessly shook his head, focusing his thoughts on the only usable mid-level army lottery coin. System, please utilize this conspicuous mid-level army lottery coin as well. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 1943 version of the Lighthouse Nation's first motorized infantry division. The system provided the first motorized infantry division, which comprises the 1st Infantry Regiment, the 3rd Infantry Regiment, and the 4th Infantry Regiment, totaling a force of 590,000 personnel. Yuan Long briefly reviewed the specifics, noting that the overall structure and armament of this motorized infantry division were quite similar to the Qin 66 army he had painstakingly assembled. He couldn't help but chuckle softly, finding the situation amusing. It seemed the system had identified the naive old American as a target for exploitation. Reflecting on the Second World War, in terms of combat capability, the Han's nation undoubtedly held the upper hand. However, when it came to logistical support among the participating nations, there was no question that the Lighthouse Nation, which had initially observed from a distance before ultimately entering the fray, excelled. Suddenly, as Yuan Long was lost in thought, a knock on the door interrupted him, and his aide, Tian Zhongjian, entered. Report, Commander, the commanders of the 5th Army, Bai Chongxi, the 19th Army, Li Zonglin, the 20th Army, Wang Zhu, and the 67th Army, Liao Yaojiang, have been waiting in the conference room for quite some time. Oh, they arrived so quickly, Yuan Long remarked, swiftly standing and adjusting his military uniform, unable to suppress a light-hearted complaint. Why didn't you inform me sooner? Hee, Commander, they just arrived not long ago. Tian Zhongjian replied sheepishly, scratching his head. In the conference room of the Qin 66 Army headquarters, Yuan Long surveyed the dozen or so generals seated at the table, and once everyone was present, he broke the silence. These past 10 days have been arduous for everyone, but our efforts have been worthwhile. Not only have we eradicated numerous bandit threats within our jurisdiction, but we have also provided the citizens with a brighter future. Eliminating the gentry and landlord classes that have plagued the common people of the Yanlong kingdom for thousands of years, and rooting out those hidden malefactors within various government offices, the populace has acquired a fresh perspective on our Qiannan army. Subsequently, addressing Du Liangting beside him, he instructed, Liangting, please report the summarized situation to everyone. Yes, Commander. Du Liangting rose to begin recounting the achievements of this period. Esteemed colleagues, in our recent campaign against bandits, corrupt landlords, wealthy elites, and unscrupulous officials, our Qiannan army has collectively seized and confiscated an astounding 31 billion dragon dollars, 27 billion taels of silver, and 316 tons of gold, along with over 150,000 shops and 140,000 pieces of precious antiques. Beyond these financial gains, we have also reclaimed 1.5 billion acres of fertile land and amassed 12 million tons of various grains from the rural gentry, in accordance with your directives. All these grains and lands have been distributed to the common people. Additionally, we have confiscated approximately 70,000 firearms, all of which have been transferred to the county security forces for their use. We have captured 32 million criminals, among whom 30,000 of the most heinous offenders have been executed following public trials. Yuan Long nodded in satisfaction and led the applause, prompting others to join in. Once the clapping subsided, he spoke. The issue of stability within the 4 states has been resolved, and tomorrow the War Consortium will deliver a new batch of weapons and ammunition, which will be evenly distributed among the Qiannan 5th, 19th, 20th, and 67th armies. As for the outdated weapons you are relinquishing, they must not go to waste. Therefore, we shall now discuss the reorganization of the county security forces into reserve units, and based on this foundation, the establishment of defense divisions. Yuan Long then produced several thin booklets and instructed Tian Zhongjian to distribute them. These are my standard proposals for the reserve units and defense divisions. You may pass them around and identify any unreasonable aspects. The reserve units will be based on the county security forces, filtering out the elderly, infirm, and unfit, expanding to form light infantry regiments of 1,000 men, each equipped with bolt-action rifles, 10 light and heavy machine guns, and 4 Type 181mm mortars. Each defense division will comprise 3 regiments and 9 battalions, with a base standard of 150,000 troops, primarily armed with bolt-action or semi-automatic rifles. In addition to 200 light and heavy machine guns, each regiment will be assigned 881mm mortars, while the division will establish an artillery battalion equipped with 36 75mm howitzers, along with a truck battalion featuring 180 various vehicles. Noting the astonished expressions of his audience at his proposals, Yuan Long remained unfazed and continued nonchalantly. Each county must establish a reserve unit, and let us initially form 30 defense divisions. There is no need for concern regarding weaponry. The War Consortium has always been our steadfast support. They will continuously supply us with arms and ammunition, though perfecting this configuration will require some time. Chapter 35, Marching to Conquer. Sun Jie and Yang Kasin. Seeing Yuan Long's confidence, the others naturally withheld any dissent regarding the proposals for the reserve units and defense divisions. Very well, let us now deliberate on the unification of the entire Yan'an region. Yuan Long rose, retrieving his father Yuan Dingqing's deployment order from his pocket. Yuan Long has no intention of continuing to engage in trifling skirmishes within the provinces of Qian, Gui, Xiong, and Dian. Currently, he commands 2 motorized infantry divisions and 4 semi-motorized infantry divisions. If we disregard the issues of logistical support and territorial governance, the strength of the Qian'an army is such that it could, within 2 months, vanquish all warlords and penetrate the heart of Yanlong nation with ease. Most significantly, last night, the system assigned Yuan Long a primary mission titled Military Unification of Yan'an. Should he succeed in unifying the entire Yan'an region within 2 months, he would be rewarded handsomely for his efforts. The inspector of Bonan, Sun Jie, has invited calamity by colluding with foreign powers, willingly allowing a Japanese division to garrison in Jianzhou, and conspiring with Japanese merchants to betray the nation's and the people's interests. Meanwhile, the inspector of Sunan, Yang Kasin, has joined forces with Sun Jie, imposing exorbitant taxes across the provinces of Zhong, Dai, Su, and Yi, and coercing the populace into cultivating opium for profit. The actions of these two have plunged our nation and ethnicity into a perilous quagmire, conspiring with outsiders to oppress our own people. Thus, we must put an end to this. The Qian'an army, upholding the principles of national and ethnic integrity, has resolved to launch a campaign against both the Bonan and Sunan armies. Yuan Long solemnly enumerated the transgressions of these 2 individuals before handing the operational plan drafted by the military strategists to Tian Zhongjian, instructing him to announce the troop movements on his behalf. After all, the role of an aide is to assist. It is impractical for Yuan Long to handle every matter personally. Tian Zhongjian understood the assignment, stood up, took the command baton, and approached the operational map at the back of the conference room to commence the announcement of troop movements according to the operational plan. The following is the deployment of the 200th, 201st, and 202nd Divisions of the Qian'an 66th Army. Upon concluding the meeting, they would immediately set forth to the border areas of Guanshan County, Huaiyang County, and Rongchuan County, aiming to arrive at their designated locations within 4 days. Generals by Chengxi and Li Zonglin. Once you successfully receive the military supplies from the War Consortium tomorrow alongside Generals Wang Zhu and Liao Yaojiang, you may return to your respective bases with your newly acquired armaments. Upon returning to camp, promptly distribute the supplies to the 5th and 19th Armies, and then set off towards the border areas of Dai Prefecture, Yi Prefecture, and Zhang Prefecture, specifically to Di City, Tongzhou County, Bai County, and Dajing County, with a deadline of 7 days to reach the specified zones. This arrangement is made because the Qian'an 66th Army is fully motorized, allowing all soldiers to utilize vehicles for rapid long-distance marches. In contrast, the 5th and 19th Armies lack sufficient vehicles to achieve complete motorization, resulting in a considerably slower pace. Generals Liao Yaojiang and Wang Zhu, your 20th and 67th Armies, shall remain stationary, deploying 1 division each to advance towards the southeastern cities of Songlin and Guanma, remaining vigilant against the stationed Eagles military across the Daimei River. Once Tian Zhongjian finished announcing the troop movements, all present were acutely aware of the situation. It was evident that the 5th and 19th Armies were tasked with confronting Yang Kasin, while the Qian'an 66th Army would engage Sun Jie's Bonan forces head-on. Wearing round-framed golden glasses, the scholarly General Liao Yaojiang of the 67th Army suddenly rose. General Yuan, I find this unacceptable. Our 20th Army and the 67th Army are not to be underestimated. Both General Wang and I cannot stand idly by while your 66th Army faces Sun Jie's Bonan Army alone. Furthermore, the Bonan Army stationed in Yuzhou currently has no adversaries. I hereby represent all the soldiers of the 67th Army to volunteer for action, to deploy in Xiongzhou and take responsibility for confronting the Bonan Army in Yuzhou. Indeed, I urge you, General Yuan, to reconsider. It is important to remember that Sun Jie possesses more than just the Bonan Army. He is also a force covertly supported by Japan in the Yan'an region. General Wang Zhu could no longer remain silent and expressed his perspective. Japan will not stand by and watch as our Qian'ans eliminate the hard-earned Sun Jie. The Japanese 5th Hiroshima Division stationed in Jianzhou will undoubtedly intervene militarily. With a dismissive smirk, Yuan Long responded, a mere Japanese 5th Hiroshima Division. I doubt it warrants such elaborate concern. Of course, he did not underestimate the combat capability of a first-class division. The situation of the 5th Hiroshima Division stationed in Jinzhou had long been thoroughly investigated by Yin Shuangying, the division commander, Lieutenant General Ikamura Jun, and the Chief of Staff. Major General Hangawa Seigo oversee 4 infantry regiments, the 11th, 21st, 41st, and 42nd, along with an artillery regiment, an engineering regiment, a cavalry regiment, and a supply regiment, summing up to 8 regiments in total. The division boasts a fully staffed strength of 250,000 Japanese soldiers, equipped with 180,000 Type 38 rifles, 384 Type 11 light machine guns, 288 Type 10 grenade launchers, and 96 Type 3 heavy machine guns. Their heavy artillery includes 24 Type 11 37mm anti-tank guns, 16 Type 41 75mm mountain guns, 36 Type 38 75mm field guns, 812 Type 38 120mm howitzers, and nearly 7,000 supply horses. The entire division possesses 88 pieces of 120mm artillery, along with hundreds of light and heavy machine guns and grenade launchers. Such personnel and armament configurations would undoubtedly be viewed as an elite force by other warlords. However, in Yuan Long's eyes, it resembled a beggar in comparison. It is essential to note that, aside from the Qin'an 66th Army, Yuan Long's system also houses a motorized infantry army composed entirely of system soldiers that is yet to be deployed. These 2 motorized infantry armies possess 360 artillery pieces with calibers exceeding 100mm, 432 light and medium tanks, and 172 various armored vehicles. This formidable force of 100,000 could effortlessly crush Sun Jia's Bonan army, while simultaneously rendering the 5th Hiroshima Division unrecognizable. How could a mere Japanese armored division withstand such a formidable lineup? Are the Japanese soldiers impervious to the impact of 155mm shells or capable of soaring through the skies to tear apart tanks and armored vehicles? Witnessing Yuan Long's resolute demeanor, the assembly fell silent. Yuan Long rose, his expression grave as he donned a wide-brimmed hat, addressing the gathering with an undeniable authority. Gentlemen, after 3 months of training, it is time to discern whether our troops are mere pack animals or true steeds. Please report your requirements for fuel and ammunition post-haste, and I shall allocate them to you with utmost urgency. Remember, our objective is to achieve military unification of the Yunnan region within 1 month. Now, prepare yourselves. Yes, 1 month for the military unification of Yunnan. The crowd rose in unison, responding fervently. The following morning, Yuan Long extracted a significant quantity of weapons, ammunition, and fuel from the system's storage, distributing them evenly among Bai Chongxi, Li Zonglin, Wang Zhu, and Liao Yaojiang, urging them to expedite their preparations. To be continued. Chapter 36. The traitorous Sun Jia on the desolate road outside Jeju City in Jinzhou. 3 Ford sedans sped along, their whirling wheels stirring up clouds of dust. Within one of the vehicles, a middle-aged man in the rear seat gazed sorrowfully at the bleak landscape outside and addressed the elderly figure beside him, who was resting with his eyes closed. Commander, our Yanlong affairs should not involve the Japanese. I believe we should forcibly expel the 5th Hiroshima Division stationed to the north of the city. The slightly rotund, elderly man beside him, adorned in a khaki uniform laden with medals, bore 3 conspicuous stars on his shoulder epaulets. His sharp features and small, shifty eyes exuded a rather sinister aura. This man was Sun Jia, the inspecting officer of Bonan and the actual commander of the entire Bonan military. The middle-aged man who had just voiced his concerns. Was he Ziqin, the current commander of the 4th Army of Bonan, a trusted general and favored disciple of Sun Jia, having fought alongside him in numerous campaigns. Sun Jia, taken aback, responded with a hint of skepticism. Ziqin, why such sentiments? The Japanese nation harbors ulterior motives, secretly coveting our Yanlong territory for quite some time. Ziqin explained earnestly. We may engage in trade with them, but it would be folly to invite them into our stronghold and allow them to garrison within our jurisdiction. Alas, Ziqin, this was never my intention. Sun Jia feigned solemnity, continuing, the inspecting officer of Qiannan, Yuan Dingguo, is backed by the powerful nations of the Eagle Nation and the Lighthouse Nation, and he is currently implementing extensive military reforms. If we do not seek an ally to bolster our strength, it is merely a matter of time before we are consumed by him. Moreover, the inspecting officers of Liaobei and Jidong regions, Zhang Hanlin and Lu Weijin, also have Japanese and Roshan forces stationed within their territories. Yet they seem to manage just fine. However, Commander, I fear that any collaboration with Japan might extend beyond mere interests in oil and minerals. They likely have more insidious intentions. Ziqin seems to remain undeterred. Recently, I have heard that many villagers in this region have mysteriously vanished without a trace. Ziqin, it would be wise for you to dismiss such folk rumors. I have my own conclusions regarding this matter. interrupted Sun Jie, visibly impatient and somewhat irate. Observing this, He Ziqin refrained from further comment, yet he harbored profound disdain for Sun Jie's treacherous behavior of acknowledging the enemy as kin. While figures such as Zhang Hanlin, Yuan Dingqing, and Lu Weijin may engage in dealings with foreigners, none have so willingly invited Japanese troops as Sun Jie has, nor signed humiliating treaties with them, deliberately adhering to those agreements. At the barracks of the 5th Hiroshima Division of the Japanese Army, located in the northern part of Jeju City, thousands of Japanese soldiers clad in brown Meiji 45 military uniforms, adorned with 01-type cherry blossom helmets and carrying the Arisaka 38 rifles, stood in formation on the parade ground. Major General Ikamura Junki, the division commander, and Brigadier General Hamanaka Seigo, the division's chief of staff, donned their ceremonial uniforms and stood at the entrance of the barracks alongside several brigade commanders. Hamanaka Seigo, glancing impatiently at his watch, expressed his discontent in Japanese. Sir, I fail to understand why we, the esteemed Imperial Army of Greater Japan, must go to such lengths to welcome this Sun Jie, a mere warlord from a backward agricultural nation, for a review? Seigo, you are somewhat naive, Ikamura Junki replied, assuming an air of cunning wisdom. Though Sun Jie is merely a warlord of the Yanlong nation, we currently maintain a facade of an equal partnership. Our 5th Division has been ordered to station in Yanlong's Jianzhou, not solely to contend for resources and interests on behalf of the Eagle Nation and the Lighthouse Nation behind Yuan Dingqing. It is also to prepare thoroughly for a future invasion of Yanlong. Only by treating Sun Jie as an equal and convincing him that our empire is a genuine ally will he lower his guard. Additionally, allowing these Yanlong warlords to turn against one another will indirectly weaken Yanlong's defense capabilities, greatly benefiting our future conquests. Hamanaka Seigo promptly raised his rear slightly, bowing deeply with utmost respect. Indeed, Commander, your vision is truly far-reaching. I have been short-sighted. I am grateful for your guidance. This classic display of sycophancy, coupled with Hamanaka Seigo's flattery, elicited a radiant smile from Ikamura Junki, clearly pleased with this streamlined flattery. Just as he prepared to further assert his seniority, several cars approached rapidly. Upon seeing the principal guests arrive, Ikamura Junki quickly adjusted his military attire. As the vehicles came to a halt and the doors were opened by Japanese soldiers, he stepped forward and, in somewhat clumsy Yanlong dialect, said, "Greetings, General Sunday. I am Major General Ikamura Junki, and I welcome you to our 5th Division." Sun Jie, resembling a dog eager to greet its master, hurriedly approached with enthusiasm. I have long admired your esteemed name, General Ikamura. I did not expect you to speak Yanlong. The two parties feigned familiarity, exchanging pleasantries and shaking hands, while eager journalists, who had been waiting, rushed forward to capture the moment. Beside them, the Japanese military band hastily struck their gongs and drums, performing the martial music, the skill of infantry, adorned with myriad cherry blossoms as the hue of their attire, swaying like the wind over the fields of Yoshino. As the valiant sons of Yamato descended upon the world, they scattered like blossoms across the battlefield. A lengthy rifle is not merely a weapon, and what use is a sword of mere inches. Unbeknownst to them, this land has been steeped in history for 2 millennia, the spirit of Yamato tempered through countless trials. Sun Jie appeared to relish the exalted sensation, reviewing the 11th and 21st Regiments of the 6th Division amidst the aggressively spirited military music. Meanwhile, He Ziqin, studying at the Japanese Army Officer Academy and well-versed in the Japanese language, listened to the familiar martial tune, his expression gradually turning cold as the forced smiles from earlier vanished. Indeed, truly impressive, Sun Jie beamed a sycophantic smile, uncertain if it was genuine or if he held some affection for the Japanese soldiers. He turned to He Ziqin and remarked, "Look at the Japanese soldiers. Not only are their weapons exquisite, but they are also robust and brimming with vitality." He Ziqin bore a look of hesitation, contemplating for a moment before ultimately choosing silence. The former king of Bonin, Sun Jie, had never been one to fawn over foreign powers. Unbeknownst to him, in the past 2 years, Japan's substantial support and military aid to Bonin had thoroughly eroded Sun Jie's resolve, leading him to wholeheartedly embrace Japan, rendering him a traitorous turncoat. With the formidable Inamura Division stationed in Jinzhou, it was certain that Yuan Dingqing of the Qiannin Army would think twice before acting recklessly. Maintaining a respectful distance from our Bonin region, Sun Jie adopted an excessively obsequious demeanor, akin to a tail-wagging dog, eager to prostrate himself and curry favor with Inamura Junwei. Observing this, Inamura felt a tinge of disdain for Sun Jie, reflecting on how this Yanlong man lacked any semblance of backbone, resembling a spineless worm. Nevertheless, he managed to maintain a pleasant expression and replied, "General Sun, rest assured, with our great Yamato Empire's Carp Division guarding Jinzhou, I assure you, you can peacefully occupy the throne of Bonin." Chapter 37. The importance of speed in war on that night, several red brick and stone buildings, heavily encircled by walls and barbed wire and under tight security, stood solitary in the sparsely populated northern part of Jeju City. Japanese soldiers patrolled incessantly, while in the corner, a single-story house with a towering chimney emitted a continuous stream of foul black smoke, casting an eerie atmosphere. Within the changing room of the basement, several Japanese military doctors, adeptly clad in surgical gowns and white masks, pushed open a heavy white iron door. A boy from Yanlong, appearing to be around 12 or 13 years old, lay naked on the operating table, having been commanded by a group of beasts, entirely unaware of the horrific events that were about to unfold. The Japanese doctor pressed a cotton ball soaked in anesthetic over the boy's mouth and nose, rendering him unconscious, and then cleaned his body with alcohol. The eldest Japanese doctor, stepping out from the crowd surrounding the operating table, approached the boy with a sharp scalpel in hand. Subsequently, he calmly traced a standard T-shape along the youth's chest, skillfully employing hemostatic forceps to staunch the bleeding. Vivid crimson blood flowed forth, revealing the white adipose tissue beneath, marking the commencement of the vivisection. The remaining medical personnel from the Yamato nation began extracting various organs from the seemingly slumbering youth, placing them into calibrated containers to ascertain their weight. Afterward, these organs were transferred into large glass vessels filled with formalin solution, which were then sealed with glass lids. On October 29th, in the northern part of Leisin County, Cheongjo, approximately 9 kilometers from the Dingnan Pass in Yuzhou, several dozen Type 35 4-ton trucks transported the 101 Type 105mm howitzers to their designated positions. The artillerymen then removed the pins from the tripod mounts and, working together, separated the heavy gun from its carriage, placing it into the pre-dug emplacement. The loader moistened his hands with saliva and began wielding a heavy hammer, striking the stakes with vigor. The remaining members of each gun crew, fuse setters, charge handlers, and sighting personnel, methodically proceeded with their preparations under the guidance of their respective gun commanders. Not far from the artillery position, within a makeshift command center constructed of canvas, Yuan Long was listening to reports from Yen Shuangying of the Anti-Spy Bureau regarding unusual circumstances in Jinju. Yen Shuangying stated, "What I mean is, Jinju likely harbors more than just a single division of the Yamato army. That so-called Yamato Friendship Hospital may conceal numerous undisclosed conspiracies." Upon hearing this, Yuan Long furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. "Commander, my colleagues and I have not had the opportunity to personally investigate Jinju, and the information we possess is limited." Yen Shuangying continued with a solemn demeanor. "After all, our current mission is to eliminate enemy espionage forces within our territory." Yuan Long stroked his chin, lost in thought, and turned to a nearby Lieutenant General, Sun Fuming, inquiring, "What is your perspective on the unusual situation in Jinju?" Yuan Long had relinquished his position as commander of the 66th Army in Qianan, which had been taken over by the former deputy commander, Du Liangting, while the 66th Army was directly deployed to Guizhou to confront the stationed army in Xiangzhou. Now, the motorized infantry division designated as the 68th Army, a unit composed entirely of veterans from the system, fell under Yuan Long's command. The Lieutenant General Sun Fuming, who stood before him, was originally the commander of the 68th Army. However, due to Yuan Long's ascension, he had temporarily assumed the role of deputy commander. This created an awkward situation for Yuan Long, a lieutenant general overseeing 5 other lieutenant generals. He silently resolved that once he achieved military unification in the Yan'an region, he would persuade his father, Yuan Dingqing, to enjoy a peaceful retirement. "Commander, I believe it is too late to dispatch Director Yin to investigate Jinju," Sun Fuming remarked. Walking directly to the operational map on the wall, he addressed the command center, stating, "With the current strength of our 68th Army, we only need the artillery from the 206th, 207th, and 208th Divisions to deploy 2 battalions of 105mm howitzers to exert our combined force." In a fleeting moment, the formidable defenses of Dingnan Pass, Zhanshan City, and Leiwing County could be effortlessly obliterated, rendering the enemy's line of defense utterly ludicrous. Our forces, leveraging the advantage of rapid mobilization, could swiftly divide and advance along the official routes, penetrating the entirety of Yuzhou in a mere 35 days. With ease, we would dismantle all the forces of the Bonin army along the way, and when we stand at the gates of Jinzhou, the annihilation of the 5th Hiroshima Division would unveil the truth. Thus, we shall proceed according to the original battle plan. We will advance and address matters thereafter. Upon hearing Sun Fuming's words, Yuan Long glanced at his watch, its hands steadily approaching 11 o'clock, and continued, "Let the artillery of the 206th Division commence a 10-minute bombardment. Then, as per our strategy, the assault troops shall launch a full-scale attack to seize Dingnan Pass." "Yes, Commander." Nearby, several artillery positions began to mobilize. with 36 101 Type 105mm howitzers raising their barrels high. The engraved 36 right-hand rifling grooves within the gun muzzles were ominous even from a distance. The commander, armed with calculations derived from enemy coordinates sent by the frontline observation post, prepared a firing table, signaling with a small red flag. All artillery, adjust elevation and aim. Scale 258, baseline left 045. Attention loaders, short delay fuse, prepare to fire a test shot with a high explosive shell. The artillerymen worked in perfect harmony. The gunners meticulously adjusted the elevation and direction of their cannons, while the loaders swiftly followed the commander's orders, loading the appropriate fuses into the 17 Type 105mm high explosive shells. Number 1 gun, loaded. The commander raised the small red flag, prepare to fire. The gunner pulled the firing cord, and the firing pin struck the primer with force. The propellant ignited instantaneously, generating a surge of intense high-pressure gas within the chamber, propelling the projectile along the rifle barrel at a velocity of 472 meters per second. The thunderous recoil, weighing several tons, caused the high-strength steel gun carriage to tremble slightly, transmitting vibrations to the earth below, where the remaining soil in the pit danced in response. Simultaneously, over 100 kilometers away in Chongtuan County in northern Gaolin County, the deafening roar of large-caliber artillery erupted as the artillery units of the 207th and 208th Divisions of the 68th Army unleashed a saturation bombardment on the Bonan forces at Zhongshan City in Leiwang County. Chapter 38. The city will fall in just 2.5 minutes upon receiving news of the approaching Qin forces. The soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Regiments of the Bonan 116th Division, stationed atop the imposing walls of Dingnan Pass, swiftly prepared their defenses at the behest of Brigade Commander Hu Dihai. They set up dozens of Type 3 heavy machine guns, awaiting the grand arrival of the Qin troops with a feigned air of authority. Hu Dihai set down his telescope, perplexed by the prolonged silence beyond the city walls. He could not help but inquire of the nearby Commander Luo Wenhu. Commander Luo, are you certain that the scouts outside have truly spotted the Qin army entering our Yuzhou territory? Indeed, Brigade Commander Hu, I assure you, replied Commander Luo, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Several kilometers away at Zhao village, there is indeed an unidentified large force. You may confirm this with Commander Zhao. Dissatisfied with this ambiguous response, Hu Dihai retorted, what do you mean by an unidentified large force? Reporting false intelligence is a grave offense. I have already informed Commander Chao of the situation. Suddenly, the sky erupted with a series of thunderous roars, causing Hu Dihai and the soldiers atop the city wall to freeze momentarily, their expressions turning grave as they looked up. They beheld dozens of artillery shells hurtling swiftly towards them. Not good. It's artillery. Boom. Boom. As Hu Dihai's words faded, a barrage of over a dozen 105mm high explosive shells rained down upon Dingnan Pass, indiscriminately crashing into the city walls. The instant the shells exploded, a blinding flash of light engulfed the area. In that fleeting moment, the entire wall trembled uncontrollably as shockwaves from the violent detonations swept through, scattering lethal shrapnel like a bloodthirsty beast, mercilessly tearing apart the bodies of the defending soldiers. The remaining shells randomly struck the troops stationed below, the searing heat wave hitting them like a tempest, as numerous defenders were knocked down by the torrential downpour of shrapnel. Though the power of the 105mm howitzer may not rival that of the more formidable 150mm, 152mm, or 155mm artillery, its explosive force was no jest. Any carbon-based life form within a 15-meter radius of the impact was virtually doomed. The relentless barrage continued, and within a mere 2.5 minutes, the city walls were reduced to a pockmarked wasteland, with not a single figure remaining visible amidst the flames. The defenders atop the walls either disintegrated into a flurry of severed limbs or wisely chose to flee. Every moment, defenders below were flung into the air by the explosions, while those who remained had nowhere to retreat, confined to their trenches, praying that the shells would not land nearby. With each successive strike from the large-caliber howitzers, the fissures in the wall widened, bricks and stones began to fall, and sections of the wall gradually crumbled. Soon, the entire structure collapsed uncontrollably with a resounding crash. The air at Dingnan Pass was instantly filled with dust and debris, sending shivers down the spines of the defenders hiding behind the wall. The several-meter-thick wall of Dingnan Pass had been obliterated. How could their mere flesh and blood withstand the might of the Qin army? Oh no, the Qin army possesses heavy artillery. If such a thick wall can be reduced to rubble, we will be obliterated by their shells. The brigade and regiment commanders had perished atop the wall, and it seemed the Qin army was poised to attack. Everyone, we must flee. A few soldiers took the lead in a panicked retreat, and seeing this, the remaining troops abandoned all sense of direction, scattering like birds and beasts in a desperate flight in every direction. 1 kilometer away from Dingnangwen, Atop a barren slope, several reconnaissance soldiers clad in duck-hunting camouflage uniforms, draped with camouflage nets interspersed with branches, patiently concealed themselves in a small earthen ditch. Through a Type 65 artillery rangefinder, they meticulously observed every movement at Dingnangwen. One soldier, burdened with a 300 MHz radio and wielding a carbine, glanced at his wristwatch and jested, "Squad leader, it seems Dingnangwen doesn't withstand bombardment very well. The city has fallen in just 9 minutes. Enough chatter. Pass me the radio microphone," the squad leader replied, his gaze shifting from the Type 65 rangefinder. Accepting the microphone, he adjusted the communication channel and began relaying the situation to the command center of the artillery regiment stationed at the rear. "Thunder, thunder. This is lightning. Please respond. The walls of Dingnangwen have collapsed. Repeat, the walls of Dingnangwen have collapsed." Such was the advantage afforded by the comprehensive communication equipment of the Qianmen army. The frontline squads, platoons, and companies were equipped with 300 MHz radios and 536 handheld radios, while regimental, armored, reconnaissance, and artillery units were additionally equipped with radio stations. All divisions of the army could easily establish contact with the rear, especially the forward artillery observation posts, allowing infantry, armored, and reconnaissance units to coordinate seamlessly. Even the squads could swiftly connect with their attached artillery units via wireless communication, mobilizing artillery fire within range, formulating corresponding bombardment plans, and executing them expeditiously. In a temporary command center 9 kilometers away, Yuan Long, upon receiving the report from the forward artillery observation post, pondered briefly before ordering the artillery units to cease fire on Dingnangwen. Of course, he could opt for an extended bombardment, but that risked causing collateral damage to the civilians within the city. Moreover, the Warlord forces seemed lacking in the resolve for urban combat, rendering a heavy-handed approach unnecessary. Fu Ming, instruct the assault troops to advance. As for the Zhan Mountain City in Leiwan County, defended by the 207th and 208th Divisions, the situation of the Bonan army station there is likely no better. Certainly, there are armies that can endure such saturation bombardment without collapsing. However, such iron-willed forces would never be mere mercenaries. "Yes, Commander," Sun Fu Ming replied expressionlessly, turning to contact the assault troops. 3 kilometers outside Dingnangwen, 36 Type 24 Xiaofei light tanks, 36 Type 432 Sherman tanks, and 24 Type 8 Greyhound armored vehicles stood poised for action. Behind the armored division were 180 Type 32 half-track armored personnel carriers loaded with infantry. The vehicle-mounted radio crackled with the hoarse voice of the commander. "Obstacles have been cleared. All assault troops, advance. Show no mercy to the enemy, resisting stubbornly." Hundreds of armored vehicles roared to life, exhaust pipes belching thick smoke as they began their advance towards Dingnangwen. Chapter 39. Assault Troops, Infantry, and Armor Coordination. At the northern gate of Dingnangwen, the Yao Min, Chao Shaolin, the commander of the 116th Division stationed in the northern barracks, rode a white horse, leading the 3rd and 4th regiments, albeit with a delayed arrival. As the soldiers of the Bofin garrison within the city appeared disheveled and grimy, they fled in disarray from the Yawu gate, resembling lost dogs in their panic. Chao Shaolin's expression was dark and foreboding. He hastily ordered his subordinates to intercept these frantic soldiers, his voice laced with menace as he demanded, "What transpired at Dingnan Pass? Who issued the order for retreat?" One of the demoralized soldiers, a young lieutenant, mustered his courage and replied, "Commander Chao, the Qianmen army has advanced from the south. The 1st and 2nd regiments were utterly overwhelmed. Both the brigade commander and the regiment commander were killed by artillery fire, leading to utter chaos among us. Commander, we must retreat quickly. The Qianmen artillery is devastating. Thousands of our brothers perished without even seeing an enemy." Such treasonous words. How dare you sow discord among the ranks? The artillery of the Qianmen army cannot possibly be that formidable. Enraged, Chao Shaolin raised his whip and struck the young soldier down, cursing, "Coward. Your 2 regiments are nothing but incompetent, burdened with failure." He then turned to his one-eyed colonel behind him, commanding, "Colonel Rand, I order you to lead the 3rd and 4th regiments into the city at once, to organize a defense and prepare for battle. Additionally, dispatch an oversight team to monitor the troops. Any who falter shall be executed without mercy." Colonel Rand hesitated, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. The deafening roar of heavy artillery from the south of Dingnan Pass was audible even from several kilometers away. However, he dared not defy orders and hurriedly led his thousands of soldiers towards the city center. The artillerymen of the 116th Mountain Artillery Regiment swiftly commenced their operations, unloading 8 75mm mountain guns from their mounts, preparing to assemble the artillery and ready themselves for action. Chao Shaolin dismounted, signaling for his aide-de-camp, Deputy Ding. "Return to Shanquan immediately and gather all the valuables from my residence." Chao Shaolin's earlier actions were merely for the eyes of the lower-ranking soldiers. The Qin Army's advance was overwhelming, and his 116th Division had already suffered significant losses. In a strict sense, he had become a mere figurehead as commander. And he needed to plan for his future. As the smoke and dust gradually settled, the southern city of Dingnan Pass lay in ruins, the ground strewn with debris, while the scorching dust hung in the air, accompanied only by faint cries of despair. Before long, the assault troops of the Qin Army arrived at the city's base, and the rear doors of several troop transport vehicles swung open. The scouts, agile and well-trained, crouched low, weapons drawn, swiftly exiting the vehicles and taking cover behind nearby obstacles. Their eyes sharp, surveying the surroundings like hawks. Detecting no unusual activity, the marksman group continued to maintain vigilance, while the remaining troops disembarked. A major, calmly wielding a carbine, issued various commands to the hundreds of soldiers under his command. Stay closely behind the tanks and press forward with determination. The lead tanks, relying on their formidable off-road capabilities, showed no hesitation in their advance. The tank commander simply urged, "Brothers, brace yourselves." As the driver pressed the accelerator with fervor, the engine roared to life, channeling formidable power to the active wheels, the treads grinding audibly against the stones beneath. Several M4 Sherman tanks bulldozed their way through the ruins, carving a path, followed closely by the remaining tanks, leading the accompanying infantry into the heart of the city. At the rear of the assault force, more than 50 armored personnel carriers received orders to halt before the debris. Hundreds of soldiers swiftly disembarked from the carriers, forming a standard skirmish line under the command of squad and platoon leaders, their weapons at the ready as they cautiously searched the uneven, desolate battlefield cloaked in darkness. The assault troops within the city divided into several units, with tanks acting as the vanguard in their advance. The infantry was evenly split into 3 groups, one to secure the armored personnel carriers, another to scour the alleyways flanking the streets, and the last to closely follow the tanks, employing combined arms tactics to progress steadily. As they ventured deeper into the core of Dingnan Pass, they swiftly encountered resistance from 2 regiments of the 116th Division of the Bonan Army, and the cacophony of gunfire erupted throughout the city. "What in the world is this?" exclaimed a Bonan Army company commander, his face a mask of fear as he watched small stones bouncing on the ground amidst the distant rumble. Other soldiers trembled in anxiety, many struggling to steady their weapons. They were reluctant to engage in a brutal and chaotic urban battle with the Qin Army. After all, most had enlisted merely to make a living, unwilling to risk their lives for the benefit of their corpulent superiors. However, orders from above could not be defied, especially with the watchful eyes of the supervising officer nearby. In the next moment, 2 metallic giants, gleaming with a metallic sheen, emerged slowly from the end of the street, leaving the Bonan troops, who had never encountered tanks before, bewildered. This new weapon, having only recently come to prominence, was scarcely known among the poorly equipped warlord forces of the Yanshan Kingdom, with only a handful of officers who had attended military academies having heard of it. Under the intimidation of the supervising officer, the company commander mustered his courage and shouted, "Whatever it is, brothers, drop the flags and fire away." Seemingly inspired by their commander's rallying cry, the Bonan soldiers began to haphazardly fire their Type 30 rifles at the tanks. The sound of gunfire echoed as machine gunners unleashed their fire from 2 Type 11 light machine guns aimed at the distant armored vehicles. The infantry flanking the tanks quickly took cover behind them as bullets rained upon the tank's frontal armor, creating a cacophony of clattering sounds. Although the Bonan troops displayed commendable bravery, attacking tanks with rifles and light machine guns was a foolhardy endeavor, embodying the essence of ignorance breeding fearlessness. The 2 M4 Sherman tanks, advancing side by side, gradually came to a halt as the turrets and coaxial Browning M1919 machine guns adjusted their aim. For mounted machine guns began to unleash a torrent of bullets upon the enemy, and several unfortunate Bonan soldiers were instantly struck down, collapsing into pools of blood. The remaining troops, witnessing the overwhelming firepower of the iron behemoths, were swiftly suppressed, reluctant to show themselves. Inside one of the M432 Sherman tanks, the commander operating the mounted machine gun shouted to the gunner below, "Old G, show these oblivious fools what we're made of. Leave it to me. Just keep your eyes peeled." The gunner chuckled, revealing his pearly white teeth, and turned to the loader, saying, "Prepare to load a round of instant explosive shells." "Understood," replied the loader, swiftly retrieving a 105mm high explosive shell and forcefully inserting it into the breech, securing it with a loud declaration, "Loading complete." The turret began to rotate slowly, aligning the twin 105mm tank guns towards the sandbag barricade. As the gunner pressed the firing pedal, the anticipation built. Boom. The ground shook with a thunderous roar as 2 fiery projectiles soared into the sky, instantly shattering the sandbag barricade into countless fragments. Within a 10-meter radius of the detonation, everything was obliterated. Several unsuspecting soldiers of the Bonan army were consumed by the searing shockwave. while those slightly farther away were hurled several meters by the force of the explosion. The M432 Sherman tank, a derivative of the Mantiv family, was designed to shield friendly infantry and dismantle enemy strongholds, equipped with a 105mm cannon capable of effortlessly demolishing most defensive structures. The few surviving Bonin soldiers, dazed and disoriented, struggled to rise, only to witness their company commander and the supervising officer torn to shreds by shrapnel, triggering frantic cries of, "Ah! The commander is dead. This bizarre iron behemoth from the Qianan army has artillery. We cannot hold our ground." Indeed, the Qianan army is ferocious. Brothers, flee. In that moment, they disregarded all commands, scrambling away in a chaotic retreat. Cease fire! Cease fire! Observing the defenders in disarray, the tank commander issued a halt to the assault and picked up the radio, stating, "Our mission is to shatter their morale and capture as many as possible. Let us advance with efficiency." With that, he opened the hatch above, signaling to the soldiers behind the tank to take positions on either side while he manned the Browning 1919 machine gun, vigilant of their surroundings. Meanwhile, other assault units in different sectors, leveraging the firepower provided by the tanks, pressed forward with unstoppable momentum, annihilating the defenders' positions and relentlessly pushing the retreating soldiers towards the northern part of the city. At that moment, within a building to the north, he gathered several officers to deliberate on whether to surrender to the Qianan forces. A lieutenant with a dark complexion lamented, "Commander, no one can withstand the ironclad Qianan army. Do you want to see our brothers perish in vain?" "Indeed, Commander, what is that chow compared to? The Qianan army has already surrounded us." Another colonel, his left arm bandaged and battered, pleaded urgently, "Commander, please give the order." Seemingly weary of the situation, he nodded. "Inform the soldiers to cease all resistance and surrender their weapons for consolidation." Outside the Yawu Gate, north of the Ding'an Pass, Cao Shaolin observed the diminishing sounds of gunfire within the city through his binoculars. He was about to concoct an excuse to flee with his trusted aides when, suddenly, a bullet whistled through the air with a distinctive shriek, striking him squarely in the shoulder from a distance of 600 meters. He fell from his horse, clutching his shoulder and letting out a frantic wail. Several hundred meters away, in a small thicket, an observer lowered his military binoculars and mockingly addressed the soldier beside him, who was wielding a Springfield 1911 sniper rifle. "Zhang Yao Feng, your marksmanship leaves much to be desired." The sniper, unfazed, retorted, "Please, if I don't take him down, he'll soon meet his end by artillery fire." No sooner had he spoken than dozens of 105mm shells streaked across the sky like meteors, accurately landing in the distant mountain artillery positions. With a series of deafening explosions, the artillery site erupted in flames and billowing smoke, reducing both men and guns to disarray. "You really need to practice your shooting more," the squad leader chuckled, patting Zhang Yaofeng on the shoulder. Two Type 20 multifunctional armored vehicles, camouflaged with branches, slowly approached. The team, having completed their task, gathered their equipment and climbed aboard the armored vehicles, departing swiftly. Within the temporary command post of the 68th Army, situated behind the Ding'an Pass, Yuan Long and Sun Fuming were engaged in a serious discussion regarding the plans following the conquest of Ding'an Pass, Zhanshan City, and Leitwen County. At that moment, Chief of Staff Qiu Yuhan pushed aside the canvas and entered the command post to deliver good news from the front lines. "Report, Army Commander. Deputy Army Commander, we have secured Ding'an Pass 5 minutes ago." "Impressive operational efficiency," Yuan Long remarked, glancing at his watch. He noted that from the onset of artillery fire to the conclusion of the battle, barely 3 hours had elapsed. Sun Fuming appeared self-assured. "Chief of Staff Qiu, please provide a detailed account of the situation." Qiu Yuhan nodded and opened his notebook to report. "In this engagement, our forces expended approximately 40 tons of ammunition, with bullet details currently unspecified. We sustained 15 casualties, including 3 severely wounded and 11 with minor injuries. The enemy's death toll is still undetermined, but we have captured over 8,000 enemy troops, including 15 officers, the highest rank being a colonel brigade commander. Additionally, we seized more than 8,000 rifles, over 20 machine guns, with ammunition details yet to be clarified. That concludes my report." He closed his notebook and quietly stood to the side. Yuan Long listened to the battle report with an impassive demeanor, showing no signs of surprise. Overall, the 206th Division had performed admirably in today's battle, achieving remarkable results. The casualty figures were entirely reasonable, considering that the 68th Army was a product of a systematic elite force. The combat readiness, marksmanship, and inter-unit cooperation of the system troops far surpassed those of the corrupt warlord forces of Yanlong Nation, who struggled for basic sustenance, wore inadequate clothing, and operated with obsolete equipment and lax military discipline. Moreover, prior to the formal assault by the storm troops, the 2 infantry regiments defending Ding'an Pass comprising several thousand southern troops, had already suffered significant losses under the saturation bombardment of over 1,105 mm shells fired by 2 artillery battalions. The entire 206th Division boasts 300 artillery pieces, over 400 light to medium tanks, and various types of armored vehicles. In stark contrast, the opposing enemy possesses a meager arsenal of heavy weaponry, consisting solely of 8 Japanese-made Type 41 75mm mountain guns. What is even more laughable is that their artillery units are limited to direct fire techniques. Due to their outdated artillery tactics, they are unable to leverage the firepower advantages offered by indirect fire. Furthermore, when compared to the 105mm and 155mm howitzers deployed by the Qiannan Army, these Japanese 75mm mountain guns are no more than toys in the hands of children, lacking both range and power. There are instances in warfare where a significant disparity in weaponry can lead to despair for the inferior side. This truth is particularly clear to Yuan Long, a time traveler. The Qiannan Army resembles the coalition forces in the Gulf War, while the Punnan Army is even less formidable than the Assyrians. Chapter 41. Dual Assault. As Yuan Long was lost in thought, the tent flap was gently pushed aside, and Wei Junwang, the chief of staff of the 68th Army of Qiannan, entered. After saluting, he presented a telegram report to the commander and esteemed colleagues. The commanders of the 207th Division, General Rao Guohua, and the 208th Division, General Tonglinga, have just sent word that the Punnan 107th and 108th Infantry Divisions defending Zhan Mountain City and Lewing County were defeated just 10 minutes ago. Our forces have now opened the gates to Yuzhou. The commander of the 206th Division, Yao Zijin, could not help but chime in. Oh, it seems their pace is quite brisk as well. Commander, we are all of the same lineage. The timing of the 3 divisions' assaults is not far apart, and their outcomes will surely be similar. The deputy commander of the 206th Division, Yu Huzhong, chuckled innocently. Yuan Long reached out to grasp the telegram, focusing intently as his eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. The post-battle report indicated that the 207th Division had unexpectedly captured the commander of the Punnan 35th Army, Wang Xiaowei, during the assault on Zhan Mountain City, discovering approximately 7 tons of gold in the basement of his private residence. With a wry smile, Yuan Long remarked, "How intriguing. This commander Wang Zhui appears quite devoted to his duties, choosing to settle in the garrison of his own troops rather than indulging in revelry in the provincial capital, Wunshan City. Now, we have him in our grasp without the need to exert effort in searching for him." Wang Xiaowei was undoubtedly a trusted ally of Sun Jie, serving as the military governor and chairman of Yuzhou, as well as the overall commander of the Pennan garrison in Yuzhou. The Pennan 116th, 117th, and 118th Divisions stationed at Dingnan Pass, Zhan Mountain City, and Lewing County had been annihilated just moments prior, all comprised of his elite forces. As for the 7 tons of gold, this amount seems insignificant for a provincial warlord. I suspect that Wang Xiaowei himself has unwittingly become a mere figurehead, confusedly falling into our hands as a prisoner. After all, the rapid pace of our 68th Army and our fierce artillery allowed us to breach the city within an hour and conclude the battle in just 2 or 3 hours. The gathered officers in the command tent shared laughter and banter. The progress we have achieved can ultimately be attributed to the inadequacy of these warlord forces, compounded by their lack of emphasis on intelligence gathering, which rendered them vulnerable to our sudden onslaught of heavy firepower. Sun Fuming continued calmly, stating that had their intelligence department been competent, they would have been prepared for us, and this battle would not have concluded so swiftly. As for Sun Jie, the traditionalist warlord, he could hardly fathom that Yuan Long would resort to such unscrupulous tactics, launching a covert surprise attack without a sound. After all, according to the conventions among the warlords of the Yanlong nation, it is customary for both armies to exchange proclamations of hostilities before the onset of major conflict. Such methods are employed to seize the moral high ground in public opinion and garner support from various factions. Ahem, as Fuming wisely pointed out, we should not celebrate prematurely. Yuan Long cleared his throat, asserting that our objective in this battle is to dismantle the forces of Sun Jie and Yongkisan, thereby unifying the entire Yin South region. The current minor victory is merely a small step in this grand endeavor. With that, he led everyone to the operational map, instructing his chief military advisor, Wei Junwang, saying, "Advisor Wei, promptly draft a communique for the 207th and 208th Divisions, instructing them that after capturing Zhanshan City in Lewing County, the armored units and mechanized infantry must not linger. All post-battle tasks, including battlefield cleanup and prisoner custody, should be entrusted to the logistics departments of each unit." Turning to the back, he added for Commander Yao Zijin, "Your 206th Division is to proceed similarly. The mechanized infantry and armored units of all 3 divisions must advance in unison, swiftly pushing into the heart of Yuzhou, Ganfeng City, Pingwu County, and Chuanyuan County, among others. We must leverage our army's high degree of mechanization to seize the entirety of Yuzhou before Sun Jie can react or before he seeks aid from his Japanese masters to organize an effective counteroffensive. Yes, Commander, replied the officers, saluting before swiftly departing to issue the orders. Yuan Long dismissed the others and sank back into his chair, nonchalantly rolling up his sleeves. He glanced at his military wristwatch, noting the time was 10:30, and fell into contemplation. The recently captured Dingnan Pass, Zhongshan City, and Leiwen County had merely opened the gateway to Yuzhou. However, to dismantle Sun Jie's strength in the shortest time possible. The capture of the Jilya defense line in Xiangzhou by the Qin and 66th Army is equally crucial. Meanwhile, approximately 348 kilometers away, to the north of the Jilyu defense line along the Xiangzhou-Nanhua Railway, the meandering and extensive trench line lay, like a slumbering giant, quietly resting on the vast plain. The perimeter of the defense line was thickly adorned with sharp barbed wire, and at intervals, there stood a machine gun nest constructed from sturdy brick and cement. The surrounding terrain was flat and the passes strongly fortified, making it highly advantageous for defenders to ambush any approaching enemy. The garrison need only man the Maxim machine guns stationed in the nests to inflict heavy casualties on any adversaries that dared to encroach. Due to the outdated and scarce communication equipment of the Warlord troops during this period, it was common for only divisions and brigades to be equipped with radios. Consequently, the means of communication among these forces was exceedingly traditional and limited. Furthermore, the sudden assault by the Qiannin 68th Army, characterized by overwhelming artillery fire and swift combat, left the communication departments of the three divisions stationed in Yuzhou, the Bonin 35th Army, unable to react in time to report the incoming attack, resulting in their demise under the bombardment or their capture under unclear circumstances. This led to a state of ignorance for Sun Jie, who was still vacationing in Jincheng, and the Bonin 16th Army stationed in Xiangzhou, as they remained oblivious to the Qiannin Army's capture of Yuzhou's Dinnan Pass, Zhongshan City, and Leiwen County. Much like blind men attempting to comprehend an elephant. At this moment, approximately 5 kilometers behind the Jiulu defense line, in the command post of the Bonin 50th Division at Daiqing, Pu Zuoyao, the commander of the 50th Division of the Bonin 16th Army responsible for guarding the defense line, was seated comfortably with his deputy division commander, chief of staff, and several brigade commanders, merrily playing mahjong. The room, shrouded in smoke, was filled with a cacophony of sounds, mingled with the pungent odors of foot and body odor. Pu Zuoyao, draped in his olive-green military uniform, lounged in the main seat with a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth, resembling a crooked pine tree. His dark, slick-back hair glistened like smooth satin. He stroked the sparse goat beard on his chin, as if toying with a precious work of art, maintaining an impassive expression while listening to the sycophantic praises of his subordinates. Suddenly, Pu Zuoyao straightened up, flicked away the cigarette butt, and meticulously arranged his mahjong tiles. "Ha ha ha, I have drawn a winning hand," he exclaimed triumphantly. Observing Pu Zuoyao's smug demeanor, the deputy division commander, Ma Tianjin, could not help but grumble, "Damn it. I can't even get a decent hand. Our division commander must have had a lucky night last night. Otherwise, how could he draw all winning tiles today?" Amid the banter from his subordinates, the avaricious Pu Zuoyao showed no reaction, lighting another cigarette for himself. After a moment of indulgent smoke, he impatiently waved his hand, urging, "Enough of your chatter. In that last round, there was one concealed set, one flower, one character, and the dealer's consecutive threes. Each of you owes me 15 units. Let us keep playing. Today, we shall battle for 300 rounds." The sounds of mahjong tiles clashing continued to echo, oblivious to the fact that the Qiannin army was already advancing upon them. As noon approached, the damp and chilly trenches of the Jiulu defense line were permeated with the scent of decay and earth, suffocating the Bonin soldiers stationed there. As lunchtime drew near, with only a few soldiers tasked with vigilance, most Bonin soldiers relaxed as usual, gathering in groups to play cards, boast, and smoke. "Lunch is served. Lunch is served," called out several portly cooks, leisurely carrying steaming wooden tubs along the small path from the rear of the defense line. The cook placed the wooden barrel on the ground, and the lead cook, wielding a large ladle, shouted for the meal to commence, urging those who wished to eat to quickly form a line and assemble properly. A soldier, with his collar open and chest exposed, revealing his gaunt physique, cradled a coarse porcelain bowl in his hands. Upon discerning the contents of the barrel, he could not help but voice his discontent. "Old cook, have you filled your own pockets again? Why is it that today we are served only a treasure rice?" Undoubtedly, today's lunch for the station troops consisted solely of monotonous mixed grain rice, devoid of any accompanying dishes. Moreover, this so-called mixed grain rice was far from clean, containing moldy grains, sand, pebbles, coarse husks, rice chaff, barnyard grass, rat droppings, and tiny insects. The flavor and texture of such inferior food could be readily imagined. Had it been served to the pampered Western troops, the soldiers would have likely revolted. Yet, these soldiers seemed accustomed to such unreliable rations, choosing to accept their fate with equanimity, even humorously dubbing it ate treasure rice. Alas, in the present day, the kingdom of Yanlong faces relentless natural disasters and man-made calamities, with famine being a recurrent plight for countless Yanlong citizens. The common laboring populace generally survives on just 2 meals a day, subsisting solely on lunch and dinner. The ordinary soldiers within the warlord factions are no exception. Even clad in military uniforms and wielding weapons of truth, they seldom enjoy a hearty meal. In truth, under the guidance of Yushu, the Ministry of Military Affairs of the Great Qian dynasty had specifically established dietary standards for the Yanlong army, stipulating that each soldier should receive 15 caddies of rice, 4 ounces of canned or fresh meat, 4 ounces of dried vegetables, 2 ounces of pickled vegetables, 2 ounces of sugar, 3 chin of salt, and 4 chin of soy sauce daily. This sounds quite ample if such a plan were genuinely implemented. Maintaining the fighting capability of the Yanlong soldiers would pose no problem. However, standards remain mere ideals, and execution is another matter entirely. Due to the severely lagging productivity in the kingdom of Yanlong, the military provisions for millions of warlord troops are woefully insufficient. As a result, most soldiers have been forced to reduce their anticipated 3 meals a day to a mere 2. This unfortunate situation has persisted for several days now. At least provide us with some side dishes. Even if not meat, a bit of turnip or greens would suffice. The soldiers' casual complaint quickly resonated with others in line, and soon a chorus of grievances arose among the ranks. What is going on here? Why are you all gathered? A voice, authoritative yet slightly imposing, emerged from the rear. A middle-aged colonel, with a large belly resembling that of a woman in her 9th month, leisurely approached the front of the line, holding a hefty pig's trotter. This man was Hu Wuhai, the commander of the 3rd Regiment of the 50th Division of Bonin, who capitalized on his sister's status as the favored concubine of Division Commander Puzwiliao to amass wealth within the military camp, shamelessly siphoning off soldiers' wages and rations. With a grim expression, he coldly remarked, "Are you all contemplating rebellion? Have you forgotten the military laws and discipline?" Instantly, the surrounding soldiers fell silent. Hu Wuhai seized the cook's ladle and struck it forcefully against the rim of the wooden barrel, admonishing the soldiers, "This is the fare of our Bonin army. If you refuse to eat it, there are plenty of others who will." His voice was loud and piercing, and his cold gaze swept over each soldier as if to warn them against any complaints or acts of disobedience. The soldiers, who had just been murmuring grievances, seemed to have their spines instantly severed. Their previously erect chests sagged in unison with their heads. Indeed, in these chaotic times, having 2 meals a day was a luxury, and as impoverished commoners, they dared not aspire for more. 2 minutes later, at the front line of the vast and tumultuous defensive line, a sudden cacophony of hundreds of dull roars erupted, leaving many of the soldiers of the Bonin army, who were engrossed in cooking in the trenches, bewildered. One older veteran, tapping his ear frame, shouted, "Li Ergu, can you see what is happening? Why do I feel a rumbling sound?" The soldier named Li Ergu, preoccupied with picking out mouse droppings and small stones from his meager meal, replied nonchalantly, "Old boatman, are you dazed? There's no rumbling. Wait, maybe there really is." Indeed, it was true. A nearby disheveled soldier, busy swatting fleas from his body, also began to register the noise and exclaimed, "Could it be divine intervention?" They could not help but stand up, curiosity piqued, to gaze into the distance, attempting to locate the source of the thunderous sound. To their horror, they soon discovered that the distant plain was shrouded in dust, the thunderous noise shaking the heavens, as if the very earth were about to be torn asunder. Countless glimmering black dots, now visible to the naked eye, were racing towards them at an alarming speed. "My dear mother, what on earth is that?" It was a vanguard unit of the Qiannan 66 Army, codenamed 7, hurtling towards them from Guizhou. At the forefront of the 7th Assault Unit were 12 Type 24 Shafei light tanks, 12 Type 432 Sherman tanks, and 8 Type 8 Greyhound armored vehicles, temporarily assigned from the armored regiment. Following closely behind were over 1,000 soldiers from the 202nd Infantry Regiment of the Qiannan 66 Army, stationed in 60 Type 32 half-track armored personnel carriers, 27 half-track Type 21 mortar carriers, and 20 Type 31 armored reconnaissance vehicles, all poised and awaiting the command to disembark. For this operation, the Qiannan 66 Army had hastily assembled 9 such assault units, each comprising over 100 armored vehicles and tanks, codenamed from 19. They now surged forward like an unstoppable force, a barrage of swords aimed directly at the Goliath defensive line. Hu Wuhai, hiding within a semi-concealed command post, peered through his telescope at the seemingly endless, massed steel army in the distance, trembling as he spoke. "Good heavens, what in the world is that? Quickly, command the soldiers to return to their respective positions." Having uttered this, Hu Wuhai, feeling a sense of unease, suddenly recalled something and shouted to the nearby signalman, "Also, get me the phone to the rear division headquarters. Urgently inform my brother-in-law of the situation here and request support from our mountain artillery battalion." Not long after Wu Hai had finished speaking, the 12 Type 24 Xiaofei light tanks and 12 Type 432 Sherman tanks of the 7th Assault Brigade reached approximately 800 meters from the Jiu-Lu defense line. The sound of gunfire erupted as the machine gunners, unable to contain their eagerness, began to operate the Type 38 heavy machine guns. Aiming at the tanks stationed at the forefront of the 7th Assault Brigade, the 65mm shells struck the armored steel directly in front of the tanks, creating sparks and a cacophony of sound. Chapter 43. Half an hour of rapid advancement. The commander of the armored forces merely glanced through the periscope before dismissing this feeble assault. Calmly activating the radio to issue orders, reduce speed, engage the gyro stabilizers, and use artillery to eliminate those visible semi-covered bunkers. Target any suspicious areas or objects. The armored personnel carriers, equipped with radios as well, promptly adhered to the command given by the armored commander, slowing down to trail closely behind the tanks. The tanks at the forefront, aided by the gyro stabilizers, slowly rotated their turrets to aim at the semi-covered machine gun bunkers on the Jiu-Lu defense line. 12 Type 4 105mm tank guns and 12 Type 6 75mm tank guns, their dark muzzles resembling the gaping jaws of a formidable beast, suddenly unleashed a torrent of searing flames. With a resounding roar, dozens of powerful shells descended upon the machine gun bunkers that had been viciously spitting fire at the tanks. The deafening explosions shattered the few remaining heavy machine gun positions, reducing them to a scattered array of metallic fragments and rubble, while flames soared and smoke billowed. One 105mm high explosive shell directly penetrated the observation post and struck the semi-covered command center, engulfing Wu Hai before he could even register the shock on his face. Consumed by the force of the explosion, the others within the command center were not spared either, as the shrapnel from the detonations dispersed them into fragments. Swept away by the immense shockwave, after a relentless barrage from dozens of tanks and armored vehicles, the sandbags, bunkers, and barbed wire on the defense line had been nearly obliterated, leaving behind a multitude of dark craters created by the explosions. The mechanized vehicles advanced across the plain at a speed unmatched by any soldier as two legs, and within just a minute or two, the entire assault brigade boldly closed in to within 200 meters of the trenches. The armored commander cautiously peered out, his expression serious as he raised his binoculars to survey the devastation ahead, issuing commands over the radio. There are certainly still many enemy combatants remaining. All mobile machine gun positions, open fire, and suppress the surviving enemies to prevent them from daring to reveal themselves and retaliate. The relentless sound of gunfire echoed through the air as hundreds of various light and heavy machine guns unleashed short bursts toward any area deemed suspicious. A torrential metal storm enveloped the battlefield, instilling such fear in the remaining soldiers of the Bonin army that they dared not raise their heads, let alone rise to retaliate. They found themselves with no opportunity to escape, cowering within their precarious fortifications, trembling in fear. Meanwhile, the infantry commander stationed in the rear observed the battlefield situation and swiftly withdrew his head into the armored command vehicle. He needed to promptly issue operational directives to the assault troops based on the current battlefield dynamics. The so-called coordination between infantry and tanks must be adapted to the specific circumstances of the battlefield, taking into account factors such as enemy presence, mission objectives, safety, terrain, and visibility to adjust the tactical positions of infantry and armored vehicles. Given the expanse of the open terrain and excellent visibility, the tanks and armored vehicles should charge forward like colossal steel beasts, boldly advancing at the forefront of the infantry. With their impervious armor and unparalleled firepower, they created an indomitable barrier for the infantry closely following behind, guiding them in their assault to breach the enemy's defensive line. After a moment of contemplation, the infantry commander seized the radio, noting the flat terrain, open sight lines, and the apparent collapse of enemy resistance. He commanded the assault team to disembark and follow the tanks in a charge toward the enemy's front lines. As the order was relayed, the infantrymen aboard the armored personnel carriers disembarked in an orderly fashion. Under the direction of their squad and platoon leaders, they formed a clear double line, closely trailing behind the tanks and armored vehicles. The final push encountered little resistance, and as they neared the enemy's defensive line, the assault troops behind the tanks took aim, crouching low as they cautiously advanced for the final charge. Suddenly, from the battered and ravaged trenches ahead, several white flags emerged without warning. Following that, an array of white flags sprang forth from the trenches like mushrooms after rain, all moving in unison. These striking white banners danced in the wind, stirred by an unseen force. This unexpected sight struck the advancing assault troops and the tank operators like a bolt from the blue. leaving them momentarily speechless. Some even frozen in astonishment. The assault troops cautiously crossed over the tanks, maintaining a considerable distance between themselves, bending low with their various automatic weapons. Racing toward the trench's edge under the vigilant watch of nearly 100 machine guns, the squad leader shouted toward the source of the white flags, proclaiming a promise of safety in exchange for surrender. The soldiers of the Bonin army, already resigned within the trenches, quickly raised their hands and emerged, assured of their safety. Upon hearing the unequivocal response and assurance, nearly all the soldiers in the trenches chose to surrender. After enduring such a brutal conflict, with casualties already accounting for 30% in a matter of minutes, their dwindling morale, long since eroded under the assault of tank fire, compelled them to forego resistance and preserve their lives. "We are coming out now. Dear brothers, please do not fire. We have raised our hands in surrender." Subsequently, the soldiers of the Bonin army raised their hands high and trembled as they emerged from the trenches. With the battle declared over, the follow-up troops of the Qin 66th Army arrived successively in various wheeled vehicles. The field hospital, having nothing to do, aided many lightly and heavily wounded Bonin soldiers. Additionally, some enemy soldiers, hiding in trenches and artillery shelters in a desperate attempt to evade capture, were discovered and apprehended by the soldiers clearing the battlefield. A tank commander, perched atop the turret of his tank, lit a Lucky Strike cigarette and observed the orderly reception of prisoners by the incoming troops. He could not help but express his thoughts to the ammunition loader beside him, who was busy loading the machine gun. This initial victory has come far too easily. It feels as if we have staged a mock battle. From the offensive to the end of the skirmish, it lasted no longer than half an hour. There was no denying that the imposing presence of the Qin army's tanks and armored vehicles was akin to divine beings in the eyes of the current warlord soldiers. A swift advance of merely half an hour was merely a basic operation. Chapter 44, The Bewildered Sun Jie Commander, is that not a good thing? The loader remarked, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. He took a swig from his 1942 enamel military canteen and added, "You should know that during the recent battle, our entire 7th Assault Unit incurred almost no casualties." As the two engaged in their casual banter, the gunner, peeking out from beneath his 1938 tank helmet, interrupted their conversation, saying, "Commander, the Tigerhead has just issued a new command via radio, instructing all of us in the 7th Assault Unit to take advantage of the time to rest and replenish our tanks with ammunition and fuel. We are to depart for Zhejiang County in 20 minutes. Zhejiang County, the commander murmured to himself, taking a deep drag from his cigarette before exhaling the smoke and discarding the butt. He retrieved the operational map from his 1938 map case. According to intelligence, a regiment of the Bonin 51st Division was stationed to the north of Zhejiang City, and they were to be our target. The gunner removed his helmet, scratched his head, and added, "Understood." The commander quickly calculated the distance and glanced at his wristwatch, stating, "Since we still have time, let everyone finish their lunch." 20 minutes later, having had a brief respite, the 9 assault units advanced further into the heart of Xiangzhou. An hour later, in the northern suburbs of Jinju Jieyu City, a magnificent and heavily guarded 4-story mansion with overhanging eaves nestled quietly amidst a grove of red firs. The villa's exterior design was ingeniously crafted, adorned with dark green glazed tiles, while the main structure was constructed of red bricks complemented by traditional paintings. Its interior featured a complete set of Baroque-style furnishings, with a warming fireplace paired with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, giving the villa a distinct Western flair. A grand and opulent black Steinway grand piano occupied the lavish hall of the villa. A voluptuous Western woman sat before the piano, her fingers dancing gracefully across the keys, sending cheerful melodies flowing through the air. Sun Jie, clad in a sleek black tailcoat, stood on a round wooden platform beside the piano, shouting a few playful notes, "Me, me, me, ma, ma, ma." Clearing his throat, he began to dance animatedly to the accompaniment of the piano, singing passionately and loudly. Setting aside other considerations, the mere fact that Sun Jie could perform opera with such proficiency and authenticity in the Caesar dialect distinguished him among the 12 warlords. Indeed, Sun Jie, hailing from a respectable background, had traveled extensively across multiple countries in Europe during his youth, and when it came to artistic talent, other warlords were truly incomparable. Suddenly, the double oak doors were forcefully flung open, and He Ziqin entered the hall in a state of panic, resembling a startled rabbit, his steps disordered. "Commander, something terrible has happened." The interruption startled Sun Jie, compelling him to momentarily silence his melodious voice. "Ziqin, what has transpired to cause such a commotion?" Although Sun Jie felt a twinge of unease, after all, He Ziqin's character was generally quite composed. He maintained an air of calm to uphold the commander's authority, adopting a posture reminiscent of a senior instructing a junior. "I have told you countless times, one must not be overly hasty in both life and work. Look at you, running out of breath." He Ziqin, his face flushed, replied, "Just 2 hours ago, the 35th Army stationed in Yuzhou responsible for guarding against the Qiannom forces. Suddenly lost all contact. We tried sending telegrams and making phone calls over a dozen times, yet there has been no response from the 106th, 107th, and 108th Divisions. He Ziqin struggled to steady his breath, continuing, moreover. The 50th Division of the 16th Army stationed at the Jiulu defense line in Xiangzhou also sent a message just minutes ago, stating they were under attack by a mysterious force. The enemy's artillery is exceptionally fierce, and at present, the 50th Division has gone completely silent, just like the 35th Army. We suspect this enigmatic force, which has declared war without prior notice, is likely connected to the Qiannom army. And it is highly probable that they are indeed the Qiannom forces. In the entire Yan'an region, only Yuan Dingguo stands in such stark opposition to you, possessing both the motive and the capability to launch an attack against us. How can this be possible? Does that old ghost Yuan possess 3 heads and 6 arms? How could he possibly annihilate over 50,000 of my men in just a matter of hours? Sun Jie could no longer maintain his facade of composure, as if he had suddenly lost control of his body, stumbling forward and nearly falling. He Ziqin, witnessing this, hurriedly reached out to support the faltering Sun Jie. With assistance, Sun Jie managed to regain his footing, muttering that Yuan Dingguo is truly despicable and shameless, launching a surprise attack without so much as a word. I shall broadcast his disgraceful actions nationwide. He continued, the 35th Army and the 50th Division are nothing but a bunch of incompetent fools. In less than a day, over 50,000 men have been utterly annihilated. This is over 50,000 lives, even if it were 50,000 pigs. If Yuan Dingguo were to unleash his forces day and night for 3 days and nights, he could not possibly capture them all. In truth, He Ziqin also doubted the combat effectiveness of the Qiannom army. After all, they were dealing with over 50,000 troops who were entrenched in a defensible position, with the current armaments and artillery of the Warlord forces in the Yanlong kingdom. Attempting to conquer strategic locations such as Dingnan Pass and the Julia defense line would be nothing short of a fool's errand without a significant numerical advantage on the attacking side. Do not be angry, Commander, He Ziqin offered in a soothing tone. My previous remarks were merely a reflection of my personal conjecture. The specifics undoubtedly require time for verification, and there may yet be significant developments in this matter. Upon hearing this, Sun Jie pondered and recognized the truth in He Ziqin's words. After a moment of contemplation, he made a decision. Very well, Ziqin, you speak wisely. I have resolved to dispatch your 4th Army towards Yuzhou and Xiangzhou. Furthermore, I hereby appoint you as the Commander-in-Chief of the Anti-Thief Allied Forces, responsible for the mobilization of the remaining troops of the Bonin Army. Also, contact Mr. Matsumoto to clarify the situation regarding the mysterious force that attacked us today. We must ascertain who they truly are. Understood, Commander, Sun Jie replied with a solemn expression. Speaking with resolute authority, I shall make the necessary arrangements immediately. Chapter 45. The nature of the Japanese clan at 7:30 p.m. that evening. Outside the temporary command center of the 68th Army in Tanchong County, Yuzhou, several gasoline generators emitted a low, growling hum, while a few bright electric lights flickered intermittently, occasionally buzzing. A bonfire blazed in the open space, its flames dancing playfully like mischievous children. Tian Zhongjin stood nearby, incessantly recounting the day's battle report. Commander, today our 66th and 68th Armies launched a swift offensive against the Bonin Army in Yuzhou and Xiangzhou. So far, our 2 forces have shattered numerous enemy defenses, with several assault units penetrating over 100 kilometers into enemy territory. We have completely annihilated the 35th and 16th Armies of Bonin, capturing the 50th Division, a mountain artillery brigade, a cavalry brigade, and 2 mixed brigades, with reports indicating that we have taken 60,000 prisoners. All right, I understand. Instruct them to press on, Yuan Long said, peering through the flickering firelight at a small capsule he held between his fingers, his impatience evident as he waved a hand to halt Tian Zhongjin's report. Turning to Yin Shuangying, who stood beside him, he remarked, You know, Shuangying, the small poison capsules used by Japanese spies are rather ingeniously designed. The inventor of such a device must surely be a person of great cunning. The unremarkable capsule, composed of gelatin, was known as a suicide capsule. It was frequently utilized by spies tasked with deep infiltration and clandestine missions. Typically, these capsules contained potassium cyanide, commonly referred to as mountain ash, a colorless or white solid with an almond scent, resembling sugar and readily soluble in water. Should a spy inadvertently be discovered while on a covert mission, to avoid the risk of divulging secrets under severe interrogation, they could place this poison capsule in their mouth and bite down, allowing the potassium cyanide to flow into their system, resulting in instant death. Yin Shuangying leaned in to share his perspective. Commander, while this notion may initially appear far-fetched, it undoubtedly reveals the ruthless nature of the Japanese people. Regarding the spies who risk their lives for their homeland, living perpetually on the edge of uncertainty, their cold-bloodedness and ruthlessness are alarming. One can only imagine how they would treat the citizens of other nations, exhibiting even less humanity. Shuangying, your insights into the nature of the Japanese people are remarkably astute. To me, the Japanese nation resembles a cunning and treacherous wolf, deceitful and heartless. Yuan Long wholeheartedly concurred with Shuangying's perspective. He rose and continued eloquently. In my view, our Yanlong tribe stands like a solitary tiger, reigning over this vast expanse of land for millennia. Despite enduring the decline of numerous dynasties, our destiny as the eternal sovereign of this territory remains unshaken. In the past, when our Yanlong tribe was at its zenith, the treacherous wolves of the Japanese nation retracted their claws and fangs, choosing to bow before us. Yet, merely decades later, as we now languish in weakness, these wild wolves reveal their true, malevolent nature. As Yuan Long spoke, a sudden thought seemed to strike him, and he shifted the conversation with a wry smile. Bring forth the 2 Japanese spies you captured alive. The suicide capsules that Yuan Long had pinched between his fingers were not conjured by the system. They were obtained from the Japanese spies who had previously attempted to take their own lives. Bring those 2 Japanese spies here for the military leader to see, he commanded, gesturing to Duma nearby, and then recounted the events of the day. This morning, our counterintelligence patrol, composed of agents, discovered a group of individuals disguised as farmers in a field beside the road while our forces passed through Liwan County. Upon questioning them, they insisted they were local peasants. Their claims, however, were inconsistent with their skin tone. The climate of our Yin South region is harsh, and their hands bore no roughness or calluses. What farmer would wear cloth shoes to toil in the fields? Just as we intended to take them for further interrogation, several of them suddenly erupted into violence. 2 brandished Meiji Model 26 revolvers and attacked us. Fortunately, we were equipped with 3 Thompson submachine guns, but in the ensuing close combat, we suffered 2 casualties while eliminating 6 of the enemy and capturing 2 alive. Well done. Remain ever vigilant against enemy infiltration. Your counterintelligence bureau must strive to incapacitate the enemy's eyes and ears, preventing them from gleaning our situation and discerning our strengths and weaknesses. After hearing the account, Yuan Long nodded in approval. At that moment, 2 bruised and battered Japanese spies were escorted forward, bound by soldiers. Yuan Long gazed down at the subdued figures. Their heads hung low in silence. Even without seeing their faces, he could sense their defiance. Nearby, Hirata placed a soldier's shovel into the campfire to roast it, then approached Yuan Long to serve as a translator. State your names, nationality, and occupation, Hirata said in Japanese, translating verbatim for the 2 spies. Oh, so it truly is a tough nut to crack. Yuan Long, witnessing their silence, promptly lost his patience. With a wave of his hand, he declared, they won't shed tears until they see the coffin. Loosen up these 2 stalwart fellows. First, could open their forearms and strip away the tendons, ulna, and radius. Yen Shuangying and Shun Qiqi, naturally reluctant to defy the orders, swiftly drew their daggers and commenced their work. The 2 masters employed their skills of dismemberment and massage. And in an instant, the agonizing wails of the 2 Japanese spies echoed, so loud that they could be heard clearly even 20 kilometers away, their mouths screaming in desperation. After the massage, they pressed a heated engineer's shovel against the wounds, executing the simplest and most primitive form of first aid to halt the bleeding. The air was soon filled with the aroma of sizzling steak. Following this comprehensive and brutal treatment, the 2 Japanese spies were drenched in sweat, unable to control their bodily functions, and their lips trembled uncontrollably as they watched the bloodied radius bones being extracted from their own arms. One of the spies could no longer endure the torment. He cried out, "No, please, stop. I will tell you everything. My name is Shallow Husband Inari, and this is Fudo Cushion. We are from Chinya County in Japan, holding the rank of sergeant, under the jurisdiction of the local army's Chrysanthemum Affairs Division. Our profession is espionage. Our mission is to gather detailed information about your Chinan army, including weaponry and personnel structure, and to identify the forces supporting you from behind. Our superior in Yanlong country is Matsumoto Chungwang. Under the watchful gaze of another spy, filled with murderous intent, he began to spill everything he knew as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Bang! Yen Shuangying drew his pistol and swiftly dispatched the 2 Japanese spies. Observing the soldiers skillfully placing the bodies into burlap bags, Yuan Long furrowed his brow. He was not keen on having his secrets laid bare to others. Shuangying, according to what these 2 have disclosed, it seems Japan may have already gleaned some of our information, a situation I am most reluctant to witness. For the next few days, I must trouble you to work closely with several squad leaders to swiftly unearth the remaining accomplices and discreetly eliminate them. Yes, Commander. I assure you that within 24 hours, I will ensure these Japanese spies vanish from this world, leaving no trace, not even their ashes. Yen Shuangying was resolute. Chapter 46. The leaky Yonkisan. All right, it's getting late. Everyone should retire early, Yuan Long remarked. glancing at the time and stretching lazily before issuing a dismissal. Preparing to return to his canvas tent for rest, Yin Shuangying suddenly caught up to Yuan Long, leaning in to whisper, "Commander, I have matters to discuss with you." "Oh, why didn't you speak up earlier?" Yuan Long turned back, puzzled. "What is it?" "Commander, it pertains to the internal affairs of the Sunan army." After saying this, Yin Shuangying surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no one was within earshot before leaning closer to whisper into Yuan Long's ear. "According to your intelligence, the Sunan army is currently rife with internal strife, and Yankisin is feeling the pressure from all sides. Restless, Yuan Long replied with a smile. Yin Shuangying managed to force a few smiles. "Commander, I fear that Yankisin's current predicament is more unbearable than being roasted over a fire. The so-called Warlord is merely a vast interest group, and the factions within are not as united as one might think. The so-called commander cannot act with impunity, as he is simply one who has emerged from various forces, momentarily seizing the crown of victory, but he is not a permanent victor. Furthermore, due to interests, factions, styles, and political views, the internal conflicts among warlords can easily lead to schisms, betrayals, and insurrections. If the commander fails to gain the trust of the people and balance the development of various powers, he risks playing with fire, a fate not uncommon in history. The world knows only the allure of the emperor's supreme throne, oblivious to the thorns that cover it, ever ready to turn against its possessor. However, figures like Yuan Long, blessed with systematic support, cannot be compared to these others. His subordinates, who are entirely loyal and exceptionally competent, allow him to deploy troops at will. Currently, Yankisin, the inspector of Sunan, finds himself on the precipice of power's backlash, which presents a fortuitous opportunity for Yuan Long Shuangying. Regarding the sidelined Deng Jinkai, whom Yankisin has neglected, I have some knowledge. It is said that he is quite loyal to Yankisin and serves as the governor of the Sunan army, commanding the elite 12th army. Yuan Long expressed his concerns. Can you truly incite him and provoke internal strife within the Sunan army? The subordinate responded, "Commander, I believe we ought to give it a try." Yin Shuangying appeared confident. This Deng Jinkai dares to risk his life, repeatedly advising Yankisin to eradicate drugs and the poppy. He even took it upon himself to confiscate and destroy Yankisin's intended sale of the lucrative fushigong, which proves he is no fool. "Very well, then you shall attempt it." Yuan Long nodded. "But your time is limited. I can only grant you one more week." The 5th and 19th armies of Qiannan, tasked with subduing Yankisin, were still en route, and any effort to incite rebellion must precede their deployment of force. Time flew by, and soon it was November 2nd, 1919. In these 3 days, the 68th and 66th armies of Qiannan advanced like invincible swords, launching a fierce assault on the enemy deep within Xiangzhou and Yuzhou, akin to a tempest. The assault units, composed of armored troops and mechanized infantry, surged forward relentlessly like a raging wildfire sweeping across the fields. The defending Bonan army stood no chance after just a few rounds of artillery fire. They lost all will to resist, abandoning their armor and fleeing in disarray, leading to a complete rout. At 11 a.m. that day, in the Qiliu mountain range at the border of Xiangzhou and Boizhou, surrounded by rolling hills, a narrow and winding valley lay ahead. A grand army, comprised of 6,000 to 7,000 weary soldiers, now resembles a wounded serpent dragging its battered body forward, moving at a snail's pace. The battle-scarred soldiers lean on wooden staffs, supporting one another in small clusters. Their eyes, dulled by extreme hunger and exhaustion, appear vacant and lifeless, akin to mere walking corpses, aimlessly trudging onward. A major general, his face wrapped in blood-stained white bandages, slumps over on the back of a white horse, his countenance etched with sorrow as he gazes upon the ragged army before him. Reminiscent of beggars, this man is He Ziqin, commander of the 4th Army of Bonan. At this moment, He Ziqin has come to truly appreciate the ferocity of the Qiannan army. The relentless onslaught of the Qiannan forces, coupled with the ambiguous position of the Japanese, has compelled Sun Jie to reveal his trump card, deploying 3 mixed brigades to bolster both Xiangzhou and Yuzhou. Just yesterday, he had transported the 4th Army into Xiangzhou via railway, only to be thrust into fierce combat with multiple assault units of the Qiannan army, believing his troops could hold out for a few days. However, he soon realized that he had overestimated his 4th Army. Within a mere 3 hours, 3 infantry divisions had crumbled like a house of cards. He Ziqin now harbors a profound fear of the transformed Qiannan army. A communication soldier, his face darkened by the sun, approached with a report. "Commander, once we pass Qiliu Valley, we will reach the borders of Boizhou. The general has dispatched a mixed brigade from Boizhou to meet us at the valley entrance." "Excellent. Marvelous." The words ignited a flicker of excitement in the otherwise despondent He Ziqin, who repeated his approval thrice before instructing the communication soldier. "Immediately relay to the general that we are aware." At that moment, Vice Commander Lai Chonghuan suggested, "Commander, we have been marching for hours without rest, and nearly half of our troops are injured. Perhaps we should halt the army for a brief respite. Absolutely not. We have only just navigated these mountains, shaking off the relentless pursuit of the Qian'an armored units behind us. We are merely a few kilometers from Xiangzhou. We cannot risk stopping now. He Ziqin swiftly dismissed the proposal. However, Lai Chonghuan appeared eager to voice further thoughts. Yet, upon witnessing He Ziqin's resolute demeanor, he wisely chose to remain silent. On the right side of the valley, ancient trees towered, their shade casting darkness upon the slopes, where lush shrubs, small trees, and grasses thrived in wild profusion, painting the entire mountain range a verdant sea. Beneath a great tree, cloaked in vibrant green moss, a cluster of lively shrubs suddenly stirred. Upon closer inspection, one would find several soldiers clad in formidable gear. They had switched their 1942 camouflage field uniforms to a duck hunting pattern, draping themselves in nets interwoven with green leaves and branches, seamlessly blending into the surrounding foliage. They were among the assault units that had relentlessly pursued the Fourth Army of Bonin, as mentioned by He Ziqin. However, at present, they are engaged in a pursuit of enemy forces deep within the jungle, thus adopting a light-armed approach, temporarily devoid of tank and armored vehicle support. Chapter 47. Annihilation of the Bonin army. Suddenly, a soldier rushed from the rear, reporting to a cluster of bushes. Commander, the mortar position is prepared. However, as we are pursuing the enemy on foot, the mortar company is also lightly equipped, carrying only 6 mortars and 6 rounds of ammunition. The officer, referred to as the commander by the soldier, turned his head to reveal that his rugged face was camouflaged with irregular splotches of yellow, green, and red paint. What? Why do we only have 300 rounds of ammunition? He exclaimed. In this pursuit of the remnants of the enemy forces before them, they were already lightly armed, equipped with the 19 Type 60mm light mortars and Browning M2 heavy machine guns, which were left behind due to their excessive weight. This reality had already caused the commander, who harbored a grave fear of insufficient firepower, considerable anxiety. Now, upon learning that the only artillery support consisted of 6 81mm mortars with merely 6 rounds of ammunition, his unease intensified further. All right, old you, this ammunition should suffice. Take a good look, beneath our very eyes. There are numerous lightly and severely wounded enemy soldiers among the adversaries, the deputy commander said as he lowered his binoculars and reassured him. Besides, there is another battalion on the opposite ridge, with our 2 battalions positioned advantageously. Capturing these 6,000 to 7,000 retreating soldiers should be more than feasible. Very well, then. The commander pondered briefly and nodded. He moved to the leeward side of a large tree and adjusted the communication channel of the 300 FM radio carried by his signalman. Then picked up the microphone. Wulong, this is Feng Chu, please respond. After receiving a reply, the commander continued, in 2 minutes. Once the enemy has entirely entered the ambush zone, we shall launch our attack as scheduled. I will engage at the front. You will cut off their retreat. Agreed. It's settled. After terminating the communication, the commander swiftly relayed the orders down the line. At this moment, 2 calculation soldiers were also concealed atop the slope, employing a 342 type sighting device and angle gauge to observe the target's distance and direction, subsequently calculating and reporting the firing parameters. The 6-1 type 81mm mortars were positioned in the sheltered area behind the hillside. Upon receiving the firing parameters via radio, the commanding officer solemnly instructed, set the firing parameters. Azimuth angle 2750, elevation angle 0683. Upon hearing the command, the gunners began adjusting the mortar's firing angle and direction by rotating the 2 hand wheels on the mortar's bipod. All personnel, prepare. Load 1 round of 81mm high explosive shell, ready to fire. As the command was issued, 6 374 type 81mm shells were inserted into the mortar's barrel by the soldiers, sliding into the breech. The rear of the shell collided with the firing pin at the bottom of the barrel, instantaneously igniting the shell's fuse, which ignited the propellant encircling the shell's tail. The propellant was detonated in an instant, generating a tremendous pressure of gas within the bore, propelling the shell out of the barrel with a resounding crack. Boom. 12 shells arced gracefully through the sky before plummeting rapidly towards their target. In the valley, as the thunderous roar echoed overhead, He Ziqin's complexion turned ashen. He swiftly dismounted and shouted, "This is bad. Another bombardment. The Qian'an army has caught up. Quickly, take cover." No sooner had He Ziqin's words fallen than a barrage of over a dozen 81mm mortar shells rained down, landing with precision as if they had eyes, one after another. Among the crowd, the ground shook with relentless explosions, sending dust and smoke spiraling into the air, while searing shrapnel scattered in all directions. Some unfortunate souls being hurled skyward by the force of the blasts. Oh no, not again. 2 soldiers carrying a severely injured comrade, terrified, dropped the stretcher to the ground. The advantage of the mortars lay in their rapid fire. although there were only 12 81mm mortars. They could create a chaos akin to that of dozens of 75mm mountain guns. The frightened soldiers, utterly disoriented, scurried about the valley like headless flies, with several being obliterated by the explosions. On both sides of the valley, over 1,000 Qiannan soldiers raised their rifles and opened fire into the fray. Some even brandished 201 super bazookas, indiscriminately unleashing their wrath into the valley. 2 battalions, totaling 54 Browning 1919-4 machine guns, simultaneously unleashed a torrent of fire, creating a dense web of crossfire that relentlessly showered the valley with ammunition. Many managed to evade the shells, but not the bullets. As they fell victim to the hail of gunfire, their bodies torn apart, lifeless on the ground. As for the remnants of the scattered troops contemplating a counterattack against the Qiannan forces, the thought was far from their minds. With their commander nearly lost and chaos reigning, even He Ziqing cowered beneath a tree, hands clutching his head, overwhelmed by the explosions surrounding him. Under the fierce onslaught of the 12 81mm mortars, coupled with the elevated positions of numerous machine guns, the beleaguered troops in the valley suffered catastrophic losses. With over 1,000 casualties within mere minutes, the deputy battalion commander, observing the disarray of the Bonan Fourth Army through his binoculars, lowered them and remarked to the battalion commander, "Old you, they seem utterly defenseless." Being defenseless does not equate to surrender. "As long as they do not raise the white flag, we will not cease fire," the battalion commander replied coldly. A nearby soldier, armed with a Springfield 19191 sniper rifle, keenly spotted several fluttering white flags amid the smoke and shouted, "Commander, they are raising the white flag in surrender." Seeing the moment he had longed for finally materialize, the battalion commander issued the command, "Cease all attacks. Keep the machine guns in place, and infantry, charge down to accept the surrender. Show no mercy to any who resist. The enemy has surrendered. Victory is within our grasp." A class leader rose, securing an MP-11 Thompson submachine gun at his waist, and with a sweeping gesture addressed the other soldiers, "Brothers, charge with me to capture the prisoners." The submachine gunners formed the front line, followed closely by the carbine wielders, with the riflemen bringing up the rear. "Let us advance together." A platoon leader led the way, courageously at the forefront of the ranks. The remaining soldiers of the Bonan army, witnessing this formidable display, instinctively tossed their weapons aside, raising their hands above their heads in unison, as if they had rehearsed this moment beforehand. They chose not to continue their futile resistance. After all, they were not foolish enough to ignore the overwhelming odds against them, knowing that surrender was inevitable. Opening fire on an enemy that had already ceased hostilities was tantamount to courting death. As the fully armed Qiannan troops surged into the valley, their tasks became clear: to secure the battlefield, confiscate weapons, manage the prisoners, and tally the spoils of war. Chapter 48. The nature of great powers at 2 p.m. that afternoon, in the desolate northern outskirts of Luolin County, Xiangzhou. A military convoy comprising several Ford Jeeps and Dodge M52s sped along the uneven dirt road. Not far ahead, on what had once been an expansive plain, a grand military airport rose majestically, resembling a colossal steel beast. On the far right edge of the airport stood several brick and concrete dormitory buildings, followed by 5 hangars constructed of concrete, steel beams, and corrugated iron. The core of the airport featured 4 runways, approximately 1,800 meters long and 30 meters wide, paved with specialized asphalt concrete. Surrounding the military airport were sharp, thorny barbed wire fences, meticulously enclosing the area, along with 6 Type 1 Bofors 40mm anti-aircraft guns strategically deployed. The convoy gradually came to a halt at the entrance of the military airport. Yuan Long disembarked from his jeep, gazing upon the airport, which appeared almost miraculous, and nodded in satisfaction. This military airport was, of course, a small-scale facility generously provided by the system some time ago. Though it bore the title of small, its dimensions were anything but. It was ample enough to accommodate the takeoff and landing of heavy strategic bombers. The system had granted Yuan Long a total of 3 small airports, 2 of which he had positioned in Guizhou and Yunnan, while the last was established within Xiangzhou. Thus, the 3 coastal provinces of Yannan now boasted their own military airfields. Yuan Long merely needed to strategically deploy the 36 Type 20 attack bombers and 36 Type 2 torpedo bombers obtained from the system across these 3 airports to swiftly establish a formidable aerial force in Guizhou, Yunnan, and Xiangzhou, capable of both offensive and defensive maneuvers. With such air power at his disposal, the enemies on land would be as easily vanquished as mere chickens, and even those foes emerging from the sea would pose little threat. Turning back, Yuan Long glanced at the officers and soldiers beside him, noting their lack of astonishment. They regarded the scene before them as a perfectly ordinary occurrence. At that moment, a sentinel abruptly emerged from the duty room at the airport entrance, sprinting towards the crowd. After saluting, he reported, "Sir, Officer Wang Zhibiao from the Airport Security Department is currently on duty with his team. Please provide your instructions." The sergeant inquired about the number of personnel in the security department. The sentinel, with utmost respect, replied, "Sir, despite the size of our airport, our security force comprises only one mobile platoon, approximately 60 personnel, while the remaining 300 are ground staff. This number is insufficient," Yuan Long remarked. Turning to Wei Junhuang beside him, "Immediately request reinforcement from the military's guard battalion to station at this airport." "Understood, Commander," Wei Junhuang promptly affirmed. "I will contact the military headquarters right away. Let us proceed inside and survey the area," Yuan Long declared, leading the way into the airport. Seizing the opportunity while others were distracted, Yuan Long scrutinized the various items stored within the system's inventory. Recently, he had acquired numerous valuable assets from the system, many of which remained unopened. The inventory included 36 Lockheed P-38 Lightning fighter aircraft, 36 Douglas A-20 Havoc attack bombers, 36 Douglas TBD Devastator torpedo bombers, 4 Oakland-class light cruisers, 8 Radford-class escort destroyers, 1 self-propelled artillery brigade, 1 Marine Corps regiment, 1 Army-level field hospital. Although Yuan Long had previously established 2 military airfields, he had yet to deploy any aircraft from the inventory. The reason was simple. The adversaries he faced were merely warlord troops that posed no significant threat, thus rendering the utilization of air power unnecessary. "System, please extract my 36 Douglas A-20 Havoc attack bombers." Considering that the Hiroshima Division was located in a coastal region and that the Japanese Navy was an exceptionally formidable force, Yuan Long pondered for a moment before deciding to also extract the torpedo bombers, as aircraft could be mobilized swiftly whenever needed. Additionally, "Please extract 36 Douglas TBD Devastator torpedo bombers for me." Ding. The extraction of both the attack bomber squadron and the torpedo bomber squadron has been successful. They will arrive at the current location of the host within 10 minutes. Please remain patient. As time progressed, a multitude of small black dots emerged on the horizon, where the earth met the sky. As they drew closer, these swiftly moving figures began to reveal their true identities. Leading the formation were 36 yellow-green painted attack bombers, arranged in multiple V-shaped formations, followed closely by 36 dark black painted torpedo bombers. The foremost 36 attack bombers began to reduce their speed and altitude. With the aid of hydraulic mechanisms, the hatches beneath their engines gradually opened, and the landing gear extended in unison as they successively descended onto the runway. Before long, the 36 imposing attack bombers, accompanied by the thunderous roar of their Wright 2600 to 23 Cyclone engines, gracefully glided towards the parking apron on either side of the runway. After circling the airfield several times, 36 torpedo bombers gradually descended onto the vacant runway. 216 pilots, adorned with Type 9 flight caps, Type 76 throat microphones, Type 1944 goggles, clad in Type 2 flight jackets, and wearing Type 6 flight boots, orderly emerged from their respective aircraft. Under the leadership of their commander, they swiftly gathered and formed ranks. The foremost lieutenant colonel saluted and addressed Yuan Long, reporting, "Sir, I am Yin Haiwen, commander of the 20th Attack Bomber Squadron. Here to report." Following closely, another lieutenant colonel mimicked the salute, reporting, "Sir, I am Shen Chonghui, commander of the 2nd Torpedo Bomber Squadron. Here to report." Lieutenant Colonel Yan. "Lieutenant Colonel Shun, on behalf of the entire Qian'an Air Force, I extend a warm welcome to your arrival," Yuan Long replied, returning their salutes and extending his right hand for a handshake. Suddenly, a communications soldier rushed in, exclaiming, reporting to the commander, "Urgent telegram from the general." "Oh, this convenient father of mine is sending me a telegram now. What kind of scheme is he concocting?" Upon examining the telegram, Yuan Long discovered that his father, Yuan Dingqing, had taken it upon himself to secretly reach an agreement with Japan, ensuring mutual non-aggression. Yuan Long found some understanding in his father's seemingly weak approach. After all, Japan was currently in a state of dormancy and had not yet formally instigated an invasion against the Yanlong nation. In the eyes of most Yanlong citizens, Japan was merely a greedy power attempting to seize benefits from their nation. Not everyone possesses Yuan Long's extraordinary foresight, akin to that of a transcendent traveler, allowing him to perceive the nature of various powers early on. Countries such as the Lighthouse, Eagle Lee, Lance, and Herman, typical representatives of European powers, sought to extract benefits from the Yanlong nation. The insatiably greedy Russia not only sought to extract benefits from Yanlong, but also harbored ambitions of territorial plunder. Japan's ambitions, however, surpassed those of all the aforementioned nations. They not only coveted the interests and territories of Yanlong, but also aimed to enslave and annihilate the Yanlong people. In response to the telegram, Yuan Long decided to acknowledge it, indicating that he would consider his father's views in his actions. However, he had no intention of yielding to the militaristic notions imbued in his father's words. He deemed the commanding tone of the telegram merely a suggestion to be taken into account. Chapter 49. The Fall of the Bonan Army. Sun Jie flees at 4:30 p.m. Yuan Long and his entourage returned to the temporary command post of the 68th Army, located on the outskirts of Tuan County. As they approached the entrance of the command tent, the deputy army commander, Sun Fuming, who had remained at the command post, joyfully emerged, a telegram in hand. His beaming smile unmistakably revealing him as a harbinger of good news. Reporting to the commander and esteemed colleagues, 5 minutes ago, we received a telegram from Division Commander Tonglinga of the 208th Division. He reported that they had annihilated 3 recently formed mixed divisions of the Bonan Army in the Lujiao area, located at the border of Yuzhou and Jinzhou. Furthermore, at noon today, the 66th Army set an ambush in the Qiliu mountain range, decimating the remnants of the Bonan 4th Army. Subsequently, the assault unit designated as Code 2 eliminated a mixed brigade attempting to reinforce the Bonan 4th Army outside the mountains. As of now, our forces have completely annihilated Sun Jie's 4th Army, 16th Army, 35th Army, along with 6 composite brigades, 1 mountain artillery brigade, and 1 cavalry brigade, totaling approximately 180,000 soldiers of the Southern Army. This conflict culminated in our ultimate victory, and the majority of the reinforcements from the Qian and 66th Army are now systematically entering the territory of Boizhou. After Sun Fuming concluded his report, he handed over the telegram he had just recited along with the recently compiled battle report to Yuan Long for review. Indeed, let us proceed to converse, Yuan Long replied, his expression unwavering as he received the telegram and battle report, perusing them while advancing towards the command center. The Qian and 68th and 66th Armies collectively incurred 347 casualties, expending 788 tons of various artillery shells, 86 million rounds of ammunition, and 912 tons of fuel. Upon reaching the sand table, Yuan Long addressed his colleagues earnestly, stating, "Esteemed comrades, having obliterated Sun Jie's Qianan forces, our remaining objective for the 68th Army is to confront the Japanese Army's 5th Hiroshima Division in Jinju. My sole demand regarding this foreign military force is to leave no survivors." With that, Yuan Long signaled to Wei Junwang to present the operational plan. Wei Junwang grasped the command baton and approached the sand table to elaborate on the situation. The personnel and equipment configuration of a standard Japanese Army division should be familiar to all, and the Hiroshima Division is no exception. It comprises artillery, cavalry, engineering units, logistics, and 4 infantry regiments. The 4 elite infantry regiments are further divided under 2 brigade commands, with the 9th Infantry Brigade stationed in Jiayu City and the 21st Infantry Brigade in Zhousha County, while the artillery, engineering, logistics, and cavalry units are stationed in Yuqing. My operational strategy is to employ a blitzkrieg approach, leveraging the swift advantages of our Qianan Army's extensive armored forces and mechanized infantry, supported by our air force. We shall concentrate our tanks and armored vehicles to strike with lightning speed, swiftly severing the main Japanese forces between Yuqing and Zhousha County, and subsequently eliminate them in one fell swoop. After decimating 1 infantry brigade along with the artillery, cavalry, engineering, and logistics units for critical combat arms, the Hiroshima Division will be left with merely 1 infantry brigade. In such a scenario, we can completely encircle them and concentrate our forces for their annihilation. Yuan Long nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this and promptly resolved to adopt Wei Junwang as operational plan. Excellent. Let the divisions of the 68th Army expedite their preparations. Additionally, dispatch multiple mechanized reconnaissance units to discreetly infiltrate Jinju under the cover of night to gather intelligence and monitor the enemy's every move. At that moment, Yin Shuangying entered the command center with a steady demeanor, firmly grasping a piece of paper bearing a telegram, and spoke softly, "Commander, there is a new situation in Jinju. According to the latest intelligence from our undercover agents, a naval fleet of the Japanese, comprising the battleships IC, Satsuma, and Aki, along with the battlecruisers Ikoma, Karama, and Ibuki, totaling 6 large warships, has just arrived at the Fisherman's Port in the Chaoshan Bay of Jinju." "Ah, how fortuitous," Yuan Long remarked with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Yuan Long's lips curled into a subtle smile, as he remarked with a hint of irony, "Ensure that Fisherman's Port is under strict surveillance. I wish to be informed immediately should those battleships show any signs of movement." Deep within, Yuan Long silently anticipated that a few audacious nations might dispatch some antiquated vessels to flaunt their might along the coastal territories under his jurisdiction. Little did he expect that the Japanese Navy would indeed proactively present target ships to him, an act that undeniably served as a trap, offering experience points to the newly deployed squadron of 2 torpedo bombers. That evening at 8 o'clock, within the Cherry Blossom concession of Jianan City in Jianzhou, The Japanese consulate's branch was situated in the opulent reception hall on the second floor. Sun Jie, appearing rather desolate, was currently bowing and scraping as he recounted his grievances to two diminutive figures. Mr. Matsumoto, Chief of Staff Hang Yuan. I bore the brunt of the scorn from 70 million citizens of Yanlong country just to allow the 5th Hiroshima Division to garrison in Jinzhou. And you were the ones who initially proposed the alliance, Sun Jie lamented, sharing his woes. At that time, you promised to safeguard my position, asserting that should any enemy dare to invade the 4 states of Bonin, you would lend your aid. Yet now, you have gone back on your word. Son, we cannot possibly renege on our promises. The recent attacks from the Qianan army were rather unexpected, and we too need to mobilize our forces and prepare. Major General Hang Yuan Seigo reasoned, attempting to justify their betrayal. When our valiant Locust army was ready to assist you in resisting the Qianan forces, we found that your Bonin army had already suffered devastating losses, rendering our support futile. The Japanese consul, Matsumoto Kyoko, further painted a rosy picture for Sun Jie. Nevertheless, none of this is of consequence. We shall create an opportunity for your resurgence. Is there truly a chance for a resurgence? Sun Jie discerned the insincerity in their words. Rest assured, son, our great Yamato Empire has always upheld its promises. We shall not go back on our word, Matsumoto Kyoko continued to reassure Sun Jie, before calmly signaling to the attendant at the door. Iwai, please take Sun down to rest. Once Sun Jie was escorted away, Matsumoto Kyoko turned to Major General Hang Yuan Seigo with a serious expression. We have successfully negotiated a non-aggression pact with General Yuan Dingguo of the Qianan army through diplomatic gifts. He personally assured us that we may continue our military presence in Jinzhou and establish relevant military zones. However, as the ancient saying goes, one must always guard against treachery. The Qianan army led by Yuan Dingguo appears to be formidable. Their ability to decisively annihilate over 100,000 troops of the Bonin army with fewer numbers speaks volumes about their combat prowess. The arrogant Hang Yuan Seigo, however, dismissed Matsumoto Kyoko's concerns. Rest assured, Mr. Matsumoto, as your worries are entirely unfounded, including your unilateral notification to that idle naval contingent of the Empire, summoning them to Chaos Hang Bay to bolster our army's morale and deter the Qianan forces. This action is, in fact, superfluous. In my eyes, these infernal dragon warriors are nothing but a group of feeble invalids, and the warlords among them are no exception. Even Yushu has been a cowardly turtle for countless years. How could the mere Qianan army dare to confront the valiant Locust Legion? Even if they wished to, they would remain our inferior, Ban Yuan Jingwu stated with unwavering confidence. Indeed, most of the infernal dragon warriors are ineffectual weaklings. Yet, as we serve the Empire, it is prudent to exercise caution. Matsumoto KK nodded reluctantly, feeling helpless against the arrogance of these military officials. Chapter 50, A Small Trial of Strength. The cavalry of the Woku on the morning of November 4th, 1919, at 8:35 a.m., in Hejia village of Biluo town. Approximately 12 kilometers from Yuqing, the dilapidated houses, long devoid of maintenance, stood precariously, their decay evident. The once bustling village paths lay overgrown with weeds, appearing to have been abandoned for an extended period. To the north of the village sprawled a lush grove of sweet gum trees, where 3 camouflage Type 20 armored vehicles and 1 Type 16 self-propelled anti-aircraft gun, along with 2 Type 19 self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, were quietly stationed amidst the dense foliage. Several scouts vigorously swung their Collins-style No. 18 machetes, severing branches still adorned with green leaves, which they then affixed to the camouflage netting of the armored vehicles. A second lieutenant, having closed his notebook, took a hearty bite of the Logan chocolate bar in his hand, only to grimace in distaste as he offered the half-eaten confection to the sergeant beside him, mumbling his disdain. This is the most horrid food I have ever tasted. Only a fool would enjoy this nonsense. The sergeant rolled his eyes at the chocolate bar, but retorted stubbornly, I think this chocolate bar is quite acceptable. Given our current situation, we can only make do with this for now. A signalman rushed over from the vehicle, reporting to the lieutenant, Sir, Al2 has just reported an unusual situation. They have spotted a group of Woka cavalry, approximately 300 strong, riding military horses about 2 kilometers to the north and south on the official road. They are armed with heavy machine guns, but lack artillery, and they are slowly approaching our direction. It was evident that this was likely a cavalry detachment that had slipped away from the Woku camp in Yuqing. The current cavalry units of the Woku are further categorized into auxiliary cavalry and dedicated cavalry, with the former being the cavalry regiments attached to common infantry divisions, and the latter comprising specialized cavalry brigades. The personnel structure of the former is much smaller than that of the corresponding infantry, with a typical cavalry detachment overseeing only 2 cavalry squadrons and 1 machine gun squad, totaling around 340 personnel, accompanied by an equal number of warhorses. Lieutenant, what should we do? The sergeant asked anxiously. Are we to simply allow this group of Woku to pass? The reconnaissance lieutenant's mind raced. If he permitted the Woku cavalry to proceed, they would likely discover the tire tracks left by the reconnaissance armored vehicles. Although the cavalry detachment lacked radio equipment, they could easily send messengers back to Yuqing to report their findings, which would undoubtedly alarm the enemy. Certainly, we shall engage, alongside 2 reconnaissance teams acting as our eyes. Our reconnaissance platoon, comprising over 50 personnel and equipped with 8 various armored vehicles, possesses the formidable capability to annihilate this cavalry brigade. The platoon leader cannot idly witness such a sumptuous target boldly slip away. He decisively commanded, "Let Al-2 maintain its concealment and closely monitor the movements of this band of Japanese forces." The rest prepared for battle, inspecting their weapons and ammunition, ready to launch a concerted effort to eradicate this troop of Japanese cavalry. Platoon leader, I propose we position the 3 anti-aircraft vehicles from the Air Defense Battalion in the grove at the village entrance, forming a chain of fire with us to effectively cover the official road ahead, suggested the sergeant major. The Type 16 self-propelled anti-aircraft guns and Type 19 self-propelled anti-aircraft artillery are not part of the reconnaissance platoon's original unit. They belong to the Divisional Air Defense Battalion. However, as the current enemy of the Qiannan Army lacks any air force, this renders the dozens of anti-aircraft vehicles idling at the division headquarters utterly ineffective. Upon learning of this situation, Yuan Long, adhering to the principle of resourcefulness, decided to temporarily integrate the Air Defense Battalion into the reconnaissance unit to bolster the firepower of all reconnaissance forces. The platoon leader nodded in agreement. Very well. Let them act swiftly. 40 minutes later, a group of Japanese cavalry, uniformly clad in T-brown Meiji 45 military uniforms, with Showa 5 cavalry boots adorning their feet, broad-brimmed hats atop their heads, and equipped with Type 44 cavalry rifles and Type 32 cavalry sabers, leisurely rode their horses onto the distant official road. They were the Mutt Cavalry Brigade, part of the 6th Hiroshima Division, consisting of 330 cavalrymen and their accompanying 345 warhorses. Their appearance here was driven by a simple yet sinister impulse, a sudden craving to emerge from their lair and embark upon a new round of inhumane devastation and ravaging against the innocent and kind-hearted citizens of the Yanlong Kingdom. Major Mutt Ch. Shin, a scion of Japanese nobility, brandished a silver-handled officer's sword, boasting to the 2 squad leaders beside him. Kazuku sat. This blade has already claimed the lives of 12 Yanlong pigs, thus it has tasted blood. Oh, indeed, Major, Lieutenant Sat Tonkichi immediately flattered. Once our great Yamato Empire formally launches its invasion of the Yanlong Kingdom, free from numerous constraints, I believe you shall fulfill your ambition for 100 kills. Meanwhile, Captain Kazuku Kanji raised his binoculars to survey the situation ahead, noting their approach to Hijia village. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, he remarked to Major Mutt, "Major, the division commander recently issued a prohibition against us causing trouble outside. We are already in violation today. We should not venture too far. I see a village ahead. Shall we seek out some lovely maidens there? Forget it. The Chit squadron attacked this village last time, and it appears to be deserted now." Lieutenant Tanakichi Seta raised his binoculars for a fleeting glance, and with a tinge of regret, remarked, "Let us move further away." "Indeed, I believe we should heed Seta's counsel," replied Major Nagasato Mutu, brandishing his riding whip. Advanced swiftly through the village ahead. Over 300 cavalry horses surged forth, their hooves galloping recklessly upon the dirt path, stirring a tumultuous cloud of dust and debris. In the hushed woods at the village entrance, a Type 16 self-propelled anti-aircraft gun and 2 Type 19 self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, perfectly concealed by camouflage nets, lay in a dispersed triangular formation, silently lurking within the foliage. Soldiers inside the vehicles peered through the Type 48 scopes, making minute adjustments with the control levers, aligning the dual-mounted Type 1 Bofors 40mm anti-aircraft guns and the quad-mounted Browning M2 heavy machine gun toward the approaching cavalry battalion. Their breaths held in anticipation of the command. As the mass of cavalry drew closer, within a mere 200 to 300 meters, the agitated vehicle commander, akin to a roaring lion, bellowed, "Fire!" The soldiers, already on edge, grinned maliciously as they forcefully pressed down on the firing pedals. Almost simultaneously, for Bofors 40mm anti-aircraft guns and 4 Browning M2 heavy machine guns erupted in a cacophony of violence, their muzzles trembling as they unleashed a torrent of crimson flames. With a thunderous roar, dozens of 40mm shells and hundreds of 127mm bullets surged forth, wielding unmatched power as they swept toward the Japanese cavalry. Major Nagasato Mutu, positioned at the front of the formation, sensed the gravity of the situation upon hearing the tumult and shouted, "Baka Yaru, we are under attack." As the sounds of bullets piercing flesh filled the air, Mutu's voice was abruptly silenced. A single 127mm machine gun round struck him squarely in the chest. the area above his abdomen exploding in a gruesome display as bloodied intestines spilled forth. The cavalrymen trailing behind him were not spared by the wrath of Amaterasu. Those struck by the 127mm rounds were left to flail their severed limbs, while a dozen unfortunate soldiers met a tragic end as 40mm shells detonated, their bodies and steeds obliterated in a crimson mist. Tanakichi said his chestnut steed galloped on, yet its rider's body had been cleaved in two. The upper half was lost to the unknown, while the pelvis and thighs hung desperately over the saddle, bloodied intestines mixed with a steady stream of blood cascading down, exuding warmth as they draped over the saddle. Having narrowly escaped death, Captain Katsuhiro Nishibamba watched in horror as two comrades were left unrecognizable, while around him, the Japanese ranks disintegrated, transforming into a torrential rain of blood. Terrified, he shouted, "Warriors, the enemy lies ahead in the dense woods. Raise your rifles and retaliate." Upon sighting the grove of sweet gum trees to the left, Shiju Kuan Yu cried out, as if he had glimpsed a lifeline, "Warriors, do not engage in a frontal assault. Quickly scatter the formation and advance towards the left side of the woods." In the brief moment it took to utter these words, dozens of Japanese soldiers fell victim to the barrage of high-caliber bullets, their severed limbs, blood, brain matter, and organs crashing to the ground. With fewer than 200 Japanese cavalry remaining, they had lost the will to retaliate. Terrified, their souls seemingly departing their bodies, they hastily obeyed Shiju Kuan Yu's command, dispersing in several directions as they fled towards the left. This caused great distress for the gunner operating the dual-mounted Type 1 Bofors 40mm anti-aircraft gun on the Type 19 self-propelled anti-aircraft vehicle, who anxiously urged his two ammunition handlers, "Damn it, the little devils are trying to escape. Hurry and load the shells." Meanwhile, on the adjacent Type 16 self-propelled anti-aircraft vehicle, the gunner controlling the quad-mounted Browning M2 heavy machine guns was devoid of any apprehensions that plagued the anti-aircraft crew. Each of the 127mm machine guns was equipped with a colossal ammunition box containing 250 rounds, utilizing a classic belt feed system, ensuring a sustained firepower that the anti-aircraft guns could not rival. "By God, I will annihilate you beasts." At that moment, the gunner's eyes were ablaze, as if he had been consumed by madness, gripping the trigger with an iron resolve, resembling a butcher emerging from the depths of hell. Scorching brass shells flowed like water, continuously ejected from the gun's chamber, clattering to the ground as hundreds of rounds were unleashed. Just then, the two dual-mounted Type 1 Bofors 40mm anti-aircraft guns completed their loading process with remarkable speed. The barrels roared like enraged beasts, unleashing a staggering rate of fire of up to 60 rounds per minute, expelling searing flames in a frenzy. With each shell fired, the explosive sounds echoed like the tolling of a death knell from the abyss, the deafening cacophony intertwining into a chilling symphony of death. Within the sweet gum grove, the reconnaissance platoon leader, witnessing the mere 80 or so remaining Japanese cavalry, was seething with rage, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. With no time left to chastise the air defense gunners who had claimed the kills, he bellowed hoarsely, "Open fire. Annihilate them to ashes." The three Browning M2 heavy machine guns mounted on the three Type 20 armored vehicles joined the slaughter, unleashing a hail of bullets upon the scant cavalry. In an instant, a torrential downpour of large-caliber fire rained down, forming a chain of firepower that weaved an impenetrable metallic curtain, akin to bloodthirsty fiends escaping from hell, their gaping maws revealing fearsome fangs, crashing down upon the bewildered Japanese cavalry. The familiar sounds of bullets piercing and tearing flesh resonated through the air. The final few dozen Japanese cavalrymen met their ultimate fate, struck by the 127mm and 40mm projectiles. There was no longer any need to discuss survival rates. What remained to be contemplated was the obliteration of their corpses. In mere seconds, the torsos of the Japanese soldiers and their steeds appeared as if rigged with self-destructing explosives, disintegrating into a torrential downpour of blood and flesh, ultimately landing on the ground as pools of crimson paste. "Cease fire. Cease fire at once," commanded the reconnaissance platoon leader, halting the already fervent gunners, before seizing the wireless handset to instruct the anti-air personnel to stop firing as well. Within a brief span of just a few minutes, over 300 lively Japanese cavalrymen lay slain. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, as everyone silently gazed upon the gruesome spectacle of corpses and carnage. Any ordinary person witnessing such a scene would undoubtedly be heart-wrenched, for there was scarcely a single intact body to be found. "I suppose this is what one might term a purgatory." After uttering this, the gunner tremblingly retrieved a pack of Hardeman cigarettes from his coat pocket, tore open the paper wrapping, and distributed them among the men. He then ascended into the armored vehicle, placing the cigarette he held between his lips against the scorching barrel of the Browning M2 machine gun, igniting it with a few puffs as sparks flew forth. An oppressive silence enveloped the group for several minutes, before the reconnaissance platoon leader finally inhaled deeply, rose, and declared, "You are tasked with securing the battlefield. Exercise caution when delivering the coup de GRC. Remember, we leave no survivors." Once the men departed with their weapons, the platoon leader discarded his cigarette and addressed the soldiers inside the vehicle. Lin E, report the situation to the division headquarters and inquire about the arrival time of our main forces. Yes, platoon leader. The soldier activated the vehicle's 610 radio set and began contacting the division headquarters. Chapter 52. Airstrike on Yuching military camp simultaneously at the Air Force Base in Luolan County, Xiangzhou. 36 Douglas A-20 attack bombers stood neatly and quietly on 4 concrete runways. Hundreds of ground crew members busily conducted final pre-flight inspections on the bomber's engines, fuel systems, landing gear, and bomb bay doors. The bomber squadron commander, Yan Haiyan, after detailing the specific mission parameters, waved his hand decisively. "Everyone, for our first battle, trust in me, for victory is assured. Depart." With Yan Haiyan's command, the poised pilots immediately dispersed, rushing towards their respective attack bombers under the guidance of their group leaders. The logistics personnel swiftly vacated the area, and amidst the thunderous roar of propellers, the 36 Douglas A-20 attack bombers taxied in succession, soaring into the sky. An hour and a half later, at the Japanese military encampment north of Yuching, approximately 6,000 soldiers from the Hiroshima Division's cavalry, artillery, supply, and engineering regiments were stationed. At this moment, in an office on the 3rd floor of a 4-story red brick building, Colonel Kwa Hongjing, who had just returned from a 2.5-year absence due to the birth of his wife, was sternly berating Captain Wu Dajuan of the cavalry regiment. "Baka Yaru, does that scoundrel Muda Choshin take the prohibition from Division Commander Imura as mere wind in his ears? To dare mobilize the cavalry regiment without any superior orders, all for the sake of chasing after a few women, is utterly disgraceful for our army." In the midst of a heated exchange, Kwa Hengshengta raised his voice in frustration, seizing the collar of Juking Ma Wu with his left hand, while his right hand prepared to deliver a series of sharp slaps. "Calm yourself, Commander Smith," Juking Ma Wu implored, bowing deeply in apology. One hand pressed firmly against his reddened cheek. He felt a swell of indignation, yet dared not voice it, pondering how a mere captain could dare to obstruct a noble-born major. Suddenly, an elderly gentleman clad in military attire, appearing to be in his 50s, entered the room. "Kwa Heng, temper your anger. You have returned as a father of 3. You must learn to conduct yourself with more patience." Upon recognizing the visitor, Kwa Hengshengta's demeanor shifted instantly. He picked up a gift from the table and greeted warmly, "Colonel Takashima, what an unexpected pleasure. I had just returned and was planning to visit you personally once I settled my affairs." The visitor was none other than Colonel Takashima, the commander of the artillery regiment, which, in terms of rank and the significance of the regiment, was undoubtedly the most formidable among the cavalry, engineering, logistics, and artillery units. Given that Colonel Takashima was the eldest among the 4 commanders, with rumors of a forthcoming promotion to Major General, Kwa Hengshengta held him in the highest regard. "Kwa Heng, let us not stand on ceremony," Colonel Takashima said with a smile, accepting the gift and comfortably settling into a nearby sofa, prompting Kwa Hengshengta to follow suit. Juking Ma Wu, sensing that the 2 commanders were about to discuss private matters, prepared to exit the room. However, he faintly heard a distant, ominous rumble echoing from afar. After confirming his suspicions, Juking Ma Wu interrupted the engrossed conversation, cautiously inquiring, "Esteemed commanders, have you heard a buzzing sound emanating from the horizon?" Kwa Hengshengta, somewhat irritated, stood up abruptly. "What are you still doing here?" he snapped. "But, Kwa Heng, it seems there is indeed something amiss," Takashima interjected, having also perceived the sound. Just as Kwa Hengshengta was about to reprimand Juking Ma Wu further, he was interrupted by Colonel Takashima, who had also caught the faint buzzing noise. Exchanging concerned glances, the 3 men hurried to the window, retrieving binoculars to gaze toward the distant skyline. What they beheld left them momentarily stunned. "What on earth is that? An aircraft?" they exclaimed, as 36 Douglas A-20 attack bombers, having taken off from the airport in Luolan County, arrived precisely over the Yuching military camp. "Enemy attack. Sound the alarm," Takashima shouted, snapping back to attention. Inside the lead A-20's cockpit, the navigator meticulously compared photographs through the bombing site and reported to Captain Yan Haiyan, "Sir, after thorough verification, I can confirm that the structures below are indeed the Yuching military camp." Yan Haiyan nodded, activating the radio to issue commands. "Target confirmed. Proceed according to the predetermined plan, and let the 3 squadrons of bombers commence their dive bombing in succession." The bombardier immediately pulled down the left side control handle, and the bomb bay doors of the 20 bombers slowly opened, revealing 4 massive olive green aerial bombs. As the pilot maneuvered the control stick to the right, the 12 attacking bombers swiftly adjusted their direction and angle, commencing the classic dive bombing tactic. The bombardier, fixated on the bombing site, seized the fleeting moment and decisively pressed the right side release handle. With a series of clicks, the internal bomb bay latch is released, and 4 individual 454-kilogram Type 65 bombs were freed from their constraints, plummeting from the bay. During their descent, the turbine blades of the 48 Type 65 bombs, forced to inhale a significant volume of air, began to spin violently, emitting a chilling shriek. Suddenly, the alert sirens blared as bamboo and wood signals sounded the air raid warning, just outside the red brick office building. As they prepared to seek refuge in the emergency underground shelter, they were horrified to witness a Type 65 bomb crashing down before their very eyes, prompting them to perform a comical, yet terrified, retreat. The turbine blades ceased spinning due to a lack of air intake, and the firing mechanism of the bomb emitted a faint click, igniting the 270 kilograms of amytal explosive within. With an earth-shattering roar, dozens of deafening explosions erupted, sending massive orange fireballs, each exceeding 20 meters in diameter, soaring into the sky above the military camp in Yuching. The bamboo and wood signals, crouched on the ground, felt a searing wave of heat rush towards them. In the midst of the fiery chaos, they seemed to glimpse their ancestors beckoning them. In that instant, their bodies, positioned at the epicenter of the explosion, were reduced to mere ashes by the intense heat and pressure, and they lost all consciousness. Dear readers, the author has returned and will resume updates without interruption. Chapter 53, A Silent Departure in Just the First Round of Bombing. Thousands of unsuspecting soldiers were silently engulfed by the flames, shockwaves, and dust generated by the violent explosions. After all, the sheer size of the Type 65 aerial bomb speaks volumes. It is said that its shockwave can even overturn tanks weighing dozens of tons. The effective lethal radius of its shockwave reaches at least 80 meters, while the shrapnel can inflict harm up to 400 meters away. Objectively speaking, the explosive power of such heavyweight aerial bombs rivals that of naval artillery. Bakayuru, enemy attack. Retreat immediately, cried a ragged Japanese lieutenant, clutching his bleeding head, as he frantically shouted to the surrounding soldiers. The remaining thousands of Japanese soldiers, like startled birds, fled in panic from the dormitory buildings, which were now visibly cracked and precariously tilting. 3 bombers, having just completed their bombing run, executed a smooth roll, dove towards the ground with breathtaking speed, targeting the fleeing soldiers below. The pilots, aiming at the Japanese soldiers who scurried like frightened rats, decisively pulled the trigger. For 20mm cannons and 2 Browning machine guns installed in the nose of the 20 attack aircraft unleashed a torrent of fiery projectiles. Hundreds of 20mm shells and 127mm bullets erupted forth, resembling a lethal blaze of curved blades, sweeping towards the retreating Japanese soldiers. Dozens of these soldiers, caught unawares, were struck by the heavy caliber rounds, their bodies instantly torn apart by the overwhelming force, with flesh and blood scattering across the ground. The searing organs, liberated from their confines, eagerly spilled forth, akin to undigested remnants tumbling down. Several Japanese soldiers, their legs maimed, collapsed on the ground, reaching out in desperation to grasp the pant legs of their fleeing comrades, yearning for them to halt and take them along, but the dire circumstances rendered their pleas unheard. Yet, before these panicked soldiers could disperse from the barracks, enormous shadows, akin to grim reapers from the underworld, swiftly darted overhead, releasing several 65-type aerial bombs from the aircraft, which fell like hail upon their feet. The ground trembled as immense orange fireballs erupted once more, transforming the camp into a scene reminiscent of a volcanic eruption. As if the apocalypse had descended, the shockwave, laden with black smoke and countless searing shrapnel fragments, surged outward, claiming the lives of those Japanese soldiers unable to evade its deadly embrace. The hurried bombardment concluded, and as the swirling dust was gently whisked away by the breeze, the once solid brick structures of the Japanese military camp had largely vanished from the earth. Only a few concrete edifices remained defiantly standing amidst the ruins. Gigantic craters, 12 meters in diameter and approximately 5 meters deep, lay scattered across the desolate landscape, which was marred and charred, with the soil stained a dark crimson by blood and debris. A 20 attack bomber flew low overhead, and within the cabin, Yin Haiyan peered through binoculars, resembling a hawk surveying the terrain for prey, observing the ground below for any signs of movement. After tuning the radio to the designated channel, he issued commands through the 33-type headset. Mission accomplished. The remaining Japanese soldiers will be dealt with by the arriving ground forces. We shall now return according to the prearranged plan. With that, the lead 20 attack bomber began to ascend, leading the formation into the clouds. At 2:30 p.m., in the training grounds of the 21st Brigade of the Japanese Army, located in the northern part of Shosha County, 1,000 soldiers from the 41st Regiment Eschinghong Company stood in orderly formation, clad in the standardized brown military uniforms of the Meiji 45 model. Donning the 01 model cherry blossom helmets and armed with 38 type rifles, with 30 type bayonets and 10-year grenades at their sides, they presented an image of readiness for battle. Not far from them, several journalists from mainland Japan meticulously set up tripods, carefully adjusting the angles of their cameras. They were preparing to execute a special filming mission, creating a tokusatsu film for the propaganda of the Imperial Japanese Army. Colonel Asakabo, the commander of the 41st Regiment, gazed at the well-spirited ranks of soldiers before him. Turning to the officer following closely behind, he remarked, "Indeed, Sujimaki-kun, your brave warriors exhibit great vigor. It seems my decision to assign your battalion to this promotional task was indeed prudent." The officer, Major Sujimaki Shika, responded with a flattering bow. "I am grateful for your praise, Colonel. Our Seiko battalion owes its success to your esteemed guidance." His voice carried a hint of flattery, yet his eyes revealed a glimmer of cunning and calculation. "Colonel Asakabo, Major Sujimaki, we are fully prepared. Let the warriors commence their training. We shall capture their valiant forms without fail," declared Kanekawa Shinryo, the chief editor responsible for this special filming task, as he hurried over with his corpulent frame. Bowing slightly to the two officers. "Then let us begin," nodded Colonel Asakabo in agreement. "All right," exclaimed Major Sujimaki, waving towards several squad leaders in the distance. "Fix bayonets, charge." A young lieutenant, striking a pose before the camera, drew his Type 32 command sword and commanded the dozens of soldiers to advance. The petite soldiers, wielding the bayonet Type 38 rifles, began to charge towards a straw man, designated as the imaginary enemy, with their awkward, short-legged gait. The Type 38 rifle, equipped with a Type 30 bayonet, measured an impressive 165 centimeters in length, resembling a spear capable of firing bullets. When paired with its users, who stood merely 150 centimeters tall, the ensemble appeared rather incongruous. Coupled with the soldiers' chaotic running style, the training ground transformed into a comical spectacle. Nevertheless, it must be said that the soldiers exhibited remarkable proficiency in bayonet techniques, targeting vital areas with precision and ferocity. Their movements were simple yet effective, classified into thrusts, disengagements, downward thrusts, and counter-thrusts, seemingly unremarkable maneuvers that proved to be exceptionally practical. Chapter 54. The 546 Arrow Shock Bomb on a desolate hillside, 1 kilometer away. Nestled within a damp and tranquil thicket, mottled sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting irregular patterns on the ground, which reeked of decaying foliage and earth. Several camouflaged reconnaissance soldiers lay in patient concealment, their camouflage nets entwined with branches and grasses, blending seamlessly with the surrounding trees and underbrush. The reconnaissance team leader, after assessing the terrain and environment to pinpoint the squad's precise location, carefully stowed away the operational map into its pouch. Glancing at his Type 11 wristwatch, he noted the hands nearing the time agreed upon with other reconnaissance units, and discreetly signaled to the communications soldier beside him, who bore a 300 MHz radio on his back. The latter promptly understood the intention, adjusted the channel, and began to establish contact with the artillery command post several kilometers away. Hurricane, this is Target 3. Target 3 has arrived at the designated location. Please respond. Repeat. Upon receiving a response from the artillery command post, the signalman handed the microphone to the artillery officer crouching before the optics of the Type 65 artillery team, tasked with enemy observation. The officer, keenly observing the enemy's movements, glanced at his watch and spoke into the microphone. "The entire regiment will fire upon the enemy camp's northern infantry, distance 9562, vertical coordinate 1398, horizontal coordinate 8563, elevation 186. Almost simultaneously, several reconnaissance teams lying in wait at various directions of the Zhoushan military camp swiftly reported their firing coordinates to their respective artillery command posts. Back at the artillery position of the 2nd Battalion of the Artillery Regiment belonging to the Qiannan 208th Division, located 9 kilometers to the rear, 12 114 Type 155 mm howitzers stood poised for action, their stout, dark barrels raised high. They resembled bloodthirsty beasts, eager to strike at the scent of blood, ready to reveal their sharp fangs and claim the lives of the enemy, consuming their flesh and blood. Of course, these 12 155 mm howitzers were merely the tip of the iceberg for this operation, to annihilate the Japanese 21st Brigade stationed in Panjin with utmost efficiency and speed. Yuan Long had deployed all long-range artillery from the Qiannan 68th and 66th Armies. In total, there were 30 heavy artillery battalions, 18 light artillery companies, summing up to 144 units of 114 Type 155 mm howitzers, 216 units of 101 Type 105 mm howitzers, and 288 units of 11 Type 75 mm howitzers. The calculating officer quickly relayed the computed firing parameters to the commanders of each artillery battalion. The commanders promptly issued commands with booming voices to the artillerymen on the positions. Attention, all artillery crew. Target 101, scale 286, baseline to the right 026. The two gunners at each artillery position began their meticulous adjustments, operating the elevation mechanism to set the artillery's angle and the direction mechanism to aim the cannon, followed by a thorough check of the precision sighting device. Attention, all loaders and charge handlers. Clear area. Prepare to fire a trial shot with the aeroshock projectile. Instant detonation fuse, 4 packets of propellant, get ready to load. The burly chief loader, in collaboration with the fuse handler, retrieved a 546 type aeroshock projectile equipped with a pre-installed fuse from the ammunition box. The assistant loader employed a long rammer to forcefully push the shell into the chamber, ensuring the projectile's driving band engaged with the rifling. The charge handler then loaded 4 cylindrical packages of nitroglycerin propellant into the chamber. The assistant gunner subsequently closed the spiral breech, reset the firing mechanism, and finally attached the primer and connected the firing cord. Prepare to fire. Upon the commander's order, the gunners almost simultaneously pulled the firing cord. The firing pin struck the primer, igniting the propellant charge and propelling the 42-kilogram aeroshock projectile out of the barrel at a velocity of 563 meters per second. The thunderous roar of artillery shells being discharged unleashed a torrent of gas, forming numerous tempestuous winds at the cannon's mouth. It surged forth like a ferocious beast, sweeping violently in all directions, howling winds and swirling dust creating a cacophony as the air was violently agitated, producing a deafening clamor. The spectacle of dozens of artillery battalions simultaneously firing upon the enemy was nothing short of magnificent. Hundreds of various cannons unleashed their resounding roars, flames and smoke soaring skyward, as thousands of shells streaked across the heavens like meteors, whistling towards their designated targets. At the eastern training ground in Zhousha County, Guanggu Shenquang, having effortlessly struck a target 200 meters away with his Type 38 rifle, could not help but smile at Qianzhu Weiner beside him, exclaiming, "Indeed, the marksmanship of our imperial warriors is unparalleled. It is no wonder that the arrogant Oberon people hold our army in such high regard." Qianzhu Weiner's face lit up with delight, evidently pleased by Guanggu Shenquang's praise. For no commander would wish to hear anything less than admiration for their troops from outsiders. Not at all. Among the Imperial Army, our regiment's marksmanship is merely above average. The true elite lies within the Ding-Dong army stationed in the Jizhou region of the Yanlong kingdom, interjected Lingmu Silu, feigning modesty. Suddenly, a series of low, piercing whistles resonated through the sky, startling Qianzhu Weiner and the thousands of soldiers at the training ground, who were momentarily caught off guard in a relaxed state as they looked up towards the source of the sound. They beheld dozens of small black dots plummeting from the sky. Lingmu Silu's pupils dilated in alarm as he bellowed, "Bakayaru! It's artillery fire! Scatter! Take cover!" Realizing the gravity of the situation, the soldiers began to frantically shout and disperse. In the following instant, 36 546 type 155mm aero impact shells, along with nearly 100 other caliber shells, scattered indiscriminately and rained down upon the training ground. With a thunderous crescendo of explosions, hundreds of shells detonated almost simultaneously, instantly releasing countless mushroom-shaped fireballs of vivid orange. When a conventional 155mm shell explodes in open terrain, its lethal shockwave has a radius of approximately 20 meters, within which carbon-based life forms are highly likely to be lethally impacted by the force of the blast. Beyond this range, lethality relies primarily on shrapnel, with the number of fragments generated during the explosion significantly influencing the shell's kill radius. The so-called aero impact shells are specifically designed for this purpose, containing 8,000 sharp steel arrows that, upon detonation, shoot outwards in all directions, their shrapnel possessing several times the lethality of standard shells. The shockwave, laden with tens of thousands of searing steel arrows, fanned out in a conical shape, intertwining to form an impenetrable metallic tempest, sweeping across the landscape with the ferocity of countless industrial meat grinders unleashed upon the world. Amidst the relentless onslaught of thousands of Japanese soldiers, faced with the sudden barrage of artillery, they could only assume the most conventional prone position to evade the shells, akin to wild boars resignedly burying their heads in despair. Chapter 55. Shells are more precious than soldiers. The Japanese soldiers closest to the explosion were instantly reduced to ashes by the searing heat generated by the blast. Those slightly farther away were met with the gruesome sounds of flesh being torn apart, as they were shredded into fragments by a hail of high-velocity shrapnel. Those who were fortunate enough to survive suffered grievous wounds from shrapnel piercing through their bodies, rendering them incapable of combat. The scouts, peering through the lingering smoke of the training ground, vaguely detected signs of movement, prompting them to continue adjusting coordinates and call for artillery support. Reduce scale by 001. Base to the left by 002. The entire regiment responded swiftly, firing 5 urgent rounds. The artillery observation posts, strategically positioned in other locations, quickly reported the adjusted coordinates based on the impact points. 1 minute later, over 600 various artillery pieces, positioned several kilometers away, roared to life once more, unleashing a torrential downpour of shells that descended upon the Zusha military camp like a celestial shower. The cacophony of explosions echoed through the air. Thanks to the scouts' prior adjustments to the firing parameters, the artillery's efficacy was commendable, with most shells accurately striking the buildings of the Zusha military camp or landing at the feet of retreating Japanese soldiers. The sky was darkened by shrapnel, which ravaged like the scythe of death, accompanied by the sickening sounds of flesh being pierced and torn apart. Occasionally, unfortunate soldiers were vaporized into blood mist, or left to howl in agony with severed limbs. A group of disheveled Japanese officers cowered within a crumbling building, battered by artillery, watching helplessly as their comrades were scattered by the explosions outside. Brigadier General Nakamura Seishi's eyes blazed with fury as he cursed, "Bakiyaru. What are these fools doing? They should be seeking shelter from the bombardment." The whistling shrapnel sliced overhead, striking the brick walls with a resounding thud. "Sir, what is happening? Where are these shells coming from?" The intensity of the bombardment suggests at least 5 or 6 heavy artillery regiments are involved, exclaimed Colonel Kamijisawa, his face etched with terror. It was known that the Japanese army had only 5 heavy artillery regiments in total. The ferocity of the bombardment they were enduring felt as if an entire nation's artillery was assaulting them. The Chief of Staff, Motohiro Tamaki, echoed the sentiment. The enemy possesses at least 300 or 400 heavy artillery pieces exceeding 100 millimeters in caliber. Most of our camp structures are brick and stone, making them ill-equipped to withstand such firepower. Just as Nakamura turned to respond, an unseen shard of shrapnel struck him squarely in the temple, and before he could utter a groan, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In the next moment, a 155mm shell landed squarely on the building where the Japanese officers had taken refuge. The explosion was deafening. Following this, 3 or 4 more large-caliber shells rained down, culminating in a series of massive detonations, as if it were the final straw that broke the camel's back. In an instant, the entire building collapsed, with bricks and stones cascading down like a mountain crushing an egg, reducing the few remaining Japanese soldiers to a pulp beneath the debris. The thunderous cannonade did not wane due to this brief interlude. Over 600 artillery pieces fired incessantly, with shells falling like raindrops in a tempest, relentlessly plowing through every inch of the Zhousha military camp. Most structures within the camp were transformed into heaps of rubble amidst the surging bombardment. The remaining Japanese soldiers, who had harbored a glimmer of hope while hiding within, were likewise reduced to clouds of dust. At this moment, 1 kilometer away, on a Sherman tank belonging to the armored battalion of the 206th Division, Commander Tong Jiwei leaned out of the turret, his face grave as he surveyed the distant scene through binoculars. After a moment of silence, he turned to the nearby gunner and remarked, "It's truly tragic. I almost feel pity for these Japanese soldiers. Old Wang, take a look at our might." As he spoke, Tong Jiwei handed the binoculars to the gunner. Upon gazing through them, the gunner gasped, "Commander, not to mention mere mortals, even our legitimate armored forces would be reduced to scrap metal under such a deluge of fire. I suspect that when we advance, we'll only be tasked with cleaning up the battlefield." An hour later, at the command post of the 68th Army, Tian Zhongjian hurried into the operations room, delivering a telegram to Yuan Long. "Report, Commander. Several assault units responsible for mopping up the remnants of the enemy have sent a message. It states that the 21st Brigade of the Japanese Army, which had entrenched itself in Zhousha County, has been completely annihilated under the saturation bombardment of our artillery and the relentless advance of our armored troops." "Good. Just finished washing my face." Yuan Long straightened up. "Is there a post-battle report? Read it to me." "Yes," Tian Zhongjian continued. "In this operation, our artillery units fired a total of 60 00075mm shells, 350 105mm shells, and 20 155mm shells within an hour from the onset of the attack until the battle concluded, consuming a total of 100 tons of various munitions, with no casualties on our side." "Excellent. It seems that relying solely on artillery for combat still proves highly effective in terms of enemy casualties," Yuan Long said with a smile. "Moreover, we suffered no losses. I am quite satisfied with this outcome." "Commander, isn't this a bit excessive?" interjected Deputy Commander Sun Fuming, somewhat pained. "Using 100 tons of shells to eliminate a Japanese brigade seems rather disproportionate. There's no such thing as waste. As long as we achieve our ultimate strategic objectives, this paltry 100 tons of shells is nothing." even if a battle required 210,000 tons. I would feel no regret, Yuan Long replied dismissively, as artillery was not a rare commodity to him. During this period, he had acquired a substantial stockpile of shells from the system, with at least tens of thousands of tons stored in his inventory. Thus, too, 100 tons of shells was merely akin to using fireworks to clear out stock. He continued to address those around him. The lives of soldiers are far more precious than munitions. Ladies and gentlemen, it is essential to recognize that the production of a single artillery shell requires merely a few hours. However, to cultivate a qualified soldier from childhood into an ordinary individual demands a full 18 years. Moreover, we do not even consider the subsequent expenses involved in training them from an ordinary person into a soldier. With that said, Yuan Long turned his gaze towards the military advisor Wei Junwang beside him. Understanding the intent, Wei promptly grasped the command baton, approached the forefront of the sand table, adjusting the position of the small flags while elucidating. Currently, the artillery clusters of the 66th and 68th Armies, along with the assault troops of the 206th and 207th Divisions, are stationed in Zhousha County. The 208th and 202nd Divisions are positioned in Manqing, while the 200th and 201st Divisions are in Shaoguan County. At present, the entire Hiroshima Division is left with only the solitary 9th Brigade. The subsequent actions will be considerably simpler. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Long coldly declared, "Let the 66th and 68th Armies immediately split into multiple paths, dispatching assault troops to swiftly maneuver in a fan-shaped encirclement towards Jiayu City, Guanqing Temple, Xinjiang County, and Chaoshanbei, ensuring that not a single enemy escapes." Chapter 56. Deng Jinkhan's surrender within the command center of the 5th Division of the Jiayu Japanese Army. Ikamura Junwei removed his military uniform and hung it on the coat rack. He then strolled to a cluttered corner of the room. Carefully retrieving a black vinyl record to examine it closely, he placed the record on a vintage phonograph's turntable, gently cranking the side handle to provide power while adjusting the position of the needle. As the record began to turn slowly, the needle glided gently through the grooves, and a melodious tune, slightly accompanied by a crackling sound, began to flow like water. Ikamura Junwei, leaning over a basin of hot water, applied foam to the sides of his face with a brush, then took a sharp, old-fashioned razor and delicately shaved off his sideburns, softly humming along with the music. "Your Highness, what drifts before the royal steed in the wind? Dong dong dong, yalla dong, yalla na, that is the splendid banner of conquest against the rebels. Do you not know?" At that moment, Ikamura Junwei appeared to be in a state of bliss, his body swaying gently to the music. However, this fleeting tranquility was abruptly shattered by a hurried knock at the door. Bang, bang, bang. Before Ikamura Junwei could respond, the division chief, Hongwan Seigo, burst into the room. His expression frantic and his steps disordered as he shouted, "Sir, a grave situation has arisen. The 21st Brigade stationed in Zhousha County sent us a farewell telegram half an hour ago, claiming they were suddenly subjected to an intense and overwhelming artillery barrage, resulting in the near-total loss of thousands of valiant warriors in a short span of time. Hongwan Koen, what folly are you speaking of in broad daylight? It seems today is not April Fool's Day." Ikamura Junwei replied with a smile. Seeing that Ikamura Junwei had misunderstood him, Hongwan Seigo's face turned serious as he solemnly stated, "Sir, I am not jesting. This is the truth." Having spoken, he handed the paper telegram to Imura Hitoshi with a grave expression, stating that his subordinates had also questioned the authenticity of the message upon its receipt and had promptly verified the veracity of the information. The result revealed that we could no longer establish any effective communication with the 21st Brigade. What was most disconcerting to his subordinates was the abrupt cessation of contact with the Yuqing forces, the timing of which was unknown to us. Furthermore, it seemed that the Empire's intelligence department in the Yannan region had also become completely silent around the same time. Seeing that Hongwan Seigo was not jesting, Imura Hitoshi received the telegram with a skeptical demeanor. After perusing its contents, he exclaimed in disbelief, "What? How can this be possible?" It is essential to note that the 21st Brigade, along with the engineering, artillery, cavalry, and supply units, comprised over 160,000 personnel, forming the very backbone of the Hiroshima Division in the entire Yanlong nation. Which armed force would dare boast that it could eradicate a substantial portion of the Japanese Army's armored divisions in such a brief period? Could it be the Qin Army? Imura Hitoshi began to muse aloud but quickly dismissed the notion, deeming it implausible that the Qin Army possessed such capabilities. Moreover, Yuan Dingguo had already reached an agreement with our side and had accepted the significant gifts presented by our representatives. "Sir, the situation is dire," his subordinate suggested. "I recommend that we immediately report this exceptional circumstance to General Qizhong Gaoqi." Hongwan Seigo then proposed the next course of action, suggesting the immediate withdrawal of the 9th Brigade to Kaishan. Should any unforeseen events transpire, we could secure artillery support from the Navy stationed at Yufu Port. Yes. Seal off this information and promptly mobilize the 9th Brigade under the pretext of field training towards Kaishan. Imura Hitoshi nodded in agreement. However, considering the humiliation it would bring to himself, the 5th Division, and the entire army if he were to disclose the precarious situation of the 5th Division to the Navy, he hesitated. The commander of the Japanese Navy's 4th Fleet stationed at Yufu Port, Vice Admiral TGSR, was a bitter rival of Imura Hitoshi. Reflecting on this, Imura Hitoshi, feeling a surge of pride, subtly advised Fangguan Seigo, "Let us refrain from disclosing our true circumstances to the Navy for now." Fangguan Seigo, interpreting this as the division commander being concerned about the conflict between naval and land forces, accepted the command and departed. At 7:15 a.m. on November 5, 1919, approximately 15 kilometers from the Jiannan Pass in the Dai Prefecture, 16 units of the Type 1175mm howitzers stood in perfect alignment. Bai Chongxi crouched behind a 24 Char-B tank, intently observing the situation at Jiannan Pass. After a considerable time, he leisurely lowered his binoculars, glanced at his wristwatch, and, growing somewhat impatient, turned to the commander of the 16th Division, Kong Faru, saying, "Commander Kong, we have adhered to General Yuan's directive to avoid bloodshed," granting him an additional 36 hours beyond the originally planned timeline, which should suffice for him to contemplate the matter thoroughly. Today marks the final deadline. Approximately 40 minutes later, at precisely 8 o'clock, should we still fail to witness the desired outcome, there shall be no need for further consultation. We shall immediately unleash artillery upon the Jiannan Pass and direct our armored forces to coordinate with the infantry in launching an assault. Yes, Commander. I shall promptly notify all units to prepare for battle. Kong Faru saluted and was about to depart. Suddenly, an officer responsible for operating the periscope, tasked with monitoring the Jiannan forces, shouted, "Commander, Division Commander, we have a situation. The city gate of Jiannan Pass appears to be opening. No, there are white flags raised on the city wall, and a group of individuals is emerging from the city, carrying white flags. An open city gate and white flags. Does this indicate negotiations?" Kong Faru halted, exchanging a glance with Bai Chongxi. Both instinctively climbed onto the 24 tank and once again raised their Type 3 binoculars for a closer observation. Advance the troops and accept their surrender. With that proclamation, Bai Chongxi leapt from the 24 tank, followed closely by Kong Faru and the other officers. 20 minutes later, over 100 tanks and armored vehicles of the Qiannan army, steadily shielding thousands of infantry, gradually approached within 100 meters of the Jiannan army city wall. At that moment, a throng of no less than several thousand individuals stood beneath the city wall. Most soldiers, aside from a handful bearing white flags, raised their weapons high above their heads, their expressions reflecting a sense of survival after calamity. Major General Deng Jinkan of the 12th Army and Deputy General Lai Zitong stood at the forefront of the crowd, their officers beside them prominently displaying enlarged white flags, making them particularly conspicuous in the formation. Lai Zitong, gazing at the metallic glint of the tanks and armored vehicles before him, the formidable and menacing barrels, and the numerous soldiers poised atop, ready with heavy machine guns, instinctively swallowed hard. After clearing his throat, he called out loudly, "Brothers of the Qiannan army, you must have seen our white flags fluttering in the wind. We are not here to engage in battle. Today, we come to surrender, so please do not fire." Hiding behind the tanks, Kong Faru took the walkie-talkie from his aide and responded through the loudspeaker atop the tank. "No need for elaborate words. As long as you choose unconditional surrender, I assure you that the Qiannan army will guarantee the safety of each and every one of you present." Deputy General Lai, have the men lower their weapons. With this assurance, the heavy burden in Deng Jinkan's heart gradually lifted. Chapter 57. The 4th Fleet of the Japanese Navy at 2 o'clock that afternoon, the fishing port of Chaoshan Bay in Jinzhou resembled a surging sea. With the clamorous sounds from the dock rising above, the din laborers moved like a bustling swarm of ants, weaving through mountains of goods. Vendors lining the streets exerted their utmost efforts, vocally hawking a dazzling array of merchandise. Rickshaw pullers, while strenuously running, shouted loudly to attract customers. Suddenly, a rapid and synchronized cadence of footsteps shattered the previous tranquility of the dock. Close to 1,000 soldiers clad in the brownish-green uniforms of the Type 2 Marine Corps, resembling phantoms, descended in succession from the gangplanks of the battleships Onma and Ibuki, coming into view of the onlookers. Their appearance, akin to a surging tide of ominous clouds, ruthlessly shattered the precious tranquility that had prevailed. The serenity and beauty that once permeated the air were swiftly supplanted by tension and dread. At the forefront of the formation, the fierce gazes of several Japanese soldiers, armed with Type 38 rifles and their accompanying Type 30 bayonets, glinted ominously in the sunlight. Employing a somewhat clumsy version of the Yanlong tongue, Accompanied by violent gestures, they forcefully commanded the street vendors to make way, barking, "You Yanlong people, quickly yield to the valiant warriors of the Imperial Japanese Navy." Suddenly, one of the soldiers, seemingly noticing something, halted and addressed his lieutenant. "Sir, look, there are flower girls." The lieutenant, upon hearing this, instinctively licked his lips, halting in his tracks to gaze in the direction pointed out by the soldier. There, beside an elderly tofu vendor, stood two modestly dressed young girls, their braided hair framing youthful faces, appearing to be around 14 or 15 years of age. The lieutenant, finding these delicate flower girls far more appealing than the round-faced women of their homeland, felt an impatient urge to approach them. Drawing his katana, he leered menacingly, threatening, "Hey, you two flower girls, come with me to work, or else you'll meet your doom." This display of aggression frightened the girls, who instinctively retreated, while the elderly vendor, likely their father, was overwhelmed with fear, quickly interjecting, "Please, foreign soldier, they are still young, have mercy." However, this plea seemed to enrage the lieutenant further, who raised his sword, preparing to strike the innocent old man. Unexpectedly, several rickshaw pullers in the distance sprang into action, bending down to retrieve a few drum-fed Thompson submachine guns from the rear compartments of their rickshaws. With a cacophony of gunfire, the lieutenant and several nearby Japanese soldiers, who were about to commit their heinous act, were instantly met with a hail of bullets, collapsing to the ground as lifeless corpses. Intruders are attacking. The situation unfolded too rapidly for the other officers to react at first, but they soon scrambled to assume command, seeking cover and preparing to return fire. Dozens of Japanese soldiers swiftly found their respective shelters, loading their weapons and aiming in one fluid motion. The rickshaw pullers, having initiated the attack, showed no inclination to linger. After a few bursts of fire, they swiftly ducked down, stowing their weapons and darting into the dark alleys flanking the street. Their movements were executed with such agility, reminiscent of monkeys, that the famed marksmanship of the Japanese soldiers was rendered ineffective. Tragically, a few innocent bystanders were inadvertently struck down by stray bullets, collapsing into pools of blood as the sudden eruption of gunfire incited chaos, sending terrified citizens scattering like frightened birds. Witnessing their forces suffer nearly 20 casualties in a mere moment, yet inflicting not a scratch upon the enemy, left a grim realization hanging in the air. The commander of this Marine Corps, Major Fujimoto Yu, wore a grim expression, unable to contain his anger as he erupted in a torrent of curses. "Baka, a bunch of hopeless fools. Hurry up and pursue those insurgents we just encountered. There, quickly." Dozens of soldiers, brandishing rifles, immediately charged forward under the guidance of their squad leaders, their short legs propelling them into the alleyways in pursuit. Not far away, several massive ironclad warships lay quietly anchored in the harbor, their presence tainted by the distasteful rising sun flag, fluttering ominously in the sea breeze. The Fourth Fleet of the Imperial Japanese Navy, comprising 3 battleships, 3 battlecruisers, alongside 10 Hatsuharu-class destroyers and 2 Kajiro-class destroyers, commanded a formidable presence. Within the command bridge of the flagship battleship ISE, Vice Admiral T.G. Highhacker and his Chief of Staff, Rear Admiral Kurita Takeo, were indulging in a delightful afternoon tea. Ever since the Meiji Restoration, this alternate Japan had revered the need to learn from the numerous powerful European nations. Thus their navy, from daily operations to training, had taken cues from the illustrious British Empire, while their army drew inspiration from the mighty German and Gallic forces. This peculiar afternoon tea habit was, of course, borrowed from the Royal Navy of Britain. T.G. raised the ornate teacup, stirred it with a spoon, and took a few sips, a look of ecstasy washing over his face. Following this, he sampled the scone, savoring its flavor before exclaiming, "Ah, Kurita-kun, today's afternoon tea is remarkably authentic, reminiscent of the pastries I enjoyed during my studies at the Royal Navy Academy in Britain." "Indeed, sir," Kurita replied. "Today's tea was freshly prepared by a British pastry chef I invited aboard." "Ah, that explains the exquisite taste," T.G. remarked, managing a smile, ready to engage in more light-hearted conversation. At that moment, Captain Takasuke Yoshinobu of the battleship Setsu entered, bowing slightly before reporting, "Commander, Chief of Staff, we have clarified the recent commotion and gunfire from the shore. It appears to be insurgents from the Yanlong nation daring to ambush our Marines. Initially, it was our Marine Corps Lieutenant Yoshino Nabukatsu who, distracted by a charming lady, inadvertently led to the unfolding events. Once the details were unraveled." T.G. wiped his hands with a napkin, rising with a scornful admonition, "These uncouth brutes of the Marine Corps. Their boorish behavior is no different from that of the foolish peasant army of the army. They are bringing shame upon our Imperial Navy. I have repeatedly stated that as the true face of the Empire, one must always be mindful of their conduct to uphold the dignity of the Imperial Navy." Kurita and Takasuke, having anticipated this moment, discreetly stepped aside, heads bowed, enduring the commander's lecture, which was laced with crumbs of disdainful rhetoric. Just then, a sharp and urgent alarm suddenly blared. What is happening? The expression on Admiral TGSR's face shifted dramatically. After exchanging glances with Kurita and Takasumi, the group unanimously stepped outside the cabin. Chapter 58, The Little Black Stick Arrives. Suspected enemy attack, seemingly from that direction, shouted Deputy Captain Chikata Senjiro, pointing towards the southwestern sky. TGSR's countenance darkened as he hastily raised his binoculars to survey the situation. It was imperative to note that the entire fleet was currently docked, conserving fuel. All naval vessels were in a low-energy state, with only a handful of personnel on duty. The steam generated was insufficient to power the steam turbines. Consequently, the warships in the harbor were immobile for the time being, with a minimum of 1 hour required to get the massive vessels, each displacing over 10,000 tons, underway. Moreover, Fisherman's Port was merely a civilian harbor in the Yanlong Kingdom, devoid of any coastal defense facilities. If attacked by an enemy fleet, it would spell disaster for the Fourth Fleet, which could not move swiftly. However, upon confirming that the so-called enemy attack consisted of merely a few dozen ineffectual aircraft, TGSR exhaled in relief and disdainfully instructed Takasumi to promptly organize air defense and disperse these insignificant nuisances. Given the sluggish advancement of aviation technology, contemporary aircraft were predominantly constrained by engine performance. The lightweight bombs they carried possessed limited destructive power, rendering them incapable of inflicting significant damage on the robust hulls of large warships. TGSR had no faith that fragile aircraft could sink the colossal battleship beneath him, displacing a staggering 30,000 tons. Nevertheless, he directed Kurita Inagaki, Kurita-kun, investigate the origin of these planes and identify the coward who dared to launch a surprise attack on the Imperial fleet. The two men slightly raised their backs, bowed their heads in respect, and then turned away, brandishing their swords. High above, at an altitude of over 1,000 meters, 36 Type 2 torpedo bombers flew in several triangular formations. The sound of the Pratt Whitney 4360 engines roared deafeningly, propelling the massive coaxial counter-rotating propellers at rapid speed, racing towards the Fourth Fleet at 450 kilometers per hour. In the cockpit of the lead aircraft, Major Shinchong confirmed the target with a resolute gaze and calmly transmitted orders via radio. Brothers, let us show these ignorant Japanese naval forces what we're made of. Proceed according to the original plan. The first squadron, follow me. Our primary targets are 6 large vessels. Having said that, Shinchong led 12 torpedo bombers to descend and skillfully disperse. He and another torpedo bomber headed directly towards the largest battleship in the bay, the ISE. As the Fourth Fleet's scant air defense weapons began to fire, a few shells intermittently exploded in the air. The feeble anti-air capabilities of the Japanese Navy, even when fully engaged, appeared nothing more than an absurd joke to Shinchong and his fellow pilots. They did not even need to maneuver their torpedo bombers evasively, effortlessly penetrating the air defense net formed by the dozen or so warships before them. There is no remedy. The air defense of the naval vessels before us is exceedingly inadequate. Take, for instance, the formidable battleship ISE. This colossal ship, displacing over 320,000 tons, possesses a mere 4 3-year Type 8 centimeters anti-aircraft guns and 8 77 millimeters anti-aircraft machine guns. Such firepower struggles to intercept even the most antiquated biplanes. Rather than relying on these scant defenses, it would be more prudent for the soldiers to discard their trousers and fire at the sky. Even if they fail to strike a target, it might at least serve to irritate the enemy. Shinchong, utilizing a rudimentary horseshoe-shaped torpedo sight, meticulously adjusted the flight angle and altitude, employing classic level bombing techniques to deploy torpedoes. He decisively pressed the release handle as the aircraft hurtled forward at a speed of 340 kilometers per hour at an altitude of 40 meters. For Type 13 530mm aerial torpedoes, equipped with drag rings and boxy stabilizers, were liberated from their constraints and plunged into the ocean, propelled by inertia. On the deck, the air defense commander, Chikata Chitaru, gazed in horror at the water's surface not far away, where several arrow-like objects raced toward them. "Nanny! Torpedoes!" he screamed, utterly powerless to intervene. He could only watch helplessly as 8 small, black projectiles, each weighing approximately 880 kilograms and traveling at 34 knots, struck the hull of the ISE battleship below the waterline with tremendous force. The 275 kilograms of high-explosive ordnance within the torpedoes detonated instantaneously, with a series of deafening explosions. The ISE battleship was violently rocked, flames erupted skyward, and smoke billowed, scattering debris in all directions. The ferocious blast from the torpedoes distorted the steel of the ship's port side, ripping open several horrifying gashes. Seawater surged through the breaches into the vessel's compartments, thick smoke quickly engulfing the entire warship. The sailors aboard were caught off guard by the sudden explosions. Some unfortunate souls were instantaneously swallowed by the blasts, while others were thrown into the air by the force, crashing down onto the deck in a state of near lifelessness. Meanwhile, the other ships of the Fourth Fleet, docked in the harbor, stood as helpless targets. Type 2 torpedo bombers rushed toward them, mercilessly releasing torpedoes that traced deadly paths across the sea. Flames erupted, and billowing smoke spread like the tentacles of a demon across the water. The disheveled TG hijacker stood on the deck, devoid of any composure, staring in despair at the massive vessel beneath him, which began to tilt uncontrollably to the left and sink. Kurita Takeo handed a life ring to his commanding officer and urgently commanded, "Abandon ship." Observing TG's stoic demeanor in the face of calamity, Kurita disregarded him, donned the life ring himself, and prepared to leave the ship in a bid for survival. Alas, it was all too late. As the seemingly sentient flames surged eagerly into the ammunition depot beneath the central turret of the battleship, the hundreds of tons of munitions within were ignited in an instant by the searing heat of over 1,000 degrees, leading to a catastrophic chain reaction. A blinding explosion erupted from the center of the IC battleship, distorting the surrounding air with its tremendous force. The twin-mounted 356mm main gun turrets, each weighing over 1,000 tons, were violently lifted several meters into the air by the ferocious shockwave before crashing heavily into the sea. Within mere minutes, the IC was cleaved in two, swiftly sinking beneath the waves, taking with it countless Japanese soldiers who were destined to meet their longed-for deity, Amaterasu. Chapter 59. Annihilation of the Fourth Fleet nearby. On the deck of the armored cruiser Karama, chaos reigned as fierce flames engulfed the area. Numerous soldiers, dismembered and unattended, lay on the deck, moaning in agony, clutching at their wounds. The sight of severed limbs intertwined with flames painted a harrowing tableau. Some unfortunate sailors, unable to escape, were trapped in the ship's hold, awaiting their grim fate. Under the relentless heat of the raging inferno, the steel compartments transformed into a colossal furnace, emitting chilling cries of despair amidst the inferno. With a sorrowful expression, Deputy Captain Nankomo Shiro pointed towards the billowing smoke in the distance, addressing Captain Kojima Iwamori. "Captain Kojima, look. The flagship IC, along with the Aki and Ikoma, has completely sunk into the sea. The Ibuki and the destroyers Yamakaze, Matsu, Sugi, Kiri, Buka, and Sakaki seem destined to follow suit." Lieutenant Takamuki Jairu, gesturing towards the opposite side, exclaimed frantically, "Everything in our Fourth Fleet is doomed. How can there be aircraft capable of launching torpedoes in this world?" Captain Kojima was well aware that the battleship beneath them was only half floating, a mere stroke of luck allowing it to escape the initial wave of torpedo attacks. The second wave had sent only one torpedo bomber their way, of which 4 torpedoes struck, with one seemingly failing to detonate. Otherwise, they would have long since been at the bottom of the sea. "Captain, they are coming again." Nankomo Shiro cried out in despair, watching the approaching shadows. The third wave of 12 Type 2 torpedo bombers surged forward, intent on delivering a final, devastating blow to the remaining battered Japanese vessels still floating in the harbor. They flew low against the sparse enemy fire, targeting their objectives before releasing their torpedoes. Boom, boom, boom. The harbor erupted in flames and billowing smoke as the torpedoes struck the hulls, resulting in a continuous series of catastrophic explosions. These once mighty Japanese warships, which had wreaked havoc along the coast of the Yanlong Kingdom, now faced inevitable annihilation under the relentless bombardment of the Qiannan Military Air Force. On the distant shores of the Japanese concession, the Japanese expatriates, drawn by the commotion, gathered tightly along the narrow roads of the coastal embankment. Occasionally, a few expatriates pointed and murmured about their naval vessels, now sinking beneath the waves. The despicable Yanlong people dared to covertly ambush our great Japanese Empire's navy. One exclaimed, "How can you be certain it was the Yanlong? Clearly, it was the aircraft of the Eagle Nation." Another retorted, "The situation appeared dire. With over a dozen warships having vanished from the surface of the sea, the Imperial Navy is utterly incompetent. This is nothing but a sheer waste of our taxpayers' money, squandered on a fleet worth millions of yen, now doomed to oblivion. All of you farmers, clear the way," shouted a group of boisterous Japanese Marines as they forcefully pushed through the throng. Arriving belatedly, Major Fujimoto Yuki, in pursuit of so-called resistance fighters, approached the front of the crowd, flanked by several officers. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, he nearly stumbled to the ground. Captain Nishikawa Taro, quick to react, steadied Fujimoto and, his voice trembling, asked, "Sir, what shall we do now? What just transpired?" Fujimoto took a moment to collect himself, contemplating deeply, before feigning calmness to provide a response. He immediately reported the enemy's attack on the Fourth Fleet to the Imperial Navy Command back home. After a brief pause, he added, "Moreover, we must cancel our original mission to secure the Chaoshan Bay concession. The situation is exceedingly critical. We can no longer prioritize the safety of the expatriates. All units, assemble immediately and march towards Jiayu City to rendezvous with the Hiroshima Division." "Yes." The situation is urgent. I shall attend to it at once, Captain Nishikawa replied, swiftly departing. At 7:25 a.m. on November 6, 1919, outside Chiha town in Jinzhou, a raven perched upon a barren tree, emitting a dismal croak. Several weary Japanese soldiers, impatiently wielding their whips, urged a team of draft horses pulling a few 75mm mountain guns to advance slowly. In the nearby desolate fields, tents sprang up like mushrooms after the rain. Last night, to expedite the evacuation of Chiha town as a temporary encampment for the 9th Brigade. And to ensure that military secrets remained confidential, the soldiers of the 9th Brigade, like savage brutes, unleashed a horrific massacre upon the nearly 1,000 defenseless residents of Yanlong, committing unspeakable atrocities of slaughter, rape, and pillage. The mastermind behind these heinous acts, Inokuma Junpei, found solace in a lavish estate in Chiha town, wrapped in a military blanket. Huddled in a grand rosewood chair in the main hall, savoring a steaming bowl of Japanese stew. The so-called Daiwa stew is essentially a canned dish made from beef, potatoes, and carrots, simmered and then seasoned with white sugar, soy sauce, and ginger. Colonel Yoshikawa Shigehisa of the 21st Brigade hurriedly exited through a side door, clutching a paper telegram. General Kinshaku, urgent dispatch. He exclaimed, "Oh, let me see what instructions we have." Imura Kunihide smacked his lips, stood up, and carefully examined the telegram. However, the pride that had just swelled in his chest visibly deflated. As his former superior, General Kinshaku's response to the dire situation of the 5th Hiroshima Division was nothing more than a mere platitude, devoid of any intent to send reinforcements or assistance. At that moment, Lieutenant Fujitani Yu of the Marine Corps, pale-faced, approached Imura and said, "Sir, the situation may be worse than we imagined." Upon hearing this, Imura raised his head to regard the unfamiliar naval officer, his expression one of profound confusion, mirrored by Fujitani's. "I am Imura Kunihide, the commander of the 5th Division of the Army. May I inquire to which branch of the Navy you belong?" Wiping the grease from his mouth, Imura initiated the conversation. Though Fujitani prided himself on being part of the esteemed Navy, he did not dare to feign superiority in the presence of an Army Major General, given the vast disparity in their ranks. He thus humbly introduced himself, bowing, "I am Fujitani Yu, a lieutenant currently serving as the commander of the 10th Marine Corps Battalion. I look forward to your guidance, General." "Well, what exactly is happening?" Imura nodded, satisfied with Fujitani's demeanor, and forced a smile as he continued. "General T.G. Sekiro of your 4th Fleet is an old friend of mine. I regret to inform you, General T.G. has sacrificed himself for the Empire," Fujitani replied, his expression suddenly resembling one who'd tasted something foul, before relaying the news of the 4th Fleet's demise to the two men. "Nanny?" Upon hearing this news, both Imura and Fujitani were momentarily struck dumb. Chapter 60, when armored units encounter infantry after deeper communication and the exchange of intelligence. Both sides arrived at a startling conclusion. They had been misled by their respective higher-ups. In truth, both parties' distant superiors were concealing their own shortcomings from the outside world for the sake of pride. The Navy's 4th Fleet had been lost, prompting the Marine Corps to seek refuge with the Army. Conversely, with the main force of the 5th Division annihilated, the remnants sought the protection of the Navy. An awkward atmosphere enveloped the air, as if it had momentarily solidified. This situation was utterly absurd, ridiculously so. Our current predicament seems rather dire. Lieutenant Fujitani was the first to break the silence. "The fact that we can meet here in relative safety suggests we may have already been encircled by the enemy. As it stands, we are a solitary force without any support," Saigaku Shingo opined, piecing together the situation. "Immediately report the status of the 4th Fleet and the current predicament of our 5th Division directly to the Supreme Command, striving to secure domestic support with utmost urgency." Just as Imura finished speaking, a series of explosive sounds echoed from afar, followed closely by the cacophony of gunfire. Panic swiftly spread across the faces of the group, and they instinctively gathered in the courtyard outside the reception hall. The recent explosions and gunfire seemed to emanate from the southwest direction of the town. Seigo Hongwan's expression turned grave. At this moment, amidst the wilderness southwest of Tsuha town, the deafening sounds of artillery and gunfire reverberated in succession. A battalion of 36 Type 24 Chaffee light tanks and 36 Type 432 Sherman tanks from the 200th Division, accompanied by nearly 2,000 mechanized infantry aboard 32 half-track armored personnel carriers, launched an offensive against 2 enemy infantry battalions stationed southwest of Tsuha town. Firing the first shot of battle, other assault units from the 202nd, 206th, and 207th Divisions initiated attacks on the Japanese forces from 3 additional directions. Periodically, a barrage of 81mm mortar shells screeched through the azure sky from the 27 Type 21 half-track mortar carriers positioned at the rear, landing amidst the enemy encampment, igniting massive explosions, flames soaring, debris scattering, and the acrid scent of gunpowder permeating the air. Colonel Masataka Nakamura, commander of the 11th Regiment, was currently in a state of turmoil as he directed the Hirosaki and Kamiki battalions, both fully staffed infantry units, relying on the foxholes dug during their encampment yesterday. They sought to obstruct the advancing armored forces of the Chinen army, nearly a kilometer away. "Aim at the enemy and fire," shouted a sergeant, crouched within a foxhole, brandishing a command baton. A stray bullet struck him, instantly sending him to meet Amaterasu. Meanwhile, the thousands of Japanese soldiers in the surrounding foxholes were frantically setting up their Type 11 light machine guns, Type 3 heavy machine guns, or raising their Type 38 rifles, all aiming at the approaching armored units of the Chinen army. The air filled with the sound of gunfire, akin to popping beans, as thousands of 65mm rounds rained down upon the distant tanks and armored vehicles, clanging against their heavy steel bodies, sparks flying, yet failing to inflict any damage. Within the lead vehicle of the armored column, a Type 432 Sherman tank, Lieutenant Liu Shuping peered through the periscope, disdainfully observing the feeble display put forth by the Japanese forces. Activating the radio, he commanded the other tanks, "All tanks, commence free fire on the enemy." 72 tanks gradually reduced their speed, their artillery stabilization systems engaged, allowing them to accurately aim and fire while in motion. The tank's gunner swiftly identified a target through his sights, suspected to be a Japanese 37mm anti-tank gun position. A dozen or so Japanese soldiers had just set up their direct-fire artillery and appeared to be frantically loading shells into the breach. The gunner slightly adjusted the angle of the tank cannon and turned to the loader beside him, shouting, "Old Wong, prepare to load a high-explosive shell." The loader, known as Old Wong, swiftly retrieved a 105mm shell and forcefully inserted it into the cannon, slamming the breech closed before announcing loudly, "Loading complete." As the gunner pressed down on the firing pedal, the artillery position was immediately obliterated by the shell, reducing the Japanese soldiers to mere fragments, while the dismembered parts of the artillery were sent soaring into the air. Boom, boom, boom. 36 Type 675mm tank guns and 36 105mm tank guns unleashed their fury, systematically clearing out the Japanese soldiers hiding in the foxholes. Shell after shell accurately struck the foxholes, sending hundreds, even thousands of tenacious Japanese soldiers to meet their fate amid the explosive shockwaves and flying shrapnel. As the infantry began to climb onto the tanks, they utilized the flexible Browning M2 heavy machine gun alongside the tank commander and coaxial gunner to suppress the Japanese forces, tipping the scales of victory overwhelmingly in favor of the Chinen army. Bang, bang, bang. The dark muzzles belched forth fiery tongues of flame, as golden shells the size of carrots continuously ejected from the scorching chambers of the Browning M2. The soldier operating the heavy machine gun wore an expression of unrestrained satisfaction. Liu Shupeng also poked half his body out of the hatch, taking up the 19,194 light machine gun at the commander's position, joining other soldiers and unleashing a barrage of bullets toward the distant enemy. Tat, tat, tat. Over 300 light and heavy machine guns produced an impenetrable curtain of fire, akin to a torrential downpour, raining down upon the remaining Japanese soldiers. Those caught in the onslaught were mercilessly reduced to mere flesh and blood. The remaining nearly 1,000 Japanese troops now dared not even show their heads, trapped in the shattered foxholes, desperately enduring the metallic storm unleashed by the Chinen armored forces. Occasionally, a few unfortunate souls, along with their weapons, were sent soaring skyward by the incoming shells. Their once proud military discipline, their infallible marksmanship, indomitable fighting spirit, and relentless training in swordsmanship and bravery were rendered utterly useless in the face of the iron tide formed by hundreds of tanks and armored vehicles of the Chinen army, appearing as nothing more than a farcical joke. Meanwhile, the few remaining 11-year Type 37mm direct-fire guns of the Hirosaki and Kamaki units were left with no choice but to use conventional shells due to the lack of armor-piercing rounds. Yet, they soon discovered that this method of attack was ineffective against the Sherman and Chaffee tanks of the Chinen army, and once detected, these direct-fire guns were quickly uprooted. Nakamura Masataka, hiding in the rear, peered through binoculars with a pale expression as he watched the relentless steel beasts devour the lives of his soldiers. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Chapter 61. No survivors. When did the impoverished and backward agricultural nation of Yanlong acquire such an extensively armed and ferociously formidable armored division? Commander, the enemy's tanks possess overwhelming firepower. Our warriors are on the brink of annihilation. We must order a retreat into the town at once, shouted Major Aoki Shizawa, clutching his bleeding arm. It was only then that Nakamura Masataka gradually regained his composure. Upon taking a closer look, he was taken aback. The Hirosaki and Himiki battalions, once fully staffed, now numbered less than 500 or 600. Previously, these two battalions had boasted approximately 2,500 vivacious soldiers. Within mere minutes of combat, They had suffered a devastating loss of over 80% of their forces. At that moment, Nakamura Masataka comprehended the tragic reality of infantry engaging in combat with well-equipped armored divisions across the vast plains. The armored units only needed to unleash their firepower during a charge, effortlessly crushing the defending infantry, rendering them powerless. Even the most elite infantry appeared utterly fragile before the might of tanks. Colonel Yoshida Yashir of the Himiki Battalion solemnly tied a piece of cloth around his forehead, adopting a demeanor of fearless resolve. Aoki-kun, you must retreat with the commander. I and the other warriors will remain here to cover your escape. With that, Yoshida drew his Meiji 26 revolver, rallying the surrounding soldiers. The time has come for the brave warriors of the great Yamato to pledge their loyalty to the Empire and His Majesty the Emperor. It is our honor in this life. Let us meet again in the afterlife. Yoshida led a dozen soldiers, summoning their courage to fire at the distant tanks, hoping to impede the advance of these iron behemoths with their bullets. Alas, their ammunition merely scraped the paint off the tanks, provoking the soldiers manning the machine guns on the tanks, who swiftly redirected their aim and held down the triggers. Bang, bang, bang. In the next instant, a hailstorm of large-caliber machine gun bullets erupted from the Browning M2 mounted on the tank turret, unleashing unparalleled devastation. If such concentrated fire failed to hit anything, it would indeed be a ghostly spectacle in broad daylight. Before Yoshida and his subordinates could even pull the trigger for a second shot, they were met with a barrage of bullets that shattered their bodies in an instant. Limbs and flesh, painted in red and white, mingled with the viscera bursting forth from their corpses, flying in all directions. Seizing the moment, Aoki Shizawa assisted Nakamura Masataka in escaping through a concealed trench, their terror palpable as they fled toward the town. However, an 81mm mortar shell landed precisely at their feet. Boom. Nakamura Masataka was obliterated into a mist of blood, while Aoki Shizawa was torn apart by shrapnel, the last remnants of over 100 Japanese soldiers since the intensifying tremors beneath their feet. Aware that the colossal steel beasts were nearing their position, realizing that remaining huddled in their makeshift trenches would not spare them from the impending doom, they began to cry out in desperation, "Warriors, let us fight the fire dragon people." In unison, these soldiers affixed bayonets to their rifles and surged forth from their cover, launching their fervent assault against the tanks. Alas, their so-called charge, imbued with reckless fervor, was rendered utterly futile before the dense barrage of hundreds of machine guns and dozens of tank cannons. In an instant, these frenzied soldiers were mowed down as if they were mere blades of grass. "Commander, did you see that? They truly are madmen, seemingly unafraid of death," a machine gunner remarked to Lu Shupeng after witnessing the carnage. "Soldier, maintain your vigilance. These Japanese may appear fearless, but they are not invulnerable," Lu Shupeng replied calmly, chewing on a piece of gum. He then radioed the tank battalion to advance and seize Tua town. Inside the half-track armored personnel carrier, the squad leader pointed at the mangled bodies of the fallen Japanese soldiers strewn about and commanded the machine gunners, "Continue firing. If there are no enemies, shoot the corpses. Reduce them to a pile of flesh, ensuring not a single one survives." As the supreme commander, Yuan Long had issued 2 irrevocable orders during engagements with the Japanese forces. No forms of surrender would be accepted, nor would any survivors be permitted. The machine gunners obediently operated their Browning M2 heavy machine guns to execute the orders. Bang, bang. A young lieutenant, observing the dismembered bodies of the Japanese soldiers, smiled at the driver of the personnel carrier and remarked, "Excellent. This will effectively reduce the danger our soldiers face while cleaning the battlefield after the fight." The driver chuckled in response, "Squad leader, I believe this land, nourished by such fertilizer, will yield a bountiful harvest in the coming year." As the assault troops of the 200th Division annihilated the Hiroshi Brigade to the southwest of Tsiua town, the assault units of the 202nd, 206th, and 207th Divisions simultaneously cleared the surrounding directions of Tsiua town, eradicating the forces of the Ani, Kitata, Sasaka, and Marino brigades, along with thousands of Japanese soldiers from the 10th Marine Corps. Within the desolate confines of Tsiua town, Jingmura Jun anxiously listened as the distant sounds of gunfire gradually subsided, leaving only sporadic shots echoing. Then came the deafening explosions, suspected to be the Qiannan army methodically demolishing buildings, until the ground beneath them began to tremble, revealing the fear etched upon his face. A communication soldier, dusty and disheveled, hurriedly approached to report to General Imamura and Chief of Staff Hamaguchi, stating that he had just sent a farewell telegram to the headquarters. "Well done," exclaimed Imamura, exchanging a knowing glance with Hamaguchi. Both understood that today they were unlikely to escape death, even after dispatching all available supporting forces, including artillery, from within the town. However, the much-anticipated 9th Brigade ultimately could not evade its fate, as it was annihilated by the armored units of the Qiannan army in a mere 30 minutes. Colonel Yoshikawa Shigehiza, loyal to his commander, led the last 30-odd Japanese soldiers. Stealthily hiding in various corners of the courtyard, their long Type 38 rifles aimed precisely at the sole entrance and exit. Trembling hands gripped their weapons. A soldier manning a machine gun murmured to himself, rallying his courage, "Let us fight to the death, Dragon of Flame." Chapter 62. The destruction of the 5th Division. With the roar of the Ford 8 gasoline engine drawing near, several Sherman tanks of the 432 type, coordinating with infantry, suddenly came to a halt on the uneven street outside. The 3 leading tanks slowly turned their turrets, aligning their 3 formidable 105mm tank guns towards the courtyard. One tank commander gestured to the infantry flanking the tanks, urging them to retreat slightly to seek suitable cover. He then withdrew his head and body into the turret. Closing the hatch above, boom, the cannon discharged a blinding flash, causing the tank to sway slightly from the recoil. 3 105mm shells pierced through wooden doors and brick walls, crashing onto the gravel ground of the courtyard, igniting upon impact. Thunderous explosions erupted, 3 massive fireballs expanding in the courtyard, thick smoke billowing forth like a roaring beast. The surrounding air seemingly stirred by an invisible giant hand. The blasts generated powerful shockwaves, accompanied by countless searing shrapnel, carrying the scent of death towards the 30-odd Japanese soldiers nearby. The outer walls of the courtyard collapsed, debris soaring into the sky, and most of the Japanese soldiers hiding within were undoubtedly shattered into countless fragments. Imamura and Hamaguchi were no exceptions. The 105mm shells were not to be trifled with. However, due to their fortunate hiding spot, they were spared from being utterly obliterated, instead succumbing to the force of the shockwaves, leaving behind at least intact remains. The tank commander remained oblivious, having unknowingly ordered the barrage that had just eliminated a Japanese general along with a brigadier general. As he emerged from cover and surveyed the ruins of the courtyard, he turned to the dusty infantry commander and remarked, "Even if there were enemies inside, they must have been dealt with. Nevertheless, let us search just to be safe." The rough tank crewman remained unaware of whether the enemies within had indeed been dispatched. The infantry commander, with an expression of deep resentment, pointed to his still buzzing ears and vocally critiqued the instigators, exclaiming, "However, my subordinates and I are on the verge of losing our hearing due to the cannon fire from your tanks. 2nd Company, 3rd Platoon, move out and search." After his tirade, the commander issued a decisive command. Several squad leaders armed with Thompson submachine guns promptly led dozens of infantrymen wielding garrons cautiously into the chaotic ruins before them. Soon, amidst the towering piles of rubble, they discovered dismembered limbs and cadavers, including the bodies of the 2 notorious Japanese officers, Jun Kimura and Nobuyuki Hayakawa, whose corpses were gruesomely bloodied from the blast. The distinct uniforms of these 2 senior officers stood out markedly from the attire of other Japanese soldiers and conventional officers, both in color and craftsmanship. The demise of these 2 officers marked the obliteration of the Imperial Japanese Army's 5th Hiroshima Division, within the old Japanese Army camp to the north of Jincheng. The subsequent infantry troops of the Qianan Army took control. In a room that resembled a confinement chamber, Yuan Long gazed sorrowfully at the scene before him. A dozen naked female corpses lay exposed, and the numerous bruises on their limbs indicated they had suffered inhuman torment during their lifetimes. These beasts were correct to leave no survivors, seethed Sun fuming, his anger palpable. Sighing, Yuan Long felt powerless to alter the tragic reality that had unfolded. He turned to the nearby Tianjongjian and instructed, "Gather the bodies and find a suitable resting place for them." Since entering the territory of Jincheng, he had noticed that many villages and towns along the way had become eerily desolate. Some villages were entirely abandoned, and under the rampage of the Japanese troops, Jincheng had transformed into a living hell, with civilians either brutally slaughtered or fleeing with their families in desperation. Not long after they exited the room, they encountered Wei Junhuang, who approached them with a jubilant expression. Upon seeing Yuan Long, he flatteringly remarked, "Commander, your foresight is truly remarkable. The remnants of the Hiroshima Division's 9th Brigade have indeed moved towards Kaishanshao. We just received communication from the front lines, stating that our armored units, leveraging their mobility, successfully encircled the 9th Brigade about an hour ago, approximately 60 kilometers from here in Tsiwa Town, and subsequently annihilated them with minimal casualties." Given the preceding events, Yuan Long did not feel particularly elated upon hearing this news. He merely waved his hand and said casually, "Understood, let us discuss it as we walk." This outcome was anticipated. The nemesis of mechanized forces has always been the Air Force or another, more formidable mechanized unit. Moreover, the battlefield was notably suited for mechanized operations. In contrast, the hastily responding Japanese 9th Brigade consisted solely of light infantry, equipped with rudimentary gear that barely qualified as mounted. Having had no time to establish solid defensive positions, the thousands of Japanese soldiers possessed nothing that could possibly repel the onslaught of nearly 1,000 tanks and armored vehicles belonging to the Qianmen army, unless they are endowed with extraordinary abilities akin to the indestructible strength of a super scion. Capable of withstanding the relentless bombardment from hundreds of cannons and the intricate web of fire from thousands of machine guns, they would stand no chance. Engaging in a fervent charge as boasted by the elite warriors would be futile, as they could not possibly overturn the tanks and armored vehicles of the Qianmen army without such divine skills. Without these miraculous abilities, their escape would be utterly impossible, leaving them to be encircled and annihilated on the spot. As Yuan Long and his companions deliberated on their next course of action, they made their way outside the military camp. A jeep sped towards them, and Cheng Tang from the Counterintelligence Bureau jumped out, hurriedly approaching Yuan Long. With a hint of hesitation, he reported, "Commander, Director Yen has just dismantled a hospital set up by the Japanese, revealing it to be a covert medical research facility." Upon hearing this, an ominous feeling surged within Yuan Long, prompting him to exclaim in anger, "I knew those Japanese had no good intentions. Get the car ready. Take me there at once." Half an hour later, the convoy halted in front of a building complex resembling a hospital in the northern part of Jeju City. A contingent of soldiers wearing Type 3 gas masks stood guard at the entrance. Seeing this, Yuan Long and his party stopped and donned their own gas masks. For dealing with the treacherous Japanese required the most fundamental protective gear. On either side of the hospital's courtyard, armed soldiers stood vigil, closely monitoring approximately 40 Japanese captives bound tightly with ropes. "Commander Yuan, please follow me," said two soldiers after checking Yuan Long's credentials, guiding the group into the main building. Advancing through layers of security. As they progressed, glimpses of the gruesome scenes began to emerge. Pairs of deceased Japanese soldiers and scattered white-coated bodies lined the path. The deeper they ventured, the more extreme and blood-soaked the sights became, enveloping them in a chilling and ominous atmosphere. What they beheld in the so-called specimen hall ignited fury in the hearts of all present. The sheer number of specimens was staggering, including fetuses from pregnant women, infants, children, youths, adults, and elderly men and women, along with various organs and skeletal remains. The disorienting array of specimens appeared not to be post-mortem preparations, but rather the results of living dissections, revealing the perverse nature inherent in the Japanese. "What a pack of inhumane beasts. The Japanese should not exist in this world," declared Wei Junhuang, usually composed, now unable to contain his rage. "We have underestimated them for too long. Their essence is that of a horde of savages devoid of humanity." Sun Fuming added angrily. An overwhelming tide of fury swept through Yuan Long's mind, yet he remained silent, exhibiting a calmness that overshadowed the rest. "Commander, this is the so-called truth," he remarked. A deep and ethereal voice resonated, as a group of soldiers donned in gas masks emerged from the innermost depths. The individual who had previously spoken, removing his mask, was none other than Yen Shuangying, the director of the Counterintelligence Bureau. "It would be prudent for you all to refrain from wearing these. There are no bacterial or chemical experiments being conducted here." With that, Yen gestured for everyone to exit and began to elucidate. "We have just arrived and assessed some of the equipment here, interrogating a few individuals employed by the Japanese. We have generally grasped the situation. On the surface, this hospital appeared quite legitimate. However, it was merely a FAAD for nefarious activities, serving as a medical research institute directly overseen by the Japanese army. Since its inception, this den of iniquity has masqueraded as a facility dedicated to healing, while utilizing ordinary citizens from our Yanlong nation as subjects for various medical experiments. Based on the testimonies of the aforementioned Japanese individuals, coupled with the thousands of experimental reports found in the archives here, it is feared that thousands of Yanlong citizens have suffered persecution. Fortunately, we have successfully dismantled this brutal establishment, and the Japanese army has only established one such medical research institute." As Yen Shuangying recounted the revelations, the group returned to the plaza outside. Cheng Tang pointed to a small, elderly man, appearing to be around 50 with a sinister gaze, and said, "Commander, this is the chief administrator of the Medical Research Institute, Jiojing Zero. How shall we deal with him?" Yuan Long reached for the Browning 1911 semi-automatic pistol at his waist, contemplating executing the so-called Jiojing Zero on the spot. However, he quickly reconsidered, discarding such a crude and juvenile method of execution. It would be far too merciful for him. "Yen Shuangying, I have heard that our Great Qian dynasty possesses a set of torturous techniques known as the 18 Fiends of Great Qian, said to encompass a total of 18 forms of torture. Is there any truth to this?" Upon hearing Yuan Long's inquiry, Yen Shuangying was taken aback, and then signaled to Shen Qiqi, an expert in interrogation, to clarify Yuan Long's question. Shen Qiqi promptly explained, "Commander, the 18 Fiends of Great Qian indeed exist. Skinning and slow slicing are merely the basics. In addition to these well-known methods, there are also dismemberment, caning, the 5 punishments, boiling, slow slicing, frying, amputation, spinal extraction. dismemberment of limbs, vertebral severing, abdominal dissection, and the cauldron of torture, among others. I must admit, though my expertise is limited, I possess a rudimentary understanding of each of these 18 tortures. Oh, you possess such skills, Yuan Long remarked with a hint of astonishment, before swiftly changing the subject. Then prepare immediately to skin this beast Jiujing alive. We shall observe the execution and provide you with guidance. Given that the commander wished to witness the proceedings, Shinchichi naturally obliged with a smile. 20 minutes later, all preparations were complete. Jiujing was stripped of his clothing, left only in a diaper, and secured in a modified interrogation apparatus, positioned in a manner reminiscent of a character. What are you planning to do? He exclaimed in panic. Jiro, who had remained silent and aloof in front of the crowd, finally panicked upon finding himself bound in such a manner. I am a citizen of the great Yamato Empire, and moreover, a medical doctor from the National University of Yamato in the capital. What do you lowly and ignorant Yanlong people intend to do with me? Release me at once. Shinchichi, fully focused on arranging her instruments, appeared to be disturbed by Jukuei's outburst. With a menacing demeanor, she withdrew 2 slender steel nails, each approximately half a foot long and resembling concrete spikes. You fools. The Yanlong individuals I dissected were merely offering themselves for the advancement of medicine. Do you intend to kill me? I, Jiro, will haunt you even in death. Seizing the moment, Shinchichi decisively thrust one of the steel nails into Jukuei's left upper cheek, piercing through his oral cavity and emerging from his right lower cheek. Following this, she employed the same technique from the opposite direction, driving in the second nail. Thus, the 2 nails effectively secured Jukuei's mouth, silencing his foul cries. A skilled hand. Yuan Long could not help but commend. One can discern expertise with a single move. Shinchichi's previous maneuvers not only sealed Jukuei's mouth but also ensnared his tongue, rendering it immobile. A military doctor, carrying a medical kit, arrived and administered a dose of methamphetamine to Jukuei, initiating a new and exquisite experience in preparation for the impending execution. Holding a sharp scalpel, Shinchichi delicately glided it along Jukuei's spine, cleaving the relatively loose skin down the middle. Jukuei's face turned crimson, the veins in his wrist bulging, as he struggled violently against his restraints, beads of sweat cascading down like raindrops. Shinchichi remained unfazed, redirecting the blade to slice along one side, tearing at the skin while sprinkling hemostatic powder onto the exposed, bloody flesh. In no time, she had completely flayed the old beast's back, reminiscent of a bat unfurling its wings. At this point, Jukuei had lost control, excreting both feces and urine, his face turning a deep purple, eyes bulging with crimson veins threatening to burst from their sockets, nails bloodied from clawing at the rigid restraints. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, the muscles in his face involuntarily convulsed, leading to the tearing of his cheeks and tongue, blood dripping continuously onto the ground along the steel nails. The atmosphere grew eerily silent, all eyes fixated on Shinchichi as she executed her grim task. Suddenly, she altered her approach and began to address Jukuei's legs. Chapter 64. Blood debts can only be repaid with blood due to the effects of methamphetamine and hemostatic powder. Jukuei not only did not succumb to blood loss, but could distinctly feel the separation of skin and flesh in his legs, gradually parting under Shinchichi's swift blade. Time passed quietly, and before long, Shinchichi's skinning process reached its final stage. At this point, the once lively Jiro had been reduced to a mere figure of blood, had it not been for the occasional twitch. Yuan Long might have mistakenly believed he was already dead. Most of its body, stripped of fleshly protection, revealed worm-like veins exposed to the air, as blood began to surge uncontrollably from the shattered vessels. Upon witnessing this, Shinchichi realized that the old beast was nearing its end and hastened her efforts. Just as she peeled off the beast's hide, Jiujing drew his last breath. The military assembly acknowledged that their subordinates' methods still left much to be desired. Shinchichi, feeling somewhat apologetic, continued, by convention, this beast should have survived for several more hours after the hide is removed. However, such sentiments were misplaced. Letting Jiujing receive his due retribution was also a way for me to express gratitude to you on behalf of the countless Yanlong people who perished at his hands. With that, Yuan Long stood up and initiated applause, prompting others to follow suit. The square resonated with fervent clapping. A stark contrast to the sight of dozens of bound Japanese collapsed on the ground, drenched in cold sweat from sheer terror, their bodies trembling, with some having lost control of their bowels. They had just witnessed the hide of Director Jiujing being flayed alive by the Yanlong people. Yuan Long cast a sidelong glance at them before checking his watch and instructing Yin Shuangying, "You shall handle the subsequent matters. Ensure the preservation of evidence here." As for the remaining Japanese, Yuan Long paused momentarily, a slight smile creeping upon his lips as he remarked, "Beyond skinning, the Great Qian 18 evils encompass 17 other forms of torture, which should be applied to these fellows in due course." Understood. I shall see to it that these wretches do not meet an easy demise, Yin Xuanying replied. Yuan Long then turned to Sun fuming beside him and commanded, Commander Sun, immediately dispatch 3 infantry regiments to cleanse the Japanese concession in Chaos Han Bay. What do you mean by cleanse? Sun fuming inquired, puzzled. I neglected to clarify. Yuan Long coldly chuckled before elaborating. To cleanse means to slay. I care not whether those Japanese expatriates are helpless infants or frail elders, as long as they are Japanese. They are to be exterminated. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Yuan Long was no benevolent old woman reciting prayers. For decades, Japan had perpetrated countless heinous atrocities against the Yanlong nation, resulting in the slaughter of at least millions of Yanlong citizens. Merely eliminating the 5th Division was woefully inadequate to atone for such bloodshed. Sun fuming was taken aback. The Japanese concession in Chaos Han Bay was not comparable to the smaller enclaves in cities like Jianan or Qinqing. The Chaos Han Bay concession was vast, constituting the largest Japanese settlement in the entire Yan'an region, housing no less than 70 to 80,000 permanent Japanese residents. Yes, military assembly. Yet, the absolute loyalty compelled Sun fuming to carry out Yuan Long's orders. An hour later, a convoy composed of hundreds of armored vehicles, trucks, and jeeps arrived at the entrance of the Japanese concession in Chaos Han Bay. A few Japanese patrol officers stationed at the entrance seemed unable to distinguish between the minor and major figures, audaciously attempting to block the convoy. With an air of arrogance, they pointed at a wooden sign that read Baka, "Do you not see the Yanlong people and their dogs?" The resounding gunfire from 2 Browning M2 machine guns mounted on the leading 2 Type 31 armored reconnaissance vehicles abruptly interrupted their pretentious display. A colonel leaned out from the armored vehicle, disdainfully regarding the severed limbs scattered on the ground. He picked up the radio and commanded, all mobile units, disperse and secure every entrance and exit of the Japanese concession. The remaining forces continue advancing. After leaving 2 armored vehicles and a squad of soldiers to guard the area, the colonel led the other vehicles in a continuous stream into the concession. As the convoy reached each intersection, a dozen vehicles simultaneously pulled over. All disembark. 1 squad, take that street. 2nd squad, follow me to that building. With the commands from various officers, anywhere from dozens to over 100 heavily armed soldiers leapt from the vehicles. They organized themselves into basic combat units, scattering in all directions. At the entrance of the Qingye Sword Dojo, 2 Japanese ronin with traditional hairstyles sensed the impending danger and quickly retreated inside. Moments later, over 100 similarly clad ronin, wielding katana, burst out from within, shouting wildly, "Kill them!" Hearing the commotion, several soldiers from the Qianan army swiftly redirected their weapons. The sharp crack of the Thompson submachine guns and Garand's semi-automatic rifles erupted, unleashing a torrent of fire that imparted a harsh lesson to the conservative Japanese forces. "Fall back and reload in turns," shouted the squad leader after emptying a magazine. The robust machine gunner swiftly fitted a handle onto the barrel of his light machine gun, transforming into a warrior reminiscent of the Battle of Guadalcanal. The remaining ronin, akin to wheat stalks in a field, were mercilessly mowed down by bullets. "Good job, Dainyu." The squad leader couldn't help but praise the valiant machine gunner. The machine gunner, affectionately nicknamed Dainyu, simply smiled shyly and replied, "I told you I am reliable." Within another Western-style building in the concession, 4 soldiers from the Qianan army kicked open the door of a residence. The squad leader, observing the occupants clad in wooden clogs and Japanese attire, noted that one elderly man in a wheelchair appeared to be over 50. A mischievous idea crossed his mind. "Everyone, stand up." Although these Japanese expatriates had lived here for years, they had never encountered such an imposing presence. Trembling, they all stood up, save for the disabled man in the wheelchair. The squad leader wore an expression suggesting, "You cannot blame me for this," and gestured to 2 soldiers. They approached, lifting the disabled man along with his wheelchair, and began to move toward the window. Terrified, the man shouted, "Arigato." In a chilling scream, he was unceremoniously hurled from the 5th floor by the soldiers, meeting a fatal end. Within the confines of the room, the last remaining male of a certain nationality succumbed to madness, charging at the soldiers with bare hands. Bang! In the next instant, he was reduced to a sieve by the prepared squad leader wielding a Winchester Model 12 shotgun. To be continued in Chapter 65, the purge completed. Yang Kissen's tenure had come to an end. 2 small children, around 7 or 8 years of age, wept as they ran to the corpse of the fallen man. As elite soldiers produced by the system, they displayed not a shred of compassion in their eyes. To them, Yuan Long was akin to a deity, and any command issued by him would be executed without hesitation. They would not only carry out orders to slaughter defenseless civilians from the country, but even if Yuan Long commanded them to take their own lives, they would comply without question. With a swift motion, the squad leader manipulated the fore end of the Winchester Model 12, completing the ejection of the spent shell before reloading and aiming at the 2 tearful children, preparing to fire. After confirming that no living individuals remained in the room, The soldiers began rummaging through drawers, searching for valuables hidden by the civilians. Elsewhere, dozens of soldiers disembarked from trucks in an orderly manner, rushing into a hospital with a palpable aura of menace under the guidance of their squad leaders. The leading sergeant, unhesitatingly brandishing a Thompson submachine gun, unleashed a volley upon the approaching Japanese doctors, then bellowed commands to his comrades. First squad, head that way. Second squad, go to that building. Third squad, follow me. The soldiers were momentarily distracted by a peculiar sound, and after clearing several hospital rooms with their bayonets, they arrived at the source of the noise, the operating room. Upon pushing open the door, they discovered a Japanese woman in the throes of childbirth. In response, a soldier equipped with a flamethrower kicked open the door and, grinning maniacally, aimed the nozzle inside before pulling the ignition trigger. Boom. In an instant, a massive plume of orange flames erupted, engulfing the occupants of the room in a fiery embrace. The anguished cries of the individuals within pierced the air as they ignited like kindling, consumed by the inferno. Simultaneously, gunfire erupted throughout other areas of the Japanese concession in Kaiyuan Bay, interspersed with explosions and the wails of the dying. 3 regiments, totaling over 10,000 soldiers, diligently executed the purge assigned by Yuan Long. Any Japanese encountered were executed on the spot, regardless of age or gender, with no one spared. All were sent to report to their deity, Amaterasu, by the hands of the Qian military's firearms, bayonets, flamethrowers, and grenades. Meanwhile, several hundred soldiers, having received orders, surrounded the Japanese consulate in Chiching, shielded by 20 Stuart tanks. The Japanese consul, Kuroda Waimu, was taken aback by the scene but maintained a facade of composure as he stepped outside. Addressing the soldiers at the entrance in a commanding tone, "What do you intend to do? Bring your commander out to see me." The tank crew, seemingly indifferent, slowly rotated the turret, adjusting the angle of the cannon, and simultaneously aimed their 37mm tank guns at the Japanese consulate. This was the consulate of the great Japanese Empire, and their current actions had already breached diplomatic protocol. The thunderous roar of 2 coaxial machine guns erupted, forcibly interrupting Kuroda's speech and reducing him to a grotesque heap of blood and flesh. "What? They have assassinated the consul." Maru and I, hidden within the consulate, was utterly incredulous. It is essential to understand that besieging a consulate and murdering its resident consul are no trivial matters. A consulate is akin to the territory of a nation. Both actions equate to an assault on a sovereign state. Return fire. Upon witnessing the assassination of the consul, the captain of the security detail ordered dozens of Japanese soldiers to retaliate. The sound of bullets ricocheted off the tank, while the gunners swiftly responded with artillery fire. The air was filled with the thunderous explosions as 20 tanks relentlessly bombarded the Japanese consulate, transforming it into mere rubble and debris. On November 8, 1919, in a grand residence within the town of Tuanhua, situated at the juncture of Uzhou and Suzhou, a group of individuals sat solemnly in chairs, gazing at a map. At the head of the table was an elderly man nearing 60, his hair graying at the temples and his posture slightly hunched. This man was Yanlong, the inspector of Subei, the oldest among the 12 warlords of Yanlong nation. However, the once formidable Yanlong had lost much of his former vigor, having been reduced to a mere figurehead. Following the surrender of Deng Jinkan and his entire Subei 12th Army to the Qian South Army, a series of unforeseen consequences had ensued, catching Yanlong off guard. First, the Qian South 5th and 19th Armies used the defenses at Jiannan Pass, Tongnan Pass, and Feiyun, previously held by the Subei 12th Army, as launching points to penetrate deep into the heart of Dai and Su states. Subsequently, the Subei 33rd Army and 3 mixed brigades, dispersed in Dai and Su states, were easily overwhelmed by the superior firepower of the Qian South 5th and 19th Armies. News of the defeats at the front even led to a mutiny within the newly established Subei 62nd Army. Currently, the only forces Yanlong could still command were a handful of mixed brigades. With a grave expression, Yanlong could no longer restrain himself and turned to the brigadier general beside him, asking, "Ranhe, how far is the most formidable unit of the Qian South Army from us?" According to reports from the front, Ranhe replied, pointing at a city on the map. "The Qian South Army has captured Luzhou and is at most 40 kilometers away." Another brigadier general then stood up, adding, "General, in addition, we have just received a communication from the 7th Mixed Brigade, which was defending Fudi County. Brigade Commander Qiao Binshan has indicated that the Qian South Army's artillery is overwhelming, and he intends to surrender with the remaining soldiers of the 7th Mixed Brigade. Alas, in just a few short days, the Dai and Su states have completely fallen into enemy hands, resulting in the loss of over 100,000 troops. What are we to do next?" Yanlong sighed deeply, his face etched with despair. Weakly, he waved his hand towards the crowd, signaling them to leave, saying, "You all may go. I wish to be alone for a while." Once the crowd had departed, Yang Kusin gazed into the distance for a long while. His choices were few. He could either continue to stubbornly resist, depleting the remainder of his forces and risking capture and execution by the Qiannan army while attempting to escape with his family through Suzhou to other provinces. Or he could issue a nationwide announcement of his resignation, commanding his troops to surrender, dissolving his military power, relinquishing political authority, and seeking a tranquil life far from the vortex of power, living as a wealthy gentleman in a quiet locale. "Grandfather, what are you doing?" A tender child's voice broke the silence. A small boy struggled to push open the door and stumbled over to embrace Yang Kusin's leg. Yang Kusin's body jolted as if struck by lightning. He gently stroked the boy's head, realizing that he was nearing his 60th year. An elder with one foot already in the grave. Why should he continue to bear the burden of a nebulous high position, placing his family in jeopardy? On the morning of November 8, 1919, at 10 a.m., Yang Kusin, the inspector of Sunan, announced his resignation to the nation. Chapter 66, south of Longyang. The emperor's fury within a Western-style villa in Jiayu City, Yuan Long emerged from the bathroom after a hot shower, only to be greeted by the beaming face of Tian Zhongjian approaching him. "Commander, I bring good news. Yang Kusin, the inspector of Sunan, has just announced his resignation." Tian Zhongjian handed a telegram to Yuan Long and continued, "Moreover, he has privately sent a message, stating that not only will he fully transfer the remaining military power to us, but he also expresses his willingness to cooperate actively in transferring the political authority of the Dai, Su, Yi, and Tibetan provinces to us in its entirety." "Oh, this old fellow knows how to read the times." Yuan Long tossed aside the towel he had been using to dry his hair and instructed Tian Zhongjian, "Gather the people. We shall hold a meeting." An hour later, the reception hall was filled to capacity, with high-ranking generals from the 68th and 66th armies, including Sun Fuming, Wei Junwang, Du Liangting, and Zheng Yankai, present. Yuan Long rose first, his voice resonating with authority. "Gentlemen, just moments ago, Yang Kusin finally announced his resignation, along with Sun Jie's words. 2 of the so-called 12 warlords of the Yanlong kingdom have already been brought down by us. However, our objectives remain unfulfilled, merely capturing the provinces of Dai, Su, Yi, Zhuang, Hunan, Bo, and Jin does not equate to unifying the Yin South region. This alternate world's Yin South region is delineated by the natural boundary of the Penglai mountain range and the Longjiang River. All areas south of the Longjiang and east of the Pamir Plateau are unified under the designation of Yin South. The Longjiang, Yinjiang, and Songjiang rivers are revered as the mother rivers of the Yanlong kingdom. The Longjiang stretches approximately 850 kilometers, originating from the Kugur mountain range at the intersection of Long, Shan, Xia, and 4 other provinces, flowing tirelessly through the provinces of Shan, Bo, Ji, and Hai before ultimately merging into the sea near Wei City and Haizhou. Only by seizing Shanxi and Hai provinces could Yuan Long truly claim to have unified the Yin South region. Deputy Commander Sun Fuming fully grasped Yuan Long's intent and immediately stood, pledging, "Commander, I have ordered all divisions of the 68th Army to prepare for a brief resupply and rest before launching an immediate strike. Ensure that within 5 days, we shall vanquish the 19th Army of Tan Shirkai and seize the provinces of Jizhou and Haizhou. Moreover, the efforts to cleanse the Japanese concession at Kaohsiung Bay have reached their conclusion, with only a few thousand Japanese expatriates remaining." Yuan Long nodded in satisfaction, pleased with the efficiency of the Qiannan 68th Army. The commander of the Qiannan 66th Army, Du Liangting, also stood up to assert, "Our 4 assault units are tirelessly advancing towards the border between Bo and Shan, and resolving the 4 composite brigades stationed in Shanzhou within 5 days should pose no issue." Yuan Long inquired of Commander Du, "I have replenished the supplies and ammunition you have consumed. Do you require anything else? Now is the time to speak." Du Liangting replied with a smile, "There is essentially nothing lacking. Besides, the enemy consists of merely 4 inadequately equipped composite brigades, so eliminating them will not deplete much ammunition or supplies." "That is good to hear. I shall not delay you further. Everyone may return. I eagerly await your good news," Yuan Long said, stretching and waving his hand to dismiss the assembly, thus concluding the brief meeting. Meanwhile, in the Matsumara Hall of the Imperial Palace in the Takeda district of the Japanese capital, a diminutive figure with a gaunt face, small eyes, and thin lips, clad in splendid traditional Japanese attire and standing about 1.4 meters tall, was currently bouncing around the hall. This comically short individual was none other than the 103rd Emperor of Japan, the infamous Kamizumi Emperor, originally named Yubu Naomian. Kneeling before him, receiving a reprimand, were the Prime Minister Terafuru Jitani, Vice Admiral Takasumi Sho, Army Minister Rishin Yoko, Navy Minister Gashiki Sho, Chief of the Army General Staff Nishinami Akira, and Chief of Naval Operations Yoniyama Nobumasa, all prominent figures within the military and political spheres of Japan. The Kamizumi Emperor, while bouncing on his legs, pointed at the heads of these venerable officials, intermittently unleashing a stream of invectives. Baka Yuru. You lot are a bunch of fools. The Navy is a bunch of dim-witted deer, the Army is a pack of useless deer, and the Intelligence Department is both deaf and blind. The Empire has invested heavily in the 4th Fleet and the so-called Steel Army of the 5th Hiroshima Division, yet they were annihilated by a mere warlord from the Yanlong nation. From start to finish, the Intelligence Department has acted like an aged, deaf mute, failing to perceive the unusual movements of the Qin army beforehand and not swiftly reporting the situation afterward. What use is it for the Empire to sustain you? Tens of thousands of Japanese expatriates have suffered persecution, and even our consulate has been uprooted. With your current performance, how can the Empire even contemplate invading the Yanlong nation to alter the fate of the Japanese people? Perhaps weary from his tirade, the Kamizumi Emperor finally ceased his vitriolic outburst, pausing momentarily before addressing Takasumi Sho. What is the background of this Yuan Long from Yanlong? Your Majesty, this is a photograph of Yuan Long. Zhu Lingshang Wu promptly bowed and presented the photograph to Emperor Kazun W, subsequently receiving the meticulously prepared documents from an attendant to introduce to those gathered in the hall. Yuan Long, a member of the Yin clan, is the son of Yuan Dingqing, the inspector of Qiannan in the Yanlong Kingdom. Born on May 27, 1889, in Pan County, Qianzhou, he was sent to study at the West Point Military Academy in the Lighthouse Nation at the tender age of 16. Yuan Long's experiences are anything but ordinary. Emperor Kazun W passed Yuan Long's photograph around to the other elders for their perusal and continued, however, I find it perplexing, based on his life experiences. He appears to bear us no animosity. Why then did he suddenly launch an attack against us, and who emboldened him? Could it be his father? Yuan Dingqing is indeed a significant figure in the Yanlong Kingdom, yet when placed before our Grand Dui Empire, he is merely an antiquated warlord of limited strength. Your Majesty, there must be other secrets concealed within Yuan Long, concluded Si Tingjidian. The Prime Minister is correct. I can comprehend how Yuan Long managed to annihilate the 5th Hiroshima Division in such a brief span, as he employed a strategy of overwhelming numbers to strike swiftly. However, I am perplexed. How did he manage to obliterate the entire 4th Fleet in such a short time? The Imperial Navy's 4th Fleet, despite being comprised largely of obsolete second-rate battleships, still possesses considerable might, far beyond what the feeble Yanlong Navy could contend with. To be continued. Chapter 67. The dispute at the Military Expansion Conference of the Wa Kingdom. Li Shan Hang Air discerned the implications of Guji Shangzhen's remarks. However, in the presence of Emperor Kazun W, it would be unseemly to express his frustration overtly. So he shot a fierce glare at the naval officers instead and deftly redirected the conversation. With the 4th Fleet and the 5th Division having been vanquished, we must derive lessons from their demise. Your Majesty, I believe our current focus should be on uncovering the truth behind these events. Only by clarifying the reality of the mastermind behind this, Yuan Long, can we make informed judgments based on the situation. We need to ascertain several crucial questions. Is there external support backing Yuan Long? What emboldens him to wage war against us? What is the actual state of the Yanlong Kingdom's Qiannan army? And how did Yuan Long succeed in decimating the 5th Division and the 4th Fleet in such a short time frame? Li Shanhang Air posed these multiple inquiries, seizing the opportunity while Emperor Kazun W was deep in thought. He then turned to General Zhu Lingshang Wu, who was in charge of the military affairs, and said, I must ask for your diligence in this matter, Zhu Ling. In the presence of Emperor Kazun W, Zhu Lingshang Wu responded with alacrity, rest assured. Your Majesty and esteemed colleagues, I shall swiftly reconstruct the Empire's intelligence network in the Yin South region and thoroughly investigate the entire incident until the truth is revealed. Emperor Kazun W maintained silence throughout, tacitly acknowledging Li Shan Hung Air's counsel. Once the two had concluded their performances, the hall fell into a profound silence. As Emperor Kazun W cast a penetrating gaze over all present, seemingly poised to announce a matter of great significance. After a lengthy pause, it solemnly spoke, Ladies and gentlemen, the world is currently undergoing a monumental transformation, and the opportunity for our great Yamato nation to rise is at hand. As you are all aware, our homeland is relatively small, with scarce arable land and a lack of various resources. Natural disasters such as earthquakes and tsunamis are frequent. Most significantly, our lack of colonies has resulted in exorbitant costs for importing raw materials, hindering our ability to export competitively priced goods, thereby severely restricting our development and plunging our domestic economy into stagnation. The Emperor Kame paused momentarily before continuing, at this juncture, to extricate ourselves from this predicament. We must wage a war of aggression against the Yanlong nation. They possess vast and fertile lands, abundant resources, and immense reserves. The ignorant and backward Yanlong people do not deserve to monopolize this continent. It rightfully belongs to our great Yamato nation. I believe that if we successfully conquer the Yanlong nation, other neighboring countries will inevitably fear and respect us, ultimately submitting to our rule. Once we assimilate Yanlong and its surrounding nations, our great Yamato nation will undoubtedly emerge as the most powerful civilization, and world dominion will be within our reach. As the ambitious speech of Emperor Kame concluded, the hall fell into silence once more, yet the avaricious glint in the eyes of the old beasts was unmistakable. The Yamato people's desire for the Yanlong continent has existed for centuries, and at this moment, their ambitions were fully ignited, with Terasawa Kiyoshi leading the cries of fervor. The following day at 2 p.m., within the National Assembly Hall of Yamato, Prime Minister Terasawa Kiyoshi took his place at the head of the table, flanked by Foreign Minister Kato Yashir, Minister of the Army Makino Hayato, Minister of the Navy Nishinaka Tokisuke, and Minister of the Treasury Inoue Nobumoto. Military representatives from both the Navy and Army were seated along the long table according to their ranks, and the atmosphere was thick with tension. Seeing that all were gathered, Terasawa Kiyoshi stood with a serious demeanor and stated, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have decided to increase our military investment. The ultimate purpose of today's meeting is to adjust the allocation of resources and funding for our Navy and Army, ensuring we are thoroughly prepared for the impending invasion of the Yanlong nation." The meeting is now officially underway. Taking advantage of the Army's moment of contemplation, the esteemed Vice Chief of Naval Operations, Tagawa Yoshinobu, rose to assertively declare, "There is no need for further discussion. We all know that our great Yamato Empire is an island nation surrounded by sea. To invade the Yanlong nation, we must secure maritime supremacy. Using our warships to transport soldiers for the Army and providing naval artillery support for their landings, thus ensuring the supply lines for our Army are robust. After all, we cannot expect the Army to swim with weapons and ammunition to assault the Yanlong nation." Tagawa Yoshinobu's remarks nearly incited the ire of the Army's high-ranking officials present. The Army Education Director, General Hada Hideyoshi, stood up and retorted, "You naval forces are simply going too far. If you continue to increase your naval budget, we in the Army might as well disband on the spot." Since the Reformation, the Empire of Japan has increasingly prioritized the development of its navy. Each year, nearly 80% of the military budget and resources are allocated to the Navy, leaving the Army with a mere 20% for most of the time. Li Shanhanger and Qi Zhonggongji exchanged glances, and the latter stood to counter the Navy's stance, asserting that in the past, the Army's magnanimity allowed for the Navy's excessive demands, but for the future of the entire Japanese nation, they could no longer indulge such reckless behavior. The invasion of the Dragonflame Kingdom constitutes a land war. Your naval artillery can reach a maximum of only 30 kilometers. Yet the territory of the Dragonflame Kingdom stretches several thousand kilometers, if not more. Can your naval cannons reach such distances? Ultimately, land combat is inevitable. And only the boots of our Army can truly conquer the Dragonflame Kingdom. Lieutenant General Muto Nobuharu of the Army General Staff, recognizing the breakthrough initiated by Qi Zhonggongji, swiftly seized the opportunity to present the Army's demands, stating that the Army currently possesses only 20 divisions, which is entirely insufficient for an invasion of the Dragonflame Kingdom, while the Navy has already commissioned the super battleships Yamato and Musashi. I believe there is no necessity to commence the construction of the subsequent 2 Kaga-class battleships and 4 Amaji-class battlecruisers. Hato Aiku quickly chimed in, agreeing that the Navy's smoke-belching iron ships are utterly useless and should be entirely scrapped, allowing the military budget to be transferred to the Army to establish an additional 40 to 50 divisions, which would effortlessly flatten the Dragonflame Kingdom. Admiral Koga Takaharu, commander of the combined fleet, interjected, stating that while the invasion of the Dragonflame Kingdom is indeed crucial, ensuring the safety of our homeland is equally important. To confront formidable enemies upon the seas is the task of our Navy. The 2 Nelson-class battleships and 3 Colorado-class battleships from the Eagle Kingdom and Lighthouse Kingdom, along with reports that the German Kingdom is preparing to develop a subsequent model of the Bavaria-class battleship, reveal that our Navy still lacks significant advantages in the face of these formidable European powers. Stop! Prime Minister Teramoto Shurden suddenly called for a halt to the meeting. Since both the Navy and the Army have their respective reasons and demands, I must ask you all to wait a moment. Allow me to confer with Mr. Kumano and devise a proposal that will satisfy both military branches. After considering the current financial situation of Japan, Teramoto Shurden presented his solution. The Navy would cancel the construction of 4 Amaji-class battlecruisers while retaining 2 Kaga-class battleships. The Army would be allowed to establish an additional 20 divisions, and as Lieutenant General Muda previously mentioned regarding armored divisions, we shall temporarily create 2, each equipped with 200 armored vehicles. I understand this may somewhat disadvantage the Army, but for the grand strategy of the Japanese nation's rise, the invasion of the Dragonflame Kingdom necessitates a stronger army, and I ask the esteemed members of the Navy to be accommodating. Having said this, Teramoto Shurden, the second-in-command of Japan, bowed deeply to the naval officers. The naval high-ranking officials, led by Admiral Guji Shangjin, were momentarily taken aback and ultimately had no choice but to accept his proposal. Chapter 68. Military Unification in the South of the Dragon System Reward on November 14, 1919. Outside Xian City in Jizhou, a low hill surrounded by lush vegetation and adorned with vibrant flowers and exotic plants presented a breathtaking sight. A multitude of Shermans and Chaffees lay haphazardly parked upon a clearing at the foothill, accompanied by over 50 armored personnel carriers and hundreds of infantry scattered about. A few Type 353 tankers were sequentially refueling the tanks, while armored soldiers, donning the 1938 hard tank helmet and clad in 1943 tank jackets, busily transferred ammunition from several Type 35 4-ton trucks into the tanks. A captain gazed intently at the thousands of captured Tan Army soldiers, held under guard by infantry, took a long drag from his cigarette, extinguished it underfoot, and remarked to a nearby lieutenant that the war would finally reach a temporary respite. Following several days of relentless combat, the combined armored forces of the Qiannan 66th and 68th Armies effortlessly annihilated tens of thousands of Tan and Shu troops from the provinces of Ji, Jin, and Shan, capturing nearly 40,000 prisoners in the process. The lieutenant glanced at his wristwatch and mused that they should conclude by noon. They were no more than 20 kilometers from the Locking View Long River Bridge. It was said that Company Commander Li Hua's 4th Company was considerably ahead of them, possibly having already reached the riverbank. If not for these prisoners, they might have been able to arrive before them, the captain said with a hint of resignation. Just as they had transferred the captives to the rear, they spotted a group of enemy soldiers surrendering, which significantly impeded their march. A mere 10 kilometers away, the magnificent and shimmering Long River flowed like a herd of wild stallions, splashing cascades of white foam as it surged between the provinces of Ji and Wu, as well as Shang. The riverbanks were lush with verdant trees, creating picturesque scenery that attracted myriad creatures to thrive. A grand bridge, approximately 400 meters in length, stood proudly over the Long River, stretching from the eastern foothill of the Locking View in Ji Province to the sandy banks of Pingnong Town in Wu Province. This was the illustrious Locking View Long River Bridge, constructed in 1915 under the special approval of Yushu, with a budget of 3.8 million Long Yuan, led by the renowned bridge expert Guang Busheng, and, along with the earlier completed Fengling Long River Railway Bridge downstream, bore the vital mission of connecting the regions of Yannan and Yinzhou. However, at this moment, this meticulously crafted bridge was encountering its first crisis since completion. 20 soldiers of the Tan Army, clad in light blue uniforms and wielding Lebel 1886 rifles, hurriedly arrived at a machine gun barricade on the northern side of the bridge. The leading soldier scrambled into the barricade and yelled at a comrade that the Qiannan troops' iron turtles were about to breach, urging them to blow the bridge immediately. Bang, bang, bang. In the next instant, the Browning M2 heavy machine gun mounted on a Qiannan tank on the southern bank erupted in fire. A Tan soldier, quick on his feet, seized a detonator and, after a swift rotation, pressed it down forcefully. Boom. A massive fireball erupted from the center of the Locking View Long River Bridge, sending countless debris flying like rain, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound as it plunged into the river below. The placement of explosives by these defending Tan soldiers was far from professional. The explosion merely obliterated the central deck and a portion of the main beams of the Longjiang Bridge, rendering this structure incapacitated. Fortunately, the piers, abutments, and the majority of the main beams remained unscathed. However, this scene incited the wrath of the tank commander of the Qiannan Army, who witnessed the event from the southern bank, prompting him to vehemently curse those audacious fools for daring to detonate the bridge. Concurrently, the downstream Fengling Longjiang Railway Bridge also fell into disrepair due to the malicious sabotage orchestrated by the Tan Army. By 2 p.m. that afternoon, the Qiannan 66th Army successfully annihilated 4 composite brigades of the Shu Army, declaring the occupation of Shan Prefecture. Thus, the entire Yannan region, including the 15 prefectures of Danzhou, Guizhou, Qiongzhou, Qianzhou, Sangzhou, Daizhou, Suzhou, Ezhou, Xiangzhou, Yuzhou, Guozhou, Jianzhou, Haizhou, Jizhou, and Shazhou, had entirely succumbed to the control of the Qiannan Army. As the war drew to a close, Yuan Long, who was industriously engaged at the temporary command post in Jiayu City, felt a sudden jolt in his mind, followed by the system's notification sound. Congratulations, host, for accomplishing the main mission of unifying Yannan within the stipulated time frame. You are now rewarded with a substantial task reward. Congratulations, host, for receiving a campaign-level Air Force gift pack, which includes 12 small airports, 5 medium airports, 3 large airports, 2 fledgling flight academies, 1 strategic bomber squadron, 1 attack bomber squadron, 1 land-based fighter squadron, 2 land-based torpedo bomber battalions, and 2 medium transport aircraft battalions. All rewards come with assigned pilots, aviation technicians, and flight instructors. Congratulations, host, for obtaining an Armored Assault gift pack and a Military Industrial Rise gift pack. The Armored Assault gift pack contains an armored group army, comprising 6 heavy armored divisions and 6 light armored divisions. The Military Industrial Rise gift pack includes 1 artillery factory at Rock Island, 1 Springfield Armory, 1 Colt factory, 1 White truck manufacturing plant, 1 Ford military vehicle manufacturing facility, and 1 Chrysler tank factory. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a medium-sized 20 industrial gift pack, which includes 5 Bethlehem steel plants, 2 Pratt Whitney machine tool factories, 2 Caterpillar equipment manufacturing plants, 2 Phillips oil refineries, 4 HYSR pharmaceutical factories, 4 DuPont chemical factories. Among 200 large factories involved in chemical, mechanical, energy, alchemical, and pharmaceutical sectors, all of which come with relevant technical management personnel. Congratulations, host, for securing an administrative gift pack, a transportation gift pack, and a technology gift pack. The administrative gift pack includes 200 state-level personnel, 500 city-level personnel, and 50 000 county-level personnel. The transportation gift pack includes 20 000 kilometers of 1,435 millimeters standard railway, 30 Permaket Type 1 heavy steam locomotives, and 400 000 kilometers of asphalt roads. The technology gift pack encompasses 180 senior scientists across various fields. Wow, system, you have truly bestowed upon me several marvelous surprises today, Yuan Long exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement upon witnessing the continuous stream of generous rewards from the system. Yuan Long was eager to examine the aforementioned rewards in detail, but suddenly became aware of a minor issue. Thus, he cautiously inquired of the system with his thoughts. System, I see that you have granted me corresponding rewards in various areas such as the Air Force, Army, military industry, administration, and transportation, yet conspicuously there are no rewards pertaining to the Navy. This seems rather unusual. The system, perceptive of Yuan Long's subtle intentions, replied, This system finds your demands rather excessive, as your greed knows no bounds. To think that I have graciously procured such splendid items from alternate timelines, and yet you, ungrateful wretch, fail to express a single word of gratitude. How dare you extend your hand to request naval rewards? Considering the multitude of rewards I have just bestowed upon you, perhaps it would be prudent to retract them. Upon hearing this, Yuan Long's heart sank, and he quickly lowered his tone in a bid to appease. Please, dear system, I was merely jesting. Do not take back what you have so generously given, as it would render my joy meaningless. I am grateful to you, my esteemed system, and I sincerely hope that your future generosity remains as grand, ideally including naval forces from other worlds. Now you speak with some sense. This system shall temporarily forgive you. However, tread carefully. With the system's fury abated, Yuan Long finally breathed a sigh of relief. His previous interactions with this system had solely revolved around routine sign-ins, and he had never anticipated its quirky personality, akin to that of an emotionally volatile young girl prone to tantrums. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. Tan Zhongjian, beaming with delight, entered and reported, good news. The Qin'an 66th and 68th armies have just communicated that they have successfully occupied the 3 states of Jizhou, Jinzhou, and Shanzhou. To this belated report, Yuan Long simply responded, Yes, I understand, and waved Tan Zhongjian off, indicating he had matters to attend to. Once Tan Zhongjian departed, Yuan Long, filled with a mix of excitement and anxiety, focused his thoughts on carefully reviewing the numerous rewards bestowed by the system. In the realm of the Air Force, the fledgling Flying Academy is designed to cultivate Air Force talent. Apart from dormitories, classrooms, and various teaching equipment, it is additionally staffed with 180 flight instructors and 400 technical instructors. The training aircraft comprise 3 main types, 48 units of the 19 single-wing trainer, 36 units of the 11 strategic bomber trainer, and 36 units of the 5 naval aviation trainer. The strategic bomber regiment consists of 4 air divisions, equipped with 144 Boeing 29 strategic bombers. The Boeing 29, nicknamed the Super Fortress, is celebrated as the most illustrious bomber in human history for its single-mission achievements and was the most advanced propeller-driven strategic bomber during World War II. It employs 4 Wright 33504-1 18-cylinder radial engines, each providing a thrust of 200 horsepower, and features 14 internal fuel tanks with a total fuel capacity of 350,000 liters. The crew comprises 2 pilots, a navigator, a bombardier, a mechanic, a radio operator, and 5 gunners manning the defensive machine guns. The specifications are as follows. Length, 3,018 meters, wingspan, 4,305 meters, height, 846 meters, bomb load capacity, 9,000 kilograms, cruising speed, 360 kilometers per hour, flight speed, 575 kilometers per hour, service ceiling, 120,000 meters, maximum range, 9,010 kilometers, transit, combat radius, 2,600 to 2,900 kilometers. Yuan Long's lips curled into a slight smile, reminiscent of the crooked grin of a Dragon King, with the Boeing 29 strategic bomber. Once he established the airport provided by the system in Haizhou, he could effortlessly bombard the Japanese homeland. The land-based fighter wing is composed of 5 aviation brigades, equipped with 180 P-51 Mustang fighters. The P-51 Mustang, developed by North American Aviation, is one of the most renowned propeller-driven fighter aircraft, standing alongside the Supermarine Spitfire and Focke-Wulf 190 as one of the pinnacle piston-engine fighters. Among the P-51 Mustang series, the variant known as the Mustang King is particularly esteemed, powered by the Packard Merlin 1650 liquid-cooled engine. With the addition of the Simmons automatic boost regulator, it can maintain constant pressure in the intake manifold, achieving a maximum power output of 2,200 horsepower. Coupled with a lightweight airframe, its maximum level flight speed surpasses 780 kilometers per hour. The specifications are as follows: length, 9. 8 meters, wingspan, 11. 3 meters, height, 4. 1 meters, bomb load capacity, 900 kilograms, service ceiling, 130,000 meters, maximum range, 2,750 kilometers, combat radius, 1,200 to 1,350 kilometers. Weapon system, 6 Browning 12, 7 mm aircraft machine guns, with a total ammunition supply of 1880 rounds. With the Mustang King patrolling the skies, the biplanes currently in service with other major powers air forces appear as mere toys in comparison. The attack bomber wing consists of 4 aviation brigades, equipped with 144 Type 20 attack bombers. There is little to elaborate on. The so-called attack bombers are essentially dive bombers, akin to the famed Stuka, characterized by a smaller bomb load yet precise bombing capabilities, primarily executing tactical bombing missions. 2 land-based torpedo bomber squadrons are equipped with a total of 72 Type 2 torpedo bombers. Yuan Long has witnessed the formidable prowess of the Douglas Type 2 torpedo bombers, as deploying just 36 of them resulted in the annihilation of the Japanese Navy's 4th Fleet, albeit through a surprise attack. Additionally, there are 2 medium transport squadrons, collectively equipped with 72 Douglas C-47 medium transport planes. After perusing these various Air Force accolades, Yuan Long took a moment to compose himself, sipping from the tea on his desk before continuing to examine the remaining rewards. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away in Longqing, Jingzhou, the Azure City walls tower majestically, resembling a grand epic, standing proudly through the annals of time, exuding an aura of infinite authority and solemnity. Within the heart of the city, there stands a grand and heavily guarded mansion. In its courtyard, pavilions and terraces are artfully scattered among exotic flowers, rare plants, and ancient trees. Inside one of the chambers, an amber canopy bed rocks violently, its mortise and tenon joints creaking under the strain. Suddenly, a rapid knock echoes from the door, accompanied by an urgent voice. "Commander, there is trouble." The occupant of the bed, seemingly disturbed, promptly surrenders to the situation, responding somewhat irritably, "I understand. Wait for me in the reception hall." 5 minutes later, a man dressed in a dark blue general's uniform, appearing to be in his early 50s and standing approximately 161 to 165 meters tall, enters the hall. His face is sharply defined, and his eyes glimmer with cunning and astuteness. Upon closer inspection, one would notice the 4 glittering stars emblazoned on his military insignia. This man is Yu Shu, the commander of the Imperial Guard of Deqian, recognized as the sovereign of the Yanlong kingdom. In the reception hall, another individual awaits, appearing to be in his early 40s, with deep-set eyes that reflect a hint of ruthlessness. He is Jing Qinhua, the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard. Upon Yu Shu's arrival, Jing Qinhua hastens forward and states, "Commander, just now, Tan Shikai and Tang Qihuang called, reporting that the offensive from the Qian'an army is too fierce. They claim that several tanks are aiding them, and they simply cannot hold on any longer. They were forced to abandon the southern bank and detonated explosives to destroy the Fengling-Longjiang Railway Bridge and the Suluagwan-Longjiang Bridge, which rendered them immobilized, allowing them to escape the pursuing Qian'an forces. Now the entire Yin South region has fallen under the control of Yuan Dingqing. Tan Shikai and Tang Qihuang hope that you, Commander, can take the lead in uniting with several other warlords to combat Yuan Dingqing. Otherwise, once he grows stronger, it may become dire." Unite? How can we unite?" Yu Shu scoffed, expressing a sense of frustration. "Even if my influence is substantial enough to successfully unite several warlords and muster a 1,000,000-strong army to confront Yuan Dingqing, they have destroyed the only 2 major bridges crossing the river. Do you expect the soldiers to swim across? What then, according to your view, Commander?" Jing Qinhua inquired cautiously. We shall observe the developments for now. We currently lack the capability to intervene in the Yin South region, Yushu replied, visibly overwhelmed and somewhat helpless. The following day, on the official road outside Wei-In City in Haizhou, several Plymouth Model 10 military sedans sped by, followed by hundreds of military trucks and armored personnel carriers filled with soldiers, along with nearly 100 armored vehicles. This lengthy procession of tanks stirred up a cloud of dust. Weitan City, located at the estuary of the Longjiang River, is the second largest coastal city in the Yanlong Kingdom, with a thriving economy, finance sector, trade, and shipping. Foreign merchants have established nearly 300 enterprises in the Yanlong Kingdom, with 40 of them located in Weitan City. It is often compared to Shenhuqing in Huzhou, earning the reputation of being one of the two brilliant pearls along the coastline of the Yanlong Kingdom. The city is home to nearly 3 million residents and hosts the concessions of the powerful nations of Gallia and Vark. Despite it being daytime, the streets of Weitan City remain bustling with activity, with throngs of people surging through the main thoroughfares like a tide, shoulder to shoulder. The fair-haired, blue-eyed foreigners, clad in impeccably tailored suits, adorned with top hats and wielding canes of civility, sauntered leisurely along the street, exuding an air of superiority. The sweet aroma of candied chestnuts mingled with the enticing scent of pan-fried buns, while the vendors hawked their wares with boisterous cries, capturing the attention of passers-by. The rickshaw pullers moved with remarkable agility, the chimes of their bells ringing crisply as they navigated through the throngs of pedestrians and vehicles. In the distance, an array of Western-style edifices stood tall, gleaming under the sunlight, while the sound of steamship whistles echoed across the river, narrating the city's vibrancy and clamor. At the bustling intersection, rickshaws, trams, pedestrians, and automobiles came to an unspoken halt, waiting for the signal of the antiquated traffic lights. Suddenly, a Peugeot 39, blaring its horn, sped recklessly through the red light, crashing into the flow of pedestrians and sending several sprawling into the air with its tremendous force. The vehicle was ultimately halted by the crowd, overturning in the process. Several individuals were tragically struck down, while others bore various injuries, some lying in pools of blood, crying out in agony. "Ah, my leg. Oh no, so much blood. My hand." Meanwhile, the architects of this chaos, two fair-haired, blue-eyed foreigners clad in obscure military uniforms, suffered only minor injuries. One, with a flushed face resembling that of a drunken man, stumbled out of the car and, swaying unsteadily, pointed at the anguished victims on the ground, jesting to his companion. "Oh, Lebre, did you just witness that? This magnificent new car was cruising at least 50 miles an hour, effortlessly sending those yellow-skinned fellows flying. Truly amusing." Lebre, retrieving a flask from his waist, took a swig and responded with a boisterous laugh. "Ha, Felix, I must say your driving skills are atrocious. Were you bowling back there?" Upon realizing that the true culprits were these two foreigners, the surrounding crowd deflated like a punctured balloon, sighing in pity for the fallen citizens. The presence of numerous Western powers had violently fractured the backbone of the great Qing dynasty, subjecting the nation and its people to humiliation. This insidious influence led many citizens to harbor an unspoken fear of foreigners, instinctively labeling them as untouchable. Consequently, upon witnessing the miscreants were foreigners, onlookers felt compelled to merely stand by and observe. Just then, a group led by Yuan Long, who had recently entered the city, witnessed the scene and found their anger ignited. Turning to Tian Zhongjian, they commanded, "Zhongjian, assess the injuries of the victims, and then bring those two foreigners to justice." "Yes, Commander," Tian Zhongjian promptly replied. With a clang, the rear hatches of several military trucks opened, and hundreds of armed soldiers leapt out. "Excuse me, sir, please step aside. Fellow townsmen, make way, thank you." Many citizens of the Yanlong Kingdom turned to see soldiers approaching and quickly stepped aside to clear a path. "Who are you? By what right do you detain us? We are naval officers of the Gallia Empire, and our warships are anchored just offshore. What do you intend to do? We possess diplomatic immunity, and you yellow-skinned monkeys have no authority over us. Release us at once, or we will ensure that the consulate is made aware of your actions." The two foreigners, still intoxicated and clearly slow to grasp the reality of their situation, maintained an air of superiority. As 8 soldiers from the Qianin army readied their Garand rifles, chambering rounds and aiming the dark muzzles at them, the bound foreigners suddenly awakened from their stupor. Panic etched across their faces as they began to plead for mercy. "Do not fire. We can compensate you. Treating the wounded will surely require substantial funds." "Yes, Felix speaks the truth. Don't shoot. We have plenty of money." Unfortunately, their desperate pleas for mercy came too late. As the soldiers pulled the triggers, a series of deafening gunshots rang out. Bang, bang, bang. The foreigners' heads exploded like watermelons, disintegrated by powerful bullets, with shattered bone and brain matter spilling forth. Taking advantage of the moment, Tian Zhongjian swiftly promoted the Qianin army, seeking to bolster its reputation in the area. Greetings, citizens. We are the Qianan army, here to take over the city's defense. We have just executed 2 foreign criminals who posed a threat to public safety. Please, do not be afraid. He introduced General Yuan of the Qianan army, who solemnly declared, from this day forth, Weitan City will truly embody equality for all. No one shall be above the law, not even the so-called foreigners. To be continued in Chapter 71, Anti-Aircraft Guns Against Warships, the Might of the Qianan Army. Tian Zhongjian's words resonated with many around, eliciting sporadic applause. This fellow has quite the flair, Yuan Long observed quietly as he watched Tian Zhongjian's performance. Sun Fuming disembarked from a 6-wheeled armored command vehicle and hurried over to report to Yuan Long. Report, Commander. The artillery regiment has completed its deployment outside the city. The 1st and 2nd companies of the armor battalion have reached the Varkian concession, while the 2nd regiment, along with the 3rd and 4th companies of the armor battalion, are advancing towards the Gallian concession. Excellent, Yuan Long replied, rolling up his sleeves and glancing at his watch. Once the designated time arrives, the artillery regiment will simultaneously bombard the garrisons in both the Varkian and Gallian concessions based on the coordinates provided. Then, let the 1st and 2nd regiments coordinate with the armored units to seize the concessions. Understood, Commander. After Sun Fuming departed, Yuan Long quietly inquired of Yin Shuangying beside him. Shuangying, I have heard that the Gallian and Varkian nations still have several warships in Weitan City. Are they battleships or cruisers, and where are they currently docked? Yuan Long contemplated, thinking if they were large surface vessels, he could summon torpedo bombers to eliminate those floating artillery museums and send them to the depths of the sea. Yin Shuangying had long since gathered intelligence on the true capabilities of the 2 formidable powers. Indeed, Gallia and Vakia had stationed their naval forces at Weitan. Yet their fleet comprised merely a few destroyers, no cruisers or battleships in sight. The Gallian vessels included the destroyers Lieutenant Rukuz and Lieutenant Gabord, while Vakia's fleet boasted the cavalry and gun cavalry destroyers, along with the Ranger destroyer. Upon hearing that there were only a handful of destroyers, Yuan Long's furrowed brow relaxed, and he instructed, it appears there are merely a few destroyers. Come, lead me to the docks. At the Fenghui No. 6 cargo terminal, the expansive mouth of the Longjiang River unfolded before them, where 5 destroyers of varying sizes lay quietly anchored on the waters. These destroyers were indeed quite diminutive. Yuan Long scrutinized the vessels through his binoculars, noting that they were earlier models, with a displacement estimated at around 400 to 750 tons. With a focused thought, he swiftly located the essential equipment in his storage space, a magnesium anti-aircraft artillery battalion, comprising 4 heavy anti-aircraft artillery companies, equipped with 16 Type 1 120mm heavy anti-aircraft guns and 4 584 air defense search radars. The Type 1 120mm heavy anti-aircraft gun, affectionately dubbed the stratospheric cannon, boasted excellent performance, rivaling the German 128mm anti-aircraft gun, more than sufficient to sink the destroyers before him. In no time, the magnesium anti-aircraft artillery battalion was deployed. At Yuan Long's signal, the soldiers quickly mobilized, using trucks to transport the artillery, concealed beneath large tarpaulins, to their designated positions. The Fenghui No. 6 cargo terminal, primarily a freight hub, frequently witnessed the movement of trucks and goods, providing ample cover for the 16 Type 1 120mm heavy anti-aircraft guns, which appeared to be nothing more than heavy cargo. Meanwhile, the distant destroyers, currently moored and in a state of rest, had many sailors ashore indulging in leisure, while those on deck remained utterly unprepared, basking in the sun and relaxing. Soon, the 16 Type 1 120mm heavy anti-aircraft guns were fully deployed, the tarpaulins were lifted, targets were acquired, shells were loaded, and with a single command from the officer, the gunners promptly pressed the firing switches. Boom, boom, boom. The anti-aircraft guns roared in unison as 16 120mm armor-piercing shells screamed forth at a velocity of 945 meters per second, directly striking the distant destroyers. Boom, boom, boom. The shells effortlessly pierced the hulls, igniting fiery orange explosions in the compartments on deck, sending several sunbathing sailors soaring into the air. Continue firing. The spent casings were ejected, clattering to the ground as the loaders swiftly reloaded. Boom, boom, boom. The 16 heavy anti-aircraft guns unleashed a barrage at a rate of 12 rounds per minute, relentlessly raining shells upon the now blazing destroyers, rendered powerless against the assault. We are under attack. Abandon ship. Help. I'm on fire. More sailors, engulfed in flames, leaped from the deck into the turbulent, dark waters below. Creaking sounds echoed as, 2 minutes later, the number of bullet impacts increased, with several destroyers reduced to mere sieves, riddled with gaping holes from bursting shells. The structures on the upper deck had been virtually dismantled by anti-aircraft fire. and the battered hull emitted a mournful groan before capsizing straight into the sea. Observing the shattered vessel gradually disintegrating and sinking into the depths, Yuan Long felt an overwhelming sense of elation. He had initially believed that the anti-aircraft battalion provided by the system would find no purpose under his command, considering it was originally designed to combat high-altitude bombers. In this era, such antiquated machines were hardly necessary. To his surprise, utilizing the artillery for direct fire against other targets proved remarkably effective. In a lavishly adorned office on the 4th floor of the Gulu National Public Affairs Association, Francis, the president of the association and the consul of Gulu, gazed out the window at the billowing black smoke rising in the distance. His expression darkened instantly, as if engulfed by a thick shroud of gloom, reaching an extreme level of distress. Consul Francis, we are in grave trouble. A major, clad in military attire, burst into the room, his face etched with urgency. Our destroyers docked at Wei Dan have been unexpectedly attacked by a mysterious force, and within a short span, they were entirely destroyed and sunk. Furthermore, the Qiannan army has infiltrated Weitan City, surrounding our position along with the Vac Empire, with at least 10,000 troops. Frankie, remain composed before the consul. You are a distinguished officer of the Gulu army. A colonel, nearly 50 years old with a prominent mustache, strode into the room. Casting a stern glance at the major before continuing, they are merely a pack of blustering yellow-skinned monkeys. Over a decade ago, we routed them, sending them fleeing in disarray. And today, we can do so again. This man was General Napoleon Doff, the commander of the Gulu forces stationed at Weitan. Having served in the military for over 20 years, he was a veteran of the Nine Columns War and had endured the brutal Obaro War. He saluted Francis with confidence. Reporting, Consul, our soldiers of the 36th Infantry Regiment of the Gulu Empire are fully prepared to defend the Wait and concession and uphold the dignity of our empire. Morale is exceptionally high. We are ready for battle and will ensure that those audacious Yanlong monkeys swiftly raise the white flag. Francis solemnly grasped Napoleon Doff's shoulder, saying, with you by my side, I feel reassured. Fight fiercely for Gulu. Chapter 72. The collection of rent in the concession. Post-war summary. Wudong 4th Road. The main thoroughfare between the Yanlong Empire and the Gulu concession is currently defended by 2 infantry companies, comprising approximately 400 Gulu soldiers. A portion of their forces has constructed defensive fortifications within the buildings on the Gulu side of the concession, while a small contingent lies concealed behind several sandbag barricades along the road. On the 2nd floor of a department store, 2 heavy machine guns were stationed. A gunner, tasked with operating the Hotchkiss M1909 machine gun, confidently wagered with his assistant, Charles, who wielded a Berthier M1916 carbine. I bet you 2 francs that these yellow-skinned monkeys would never dare to attack us. I wager that they wouldn't even fire the first shot. The assistant, drawing back slightly, replied, nonsense. They don't seem to be joking. It feels as though they are waiting for something. Just as the words left his mouth, a deep rumble echoed overhead, reminiscent of steam trains racing through the sky. What is that noise? Several soldiers instinctively looked up, and what they witnessed sent a chill of terror through their hearts. Dark shapes were plummeting toward them. It's artillery fire. A barrage of 155mm high explosive shells descended, striking the streets below with thunderous roars. With each deafening explosion, brilliant orange fireballs erupted into the atmosphere, resembling radiant suns blooming upon the earth. A powerful shockwave swept outward, sending debris flying, as dust was violently lifted, enveloping the area in a thick haze. In a single volley, the barricades at the street corner, along with the defending Gallic soldiers and various fortifications such as barbed wire, were obliterated, reduced to a chaotic pile of rubble. Nearby, a 2-story building was violently dismantled by the blasts, leaving nothing but heaps of bricks and stones. The previously boastful gunner, now clutching his ears, shouted in horror, "Oh no! These yellow-skinned monkeys truly dared to fire upon us. Quickly, bring our flag." Not only did they dare to fire, but they also used large-caliber howitzers. Captain Siegel and his men are no longer among the living. If we do not surrender, we shall all perish here, interjected the assistant gunner, who had just moments ago been so eager to wager that the Qiannan forces would not attack. Damn it, I do not wish to die. My Leah is waiting for me at home. I want to surrender. A soldier hastily removed the tricolor Gallic flag from the 2nd floor windowsill. As these soldiers spoke, another dozen shells fell, collapsing 2 nearby buildings and claiming the lives of countless unfortunate Gallic soldiers. Witnessing their comrades being reduced to dust under the relentless bombardment of the Qiannan artillery, the remaining Gallic soldiers within the crumbling department store grew increasingly frantic. Bruce, hurry. Tear the flag and tie it to my rifle. This soldier, grasping at a lifeline, extended his rifle adorned with a white flag. Inside a transport armored vehicle belonging to the Qiannan forces, an observing soldier noted this unusual development. Squad leader, the Gallic soldiers are surrendering? He exclaimed. I thought the Gauls were quite formidable, they are yielding after just a few rounds of artillery fire. The squad leader, somewhat surprised, raised his binoculars for a closer inspection. As he gazed at the tattered white flag fluttering amidst the relentless barrage of artillery, the platoon leader promptly communicated the situation to the artillery units stationed in the rear, effectively halting the saturation bombardment. He then commanded his soldiers to board the armored vehicles and, in collaboration with several tanks, launched an assault on the nearly decimated positions of the Gallic defenders, thereby accepting the surrender of the remaining Gallic troops with due expediency. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Varkian concession, nearly 2,000 disarmed Vark soldiers had begun to clear the battlefield under the supervision of the Qiannan troops, armed with shovels. 10 minutes later, at a street corner on the Yen boundary of Weitan City, Yuan Long, along with Sun Fuming, Yao Zijin, and Xiao Yuhan, leisurely sat by the roadside, savoring the sweet lotus seed porridge prepared by a local vendor. After finishing his bowl, Yuan Long smacked his lips and addressed the vendor, saying, "Your porridge is quite delightful. Could you be so kind as to serve me another bowl?" The vendor, pleased by the compliment, quickly filled another bowl and trotted over with a smile. In the command vehicle, Wei Junhuang disembarked to report to the commander, stating that the combat in the Gallic and Vark concessions had concluded. Casualties on our side were kept to a mere double-digit figure, with approximately 2,000 enemies neutralized and around 4,000 prisoners captured from both the Gallic and Vark forces. The Consul of Gaul, Francis, along with Colonel Na Luan Daofu of the 36th Infantry Regiment and Colonel Tuazachi of the 15th Infantry Regiment of Vark, had met their demise from the explosive shells fired by the artillery units stationed outside the city. Yuan Long promptly gestured for another bowl from the vendor and then turned to Wei Junhuang, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, Chief of Staff. Please take a moment to enjoy a bowl of lotus seed porridge to calm your mind and sharpen your intellect. As for the more than 4,000 foreign prisoners, I surmise that Gaul and Vark will find it difficult to afford the exorbitant bail. Let us keep them occupied for the time being and consider sending them to my father's mines for labor." "Commander, that is an excellent idea. We could have them construct roads and bridges while deploying troops to oversee their work. It would indeed facilitate management at the mining sites," Xiao Yuhan interjected. As Wei Junhuang sipped his porridge, a sudden thought struck him. He retrieved a small notebook from his pocket and said, Commander, after meticulous verification with several officers at the military headquarters, we have finally compiled the battle reports from nearly 100 engagements involving our 5th, 19th, 66th, and 68th armies during this recent period. Please take a moment to review it." Yuan Long accepted the notebook and skimmed through its contents, finding the results to be largely in line with his expectations. The total casualties across the 4 armies amounted to less than 1,500, with only slightly over 200 fatalities. The consumption of military supplies was as follows: approximately 870 tons of various munitions, 800 tons of fuel, and around 5 million rounds of ammunition. In terms of prisoners, the Qiannan forces had captured approximately 270,000 individuals from the 4 factions of Bonan, Sunan, Shu, and Tan during the nearly 100 battles. The spoils of war were somewhat more complex, broadly categorized into 2 main types: weaponry and precious metals. Tomorrow we shall rest, and the day after we will continue. Chapter 73, Subsequent Affairs, Journey Back Home. First and foremost is the financial revenue. From the clandestine treasuries of various warlords and their respective domains, as well as the Grand Public Office of the 9 provinces, a staggering amount of 855 tons of gold, 5 billion long yuan, 3 billion taels of silver, over 220,000 shops, an array of musical instruments, chess, calligraphy, paintings, precious antiques, and countless other treasures were seized. Upon reviewing the figures in the comprehensive report, Yuan Long was momentarily taken aback. In this era, wealth is indeed wielded by those who command arms. This was merely a handful of generals' estates, yet such an abundance of riches had been unearthed. It is worth noting that due to Yang Kusin's resignation, Yuan Long adhered to the traditional protocols of the warlords and preserved a portion of Yang Kusin's assets. Otherwise, the financial influx would have been even greater. However, upon further reflection, it seemed only reasonable, for maintaining an army demands significant funds. Aside from the expenses for soldiers' weaponry, ammunition, uniforms, bedding, provisions, and barracks, the sheer cost of salaries for soldiers and officers alone is beyond the means of ordinary individuals. Secondly, regarding the captured weapons and equipment, Yuan Long was dazzled by the sheer variety. The arsenal resembled a veritable encyclopedia of global weaponry. Japanese, Yin, Eagle, German, Gallic, and Valkyrie arms were all present. He had no choice but to pass his notebook to Tian Zhongjian for a concise summary. After scrutinizing the details for some time, Tian Zhongjian finally spoke. "Commander, along with the arms depots we seized from several warlords, we have confiscated approximately 380,000 bolt-action rifles, over 2,000 1,000 heavy machine guns, nearly 1,000 light machine guns, and 1,300 submachine guns. As for artillery, we secured 69 mountain guns, 25 field guns, 2 howitzers, 45 grenade launchers, 33 trucks, and around 20 million rounds of ammunition, including 600 artillery shells. Well, categorizing the ammunition by type and weapon model, it will be temporarily allocated for use by the Security Corps. Yuan Long made a rough calculation in his mind and proposed this plan. Then, standing up, he solemnly addressed the group, "Gentlemen, while the 15 provinces of Yunnan are now entirely under our control, we still face the remnants of the previous rulers in 11 provinces, including Song, Dai, Su, Yi, Xiang, Yu, Bo, Jin, Hai, Ji, and Shan. These are, in truth, the mess left behind by the Deqian dynasty, awaiting our intervention to rectify. The 68th, 66th, 19th, and 5th armies in Qian Nan shall rest for 7 days, and then, as per our customary practice, we will launch a cleansing operation against the bandits, corrupt landlords, wealthy elites, and unscrupulous officials who infest the 11 provinces we have just taken over. Commander, what shall we do about the foreign merchants in the concession of Weitan City?" inquired Wei Junwang, unable to contain his curiosity. Regarding the issue raised by Chief of Staff Wei, I have reiterated numerous times that economic development is inextricably linked to merchants. Yuan Long spoke eloquently. As for the malevolent foreign merchants who harm both wealth and lives, we shall resolutely eradicate them, confiscating all their properties. If their transgressions are merely related to tax evasion, we will compel them to pay the dues. However, for those who adhere to regulations and contribute positively to our economic and social development, we must extend them the appropriate courtesies. As a time traveler, Yuan Long could never become ensnared in his own web. A nation steeped in poverty would find it exceedingly challenging to flourish. And economic development invariably hinges upon a conducive business environment. Understanding the command, I once again assure you, I will adhere strictly to your orders. The military leader Sun Fuming stated as he rose to salute. "Fuming, I shall return your military title to its rightful owner," Yuan Long replied with a formal gesture. Then removed the insignia of a lieutenant general from his shoulder and personally affixed it onto Sun Fuming. After glancing at his watch, he addressed everyone, "Gentlemen, I must take my leave for Ningqing and Guizhou. The subsequent matters are entrusted to you." Qiu Yuhan, somewhat bewildered, inquired of the military leader, "Why the sudden departure?" To which Yao Zijing retorted, "Are you playing coy, Qiu?" The military leader has been incessantly urged by the old man. He is preparing to return and fulfill his duty of marriage. Just await the wedding festivities. Alas, one cannot defy the will of a father, dear colleagues. We have arranged a special aircraft for your convenience, and we shall meet again in a few days, Yuan Long said, forcing a smile and shaking his head in resignation. On the morning of November 16, 1919, at 9 a.m., at a small airport on the western outskirts of Ningqing, Guizhou, 3 transport planes roared thunderously as they gracefully landed on the hastily repaired runway. Just as Yuan Long descended the aircraft via the staircase, he was met with a sight that caused him to grip the ground with his toes. His father, Yuan Dingqing, adorned in a splendid general's uniform and bedecked with numerous medals, stood nearby, leaning on a golden cane while engaging in conversation with a similarly aged man in a suit. The military band was performing with fervor, the conductor's baton dancing like a bolt of lightning, tracing precise arcs in the air as it guided the rhythm of an unknown military tune. The flamboyant trumpeters, clarinetists, and trombonists played resonant, elongated notes, while the percussionists maintained the beat with their drums. Numerous journalists were present, and although they were held back by soldiers, they eagerly snapped photographs with their vintage cameras upon seeing Yuan Long disembark from the plane. "Ha ha ha, my son has returned," Yuan Dingqing exclaimed, striding toward him with joy. Squeezing Yuan Long's shoulders and continuing, "Son, your ability to decisively vanquish the 2 warlords, Bo Nan and Su Nan, defeat the Tan and Shu armies, and successfully unify the entire Yanlong region fills me with immense pride. My face is aglow with honor. Moreover, your audacity in annihilating the 5th Division of Japan and reclaiming the 2 concessions at Weidan has truly brought honor to our countless Yanlong compatriots. Father, your praise is excessive. My achievements are largely due to the prestige you have established," Yuan Long humbly replied, recognizing the many outsiders present. "There is no need for such modesty between father and son," Yuan Dingqing said, nodding in satisfaction. He then recalled that he had yet to introduce the person beside him and quickly said, "Son, this is Lin Zhang, the Tsin uncle I previously mentioned." Before Yuan Dingqing could finish with the prompt for a greeting, Yuan Long stepped forward, slightly bowing as he addressed Lin Zhang. "Greetings, Uncle Sin." "Young Master Yuan is overly courteous," Lin Zhang responded, taken aback for a moment before returning the gesture. A group of individuals engaged in a commercial-style mutual flattery session. And after sufficient boasting, they pulled Yuan Long along to continue their grandiloquent display before the reporters. This lasted a full 2 hours, and as lunchtime approached, they finally boarded the vehicle to head home. Chapter 74, The Wedding of Yuan Long at the Dining Table. Yuan Long was engrossed in his meal, while Yuan Dingguo engaged in animated conversation with Sun Linzhong. Wearing round glasses, Sun Linzhong perused a calendar and remarked, "Brother Yuan, I see that in 3 days, a propitious date awaits us. Let us proceed with the arrangements for the 2 children." "Indeed," Yuan Dingguo replied, clinking glasses with Sun Linzhong. His spirits buoyed. "I concur with your suggestion, Brother Cen. We shall expedite this marriage contract, thus alleviating my concerns. Son, you have no objections, I trust?" "Of course not. I shall abide by your wishes, Father," Yuan Long affirmed, pouring himself a glass of wine and raising it in a toast to both Yuan Dingguo and Sun Linzhong. The matter of the protagonist's marriage was purely a narrative device employed by the author to enhance the protagonist's life. It was only fitting that he eventually have heirs, lest they appear to have emerged from thin air. This story is not a romantic military tale. The female lead plays a minimal role, serving merely as a background character. On November 20th, 1919, the streets and alleys of Ning City were ablaze with excitement. In accordance with the public office's directive, shops along the main thoroughfares willingly adorned themselves with festive red lanterns and firecrackers. Yuan Dingguo generously allocated 300,000 long yuan to host flowing banquets for the populace throughout Ning City, while outside the city, food stores were opened to provide rice porridge and relief to beggars and refugees. Over 400 guards, armed with submachine guns, stood watch over the expansive Yuan residence, which spanned approximately 40,000 square meters. Hundreds of maids, servants, and staff awoke early, bustling about with auspicious money in hand, transforming the estate inside and out. Along the corridors, red lanterns hung every few steps, while the main hall was adorned in resplendent gold and red silk, with joyful characters displayed prominently. The beams were entwined with red ribbons, resembling a dancing auspicious dragon, and a magnificent red canopy hung from the ceiling, permeating the atmosphere with jubilant celebration. As the protagonist of the day, Yuan Long donned a red, front-fastening dragon and phoenix long gown, with a vibrant red flower pinned to his chest and a black feathered top hat upon his head. Seated on the wedding bed, he gazed vacantly at the large map on the wall, contemplating the optimal location for the large airport provided by the system to be established in Haizhou. The airport was said to be of considerable scale, capable of accommodating an entire strategic bomber squadron. After careful consideration, Yuan Long finally settled on the most suitable site. System: please construct a large military airport at Tianhushan in Haizhou. Beep. The large military airport has been successfully placed. Construction at Tianhushan Airport will commence immediately, with a projected construction period of 5 months due to the project's substantial scale. 5 months, Yuan Long mused, slightly exasperated by the lengthy construction timeline. Yet he ultimately restrained his frustrations. A servant gently pushed open the door, softly urging, "Young master, the auspicious time has arrived. Please prepare to accompany me. We must depart to the Tsin residence to fetch the bride." "Very well," he replied. Yuan Long responded affirmatively, rising to adjust his groom's attire before stepping outside alongside the servant. Upon gazing at the opulent Bentley 8-liter luxury sedan stationed at the entrance, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the evident wealth of the Tsin family. "Oh dear, my esteemed young master Yuan," the matchmaker chided playfully. "The auspicious hour is nearly upon us. We mustn't keep the bride waiting. Let us hasten our departure." She waved her red handkerchief joyfully, imparting her customary banter. A magnificent black steed, adorned with celebratory red silk, stood proudly at the entrance, having awaited Yuan Long for quite some time. Its ears perked up and twitched slightly, while its nostrils flared as it snorted impatiently, powerful hooves grinding against the ground in eager anticipation. Without further ado, Yuan Long mounted the majestic horse, and the grand wedding procession commenced its slow advance towards the Tsin residence. The route was lined with soldiers standing guard every few meters, and firecrackers crackled to life along the streets, filling the air with their explosive sounds. The bridal palanquin came to a steady stop before the gates of the Tsin residence, where golden rings were adorned with bright red satin, and the imposing stone lions flanking the entrance were draped in festive red cloth. The matchmaker carefully assisted the bride, resplendent in her phoenix crown and embroidered gown, as she stepped out from the confines of her chamber amidst the thunderous applause of firecrackers. Upon witnessing this, Yuan Long instinctively dismounted to aid the matchmaker in escorting the bride into the palanquin before retracing his steps. The journey back was uneventful, and Yuan Long successfully brought the bride home. Firecrackers were ignited at the Yuan residence, and the matchmaker cheerfully recited the customary blessings. A perfect match. Love as deep as the sea, a harmonious union, and a lifetime of happiness together. The wedding proceeded as Yuan Long led the bride, holding a red silk ribbon, into the courtyard, traversing the crimson carpet laid out before them, and entering the main hall to continue the ceremonies. With solemnity, the officiant intoned, "Today marks the union of the Yuan and Xin families, a marriage agreement fulfilled, a bond forged, prosperity flourishing for generations to come, a harmonious partnership ensuring mutual assistance, and a vow of everlasting love." Noticing that Yuan Dingguo seemed disinclined to speak, the officiant moved on to the concluding steps, bowing to heaven and earth, bowing to the elders, the couple's mutual bow, and finally, ushering the bride into the bridal chamber. After escorting the bride into the chamber, Yuan Long glanced at the time and realized that the banquet was about to commence, prompting him to swiftly step into the courtyard to greet the assembled guests. Bai Chengxi arrived with a group of familiar faces, having just accompanied the bride. "Let us not forget, young Master Yuan, your nuptials today are truly a cause for celebration," Li Zhongli jested. "Indeed, let us strive tonight for an early blessing," Liao Yaojiang added, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, his demeanor serious, yet his words light-hearted. These esteemed guests had traveled by transport aircraft, without which they would not have been able to partake in Yuan Long's wedding. "Thank you all for your kind words," Yuan Long replied warmly. "Let us indulge tonight until we are inebriated." Guests clad in splendid attire arrived one after another to offer their congratulations, leaving Yuan Long feeling somewhat flustered. Fortunately, it was not long before the banquet commenced, and the guests naturally busied themselves with the sumptuous feast laid out before them. The wedding banquet was extravagantly lavish, with tables adorned with a plethora of delicacies and the fragrant wines wafting through the air, creating an atmosphere brimming with joy and harmony. As time fleetingly passed, the immaculate round moon, resembling a plate of exquisite jade, silently ascended into the inky night sky. It hung there, radiating a gentle glow, as silver veils cascaded down upon the earth. Chapter 75. The initial experience of power transfer after a brief refreshment. Feeling somewhat more alert, Yuan Long gradually made his way toward the bridal chamber. It is often said that there are 4 great joys in life: the moment of achieving one's scholarly aspirations, the wedding night, encountering an old friend in a foreign land, and the arrival of much-needed rain after a prolonged drought. Life is long and fraught with uncertainties, and now Yuan Long was on the verge of experiencing one of these great joys. Calming his restless heart, he feigned a cough and gently pushed open the door to the room, quietly closing it behind him with his foot. The heavy phoenix crown that adorned the bride's head during the day had been removed. Yuan Long picked up the golden-rimmed auspicious scale beside him and stealthily approached the bride, who was veiled in red. A fragrant scent, reminiscent of untouched blossoms, filled his senses, invigorating his spirit. As he scrutinized the delicate figure of the woman destined to share his life, he observed her petite body, with jade-like fingers nervously clutching the hem of her garment. This sight eased his tension somewhat, and summoning his courage, he gently lifted the festive red veil to unveil the mystery beneath. Before him appeared an astonishingly beautiful visage, a face sculpted by the heavens, a flawless oval countenance, crystal-clear eyes, crescent-shaped brows, a finely chiseled nose, and tender cherry lips. Her youthfulness radiated like a brilliant jade, reminiscent of flowers in bloom, embodying a beauty that could cause fish to sink and birds to fall, coupled with a hint of innocent shyness. She left Yuan Long momentarily entranced. Such beauty surely belonged to the celestial realm, rarely to be found among mortals. In a moment of unguarded impulse, Yuan Long reached out, gently grasping Xin Yanxi's delicate chin. His dazed demeanor, combined with his strikingly handsome appearance, caused her cheeks to flush a deeper shade of crimson, her fair skin tinged with a hint of rose. Fidgeting with her garment, she seemed somewhat uneasy. Although this union was a political marriage arranged by their parents, the groom was a young, handsome gentleman, the sole son of a prestigious regional official, which appeared to be a fortuitous arrangement for her. "Are you speaking of me?" she inquired shyly. "If not, perhaps we should retire early, for a moment in spring is worth 1,000 pieces of gold." With a playful smile, Yuan Long embraced Xin Yanxi's head, closing his eyes as he gently pressed his lips against her fragrant mouth. Her response was tentative, clearly her first experience of such a kiss, as she tightly shut her eyes, her breath becoming slightly heavier. The alluring fragrance emanating from her nostrils intoxicated Yuan Long, leaving him utterly captivated. Yuan Long found it difficult to articulate the sensation coursing through him. It was as if electricity surged within his body, rendering him both tingly and restless. His heart raced, and he felt an overwhelming warmth enveloping him just as he prepared to make his next move. However, Xin Yanxi gently pushed him away, whispering, "My dear husband, I am not yet ready. Rest assured, my wife, I shall cherish you," Yuan Long replied, slightly agitated, his thoughts filled with unrestrained frustration. Yet, he refrained from imposing his desires upon her and instead offered a subtle suggestion. "How about we share a cup of wine first?" Seeing Sin Yinshi nod slightly, they approached the table where Yuan Long poured 2 cups of wine and handed one to her. Their arms entwined. They gazed into each other's eyes and shared a smile before raising their cups and drinking deeply. The hour is late. It is time for rest, he said. I fear pain. Please be gentle with me, Sin Yinshi murmured, her face flushed, as if she anticipated what was to come. Yuan Long could no longer contain himself. He gently embraced her slender waist and lifted her, hastily bringing her to the bedside and laying her down. Wait, my husband, blow out the candles first. Sin Yinshi shyly reminded him, noticing the flickering red glow of the dragon and phoenix candles illuminating the room. Surely, there is no need to extinguish them. For we are alone, Yuan Long thought, consumed by an insatiable desire that coursed through him, and with a fervent heat, they embarked on a momentous journey together. The details of their passionate encounter are too numerous to recount. After 2 hours of fervent intimacy, fatigue overwhelmed Yuan Long, enveloping his consciousness in darkness. As the dawn's gentle light silently streamed through the window, it softly illuminated the disheveled room. Outside, birds chirped incessantly, disrupting Yuan Long's peaceful slumber. As he opened his bleary eyes, he felt the soft, warm form of Sin Yinshi nestled in his arms, her skin delicate and smooth, evoking a tender affection within him. Reflecting on the exhilarating events of the previous night, he found himself still savoring the memories. Unconsciously lowering his head, he realized that Sin Yinshi had awakened at some point. Her eyes slightly reddened, remnants of last night's tears lingering at the corners, as she regarded him with a mixture of shyness and playful reproach. My dear wife, your gaze is of no use to me. It is time for us to rise, he declared, abruptly sitting up and dressing himself swiftly. He then assisted the sluggish Sin Yinshi in donning her attire. After paying respects to Yuan Long's parents, the group enjoyed a modest breakfast. Yuan Long and Sin Yinshi lingered in the garden, deepening their mutual affection. After lunch, Yuan Long reluctantly bid farewell to the comforts of home, expertly donning his military uniform, and joined his father, Yuan Dingguo, as they embarked on a journey to the Ningqing Qianan Military Police Command, accompanied by hundreds of guards. At this moment, the auditorium of the Garrison Command has gathered over 100 high-ranking officers from various branches of the Qianan military. As the double doors were swung open by the guards, Yuan Long entered closely behind Yuan Dingguo. The multitude of officers in the conference room stood up to salute the two. Standing at the podium, Yuan Dingguo surveyed the assembly, adjusting the vintage microphone, and said, Gentlemen, we have only recently secured the 11 states of Yanlong, and many of you are the stalwarts of your respective armies. It is rare for you to carve out this time to attend today's meeting, so I shall refrain from unnecessary pleasantries. Many of you have been loyal subordinates of mine for over a decade, and the remainder have been nurtured by my son, Yuan Long. Therefore, I trust you will harbor no objections to what I am about to announce. With that, Yuan Dingguo signaled to Yuan Long, who understood implicitly and stepped up to the podium. Yuan Dingguo then placed a supportive hand on Yuan Long's shoulder and continued. I am prepared to resign from my roles as the Supreme Commander of the Qianan military and the Inspector of the 4 states of Qianan, transferring these positions intact to my son, Yuan Long. The moment these words left his lips, it was as if a colossal stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, stirring a momentary ripple of unrest throughout the auditorium. However, the commotion quickly subsided as Yuan Dingguo continued. My son, Yuan Long, has accomplished many significant feats recently. From the military unification of Yan'an to the complete annihilation of the 5th Division and the reclamation of the Weitan concession, these are commendable achievements that invigorate our nation, witnessed by all present. The current situation in Yanlong is precarious, with internal strife and external threats looming, creating a scenario of dual crises. Nevertheless, I have faith in Yuan Long to lead you all in concerted efforts to guide Yanlong out of this mire of decline. Now, I invite the newly appointed Supreme Commander of the Qianan military, General Yuan Long, to preside over the remainder of the meeting. With that, Yuan Dingguo initiated a round of applause, casting an expectant glance at Yuan Long before decisively stepping down from the podium. The auditorium erupted with resounding applause, marking the official ascent of the 20-year-old Yuan Long to governance over the 15 states of Yan'an, as he assumed command of the hundreds of thousands strong Qianan military, ascending to a throne that symbolized unparalleled authority. As the applause gradually subsided, Yuan Long opened his notebook and, using the microphone, promptly addressed the assembly. Time is of the essence. Let us delve directly into the agenda. First on the docket is the military salary and pension system. In Yuan Long's view, adhering to the obsolete salary and pension system was far too antiquated. Although the Qianan military managed to motivate soldiers through provisions, offering higher wages and pensions that alleviate soldiers' concerns would undoubtedly further enhance their morale. Moreover, the ideological work required is not an overnight endeavor, and given Yuan Long's current affluence, it would be prudent to utilize some of his wealth to incentivize the troops. The monthly military salaries at various ranks are as follows. Soldiers receive 24 Long Yuan. Squad leaders or technical personnel receive 57 Long Yuan. Platoon leaders receive 811 Long Yuan. Battalion leaders receive 1216 Long Yuan. Regiment leaders receive 1730 Long Yuan. And division leaders receive 3,150 Long Yuan. The compensation system is as follows. In the unfortunate event of a soldier's death in battle, the family of the deceased will receive compensation based on the soldier's rank. Ordinary soldiers receive 260 Long Yuan, non-commissioned officers receive 340 Long Yuan, and officers receive 450 Long Yuan. Should a soldier be injured and disabled in combat, they will be provided with appropriate work based on the extent of their disability, along with disability compensation. Yuan Long's terms are undeniably generous. Consider that the rickshaw pullers and dock workers in the city labor tirelessly for an entire month, yet may only earn 8 or 9 Long Yuan. After accounting for the exorbitant living expenses in the city, which are often siphoned off by various unscrupulous individuals, most lower-class citizens find it challenging to save any money. By joining the Qian'an army, one benefits from inclusive provisions for meals and accommodation, with 3 hearty meals a day, and in the event of death in battle, substantial compensation awaits. The salaries are also tangible and can be saved. Observing no objections from the audience, Yuan Long turned to the next page. Introducing the second topic, the promotion system within the Qian'an army. Upon completion of their training, new recruits are designated as privates. Privates must pass literacy and arithmetic assessments to advance to the rank of corporal. Corporals must complete a non-commissioned officer evaluation to be promoted to sergeant. And sergeants aspiring to become officers must undergo a more complex and rigorous officer assessment. Yuan Long's intent is clear, to motivate the troops. Not only those who attend specialized non-commissioned officer and officer schools have opportunities for advancement, but ordinary soldiers may also rise, albeit with greater effort and difficulty. I trust there are no dissenting opinions? Yuan Long inquired, observing the silence from the audience, and managed to muster a smile. Wang Zhu, commander of the 20th Army, was the first to respond, stating, I have no objections. The revised military salaries, compensation system, and promotion structure proposed by the commander-in-chief will undoubtedly inspire our troops to enhance their training and fervor for combat. When our brothers fall or are severely injured, substantial compensation must be issued to alleviate their families' concerns, allowing soldiers to fully commit themselves to the fight. Li Zonglin, commander of the 19th Army, echoed his agreement. Bai Chongxi, commander of the 5th Army, offered a suggestion. Commander-in-chief, I believe the compensation system for soldiers who die or are disabled could still be further refined, perhaps by providing their families and descendants with special privileges. I find the promotion system proposed by the commander-in-chief to be excellent. Liao Yaojiang adjusted his round glasses and stated earnestly, it is important to note that our Qian'an army currently lacks sufficient lower-ranking non-commissioned officers and officers. By encouraging soldiers to enhance their military skills, we can discreetly cultivate a multitude of foundational non-commissioned officers and even officers. Bai's suggestion was well received. Yuan Long swiftly introduced what he termed special privileges. All families of fallen soldiers and homes of disabled soldiers would be exempt from all taxes, with the education of their children fully funded by various public offices. Once the discussion subsided, Yuan Long accepted the list handed to him by Tian Zhongjian and continued the meeting. Esteemed colleagues, we currently occupy 15 states in Yan'an, relying solely on the 6 armies, the 5th, 19th, 20th, 66th, 67th, and 68th. Moreover, the 30 recently formed garrison divisions, which have been established for less than a month and are still untrained, are utterly insufficient to safeguard the entire Yan'an region and maintain peace and stability therein. Among them, the 5th, 19th, 20th, and 67th armies have been reorganized from the old cadre of the Qian'an military and the training corps. The 66th army has been meticulously trained by Yuan Long, while the 68th army is a mechanized infantry division provided by the system. Observing the eager faces of those below, Yuan Long declared resolutely that he had decided to expand the military. On the existing foundation, he would establish 2 additional mechanized infantry divisions and 3 mountain field armies, drawing personnel directly from the garrison divisions and prisoners of war. The requisite officers and non-commissioned officers, exceeding 10,000 in number, would be temporarily reassigned from the 68th Army. All garrison divisions would be transformed into infantry divisions, expanding the original 30 infantry divisions by an additional 20. During this period, the system has rewarded Yuan Long with an abundance of weapons and ammunition through daily and weekly sign-ins, sufficient to fully equip a mechanized infantry division from the ground up. Furthermore, with the current expansion of the base, the rewards from daily, weekly, and monthly sign-ins have been multiplying, making it feasible to support an army of over 1 million without difficulty. The system has also provided various armaments factories and a complementary heavy industry system, which, once established and operational in a few months, would render the arming of not just 11 armies, but even 30 armies, a trivial matter. This maneuver by Yuan Long left Sun fuming, who had recently regained his position, feeling aggrieved, exclaiming, "Commander-in-Chief, this is unfair. Why is everything being drawn from my 68th Army?" Yuan Long could not help but cast him a sidelong glance, pondering that the 68th Army from Qiannan, due to the system's offerings, not only boasts the finest weaponry, but also the highest caliber personnel. After several fierce battles, they had suffered merely over 100 casualties. If not from your 68th Army, then from whom else could we draw? Thus, this matter was temporarily settled. Fuming, for the sake of the nation and the people, you must endure. Yuan Long consoled Sun fuming from a moral high ground, offering a few words of comfort to the one being exploited. Before proceeding to read from the promotion list he had prepared in advance. To be continued in Chapter 77, Mountain Field Army. In terms of air and naval operations, the appointments for the mechanized 69th Army are as follows: Commander Shui Hulan, Deputy Commander Fu Zhouyi, Chief of Staff Long Wutian. For the mechanized 70th Army, Commander Luo Dianying, Deputy Commander Qi Zhichen, Chief of Staff Zhang Zizhong. For the mechanized 71st Army, Commander Zheng Guiting, Deputy Commander Zhang Yibing, Chief of Staff Qiu Yuhan. For the Mountain Field 72nd Army, Commander Wang Minzhong, Deputy Commander Yu Huzhong, Chief of Staff Luo Ruqing. For the Mountain Field 73rd Army, Commander Gui Youqing. Deputy Commander Jiang Xianzhong, Chief of Staff Hu Zhan. Su Qiao, Fang Xinjue, Lin Wenjin, Kong Tsonggan, Song Xielian, Xiong Jigong, Wei Jingqian, Long Wenzhong, Lang Dixin, Sun Dixing, Huang Foyan, Shun Jianlong, Fan Wuji, Yu Shaoqing, and Meng Fanliao are to be consecutively promoted to become the commanders of these 5 armies, comprising a total of 15 divisions. Among them, the army commanders hold the rank of lieutenant general, while the deputy army commanders, army chiefs of staff, and division commanders are of the rank of major general. The deputy positions at the division level are colonels, appointed privately by each army. Now, let us all applaud warmly to congratulate the aforementioned individuals on their promotions. The hall once again resonated with enduring applause. Feeling somewhat parched, Yuan Long took a moment to sip from the tea placed before him. Contentedly observing the jubilant expressions of those gathered in the hall, he continued, "Moreover, through several previous engagements, I have discerned that the artillery of our motorized division has exhibited certain deficiencies, and there are aspects of its structure that warrant rectification. Therefore, I propose the following modifications. The artillery battalion belonging to the division will be expanded into an artillery regiment, where the existing 16 units of the Type 1175mm howitzers will be upgraded to 12 units of the more powerful, yet not significantly heavier, Type 3 105mm light howitzers. Additionally, I request an augmentation of our artillery regiment with an extra battalion equipped with 12 units of 155mm howitzers." Yuan Long simply aimed to enhance the firepower, without intending to bolster the armored battalion of the division. The combination of 72 tanks and 24 armored vehicles already constituted a formidable armored force for the motorized infantry division. "What is the organizational structure and weaponry of the Mountain Warfare Corps?" inquired Gui Yongqing, somewhat perplexed. "Very well, since Commander Gui has raised this question, I shall elucidate the state of the mountain troops," Yuan Long replied with a calm demeanor, flipping to the last few pages of his notebook, which contained the organizational structure and equipment he had delineated for the mountain troops recently. The infantry squads at the grassroots level retained the same personnel structure and weaponry as the motorized units. The light mortar squads at the platoon level were restructured into fire support teams, replacing their armament with 2 units of the 201 Super Bazooka and 2 units of the 217 individual flamethrowers. The heavy machine gun platoons at the company level were transformed into artillery platoons, equipped with 3 units of the Type 181mm mortars. The comprehensive weaponry companies at the battalion level were converted into transport companies, assigned 800 mules for supply transport. At the regiment level, the light armored vehicle company and the light howitzer company would be elevated to a heavy mortar company and a light howitzer company, equipped with 12 units of the Type 1175mm howitzers and 8 units of the Type 2 107mm heavy mortars. Excluding the division headquarters, the Guard Battalion, Supply Battalion, Engineer Battalion, Communication Battalion, and Medical Battalion, the division will also encompass 1 light howitzer regiment, 1 light tank company, 1 vehicle transport regiment, and 1 mule transport battalion. The light howitzer regiment will consist of 3 artillery battalions, armed with 48 units of the Type 3 105mm light howitzers. The light tank company will be equipped with 36 units of the Stuart 51 light tanks. The vehicle transport regiment will comprise 150 units of the Type 29 mole light track transporters, 150 units of the Venice Jeep, 300 units of the Dodge medium trucks, and 200 units of the Type 353 six-wheeled trucks. The mountain troops will still adhere to the traditional structure of 3 battalions, with a field mountain division totaling approximately 190,000 personnel. Due to the nature of mountain operations, Yuan Long endeavored to provide lightweight equipment and allocated over 9,000 mules for logistical support. After articulating the personnel structure and weaponry of the mountain troops, Yuan Long turned his gaze towards the assembly. Esteemed colleagues, I recognize that your military duties have been quite demanding of late. Thus, I propose we adjourn this meeting for now. I trust there are no objections to my arrangements. As the crowd nodded in agreement, Yuan Long closed his notebook and addressed the newly appointed commanders of the 5 divisions. He instructed them to compile a report detailing the financial resources required for recruiting new soldiers and the weaponry necessary for expansion, which would be submitted to the command center shortly. The finance department would promptly allocate the needed funds, while a portion of the equipment would be distributed initially, with the remainder to be fulfilled once the arms factory was operational. He then dismissed the army, and the auditorium quickly emptied, leaving only a handful of naval and air force leaders. The atmosphere turned somewhat awkward, as Yuan Long had little to offer them at that moment. In terms of naval assets, the 2 Iowa-class battleships previously allocated by the system had already been activated by Yuan Long, leaving only 4 Oakland-class light cruisers and 8 Radford-class escort destroyers yet to be commissioned into the Navy. Regarding the Air Force, Yuan Long could not extract strategic bombers or attack bombers until the military airfields were completed. Descending from the podium, Yuan Long approached Admiral Sa Jingying of the Navy, inquiring if the 4,000 to 5,000 sailors had embarked on their ships to conduct live-fire training at sea. After rendering a salute, Sa Jingying reported, Commander-in-Chief, the young sailors, after 4 months of theoretical training, embarked on the 2 battleships 12 days ago for their initial sea adaptation training. They are now adept at navigating the battleships. However, he added, to engage in fleet combat, they still require further refinement, as their performance in live-fire exercises, both main and secondary guns, has been less than satisfactory. That is acceptable, and I find this outcome satisfactory, Yuan Long replied, understanding that it was unrealistic to expect these newly trained sailors, under the guidance of 900 system crew members, to master the operation of battleships immediately. The establishment of a formidable navy is not achieved overnight. The mere fact that 2 Iowa-class battleships could be mobilized to conduct training at sea was a commendable start. In a few days, we will also commission 4 light cruisers and 8 escort destroyers into the Navy, so ensure you are prepared to receive them. Yuan Long instructed Sa Jingying with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing of the new ships joining the Navy, Sa Jingying's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Rest assured, Commander-in-Chief, I will exert every effort to rapidly enhance the Navy's combat capability and safeguard the maritime borders of Yanlong Nation. Yuan Long nodded and turned to the Air Force leaders, addressing Shin Chonghui and Yin Haiwen. Your Air Force family will also welcome more new members. Currently, several airfields are under simultaneous construction, all aimed at preparing for the expansion of your Air Force. In a few months, once these airfields are completed, you will gradually establish 4 strategic bomber squadrons, 6 fighter squadrons, 3 torpedo bomber squadrons, and 5 attack bomber squadrons, totaling 648 various combat aircraft. Did I hear that correctly? 18 squadrons? Yin Haiwen exclaimed, taken aback by Yuan Long's announcement. Overcome with joy, Shin Chonghui playfully punched Yin Haiwen in the chest, exclaiming, indeed, you heard correctly. A total of 648 aircraft. Yuan Long observed the 2 individuals, who were animatedly expressing their excitement, and once again dropped a significant bombshell on them. Furthermore, are you not perpetually troubled by the lack of training aircraft at the aviation school in Xianan, leaving the enrolled students stranded in theoretical studies without the opportunity for practical flight training? I must inform you that in a few months, a brand new aviation academy equipped with over 100 cutting-edge training aircraft and state-of-the-art instructional facilities will officially commence operations. The continuous stream of good news caused the 2 pilots, who were roughly of the same age as Yuan Long, to momentarily lose control of their emotions as they embraced each other and joyfully shouted, Long live Commander Yuan Long. Long live the Air Force of Yanlong Nation. Chapter 78. Selection of the armaments factory site at Tianhu Mountain Airport that night. After Yuan Long helped Sun Yinshi review her studies, he proceeded alone to his small conference room in the Yuan residence. He gazed at the map of Yanlong Nation adorning the wall and subsequently utilized his consciousness to examine the 6 armaments factories within his storage space. The Yin Island Army Artillery Factory, staffed with 70,000 management personnel and technicians, has the capacity to produce 460-81-107 mm mortars monthly, as well as 675-105-155 mm howitzers or cannons. The Springfield and Colt factories, collectively employing 60,000 technicians and managers, can manufacture 570,000 rifles, 150,000 submachine guns, and 2,800 to 5,000 light and heavy machine guns each month, depending on the type of firearm. The White Truck manufacturing plant has a monthly production capacity of 1,000 to 1,800 vehicles, varying by weight category. The Ford military vehicle manufacturing plant can produce between 1,205,000 vehicles per month, depending on the model. The Chrysler tank factory has a monthly output ranging from 600 to 1,400 tanks, contingent upon the tank type. In addition to the previously established Salt Lake ammunition factory, Yuan Long now possesses 6 large armaments factories, all remarkably consistent in their origin from the land of Uncle Sam. Master Luo, you truly are unfortunate. Look, the commander has stripped you bare. Yuan Long could not help but express his sympathy for Master Luo. Unexpectedly, after the F-Prayer, Master Luo had also become the second victim of the time travel narrative. He now harbored grave doubts that, in another timeline, the so-called Second World War had devolved into a cold weapon confrontation. After sipping some tea, Yuan Long officially commenced his work. System. Please position the Yin Island Army Artillery Factory within the jurisdiction of Xinglong County, Guizhou. Ding. The Yin Island Artillery Factory has been successfully positioned, and construction will commence at dawn tomorrow. Given the substantial scale of the factory, the construction period is 6 months. System. Please position the Springfield and Colt factories in Jupan Water, Qiuzhou, and at the foot of Wumong Mountain north of Luossicang, Guizhou, respectively. Ding. The Springfield and Colt factories have been successfully positioned, with a construction period of 6 months. After dispersing the 6 armaments factories across various states of Yanlong, Yuan Long directed his consciousness toward the industrial package. There was no alternative to ensure the production of weapons at these factories. A vast quantity of various industrial raw materials was required. The various resources in the Yannan region are indeed abundant, including oil, rubber, iron, manganese, copper, lead, zinc, germanium, mirabilite, and asbestos, all of which are readily available to support a complete industrial system. Never mind, let us first address the current situation. When the time comes to seize the entire Yanlong nation, surely the system will not come to me empty-handed, Yuan Long muttered to himself. With that, he began to manage the industrial package, establishing 200 large factories. Time swiftly passed, and approximately 6 months later, on May 27, 1920, at the foot of the lush Tianhu Mountains in Haizhou, a convoy of over 20 military vehicles sped along a smooth asphalt road about 10 meters wide. In the center of the convoy, within a luxurious Packard sedan, Yuan Long, donning dark sunglasses, extended his left hand slowly out of the window, relishing the rush of wind filling his palm, while the roar of the vehicle's engine resonated beneath him. A look of enjoyment etched on his face. After 6 months of enduring hardship, the arms factory and the 200 factories had been completed, heralding a qualitative leap for both the Yunnan region and the Qiannan army. Undoubtedly, the Qiannan army's ground forces emerged as the greatest beneficiaries during this period. As the area under Yuan Long's control expanded exponentially, leading to a geometric increase in the quantity of weaponry and equipment acquired. The 3 mountain infantry divisions had already established comprehensive weaponry plans, while only 3 of the 8 mechanized infantry divisions remained to perfect their armaments. Soon, the convoy reached its destination, the Qiannan Air Force's Tianhu Mountain Military Airport, a massive facility spanning approximately 1.5 million square meters. At the airport's entrance, a colonel responsible for its defense had long awaited Yuan Long and his entourage. The colonel promptly approached Yuan Long's vehicle, saluting and greeting him with, "Good day, Commander." Yuan Long removed his sunglasses and nodded in response. "Please, to the front passenger seat. Let us proceed inside." The convoy entered through the gate, fully accessing the airport grounds. Yuan Long was taken aback by the sight before him. Only then did he comprehend why the system required a 5-month construction period, for this airport was truly astonishing. Through the colonel's explanations, Yuan Long gained a deeper understanding of the comprehensive nature of this military airport. Beyond the control tower, all manner of maintenance equipment, aviation fuel depots, and ammunition storage facilities were fully stocked and operational, complemented by a workforce of 500 aviation technicians and 500 ground crew members. The airport housed 40 large steel hangars, offering a total of 144 large parking spaces, 16 maintenance bays, and a flight area featuring 8 runways, each approximately 800 meters long and 26 meters wide, made of specialized concrete. The airport's defense was managed by a regiment of around 4,000 personnel, comprising 4 guard battalions and 1 anti-aircraft artillery battalion, equipped with semi-automatic rifles, submachine guns, light and heavy machine guns, and anti-aircraft artillery, with vehicles including jeeps and light trucks. Yuan Long could not help but be moved by the system's meticulous planning. This airport appeared to be meticulously crafted for the Boeing 29 strategic bombers to execute bombing missions against Japan. The strategic bombers were extracted, and the designated landing location was Tianhu Mountain Airport. Shortly thereafter, accompanied by a faint yet resonant rumble, a multitude of silver silhouettes emerged from the pristine white clouds on the distant horizon. As the thunderous roar of the engines grew ever closer, the formidable fleet of bombers gradually decelerated, resembling a flock of colossal birds returning to their nest, methodically descending in organized groups towards the airport, with their altitude continuously diminishing. The hatches beneath the engine slowly opened, and the landing gear extended with a deliberate grace. Subsequently, these imposing aircraft began to land in an orderly fashion on the runway. It took a considerable span of time for them to maneuver to their designated parking positions around the airport. Thousands of pilots, uniformly clad in Air Force jackets, descended from the bombers via the side ladders, standing in neat formation beneath the massive wings. A Dodge Model 52 Jeep approached at a leisurely pace, from which emerged an Air Force Major General dressed as a pilot, who immediately saluted Yuan Long without a word, reporting to the Supreme Commander, Su Huanxing, commander of the 1st Strategic Bomber Squadron of the Qiannin Air Force of Yanlong Nation, at your service. Hello, Captain Su, Yuan Long greeted with a smile, extending his right hand. Su Huanxing promptly bent down to shake Yuan Long's hand, then pointed to the Jeep equipped with an old-fashioned microphone. The 1st Strategic Bomber Squadron has a total of 1584 personnel, all present and accounted for. I now request your inspection. Upon hearing the word inspection, Yuan Long was momentarily taken aback. He surveyed the surrounding pilots, observing their proud postures and the eager anticipation in their eyes, seemingly longing for the highest commander's appraisal. Recognizing this, Yuan Long felt it would be impolite to decline. After all, inspecting the troops would not consume much time. Donning white gloves, he joined Su Huanxing atop the Jeep's rear compartment. The Jeep proceeded slowly along the airport runway, and as Yuan Long's mind raced, he ultimately decided to raise his voice, addressing the old microphone with solemnity. Brave warriors, your efforts are commendable. We spare no effort in defending the Yanlong nation, resolutely safeguarding its airspace. The response from the thousands of pilots was short, yet powerful, akin to a surging tsunami, reverberating through the air and causing it to tremble slightly. This spectacle was enough to stir the blood of any man, prompting Yuan Long to instinctively desire to make a classic gesture, though he ultimately restrained himself. As the Jeep circled the airport, this exceedingly brief military review came to a close. In the operations conference room at Tianhu Mountain Airport, Yuan Long stood, directing his baton towards the map. Captain Su, I need you to immediately execute an important strategic bombing mission, flying thousands of kilometers to bomb the cities of Yijing and Dongbin in the homeland of our adversary. The bombing of the enemy's territory had long been Yuan Long's fervent aspiration, and now it was finally within reach. Su Huan stood up and approached the operational map. After measuring the distance between Tianhu Mountain and the two cities using a ruler in conjunction with the map scale, he replied, Commander, the straight-line distance to these two cities is approximately 600 kilometers. If we reduce the payload of the 9-ton bombs to 7 tons, accomplishing this mission will pose no difficulty. Additionally, Commander, our entire bomber fleet requires refueling and reloading of munitions, necessitating several hours of preparation. If we depart at 3 o'clock this afternoon, we should reach the target area around 9 o'clock. Very well, Captain Su, you are the expert. I expect only the final result. Proceed as you described. Yuan Long nodded, seemingly recalling something suddenly, and added, I almost forgot. Please replace the standard bombs with gasoline gel bombs. Japan, an island nation frequently afflicted by seismic activity, possesses a complex and variable geography and climate. Due to the excellent flexibility and seismic resistance of wood, coupled with the cultural influences of the Japanese, over 90% of the population resides in wooden houses. Given this unique situation, the destructive capacity of conventional bombs is quite limited. Thus, employing gasoline gel bombs is the optimal strategy to maximize enemy casualties. As for the rationale behind not specifically targeting Japan's steel mills, shipyards, munitions factories, power plants, chemical plants, and smelting facilities, Yuan Long explained that the scale of the bomber fleet is too small. While Japan may not possess an industrial system as comprehensive as that of the industrial pioneers such as Lighthouse, Eagle, German, and Gall, it still boasts thousands of various factories. A single round of airstrikes from the bomber fleet can only deploy a mere 1,000 tons of munitions, which would inflict minimal damage on Japan's industry, merely alarming the enemy and proving counterproductive. Yuan Long's current objective is to inflict maximum casualties on the enemy and dismantle Japan's industrial system. He plans to implement a more targeted approach when he has access to a greater number of strategic bombers. Yes, Commander. I shall proceed with the arrangements at once. Su Huan saluted respectfully and turned to leave. On the evening of May 27th, 1920, at 9 p.m., the night enveloped the world like a vast expanse of black satin. Outside the Meiji Palace in Tokyo, Emperor Taisho of Japan, visibly anxious, paced back and forth, listening to the continuous wails of women emanating from within the inner chamber. Suddenly, the sound of a baby crying pierced the air, and the emperor's tense expression transformed dramatically as if a taut string had been suddenly released. Your Majesty, the empress has given birth. Two short doctors clad in white coats emerged from the chamber, cradling a swaddled infant. One of the doctors, removing his mask, bore an unusual expression as he bowed to the emperor and announced, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, it is a boy. Yoshi, the imperial lineage of our great Japanese nation continues." Emperor Taisho failed to notice the doctor's peculiar demeanor or comprehend the gravity of the situation, until the cautious Emperor of Japan, Kamizun, carefully accepted the swaddled infant handed to him by the doctor. He peered into the dim light at the baby's face, and in an instant, his expression darkened to the utmost depths. The hair of this newborn was unexpectedly curly, and its skin possessed an unsettling darkness. It must be noted that Empress Meiying, like Emperor Kamizun, was of pure Yamato lineage. In that fleeting moment, Kamizun felt as though the heavens had collapsed upon him, and it seemed as if a verdant expanse sprouted abruptly from his head. How could this be possible? Overcome with rage and despair, Kamizun uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of blood, his vision fading to white as he succumbed to unconsciousness. The two physicians, witnessing this, hurriedly rushed to the fallen emperor's side. Just then, a sharp and urgent air raid alarm blared abruptly. A fleet of 144 Boeing 29 strategic bombers, cloaked by the inky darkness of the night, arrived precisely above the coastline of Yamato Bay, subsequently splitting into two formations aimed towards the capital city of Yamato and the northwestern city of Higashiminato. The deafening roar of the engines of the bombers filled the air. Within the cockpit of the lead aircraft, Su Huanshan and his crew peered through the windshield at the sprawling metropolis of Yamato, home to 3.5 million inhabitants. The brilliant lights flickered like fallen stars in the obsidian night, weaving a dreamlike tapestry of neon colors. In the distance, the rolling hills were reduced to mere silhouettes, resembling a slumbering giant in repose. After conversing with the navigator, Su Huanshan activated the radio, commanding, Volcano, first and second squads, heed my orders. The bombing operation commences now. Disperse as planned and initiate indiscriminate bombing." With Su Huanshan's command given, the bomber's crews swiftly pulled the blue handles on the left, and the bomb bay doors of the Boeing 29s gradually opened under hydraulic pressure, revealing 30 Type 69 napalm bombs. The aiming officer, utilizing the Norton sight, searched the darkness for suitable targets and issued the command, "On my signal, 3, 2, 1, drop the bombs. See you tomorrow, Yamato." The bombardier muttered to himself before pulling the red handle on the right. The napalm bombs, now unrestrained, began their uncontrolled descent. A total of 160 napalm bombs, akin to harbingers of death, eagerly plummeted toward the ground. Initially, they appeared as insignificant black dots, but gradually accelerated, whistling through the sky. Under the force of gravity, the 69 napalm bombs began to disintegrate, releasing their 38 incendiary tubes. Suddenly, 820,000 rapidly descending incendiary tubes appeared in the low skies of Yamato, bearing the scent of destruction as they hurtled towards their designated targets, crashing down in various corners of the city. Boom, boom, boom. Tens of thousands of blazing fireballs erupted from the ground, akin to uncontrolled stars, enveloped in surging heat waves and blinding light, leaping violently from the air. The fireballs recklessly engulfed the surrounding inhabitants, transforming them into charred remains amidst flames that soared to a searing 1,800 degrees. The intense heat warped the air, exuding a stifling warmth. In a bustling commercial street of Wokio, thousands of people were consumed by the inferno, their agonizing cries echoing like a gruesome form of execution. Many bore a sticky substance akin to lard, burning relentlessly as a result of the incendiary gel composed of palm acid, aluminum naphthenate, and gasoline. Once it adhered to a surface or a person, it clung on tenaciously until fully incinerated. Chapter 80, Bonfire Night, all recalled. The coastal winds of Wokio Bay conjured terrifying whirlwinds, with orange-red flames reaching heights of several meters, wreaking havoc against the night sky. The fire surged in all directions, akin to a furious beast rampaging, voraciously devouring everything in its path, including carbon-based life forms. "Oh, where are you, Taro? Hurry, Yuriko, we must move swiftly." On a broad thoroughfare, thousands of people, faces etched with fear, pressed towards the seaside, pursued relentlessly by the blazing tempest. The cacophony of crackling flames intensified as towering firestorms accelerated towards them, engulfing them in an inferno that devoured all in its path. Before the thousands could even escape with hastened steps, they were swiftly ignited like dry twigs, their desperate screams resonating as they collapsed, transformed into charred corpses. Ultimately reduced to ashes by the relentless heat, vanishing from this world entirely. The flames licked hungrily at every structure, wooden houses exploding in the fiery chaos. Orange flames shooting skyward, casting a resplendent yet terrifying glow across the night sky, drawing all nearby buildings and objects into a colossal vortex of fire. The ground of Wokio had become a hell's cape, while the neighboring East Shore city fared little better, with a conflagration spanning 30 square kilometers in the main urban area. High above, aboard a Boeing 29 bomber, the crew members eagerly observed the spectacle below, with one unable to contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, this is absolutely stunning. I swear to heaven, this is the grandest bonfire night I have experienced in 20 years. It's unforgettable. I must document this." The navigator retrieved a Kodak camera from his satchel, capturing the scene through the cockpit glass. "Gentlemen, enough. Quiet down. We are not yet out of danger," Su Huanqing interjected. Glancing at his watch, after adjusting the radio frequency, he commanded all bombers to return according to plan. Meanwhile, outside the operations room at Tianhu Mountain Airport, the air was rich with a robust aroma, mingling scents of meat, wood, and spices. The charcoal blazed fiercely in the grill, the glowing embers intermittently flickering with sparks, while the succulent morsels of meat and vegetables emitted a primal and enticing aroma. Tian Zhongjian picked up a skewer of roasted beef, inhaled deeply, and remarked, "Commander, this batch of barbecue seems nearly done. We should sprinkle some spices and indulge." "Go ahead, bring me a few skewers," replied Yuan Long, who was seated on a small stool, threading meat onto skewers. After responding, he turned back to listen to Yan Shuangying's report. At this moment, Yan Shuangying, unusually clad in military uniform, stated, "Commander, we have ascertained that Senfu and Ice Ocean Company have expanded their operations, adding 34 new mines, smelting plants, refineries, and oil fields to their existing facilities. In total, considering the previous constructions in Qian, Dian, and Gue regions, there are now precisely 45 sites. These newly established mines and factories are completed and ready for immediate operation. My subordinates believe this is the opportune moment to reclaim these illegal enterprises from foreign hands." "Understood. I shall instruct the respective departments to reclaim these mines and factories by tomorrow," Yuan Long replied, handing a skewer of roasted meat to Yan Shuangying. As he observed the sizzling meat on the skewer, Yuan Long took a gentle bite. The crispy exterior gave way, unleashing a rich and savory aroma that erupted in his mouth. "Deliciously roasted," he affirmed. The following day, the various divisions of the Qianmen army stationed in the regions of Qian, Dian, and Gue received urgent orders from Yuan Long, accompanied by a list of sites to be reclaimed through force. At 10 a.m. that morning, outside the North Railway Station in Shirquan County, Dianzhou, a vast expanse of wilderness lay before them, where hundreds of beam-pumping units stood arranged like loyal steel sentinels, rhythmically operating. The enormous steel heads moved up and down, as if methodically probing the earth for its treasures. Black crude oil surged forth under pressure, flowing through the pipelines and converging into a river of dark oil. Heading toward the distant refinery, under the sunlight, the crude oil shimmered with a lustrous sheen, emanating a distinctive scent, the very essence of industrial lifeblood, mingled with the fragrance of earth and wilderness, accompanied by the roar of internal combustion engines. A convoy consisting of dozens of armored vehicles and military trucks stirred up dust as it approached the railway station. Inside a 3-story brick and stone building at the station, a middle-aged foreigner wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a suit, upon witnessing the scene, promptly led a dozen armed guards dressed in work attire to block the convoy. "I am the chief officer of this oil field," Abbasi, the middle-aged man shouted, obstructing their path. "This oil field is the asset of Senfu Company, and you cannot brazenly enter with guns. Moreover, we have already signed a commercial agreement with your young Marshal Yuan Long of the Qianmen Army. You must leave this place immediately." In response, the officer aboard the armored vehicle calmly produced a document and announced, "Just moments ago, we received orders from General Yuan Long, commander of the Qianmen military, to reclaim all assets of your Senfu Company in the Yannan region, which includes the oil field before us and the distant refinery." Obus's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "This is utterly absurd. What is your justification? Do you, Yanlong people, truly possess no sense of contractual integrity?" The officer, with a sardonic laugh, replied, "A reason? 10 years ago, when you established the Qianzhou Haocheng iron mine, you took the opportunity to dispatch tomb raiding teams to blast open the tomb of King Gongxiao, stealing and damaging hundreds of invaluable relics. These artifacts, existing for over 1,000 years, are worth a fortune. Moreover, you have plundered over 100 ancient tombs besides King Gongxiao's, who granted you the authority to commit such acts. Furthermore, you set ablaze our imperial Ming garden, Is your so-called sense of contract merely a fade for pillaging the treasures and artifacts of other civilizations? Obis fell silent. Although he had not personally committed such acts, he was aware of their existence, as the museums of the Eagle Nation would not deceive. The officer then addressed the armed guards behind Obis, stating, "From this moment forth, no external armed forces are permitted on the territory of the Yuan Long people. Lower your weapons immediately, or face lethal consequences." At the officer's command, dozens of armed soldiers swiftly disembarked from 2 trucks, taking their positions with their weapons aimed at the foreign guards. The 2 Browning machine guns mounted on the leading armored vehicles also targeted the guards with precision. "Damn, this looks dire," Obis thought as he raised his hands above his head. "Please, we surrender." Upon witnessing the overwhelming force displayed by the Qiannan military, the foreign guards quickly realized the disparity in power and complied, placing their rifles on the ground in submission. Consequently, the Qiannan military naturally took control of the oil field and the refinery in the distance. Simultaneously, other divisions of the Qiannan military were executing Yuan Long's orders, systematically and orderly seizing control of 45 mines and various factories across the Qian, Dian, and Gui provinces. Chapter 81. The Divine Farmer's Grain Seeds Administrative Meeting on the morning of May 29, 1920. Yuan Long boarded a medium-sized transport plane at the Tianhu Mountain Air Force Base, preparing to return to the headquarters of the Qiannan military in Guizhou Ningcheng. Shortly after the aircraft ascended through the clouds, Yuan Long feigned rest, engaging his mental faculties. "System, I wish to check in for the week." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have received 180,000 tons of rice, 5,000 tons of flour, 5,000 cans of Spam luncheon meat, 1,000 tons of fresh pork, 800 tons of green apples, 1,000 tons of fresh beef, and 5,000 bars of Hershey's military chocolate. Additionally, a premium package of Divine Farmer Grade seeds is included. The rewards of rice, flour, luncheon meat, fresh pork, and green apples were commonplace to Yuan Long, who had long since become accustomed to such provisions. After all, he had previously managed to independently sustain over 1 million troops from Qiannan, ensuring that the soldiers were well-fed and cared for. His greatest reliance lay in the daily, weekly, and monthly check-ins, which allowed him to procure an immense variety of food through the system. Observing the final reward, a premium agricultural gift pack of divine quality, Yuan Long scratched his head in confusion. "System, what exactly does this divine agricultural gift pack entail?" The system provided a detailed explanation. As the name suggests, the Divine Agricultural Gift Pack contains 5,000 tons each of 38 of the most common crops in the Yanlong Kingdom, including rice, wheat, sweet potatoes, corn, soybeans, and potatoes. These seeds have been meticulously selected and cultivated by this system, endowing them with extraordinary qualities and excellent characteristics. For instance, they possess formidable resistance to pests and diseases, adaptability to harsh growing conditions, exceptional yield potential, and an extraordinary growth rate. Truly a revolutionary product. Wow, extraterrestrial technology, how impressive. Yuan Long quickly began to examine the parameters of these seeds. Rice yields an annual output of 500 to 800 kilograms per mu, wheat 900 to 100 kilograms per mu, sweet potatoes 500 to 5,000 kilograms per mu, corn 200 to 500 kilograms per mu, soybeans 300 to 400 kilograms per mu, and potatoes 6,000 to 8,000 kilograms per mu. Witnessing the astonishing yields of these crops, Yuan Long felt his blood pressure rising dramatically. As the saying goes, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Occasionally acquiring vast quantities of food through check-ins from the system, without any cost, was indeed a tremendous boon for Yuan Long, who could effortlessly sustain over 1 million troops from Qiannan. However, if this dependency on the system continued long-term, his reliance would undoubtedly deepen. Moreover, while the food obtained from the system appeared plentiful, it was but a drop in the bucket for the hundreds of millions of citizens in Yanlong. To fundamentally address the issue of ensuring the populace's sustenance, one must delve into the root causes. Besides the severe land consolidation, the lack of fertilizers and inferior seeds also contributed to the exceedingly low grain yields. Oh, these divine agricultural seeds have arrived just in time. Yuan Long couldn't help but mutter to himself. Upon his return to Ning City, he was set to organize the first administrative meeting following the unification of the Yin South region. These seeds could be distributed to the senior officials of each state after the meeting, who would then allocate them to the citizens of Yin South. At 1 p.m. that afternoon, Yuan Long convened the inaugural administrative meeting in the Ning City Command Headquarters, where the senior officials from the 15 state offices had already gathered. Months prior, following the military unification of the Yin South region, Yuan Long had extracted the 530,000 officials from the administrative gift pack provided by the system, dispersing them into their designated departments across the various states and officially appointing and restructuring the official teams in order to facilitate the management of the 15 provinces of Yan'an. Yuan Long temporarily established 8 major administrative offices, namely the Patrol Office, the Finance Office, the Agriculture Office, the Education Office, the Discipline Inspection Office, the Infrastructure Office, the Economic Office, and the Personnel Office. As the grand double doors of the auditorium swung open, the hundreds of officials within promptly rose from their seats. Then, Yuan Long, clad in a somber black woolen uniform, entered the hall with an air of gravity. He took his place at the podium and addressed the assembly, inviting them to be seated. The attendees complied promptly, sitting upright with their hands respectfully placed on the table. After surveying the room, Yuan Long spoke, "Ladies and gentlemen, time passes swiftly, and it has been over 5 months since you assumed your posts. Now, I would like each head of department to provide me with a brief report on the situations observed in their respective provinces, as well as the progress of their work during this period. Furthermore, any difficulties you have encountered may be presented without hesitation." Zhao Donglai, the head of the patrol office, was the first to rise and report, "Commander, over the past few months, our patrol stations have cooperated with the station troops from the provinces of Bo, Dai, Su, Yi, Xiang, and Yu to conduct a rigorous crackdown on mountain bandits, rogue elements, and local tyrants. This operation has resulted in the dismantling of 756 bandit hideouts and 456 criminal organizations. Aside from those unfortunate souls who met their fate in fierce confrontations, we have apprehended approximately 1.07 million criminals of various kinds. Excellent work. Your efforts have yielded commendable results," Yuan Long replied with a smile. "As for the disposition of these offenders, they shall be assigned labor according to the severity of their crimes. Many areas are still in a state of disarray, requiring their assistance in land reclamation, bridge construction, road paving, and irrigation." As Zhao Donglai took his seat, Luo Shanhe from the Discipline Inspection Office promptly stood to continue the report. "Commander, following our investigations conducted by various inspection teams, and with the assistance of the military, we have apprehended 680,000 corrupt officials and confiscated vast amounts of illicit finances and assets, all of which have been turned over to the Finance Office." Gao Yuliang, head of the Finance Office, adjusted his glasses and stood, reporting with meticulous detail, "Commander, over the past 5 months, our office has received a total of 13.2 billion long yuan and 10.5 billion taels of silver, along with 540 tons of gold from various departments and military sources." He paused, seemingly grappling with unspoken concerns, and continued, "However, these are unexpected gains, as the total tax revenue from the 11 provinces is only 11.6 billion long yuan. "Understood, Gao. You may take your seat," Yuan Long responded. Not particularly surprised, considering that the Yinshan Kingdom is an exceedingly underdeveloped agrarian nation. Its agricultural output struggles to meet self-sufficiency, lacking a robust industrial framework and technological support, along with a conducive business environment. Merely relying on the sale of raw industrial materials cannot generate significant wealth. "Commander, according to our scientific estimates, the population of the Yan'an region is approximately 186 billion, with 850 million acres of arable land and a grain stockpile of about 90,000 tons. Furthermore, following the eradication of the malevolent gentry, we have redistributed all fertile lands, allocating plots to each household based on the method of land division." The esteemed agricultural governor, Pei Yihong, promptly rose to present a detailed account of the cultivated lands across the 15 prefectures, alongside the status of the granaries. "This is favorable. The land redistribution should invigorate the populace, as we shall only collect 20% of the annual grain yield, reserving it in the granaries for unforeseen circumstances." Chapter 82. Of course, the choice is to forgive her. After some contemplation, Yuan Long decided to publicly announce the matter concerning the Shinong grains. "Additionally, I have unexpectedly acquired a batch of high-yield seeds, the output of which far surpasses that of the previous varieties. Pei Yihong, I entrust this batch of seeds to your discretion. Disseminate them among the people, enlightening them on the advantages of these grains, encouraging voluntary cultivation." Now, with the issue of land consolidation resolved and factories producing phosphate and nitrogen fertilizers constructed and operational, everything has fallen into place. As the remaining prefectures reported, Yuan Long gained a deeper understanding of the entire Yan'an region and provided professional guidance for their forthcoming endeavors. On May 30th, 1920, within the inner palace of the Imperial Court of Japan, Emperor Taisho was embroiled in a heated argument with Empress Meiji. Pointing at the swaddled infant with slightly curled hair and a dark complexion, who bore a striking resemblance to a gorilla, the emperor erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Baka Yuru! Hitano Meiji! This is the reward I receive for my affection towards you. A young woman, clad in exquisite silk kimono, with an oval face, willow-like brows, and fair, beautiful skin, was nursing the infant, feigning a delicate demeanor. She turned her head, responding with a flirtatious tone, "Indeed, Your Majesty, this is truly your child. I merely indulged in too much soy sauce during my pregnancy. It is all due to the exquisite salmon caught from the sea that was too sweet, which, when made into sashimi, was simply irresistible. I could not help but dip it in soy sauce and wasabi, consuming a bit more than I should have, which inadvertently affected the child's complexion." Upon finishing her explanation, Empress Meiji began to sob, her tears resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom, perfectly embodying the archetype of a cunning seductress. The emperor's resolve softened in an instant, mumbling, "Could it truly be an excess of soy sauce?" As the empress continued to weep, she embraced the emperor's legs. Gazing up with soulful eyes, "Your Majesty, I assure you that in my next pregnancy, I shall strictly control my diet to prevent any influence on the child's complexion." The emperor's face displayed a flicker of conflict as he pondered whether to trust Empress Meiji. Could it be possible that excessive soy sauce consumption could indeed darken the child's skin? As for the curly hair, could it be attributed to a genetic mutation? "Empress, please rise. I choose to believe you." Ultimately, Emperor Taisho opted to forgive her. Seemingly guilt-ridden, Empress Meiji sought to offer the emperor some unconventional compensation. Feeling the tenderness in his embrace and the dexterous hands entwined with his own, Emperor Kamizumi of Wa could not help but feel his heart race as the two held each other tightly, responding to one another's fervor. 3 minutes later, in the outer hall of the palace, the defeated Emperor Kamizumi sat stoically upon a modest throne, listening to Prime Minister Teramoto Shiratake as he detailed the recent visit of the Chinen military bomber squadron to Wa, which had unleashed a catastrophic inferno in Wakyoto and Higashihama. The tumultuous firefighting efforts and the subsequent report of damages were laid bare before him. "Your Majesty, after the tireless work of over 10,000 firefighters, the raging flames in Wakyoto and Higashihama have finally been extinguished as of this morning." Historically, Wa had not placed significant emphasis on firefighting capabilities, and, in truth, the fires had never been effectively controlled. The firefighters' contributions were minimal, and the inferno had extinguished simply because there was nothing left to burn. Upon hearing this, Emperor Kamizumi let out a sigh of relief and inquired about the extent of the damages. Prime Minister Shiratake's expression darkened significantly as he candidly reported, "Your Majesty, the losses incurred by the Empire are indeed severe. Due to the sea winds fueling the flames, the fire was not effectively contained in its early stages. The disaster area spans approximately 89 kilometers, with all structures reduced to rubble and the citizens reduced to charred remains or scattered ashes. Preliminary reports indicate at least 250,000 fatalities, 380,000 injuries, and 190,000 missing persons. By the heavens!" exclaimed Emperor Kamizumi, momentarily overcome with rage before continuing. "Which nation was responsible for the bombardment of Wakyoto and Higashihama? Have you uncovered any leads?" "Your Majesty, we have determined that the bombers originated from the southwest. But there are numerous suspects," replied Shiratake, embodying the spirit of diligence. "The most probable culprit appears to be the Chinen military of the Yanlong kingdom, shrouded in mystery. It is also possible that the Eagle Empire and the Lighthouse Nation are involved, as they have air forces deployed in Gyeongju and Gongju." Listening to Shiratake's analysis, Emperor Kamizumi furrowed his brow, contemplating for some time before stating, "It seems most likely to be the Chinen military. The likelihood of an attack from the Lighthouse Nation is minimal, and the Eagle Empire is even less probable. Inform SH Go Takazuri to expedite the investigation into the Chinen military. It has been several months without any updates. The Empire allocates significant funds to his department annually, not for him to merely support a collection of idlers." Having spoken, Emperor Kamizumi then turned his gaze to the army minister, General Rishin Yokosher, standing behind Shiratake, and inquired, "General Rishin, how has the training of the 20 new divisions and armored divisions of the Imperial Army progressed?" "Report to Your Majesty, after 6 months of rigorous training, the newly formed 20 divisions and 2 armored divisions have developed considerable combat effectiveness. While their military proficiency may not yet match that of the 21 veteran divisions, their resolute courage is equally commendable." "Excellent, General Rishin, your hard work is appreciated. It appears that the 43 sharp blades of our great Wa Empire have been forged successfully." Emperor Kamizumi remarked with a faint smile. "And how fares our navy?" Upon hearing the Emperor of Japan's inquiry, the naval minister, Admiral Guji Shangjin, raised his rear with enthusiasm and proclaimed, "Your Majesty, the Imperial Navy is fully prepared to assist the valiant soldiers of the army in expanding the territories of the great Yamato nation. Furthermore, we have clandestinely reached an accord with the Eagle Empire, should war erupt with the Flame Dragon Kingdom. They shall mobilize over 1,000 merchant vessels to aid us in our endeavors. Coupled with our own fleet of over 500 merchant ships, we are entirely capable of swiftly transporting hundreds of thousands of troops to the Flame Dragon Kingdom while ensuring their logistical support. The time to invade the Flame Dragon Kingdom has indeed arrived. The era of the great Yamato nation is on the horizon. The Turtle Emperor of Japan mused to himself for a moment before commanding the subservient elders, seek opportunities for war. If none exist, create them. The three heads of the elderly subordinates bowed repeatedly, each paying their respects to the Turtle Emperor before departing. To be continued in Chapter 83, The Outbreak of War. In the early hours of June 5, 1920, at the entrance of the Hubei Chengjiang army garrison in Shenhuching, a dozen guards stood idly, smoking and engaging in idle chatter as they routinely did. One particularly young soldier tossed aside his cigarette, and inquired of an older veteran, Brother Ergu. I have heard that the Japanese have recently augmented their troops in Shenhuching. Indeed, that is true, replied the veteran known as Ergu, nodding as he extinguished his cigarette underfoot. Just a couple of days ago, some youths went to the Japanese concession, causing a ruckus and setting fire to 2 Japanese trading houses. As a result, they have used this incident as a pretext to significantly increase their military presence in Shenhuching. I wonder what malicious intentions lie beneath the surface of these Japanese. Another soldier, yawning and appearing weary, interjected, these matters are beyond our purview. We should focus on our own responsibilities. A third soldier, seated atop a sandbag and clearing small stones from his shoes, echoed, indeed, if the sky were to fall, it would be our General Feng Lanzhao who would bear the brunt, and if not, we still have Commander Yushu to rely on. At that moment, a low rumble of engines reverberated from afar, growing increasingly closer. Soon, 2 blinding lights emerged at the end of the street. 6 soldiers clad in brown-green Showa II-style Marine Corps uniforms rode 2 Scott motorcycles directly towards the Hubei Chengjiang army garrison. With a sudden burst of gunfire, the Japanese soldiers unleashed the Type 11 light machine guns mounted on their sidecars upon the guards at the entrance. Despite the distance between the 2 forces, one guard fell victim to a stray bullet, blood instantly staining the ground. Damn it, those beasts are firing, cursed the surviving veteran, urging the heavy machine gun crew beside him. What are you waiting for? Return fire. The 2 machine gunners, snapping back to reality, swiftly adjusted their Maxim M1908 heavy machine gun, aiming it at the oncoming Japanese motorcycle troops and preparing to retaliate. The thunderous roar of gunfire erupted as the heavy machine gun unleashed its ferocious flames. In a mere span of seconds, hundreds of 7.92mm bullets were unleashed. 2 Japanese motorcycles were swiftly intercepted, their occupants transformed into bloody wrecks, while one bike was struck in the fuel tank, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. The cacophony of gunfire and explosions inevitably alerted the remaining defenders of Xinjiang. A few senior officers, accompanied by hundreds of fully armed soldiers, rushed forth. Observing the distant inferno of the burning motorcycles, one colonel's expression turned ashen as he demanded an explanation from a veteran regarding the unfolding events. Colonel, it was the Japanese who fired first. The veteran quickly recounted the incident. The colonel's face darkened. It was evident to him that this was a deliberate provocation by the Japanese, seeking to instigate conflict with the Chengjiang forces. The higher-ups were already fraught with anxiety over the recent incident involving the burning of Japanese forces, and now this malignant event would undoubtedly serve as a catalyst for war. 2 hours later, as dawn broke, the Japanese seized upon this incident as a pretext to declare war against the Yanlong kingdom. 6 battalions of Japanese naval marines, stationed in the leased territory of Shenhu City, immediately scattered to launch assaults against the Chengjiang garrisons at Hubei, Hongxi, and Huyuan. The Japanese marines had premeditated their actions, reinforcing the Shenhu garrison with 3 additional artillery battalions. A total of 36 units of the 38 Type 75mm field guns, alongside 12 units of the 41 Type 75mm mountain guns, unleashed a relentless barrage upon the Chengjiang troops' encampments and fortifications, obliterating a significant portion of their pre-dug defenses in an instant. Due to the infiltration of Japanese spies, the Chengjiang defenders' only mountain artillery battalion was quickly pinpointed and annihilated by concentrated enemy fire. Colonel Yoshino Ikki of the 3rd Battalion of the Japanese Naval Marines, through his binoculars, surveyed the ruins of the Chengjiang defenses, reveling in his triumph as he remarked to his fellow battalion commander, Major Ikeda Kyozai, "Look, Ikeda-kun, behold the might of our artillery. The Yanlong forces seem nearly obliterated by our bombardment. Their weaponry is woefully inadequate. Even at the regiment level, they lack proper artillery, rendering them several tiers weaker than us." Ikeda Kyozai shook his head with a smirk and ordered his battalion to advance. "Let the brave warriors commence the assault. Let the slaughter begin." As the command was issued, Several lieutenants brandished their sabers, leading approximately 800 to 900 Japanese soldiers in a loose formation towards the charred remnants of the Chengjiang defenses. Gunfire sporadically erupted as the remaining Xinjiang defenders refused to surrender. A handful of Japanese soldiers, caught off guard, fell victim to the defenders' gunfire. Suppressed their fire. The remaining Japanese troops, though not overly frantic, coordinated under the guidance of their squad leaders. Prostrate on the ground, the defenders commenced a fierce exchange of fire with the enemy troops. A dozen 11-type light machine guns, strategically positioned, along with 4 3-year type heavy machine guns deployed at the rear, began their covering fire. The relentless barrage of gunfire was further exacerbated by the enemy's substantial arsenal of 11-year type grenade launchers. Relying on their superior equipment, the enemy forces effortlessly obliterated the remaining light and heavy machine guns of the defenders. As the defenders' firepower was systematically dismantled by the grenade launchers, the garrison at Chengjiang found themselves thoroughly suppressed. Without the suppressive fire from their machine guns, the threat level to the advancing enemy troops plummeted, allowing them to capitalize on their marksmanship prowess. The beleaguered Chengjiang defenders, in this exchange, found themselves at a distinct disadvantage, with casualties mounting rapidly. All grenade launcher teams provide covering fire. A squad leader, sheltered in a downwind position, commanded as he surveyed the meager remnants of the defenders. Boom after boom. 50mm shells rained down upon the defenders' positions, igniting fiery explosions that claimed the lives of many who dared to rise and retaliate. Seeing the defenders rendered powerless, the squad leader swiftly rose to lead hundreds of enemy soldiers in a frenzied charge against the beleaguered garrison. As the flag of the enemy was planted upon the defenders' stronghold, Yoshio Yoshikazu's face lit up with exhilaration. After nearly 2 hours of combat, they had finally subdued an entire regiment. We possess a substantial advantage in weaponry, and our soldiers are better trained than theirs, Ikeda Kayasuke assessed. In terms of fighting spirit, they are not significantly inferior to us. 10 minutes later, the Chengjiang positions at Hongxi and Huyuan also fell into enemy hands. Chapter 84. The enemy's landing 3 hours later. Within the command headquarters of the Chengjiang army in Wanshou City, a teacup shattered upon the floor. Damn those invaders. A middle-aged man, around 50, slightly portly but with a resolute visage and piercing gaze, erupted in fury. This man was Feng Lanzhao, the commander of the Chengjiang army. Immediately, a diminutive officer with pointed ears and a monkey-like appearance interjected, "My lord, please calm your anger. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding with the Japanese?" Misunderstanding? Those wretched Japanese have turned their guns on me. Feng Lanzhao, in a fit of rage, dismissed the words with a wave of his hand, commanding the 2 other generals, Qishan, Lu Buxiong, immediately direct the 3rd Army from Yuezhou and the 25th Army from Jianzhou to advance on Shunqing. Simultaneously, he ordered the deployment of the 3rd Fleet stationed in Taizhou, declaring, "I will have this enemy crushed to dust." The naval forces of Yanlong Nation were notably feeble, yet not entirely devoid of military vessels. They totaled over 30 old ships, collectively amounting to approximately 40,000 tons, divided into 3 fleets. Feng Lanzhao commanded the 3rd Fleet. "Yes, my lord." Qishan and Lu Buxiong saluted with fervent excitement before turning to carry out their orders. The recently encountered short-statured major general, with his exuberant antics, must not proceed in such a manner. It could escalate the conflict. "We ought to first report the incident to Commander Yushu, Wang Dusher. The conflict has already escalated into war. I shall certainly inform Commander Yu of this matter." Feng Lanzhao's complexion shifted dramatically, revealing a chilling aura as he coldly stated, "However, at this moment, you have no room to speak." Within the Azure Bay of Taizhou, at the Jiang military port, chaos reigned as flames surged and thick smoke billowed. The much-anticipated 3rd Fleet of the Yanlong Kingdom was currently facing catastrophic devastation. Several small patrol boats and destroyers were engulfed by the encroaching sea, their hulls consumed by smoke. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 largest capital ships of the 3rd Fleet, the Rue and Zhaohe cruisers, had their hulls violently torn apart, leaving gaping holes. The decks blazed with fire as flames licked outwards, accompanied by massive explosions that cleaved the vessels in 2, hastening their descent to the ocean floor. Several kilometers away, a gathering of over 20 steel warships of varying sizes congregated. These vessels constituted the 2nd Fleet of the Japanese Navy's combined fleet. The 2nd Fleet was exceptionally formidable, boasting 3 super dreadnought battleships, the Mutsu, Fuss, and Yamashiro, 5 light cruisers, the Tenri, Rije, Nagara, Natori, and Yura, and 14 destroyers, including the Isokase, Hyakase, and others. The Fuss and Yamashiro battleships positioned themselves in a horizontal line. Their 12 dual-mounted 41 Type 356mm main gun turrets slowly turning to aim at the southern Tangshan Mountain overlooking the Azure Bay. Boom, boom, boom. 24 356mm shells, with a deep roar, surged forth from the gun barrels. After traveling several kilometers, they struck precisely like arrows upon the coastal artillery positions on Tangshan Mountain, resulting in dazzling bursts of orange-red flames. Within the command cabin of the flagship Mutsu, Vice Admiral Hashitani Inagawa of the Second Fleet set down his binoculars and sipped his coffee, then instructed Captain Nishimaki of the Mutsu, "Our naval artillery is quite expensive. Now that the Yanlong Kingdom's fleet and coastal defenses have been eliminated by our mighty cannons, let those impoverished army fools commence their landing." Behind the Second Fleet lay hundreds of merchant vessels carrying the 3rd Army Corps of the Japanese Army, comprising 6 divisions, the 3rd Takayasu Division, the 6th Y-Ben Division, the 8th K-Sun Division, the 15th HK Division, the 19th Ronin Division, and the 20th Rizon Division. "Hey, Okamatsu-kun, go inform the army that they may commence their landing," Nishimaki commanded, slightly lifting his rear, allowing the first officer to relay the order, then continued. "Let the dirty work be left to those soldiers. Their aspirations are rather low. After all, they are satisfied with just 2 rice balls for a meal." Hashitani Inagawa chuckled, finding Nishimaki's words amusing. Indeed, the army was but a band of uncouth farmers. At 1 o'clock that afternoon, at the Ningxing Qianin Military Command, Yuan Long, who had just finished his lunch and was preparing to recline on the office sofa for a brief nap, was abruptly awakened by a series of urgent knocks at the door. He reluctantly rose to respond. "Please enter." Yan Shuangying hurriedly approached the office of the commander-in-chief, declaring, "The Japanese forces are launching a massive invasion of the Yen region." "What? The Japanese are invading?" Upon hearing this news, Yuan Long's drowsiness dissipated instantly. Yan Shuangying presented a document to Yuan Long and continued, "Commander, at 10:05 this morning, the Japanese Marine Corps unexpectedly attacked the stationed troops in Shinhu City. Subsequently, the prepared Japanese Navy's 3rd Fleet immediately shielded hundreds of transport vessels carrying the 1st Guards Division, the 4th SH Band Division, the 7th Asahi Division, the 14th Tomioka Division, the 17th Judd Division, and the 18th Takata Division, forming the 2nd Expeditionary Army, which landed at Huizhou, Shinhu, Banzhou, and Jianzhou. The Japanese Second Fleet simultaneously launched a surprise attack on the stationed troops of the Second Fleet in the Azure Bay, providing cover for the Japanese Army's 3rd Expeditionary Army's 6 divisions landing at Tajou's Azure Bay, as well as at Jiaozhou's Fengyan and Taidong. The Japanese First Fleet was tasked with covering the Japanese Army's 1st Expeditionary Army, comprising a total of 8 divisions, which forcibly landed from the islands of Qin and Dongshan and Linzhou, as well as from Daliang and Chaodong and Yenzhou. It appeared that Japan had long been scheming, sending 20 divisions, approximately over 500,000 troops, into our Yanlong nation within a single day. After reviewing the document, Yuan Long's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that this alternate world's Japan would be so bellicose, eagerly rushing in to meet their demise. Noticing Yuan Long's prolonged silence, Yan Shuangying cautiously inquired, "Commander, what are your thoughts?" As the saying goes, when the nation is in peril, every citizen bears responsibility. Our Qianin military naturally must engage in battle. Immediately send a telegram nationwide, expressing our Qianin military stance against the Japanese. Yuan Long decisively articulated his position. He then instructed Yan Shuangying, "Take me across the Longjiang tomorrow. We have an important matter to address." Yuan Long was aware that within his storage space lay an entire armored group army, which he could conveniently extract to deliver a little surprise to the Japanese forces. "Understood, Commander," Yan Shuangying replied resolutely, saluting before exiting the room. Shortly after Yan Shuangying departed, Yuan Long suddenly felt a chilling sensation surge in his mind. Ding! In the face of national calamity, the host remained steadfast in their principles, unwaveringly defending the Yanlong clan. To facilitate the annihilation of the invading enemy, the host is hereby rewarded with a specially crafted Imperial Navy Grand Package from this system. An Imperial Navy Grand Package? Yuan Long quickly grasped the significance of the term Navy, and his lips involuntarily curled upwards in excitement. Yes, finally. The system seemed to sense Yuan Long's exhilaration and began to elaborate on the details of the Imperial Navy Grand Package. The Imperial Navy Grand Package includes 10 Iowa-class battleships, 18 Oregon City-class heavy cruisers, 20 Fargo-class light cruisers, and 100 Allen Sumner-class destroyers, all fully stocked with fuel and ammunition and accompanied by the necessary crew members. Wow! 10 Iowa-class warships drew in a sharp breath, nearly causing Yuan Long to faint from sheer exhilaration. To be continued in Chapter 85, the Qin and Fleet of the Flame Dragon Nation. The fleet granted by the system truly embodies the imperial essence. The cost of over 100 vessels alone amounts to several billion gold coins. When factoring in the value of the crew, it easily surpasses 100 billion gold coins. Seemingly concerned that Yuan Long might faint from overwhelming excitement, the system unveiled yet another significant revelation. If the host annihilates all invading enemies, a second round of rewards shall be granted. 3 large military ports of the Yuhai class. 2 medium-sized naval ammunition manufacturing plants, and 2 naval officer academies. Goodness, my adoptive father, this is astonishing. Yuan Long was utterly unrestrained, his mind racing. And he couldn't help but dance exuberantly within the confines of the office. How lonely is invincibility? How empty is invincibility? Although this fleet lacks aircraft carriers, such an absence is of little consequence. With formidable battleships and heavy artillery, the enemy can easily be vanquished without the need for carrier-based aircraft. Moreover, the operational efficacy of aircraft carriers remains in a nascent experimental phase in this era, with aviation technology yet to advance rapidly and guided weaponry still emerging. Thus, the role of aircraft carriers is markedly limited. Yuan Long could hardly contain his excitement and shouted towards the door, "Tian Zhongjian, come in." Tian Zhongjian, who had been stationed outside, promptly entered upon hearing Yuan Long's call, saluting and inquiring, "Commander, how may I assist you?" Yuan Long glanced at his watch, noting the time was still 1:40 p.m., and picked up his sidearm, instructing, "Prepare the vehicle. We are heading to the Yanlong military port." "Yes, Commander." 2 hours later. Within the heavily guarded confines of the Fanqing Yanlong military port, Yuan Long and his party had just alighted from their vehicle, having received prior notice. Sa Jingying promptly approached with a cadre of officers. "Welcome, Commander, to the inspection." Yuan Long merely nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to survey the entirety of the Yanlong military port. The Yanlong military port is the largest deep-water harbor in the entire Yan'an region, situated within the Yanlong Bay along the coastal expanse of Fanqing. The water area of Yanlong Bay spans approximately 30 square kilometers, with an average depth of about 1830 meters, more than sufficient to accommodate hundreds of large vessels. Observing the several warships anchored in the distant waters, Yuan Long inwardly steadied his thoughts. "System, please extract the Imperial-level naval gift package from my storage space." Ding. The extraction of the Imperial-level naval gift package is successful. It has been detected that the host is currently in a deep-water harbor capable of housing 148 various military vessels. Please wait in place for 10 minutes. Regaining his focus, Yuan Long turned to Sa Zhongying and asked, "Old Sa, have you coordinated with the lower ranks? We are about to make a grand entrance with over 100 warships. Our navy is set to take flight." "Rest assured, Commander," Sa Zhongying replied, his face alight with enthusiasm. "I have already informed the naval personnel, though I am uncertain when these new vessels will arrive. Do not worry, these ships will arrive momentarily." Within 10 minutes at most, Yuan Long reassured him with a wave of his hand. As the two conversed, a sudden and mysterious mist emerged upon the previously clear azure sea. Gradually dispersing, the fog revealed several majestic hills rising from the distant waters, and over 100 various warships materialized. Alongside the existing fleet, there were a total of 12 Iowa-class battleships, akin to colossal sea beasts forged of steel, anchored immovably in the harbor. Their immense forms, stretching several hundred meters, gleamed with a cold metallic luster under the sunlight. These super battleships need little introduction, as Yuan Long had previously fortuitously acquired 2. This time, the system had delivered an additional 10, culminating in a total of 12 Iowa-class battleships. Like 12 formidable crime lords, each was flanked by a retinue of lesser vessels. Slightly smaller were the Oregon City-class heavy cruisers, an improved variant of the Baltimore-class heavy cruisers, featuring a more rational and compact layout. Among their peers, their firepower and protection were relatively superior, enabling them to effectively carry out reconnaissance, escort, and support operations. Their specifications included a full load displacement of 17,000 tons, a standard displacement of 13,260 tons, a length of 205, 2 meters, a beam of 21, 6 meters, a draft of 7, 9 meters, a speed of 33 knots, and a crew of 145 personnel. Armament consisted of 3 15-inch 55 caliber 203 mm main guns, 6 twin-mounted 38 caliber 127 mm secondary guns, 12 quad-mounted 40 mm Bofors anti-aircraft guns, 12 twin-mounted 20 mm Oerlikon cannons, and 4 15-inch anti-submarine Hedgehog launchers. Next were the Fargo-class light cruisers, a follow-up improvement of the Cleveland-class light cruisers, designed with an even more compact layout. Their specifications included a standard displacement of 12,000 tons, a full load displacement of 14,700 tons, a length of 185, 3 meters, a beam of 20, 2 meters, a draft of 6, 7 meters, a speed of 33 knots, and a crew of 100 personnel. Armament included 4 triple-mounted 16-inch 47 caliber 152 mm main guns, 6 twin-mounted 12-inch 38 caliber 127 mm secondary guns, 8 quad-mounted 40mm Bofors anti-aircraft guns, 10 twin-mounted 20mm Oerlikon cannons, and 4 15-inch anti-submarine Hedgehog launchers. Lastly, there were the Allen Sumner-class destroyers, essential components of the fleet. As an enlarged variant of the Fletcher-class destroyers, the Allen Sumner-class boasted a greater operational radius, allowing for superior execution of reconnaissance, escort, and anti-submarine tasks. Their specifications included a standard displacement of 200 tons, a full load displacement of 800 tons, a length of 115 meters, a beam of 3 meters, a draft of 8 meters, a speed of 35 knots, and a crew of 350 personnel. Armament comprised 3 twin-mounted 38 caliber 127mm main guns, 1 quintuple 533mm torpedo launcher, 3 quad-mounted 40mm Bofors anti-aircraft guns, 12 single-mounted 20mm Oerlikon cannons, 4 Type 6 depth charge throwers, and a standard load of 40 Type 9 depth charges. Zhao Zhangying and the officers gazed wide-eyed, still reeling from the astonishment before them. Yuan Long gently patted his shoulder and said, "Old Sa, prepare the ship. We shall board and take a closer look." A group of individuals boarded several Type 70 speedboats moored at the shore, heading toward the dozen colossal vessels anchored nearby. As they drew nearer, the breathtaking and formidable sea monsters lying in wait upon the water presented an unparalleled visual impact and an overwhelming sense of pressure upon Yuan Long's spirit. It was not until he ascended the side ladder and officially stepped onto one of the Iowa-class battleships that he truly felt the allure of this legendary era. The 2 triple-barreled Mark 750 caliber 406mm main guns at the bow were slightly elevated. Their 6 formidable barrels, each nearly 20 meters long, resembled dragons lurking in the abyss, exuding a chilling aura of impending destruction. No matter how grandly described in literature, the reality could not be matched. Yuan Long stood in awe. Although this class of ship, characterized by its tonnage and imposing artillery, would soon face obsolescence due to the rapid advancements in aviation technology and the emergence of various guided weapons, resulting in a mismatch between cost and dominance, leading to its gradual replacement by aircraft carriers and its eventual disappearance from the annals of history. Such considerations were for a distant future. In this present age, the battleship was the emblem of a formidable naval power. Close to 1,000 sailors, clad in their black and white uniforms, stood proudly in formation upon the various decks of the battleship, awaiting inspection. The honor guard, all eyes right, saluted. A junior officer issued the command with a resonant voice. "General Yuan Long, Supreme Commander of the Qiannan Navy of the Yanlong Kingdom, is boarding." The sailors in the front row, armed with Garand semi-automatic rifles, performed a synchronized salute to Yuan Long. In return, he acknowledged their salute. The white ribbons on their caps fluttering in the wind, adorned with the words Navy of the Yanlong Empire on both the front of their caps and the ribbons. Chapter 86. The terrifying armored group army. A naval officer of the rank of lieutenant general hurried from the end of the formation, his voice booming as he reported. Reporting to General Yuan Long, Commander Deng Guochang of the Qiannan fleet of the Yanlong Kingdom reports for duty. Commander Deng, your morale is commendable. This is excellent. Yuan Long responded with a nod of satisfaction. Without hesitation, he turned to address all the officers and crew on board with solemnity. Sailors of the Navy, I, your Supreme Commander, have a formidable task to assign to you. The ambitious wolves of Japan have brazenly initiated a war of aggression against us, and their despicable allied fleet is currently rampaging through the waters of our Yanlong Kingdom. I hereby command you and the entire fleet to set sail in 1 hour, and in coordination with the Air Force and Intelligence Departments, annihilate the Japanese allied fleet. Do you have the confidence to accomplish this mission? The nearly 1,000 sailors responded in unison, their voices echoing with determination. Yes, yes, yes. We will uphold military discipline, obey commands, and resolutely fulfill our mission. Excellent. Yuan Long solemnly saluted them, then turned to Sa Jing and Deng Guochang with seriousness. The command of the fleet in the operation against Japan will be entrusted to both of you. Old Sa, you shall temporarily serve as the deputy commander of the fleet. Not a problem, Commander. I will adhere to your arrangements. Sa Zhengying replied without any sign of discontent. Deng Guochang concurred, assuring, rest assured, Commander-in-Chief, I shall coordinate effectively with Brother Sa to accomplish this task. Comforted, Yuan Long chose not to elaborate further. Turning towards the spiral staircase, prepared to depart the vessel via a swift boat. The land required his presence far more than the sea. On the following day, Yuan Long, clad in civilian attire and accompanied by Yan Shuangying and several guards, quietly boarded a passenger steamer on the Longjiang River, reaching the northern bank unannounced. The northern bank of Binzhou had descended into chaos due to the invasion of the Japanese army, with thousands of citizens crowded at the riverside pier, awaiting boats to cross the Longjiang to the southern shore. for dilapidated cars had been waiting on the dirt road beside the pier for quite some time. After Yuan Long and his entourage settled into the rear of one of the vehicles, they navigated through the throngs of people towards the outskirts of the city. Exhaust fumes billowing from the tailpipe. Inside the car, Yuan Long savored the meat buns he had purchased from the southern bank, while Yin Shuangying provided an update, Commander-in-Chief. The Japanese Second Army's Imperial Guard Division and the 7th Shuheng Division landed at Wushan in Binzhou yesterday, and within a day, they have routed 2 divisions of General Tan's forces. They are now likely less than 40 kilometers from our position. Finishing the last bun, Yuan Long observed the expansive plain ahead and instructed Yin Shuangying, "Do not be hasty. It is merely a matter of 6 divisions. Let us halt the vehicle ahead." Once the car came to a stop, Yuan Long wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and focused his consciousness. "System, I wish to extract the armored army." Ding. The extraction of the armored army was successful. However, due to the current location-S capacity constraints, the system will extract the 12 armored divisions separately. Kindly remain in place for a moment. As Yuan Long surveyed the vast plain surrounding him, a sardonic smile escaped his lips. One must understand that the terrain of this alternate world, the Yanlong Kingdom, is predominantly flat, while regions like Yannan and Yinzhong feature irregular networks of waterways and rice fields. Overall, the landscape is quite conducive to armored operations. Suddenly, a strange, ethereal mist enveloped the area, and from the distance of the plain, the thunderous roar of numerous engines became discernible, intermingled with the sound of steel tracks grinding over gravel. As the mist gradually dissipated, an imposing army of over 3,000 military vehicles, comprising tanks, trucks, armored vehicles, and self-propelled artillery, emerged into view. Indeed, this enigmatic formation was a segment of the armored army Yuan Long had just extracted from the system, a light armored division totaling approximately 20,000 personnel. The light armored division adhered to the standard 1943 model, with weaponry and personnel organized in a ratio of 1 for tanks, infantry, and artillery. It consisted primarily of 1 tank regiment, 1 mechanized infantry regiment, and 1 self-propelled artillery regiment, along with a truck regiment, an engineer battalion, a mechanized reconnaissance battalion, a maintenance battalion, and a self-propelled anti-aircraft battalion, each comprising 1 unit. The armored regiment is composed of 4 armored battalions, equipped with a total of 36 Type 4 amphibious tanks, 36 Type 8 Greyhound armored vehicles, 144 Type 43 medium Sherman tanks, and 72 Type 24 light tanks. The self-propelled artillery regiment comprises 3 standard self-propelled artillery battalions, equipped with 48 units of Type 7 105mm self-propelled guns and 24 units of Type 43 155mm self-propelled howitzers. The mechanized infantry regiment consists of 4 standard mechanized infantry battalions, boasting 48 units of Type 8 assault guns, 480 units of Type 32 half-track armored personnel carriers, and 48 units of Type 21 half-track mortar carriers. The light armored division possesses a mere 288 light and medium tanks, while the heavy armored division presents a more formidable presence, epitomizing the ultimate manifestation of firepower inadequacy. The core of the heavy armored division comprises 1 heavy armored regiment, 1 light armored regiment, 2 mechanized infantry regiments, 1 self-propelled artillery regiment, 1 self-propelled anti-aircraft regiment, 2 truck regiments, 2 maintenance battalions, and 1 engineering regiment. The light armored regiment and heavy armored regiment each consist of 4 light armored battalions and 4 heavy armored battalions, outfitted with 288 units of Type 26 Pershing heavy tanks, 144 units of Type 43 medium Sherman tanks, and 144 units of Type 24 Caudron light tanks. The self-propelled artillery regiment incorporates 4 self-propelled artillery battalions, totaling 96 units of Type 43 155mm self-propelled howitzers and 200 units of Type 35 cargo trucks. The 2 mechanized infantry regiments contain 8 standard mechanized infantry battalions, equipped with 96 units of Type 8 assault guns, 1,000 units of Type 32 half-track armored personnel carriers, and 96 units of Type 21 half-track mortar carriers. The heavy armored division boasts 576 tanks of various types, and with the division headquarters, reconnaissance, maintenance, anti-aircraft, and logistics support units, the total personnel reaches 350,000. The entire armored group army consists of 6 light armored divisions and 6 heavy armored divisions, culminating in a total force of 350,000, with more than 5,000 light, medium, and heavy tanks. As Yuan Long and his companions disembarked, several 6-wheeled armored command vehicles approached them. Numerous officers emerged from the vehicles, led by a general in his 40s, whose visage was as resolute as if sculpted from stone, with deep-set, piercing eyes that exuded an intimidating sharpness and determination. The leading general saluted Yuan Long and reported, "Commander-in-Chief, I am Xing Long, the overall commander of the Qiannan 1st Armored Group Army, here to acknowledge my presence." The remaining two lieutenant generals introduced themselves in turn. Bai Tu, deputy commander of the 1st Armored Group Army, and Xiang Wan, chief of staff of the 1st Armored Group Army. Yuan Long returned the salute, his brow slightly furrowing at the peculiar and audacious names of these individuals. Xing Long commanded the 1st Armored Group Army to advance rapidly to the northeast, with the assistance of the Intelligence Department and the Air Force, to swiftly annihilate the 2nd Army of the Japanese forces. However, there was no time for further deliberation, and Yuan Long proceeded to issue the offensive command without hesitation. To be continued in Chapter 87, the first encounter, the Battle of Fangdong. "Yes, Commander-in-Chief," Xing Long replied, gesturing for Yuan Long and the others to board the vehicle. As Yuan Long entered one of the 6-wheeled armored command vehicles, he discovered the interior was remarkably spacious, complete with a command center and a radio room, serving as a mobile command post specifically designed for high-ranking officers. With the command issued by the overall commander, Xing Long, the 6 light armored divisions and 6 heavy armored divisions, now informed of their orders, boldly advanced towards the northeast of Binzhou. Approximately 2 hours later, in an open area 2 kilometers outside of Fangdong City, a multitude of soldiers clad in brownish-green uniforms diligently labored, wielding pickaxes and shovels to construct artillery positions. In the woods behind the artillery positions, Major General Wan Shanjimu of the Japanese Army's 3rd Guard Brigade surveyed the situation in Binzhou through binoculars. A lieutenant colonel approached him, holding a document, and slightly bowed, reporting, "Sir, the Chrysanthemum Affairs Bureau has communicated that the defenses in Yan'an and its adjacent regions are exceedingly stringent, making it challenging to deploy intelligence personnel for infiltration. Thus, they are unable to ascertain the enemy's situation within Fangdong City." Luan Shanjimu was dissatisfied with this outcome, yet felt powerless. After Yuan Long took full control of the Yan'an region, a tumultuous wave of bloodshed swept through the area, resulting in an unprecedented purge of the numerous Japanese concessions and residences within the territory. Over 500,000 Japanese expatriates were largely exterminated by the Qiannan forces. Coupled with the vigilant oversight of the Anti-Espionage Bureau, led by figures like Yan Shuangying and Du Ma, any spies or operatives dispatched by Japan swiftly vanished without a trace. The Yan'an region and its surroundings had effectively transformed into a death zone for the spies of the Chrysanthemum Affairs Bureau. A lieutenant colonel hurried over from the artillery position to report, "Sir, the Field Artillery Battalion along with 4 mountain artillery detachments have completed their deployment." The 3rd Guard Brigade, part of the Imperial Guard Division, is a rather unique entity within the Japanese land forces, comprising 3 infantry brigades, cavalry, logistics, engineering battalions, and an additional 2 field artillery battalions. The 3rd and 2nd Guard Brigades, due to their collaborative offensive mission with the 7th Shuheng Division, which had also landed at Wushan, were each granted an additional field artillery battalion to enhance their offensive capabilities. Takemura Masatake, commander of the 5th Guard Battalion, confidently volunteered, "Sir, Fangdong City is but a minor obstacle. Even if there is a military presence within its walls, they cannot possibly match our strength." His counterpart, Yoshikazu Saburo of the 6th Guard Battalion, echoed this sentiment. "Indeed, Commander, with our 2 infantry battalions and the support of an additional field artillery battalion, capturing Fangdong City will be effortless. Please issue the attack order at once." Initially cautious due to the unsettling silence within the city, Wan Shanjimu pondered for a moment before seemingly easing his apprehension. Taking a deep breath, he issued the command to attack. "Very well. Let the artillery commence with 5 rounds of bombardment. Then, the 5th and 6th battalions shall immediately advance to seize Fangdong City, and we shall continue our push. We must reach the banks of the Longjiang River faster than the 2nd Guard Brigade and the 13th and 14th Brigades of the Shuheng Division, to prove that we are the strongest brigade of the empire." In the eyes of the officers, a glimmer of greed shone as they anticipated the long-awaited command for assault from the brigade commander. Should Wan Shanjimu delay the order to attack any longer, they might succumb to the temptation of usurping authority. With the issuance of the command, over 7,000 Japanese soldiers from the 6th and 5th Infantry Regiments emerged from their respective positions, crouching and brandishing Type 38 rifles. They advanced towards the open plain beneath Fangdong City. Meanwhile, several artillery positions stationed behind the 2 infantry regiments prepared to support their offensive with 36 Type 38 75mm howitzers and 16 Type 41 75mm mountain guns, their barrels slowly aligning towards Fangdong City, gathering momentum for the impending barrage. It was evident that the Japanese army had predominantly equipped itself with light artillery such as field and mountain guns, which, while relatively portable, had a limited range of approximately 383 kilometers. The artillery commander of the Japanese forces was seen waving a small flag, issuing commands. Suddenly, a cacophony of shrill whistles filled the air as hundreds of heavy projectiles plummeted from above, causing the Japanese gunners, who were busy loading shells, to instinctively halt their tasks and collectively gaze skyward. Upon witnessing the dozens of rapidly spinning dark dots barreling towards them, their faces turned pale, with one soldier exclaiming, "Baka!" Before they could react, 192 shells of 155 mm high explosive artillery descended with deadly precision upon several artillery positions. In an instant, a furious blaze erupted like a ferocious beast, engulfing everything in the vicinity of the explosions. Thousands of unsuspecting Japanese gunners were obliterated, their forms reduced to crimson mist or shredded into fragments by the shrapnel carried in the shockwave. Scattered remnants of mountain and field artillery rained down like furious raindrops, flung high into the air. With the very first volley, the 192 units of the Type 43 155 mm self-propelled howitzers from the Qiannan army effortlessly annihilated the artillery forces that Yuan Shanjinmu had placed such high hopes upon. Nanny? The sudden turn of events left Yuan Shanjinmu, who was observing from the cover of the woods, utterly dumbfounded, surveying the obliterated artillery positions. He quickly regained his composure and cursed, "Baka! Damn those bureaucrats! Where did the Yanlong people procure such heavy artillery?" Seeing the disastrous fate of the artillery units, Shin Ci San Lang panicked, exclaiming, "Brigade Commander, these are heavy guns exceeding 100 mm, seemingly numbering in the hundreds. We must retreat the valiant warriors of the 6th and 5th regiments." "Indeed, Brigade Commander, we have been deceived," urged Jumu Ranwu, his face a mask of alarm. Unfortunately, the 192 155 mm howitzers of the Qiannan army seemed intent on not sparing the over 7,000 Japanese soldiers of the 6th Regiment, who were now exposed on the open plain. An overwhelming barrage of countless 546 Type 155 mm arrow impact shells descended, creating a curtain of destruction that obscured the sky. Under the guidance and adjustments of the frontline artillery observation post, as if endowed with sight, shells rained down relentlessly upon the feet of the enemy soldiers. The thunderous roars of the 155 mm howitzers echoed through the army, undoubtedly claiming their rightful place as heavy artillery. On fortunate occasions, a single shell could annihilate dozens of enemy troops in one fell swoop. Imagine the fury unleashed by 192 of these howitzers firing in unison, generating countless earth-shattering explosions that caused the ground itself to tremble slightly. The two regiments were utterly engulfed by the blasts and shockwaves, thousands of enemy soldiers torn asunder, their bodies shredded by shrapnel, intestines, and severed limbs spiraling skyward in the wake of the shockwave. 10 minutes later, the saturation bombardment by the Qiannan army gradually subsided, leaving the ground outside Qiandong city pockmarked with enormous craters, each approximately 5 meters in diameter and 18 meters deep. Thick plumes of smoke billowed upwards, resembling a vast black shroud unfurled by a demon, rapidly spreading outwards, as the acrid stench of gunpowder mingled with the metallic scent of blood permeated the air. The surrounding land was charred black, as though licked by the fires of hell, mercilessly obliterating all carbon-based life forms, or more accurately, erasing them entirely. Yuan Shanjinmu gazed at the devastation before him, murmuring in disbelief, "How is this possible?" Scattered across the ground were ears, intestines, and brain matter, alongside exposed white bones, severed hands still connected by tendons, while the soil, nourished by the abundance of flesh and blood, took on a sinister crimson hue. Just 20 minutes prior, the 3rd Guards Brigade had boasted over 10,000 enemy soldiers, yet without even encountering the foe, the brigade had suffered losses exceeding 9,000 men. In the midst of this chaos, Kenji Saburo, whose cheek had been sliced by shrapnel, pointed vaguely into the distance, exclaiming, "There are tanks." "What? The enemy has tanks?" Yuan Shanjinmu could no longer maintain his composure. He retrieved his binoculars and followed Kenji Saburo's, his expression instantly turning ashen. Before him were 72 tanks and over 100 armored personnel carriers, advancing in 3 separate columns towards their position in the forest. Soldiers manning the machine guns on the armored vehicles indiscriminately fired upon the severed limbs scattered on the ground. Now, Yuan Shanjinmu found himself with only the brigade headquarters and 2 infantry squads, totaling barely 600 soldiers. How could they possibly contend with such iron behemoths? Realizing the impending disaster, Yuan Shanjinmu commanded his communications officer, Chuantian Kuan, immediately send a farewell message to the division commander. Just as the communications officer turned to leave, a somewhat timid major suggested, "Brigade Commander, the situation is dire. We should surrender." "Baka, an imperial soldier can only die in battle." In a fit of rage, Masamiya Tachibana suddenly drew his sharp katana and swiftly executed the major. He then turned to Yuan Shanjinmu, urging, "Brigade Commander, we have no path of retreat left. Let us launch a valiant charge against the enemy. After decades of indoctrination by the Japanese elite, the mantras of loyalty to the emperor, devotion to the nation, and noble sacrifice had seeped deep into the very souls of every young soldier in Japan. In the midst of fervor, Jitsu and Fanwu seemed to faintly sense the divine call of Amaterasu, and with a touch of madness, he continued, "Commander of the brigade, the Empire's 9th Division is summoning us." At this moment, Wan Shanjimu found himself in a precarious position. Should he oppose the young officer's proposal for a valiant charge, he would undoubtedly be branded a traitor and face immediate retribution. Warriors, the time has come to pledge our loyalty to the great Yamato Empire and His Majesty the Emperor. With newfound courage, Wan Shanjimu unsheathed his katana and shouted fiercely, "Let us slay the foul." Over 600 soldiers, armed with bayonet-type 38 rifles, surged forth from the thicket under the leadership of their commanding officers, charging forth like frenzied wild boars. Dianai Kong Hei Ka Banzai, Tian Nong Hei Ka Banzai. As the troops charged, their boisterous cries quickly drew the attention of the Qianmen army, who were busy clearing the battlefield. The tank commander, spotting the lively throng of soldiers several hundred meters away, felt as though he were gazing upon a pile of moving gold bars. Excited and flushed, he shouted, "Brothers, 11 o'clock, there are still living enemies." Finally, the moment to unleash their firepower had arrived. The loaders swiftly readied the shells, and the gunners grinned broadly, hurriedly rotating the turret to aim at the rushing troops. With a resounding blast, they fired. Boom. The remaining 71 Type 24 Xiaofei light tanks were not to be outdone. One after another, their 75mm guns roared to life. Boom, boom, boom. The tank commander peered through the periscope to assess the aftermath of the barrage. But the air was thick with smoke, obscuring his view. He continued over the radio. "Damn it. The enemy doesn't seem to be entirely finished. Keep firing, lads. Ensure every head belongs to us." With renewed vigor, the tanks unleashed another volley of flames, plowing through the remnants of the enemy ranks once more. Crash! From the heavens, various unidentified objects plummeted down, including dirt, rubble, and even fragments of flesh and fingers belonging to the fallen soldiers. "Oh, how disgusting," the tank commander remarked, donning gloves to pick up a pus-covered, decaying eyeball before disdainfully discarding it to the ground. After adjusting the radio frequency, he picked up the intercom to report back to the rear headquarters, calling Central Command. "The Lightning 6th Battalion has completely annihilated the 3rd Guard Brigade." Repeat. "The Lightning 6th Battalion has completely destroyed the 3rd Guard Brigade." 5 minutes later, within the command center of the Qianmen Army's 1st Group Army, Yuan Long, with his sidearm in hand, calmly cracked walnuts, savoring the kernels while occasionally glancing back to check if Xing Long and his team were diligently at work. With a smile, Xing Long approached Yuan Long, brandishing a telegram, and reported loudly, "Commander, several frontline units have just informed us that the Japanese 3rd Guard Brigade, along with the 2nd, 13th, and 14th Brigades in the Fangdong, Shuyong, Gaogong, and Yunjing areas have all been completely obliterated by our forces." When the Battle of Fangdong commenced, the other divisions of the 1st Army were not idle. They launched successive assaults on the Japanese forces at Shuyong, Gaogong, and Yunjian. With a substantial advantage in equipment, they effortlessly annihilated 3 Japanese brigades. Yuan Long sheathed his pistol, glanced at the telegram, and instantly beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Excellent. Let us continue to exert ourselves and eradicate these beasts." These were indeed the elite forces of Japan. Eliminating these 4 infantry brigades would be tantamount to crippling the Imperial Guards Division and annihilating the 7th Asahi Division. Remarkably, the casualties for the 1st Army were minimal, totaling no more than 100 across 4 battles. Yuan Long rose and continued, "Our objective extends beyond these 4 brigades. It encompasses the entire force of over 500,000 Japanese troops. I want all armored units to muster their strength and relentlessly pursue the Japanese, ensuring we annihilate the 2nd Front Army within the territories of Binzhou, Huzhou, and Jianzhou." "Rest assured, Commander," Bai Tu replied confidently. "Our armored group can traverse over 100 kilometers a day, and we will soon catch up and devour them." Yuan Long nodded in approval. The superiority of heavily armed armored units against the light infantry of the Japanese army in open terrain was evident. Of course, the armored units had their drawbacks, such as rapid fuel and ammunition consumption, but with Yuan Long as their mobile support, this flaw was swiftly mitigated. Meanwhile, in the command headquarters of the 2nd Front Army in Binzhou City, General Araki Sifu, commander of the Imperial Guards Division, was discussing strategy with Major General Wahan Kozo, the division's chief of staff. The Imperial Guards Division held a unique status in Japan due to its role in protecting the emperor, making it a formidable presence among all divisions. Consequently, General Araki Sifu was granted an exceptional promotion to command the 2nd Front Army. To be continued in Chapter 89. The overly clever Araki Sifu, sir. Do you believe the Qianmen army will cross the Longjiang River? Major General Wuhan inquired. Yes, I believe they will. Yuan Long will undoubtedly take action, Araki Sifu replied, sipping his hot tea. Wuhan-kun, do you know why I took the considerable risk of defying Commander Kamazawa Akitaka's orders for static defense and commanded the 2nd Brigade, 3rd Brigade, and 7th Division to advance south of Binzhou? Oh, are you suggesting that I feign ignorance, sir? Indeed. While the Qingnan army has yet to cross the Longjiang River, we must swiftly seize the northern bank. Araki Sifu affirmed, stroking the flag on the table as he elaborated. Then we will construct defensive fortifications along the riverbank. With the swift current of the Longjiang as our natural barrier, we will be in the defensive position, and even if the Qingnan army possesses great capabilities, crossing the river to engage in the northern conflict will prove exceedingly difficult. Brilliant, Commander. Major General Wuhan promptly flattered. Once the iron hooves of our great Yamato Empire's army trample across the northern territories beyond the Longjiang, we shall then allocate forces to tackle the formidable Yuan Long. Indeed. Araki Sifu nodded in satisfaction, seemingly pleased with Wuhan's commendation. Araki Sifu seemed to have recalled something, abruptly discarding the steaming tea and refilling his cup with sake, only to pour it all onto the ground, feigning a mournful demeanor as he lamented, I, Araki Sifu, hereby vow to personally sever Yuan Long's head to console your spirit, along with the valiant souls of the tens of thousands from the 5th Division. Nearby, Kobayashi Kozo, witnessing the spectacle, intended to flatter Araki for his emotional depth, but was interrupted as the tent flap of the command tent was suddenly flung open. Urgent military situation, sir. Several aides rushed into the command tent, their expressions fraught with anxiety, the leading lieutenant bowing deeply as he handed a document to Araki Sifu. What urgent matter could this be? Araki Sifu, perplexed, accepted the document and began to peruse it. Upon reading the first page, his countenance turned pale, trembling as he flipped to the next page, his body shaking uncontrollably, his complexion shifting from pallid to ashen. Sir, what is the matter? Kobayashi Kozo inquired cautiously. Araki Sifu handed the document to Kobayashi, explaining. The 3rd and 2nd Guard Brigades sent farewell messages approximately 20 minutes ago. Simultaneously, Major General Riden Nagamitsu of the 7th Division reported that the 13th and 14th Brigades also sent farewell messages. The Tan army is practically non-existent. How could they possibly muster the strength to counterattack? This can only imply that the Qingnan army has crossed the Long River. This is truly perplexing. We have only been at war with the Yanlong kingdom for less than 2 days. How could the Qingnan army act so swiftly? A look of bewilderment crossed Araki Sifu's face as he struggled to fathom the capabilities of the Qingnan forces. Logically, to annihilate 4 brigades in such a short time, the Qingnan army would need to number at least 200,000. Yet, the 2 major bridges over the Long River had been destroyed. How could an army of over 200,000 swiftly traverse from the southern bank to the north? Did they all sprout wings? Araki Sifu was utterly confounded, unable to conceive that the very Yuan Long he sought to confront was, in fact, aided by a systematic advantage akin to a gaming cheat. The sudden roar of bombing aircraft engines jolted Araki, Kobayashi, and the aides within the command tent from their thoughts, their faces paling in horror. Rushing outside the tent, they were nearly struck dumb with fear as they beheld 100 unfamiliar aircraft diving rapidly toward them from the sky. These planes had launched from airfields in Guizhou and Jinzhou, comprising a squadron of attack bombers. In total, there were 5 squadrons with 180 bombers, 2 of which were directed toward the neighboring 7th Division. Baka, it's an enemy air raid. Immediately disperse and take cover, Kobayashi shouted at the top of his lungs. The 36 Type 20 attack bombers executing the initial round of bombardment gracefully dispersed, diving rapidly to low altitudes. The pilots, with malevolent glee, targeted the scattered Japanese soldiers below and pressed the cannon fire button. 4 20mm cannons and 2 127mm machine guns, housed within the sealed nose of the aircraft, unleashed brilliant tongues of flame, with a deluge of bullets resembling a swarm of enraged wasps hurtling towards their targets. The deafening sounds of gunfire echoed as the bombers unleashed a devastating barrage upon the ground, obliterating any Japanese soldiers caught within this merciless rain of death, scattering their remains across the landscape, limbs and body parts strewn about in a grotesque display. Witnessing the carnage, the temporarily favored Wubing gazed helplessly as Araki and several officers were struck by a series of large-caliber projectiles, their bodies either shattered into fragments or reduced to gory heaps. The distraught division commander, Wubing Kozo, looked on in despair at what remained of Araki, reduced to little more than a severed leg. Once a general of the Imperial Japanese Army, he now lay in a pitiful state, a fate so grotesque that it would scarcely merit entry into the Yasukuni Shrine, where the souls of the honored dead are venerated. For Wubing, who had envisioned himself entering the hallowed grounds of Yasukuni after death, surrounded by the adulation of countless Japanese citizens. This horrifying reality was unbearable. The pilots, seemingly satiated after their initial onslaught, ascended to gain altitude before turning back to dive once more toward the remaining Japanese forces, accurately releasing 144 Type 65 heavy aerial bombs from their payloads. The munitions crashed down upon the retreating soldiers, igniting hundreds of mushroom-shaped fireballs that erupted into the sky. The ferocious explosions generated shockwaves that surged outward, mercilessly consuming everything in their path, while shrapnel rained down, ruthlessly claiming the lives of the Japanese soldiers. Wubung, mourning over Araki's severed leg, met a swift demise as a shard of metal severed his head, his headless body violently torn apart by the subsequent shockwave. As the second and third waves of bombers continued their relentless assault, the entire command headquarters of the Second Army, alongside the encampment of the 1st Guard Brigade nearby, was engulfed in a cataclysmic sea of flames. Occasionally, a few Japanese soldiers, attempting to feign death to escape the inferno, would ignite and leap up in desperate agony, while others, unable to withstand the searing heat, staggered to their feet and fled in panic. Chapter 90. The Slaughter Feast. The Third Fleet, witnessing the survival of a few fortunate souls post-bombardment, circled above, eager to swoop down and offer their benevolent gift of cannon fire to hasten these soldiers to the Yasukuni shrine they so desperately sought. The cacophony of gunfire and explosions transformed the scene into a veritable feast of slaughter, where volleys of large-caliber bullets and shells obliterated everything in their path, leaving behind little more than dismembered remains. Rather than a fierce battle, it was an unrelenting massacre by the air force upon the ground forces. After a short while, the commander of the fleet, observing that there seemed to be no living beings left on the ground, issued the command to return. 108 attack bombers turned their noses skyward and ascended, forming the same formation as they had arrived in, and departed with great speed. Within the command center of the 14th Fujioka Division in Shinjo, Major General Hirano was pacing back and forth like an ant on a hot skillet, agitated. "Sir, we are still unable to establish contact with the 2nd Army headquarters," reported a major, who entered the command center with a drawn saber, his voice resonating. "Damn it! You bunch of incompetent fools!" Hirano exclaimed angrily, seizing the collar of the major and delivering several resounding slaps across his face. The crisp sound echoed, and the major's cheeks flushed and swelled visibly. "You're all a bunch of imbeciles. If General Araki can't be reached, why not contact the other units of the Guards Division or the nearby 7th Asahi Division?" "Sir, we have followed your instructions, but the units you mentioned are currently all out of contact with us," the major replied, looking quite aggrieved. Hirano found himself momentarily at a loss for words, contemplating whether his earlier outburst had been too hasty. "Sir, what if General Araki and Binjo and Division Commander Kido have encountered misfortune?" Major General Akashika Toshiaki broke the awkward silence. Hirano cast a meaningful glance at Akashika, and an ominous premonition began to stir within him. His Fujioka Division was preparing to launch a joint assault on the Qingyang Army in Wesho alongside the 4th Shosaka Division. If the Qinnan Army managed to swiftly cross the Long River and eliminate the Guards Division and Asahi Division in Binjo, they would be caught in a pincer movement. This terrifying thought that sprang to mind caused Hirano to break out in a cold sweat, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. He immediately commanded Akashika-kun, "Contact Major General Kitano of the Shosaka Division at once and inform him to suspend the assault on Wesho. Have all units gather immediately in Xinqing and the Fuhua region, and then proceed to establish defensive positions on site according to the original plan. Additionally, report the unusual circumstances to Commander Kamazawa Akinori and the General Staff, and request assistance from the 3rd Fleet of the Navy, asking them to dispatch aviation troops to scout enemy movements within Binjo and along the banks of the Yanlong River." "Understood. I shall act according to your orders, sir." Akashika turned and departed. Not far from the Wuma Dai Islands in Shinjo, on the azure surface of the sea, over 20 warships, flying the flag of the Japanese Navy, were bobbing up and down with the waves. The 3rd Fleet of the combined fleet of the Japanese Navy boasted 4 battleships, Kong, Hai, CHSH, and Kawan, 2 aircraft carriers, HSH and H-Ri, and 4 light cruisers, Kumano, Isuzu, Kinu, and Abukuma, alongside 14 destroyers named after various trees and flowers. On the deck of the flagship, the battleship Kong, a gray-haired vice admiral of the Japanese Navy named Takano Rokuge gazed pensively at the distant horizon. He was the commander of the 3rd Fleet of the Japanese Navy. Captain Yamamoto Chikaji of the Congo, having emerged from the command cabin onto the deck, reported to his commander, "The Army requests that we launch the aircraft from the aircraft carrier for reconnaissance over Binjo." The incessant demands of the Army were indeed bothersome. Hai, disturbed from his reverie, appeared somewhat displeased. Yet, for the grand endeavors of the Empire, he acquiesced to the wishes of these farmers. ordering the launch of all carrier-based aircraft from the carriers Fushun and Foreign, equipped with munitions to survey the situation in Binzhou, and subsequently to drop bombs on the town south of the Longjiang River. Yamamoto originally intended to caution against such recklessness, considering that the Qin forces seemed to possess an air force as well. However, observing the commander's apparent eagerness for the carrier's first battle, he refrained from disrupting his superior's enthusiasm, responding with a slight nod. Understood. 10 minutes later, the decks of the Fushun and Foreign, now ready for action, were densely populated with the awaiting sortie of 4 Shiki-10 carrier-based aircraft. Since the inception of aircraft carrier combat theory, it had garnered the attention of the Japanese Navy. And the Fushun and Foreign were the experimental carriers developed independently by Japan, sister ships of one another. With a full load displacement of 500 tons, a standard displacement of 330 tons, a length of 795 meters, a width of 18 meters, a draft of 3 meters, a speed of 26 knots, and a crew of 550, these relatively slender vessels could not accommodate a vast number of aircraft, including the reserve planes and the hangars. They carried a total of only 21 Shiki-10 carrier-based aircraft. Under the direction of the signal flag officer, 34 Shiki-10 aircraft, armed with bombs, began to glide and take off from the decks of the 2 carriers. The formation sped towards the coastline of Binzhou, and as the distant coastline gradually came into focus, Lieutenant Colonel Nishizawa Tsuneyoshi, commanding the leading flight, excitedly mused to himself, "Indeed, this land is far superior to our homeland. It shall soon belong to the great Yamato people." Suddenly, Nishizawa caught sight of numerous small black dots against the white clouds high above the coastline. "What on earth is that?" he exclaimed. In a swift motion, a silver silhouette erupted from the clouds above, streaking past Nishizawa with a piercing shriek, sending a chill down his spine. What incredible speed! Before he could finish his thought, an anomaly manifested behind him. A silver P-51 Mustang fighter had stealthily appeared. The pilot quickly pressed the fire button, unleashing a barrage of crimson fire that erupted from the 6 aerial machine guns mounted on the wings of the Mustang. The deafening sound of gunfire erupted as a dozen 127mm rounds screamed towards Nishizawa's Shiki-10. In an instant, the wings of his aircraft were shredded to pieces. With a thunderous explosion, Nishizawa and his aircraft transformed into a fireball, disintegrating midair. 1. Lieutenant Colonel Lu Tsuegong, leader of the 2nd Fighter Squadron, remarked with satisfaction at his handiwork. Chapter 91. The demise of the 3rd Fleet with a sudden pull of the rudder and a push of the throttle. The pilot maneuvered the P-51 Mustang into a graceful barrel roll, aligning the cockpit sight on yet another Type 10 carrier-based aircraft. The trigger was pulled. Bang, bang, bang. Another enemy fighter erupted in a spectacular explosion. The Japanese pilot within the cockpit met with a catastrophic fate as the fearsome 127mm heavy machine gun rounds tore through, reducing his upper body to mere fragments. The remaining 35 P-51 Mustangs of the 2nd Fighter Squadron emerged from the clouds above, akin to tigers unleashed upon a flock of sheep, wreaking havoc amongst the formation of Type 10 carrier aircraft. The surviving enemy planes stood no chance against the onslaught of the P-51s. Bang, bang, bang. Silver silhouettes danced through the sky, the cacophony of aerial gunfire resonating as one enemy aircraft after another transformed into brilliant fireballs, cascading downwards. The aerial battle showcased a stark imbalance, with the P-51s dominating with overwhelming superiority. The engagement unfolded with an exhilarating fluidity, reminiscent of a spirited contest of fierce intensity. In less than 2 minutes, Japanese aircraft fell victim to the relentless pursuit of the P-51s, descending in radiant bursts of flame. The last pilot of a Type 10 carrier aircraft, his face pale with dread, realized the dire situation and hastily cranked up the throttle, fleeing desperately towards the fleet. In the clouds, Lu Tsuegong and Gao Zhihong observed this and immediately executed a roll, diving rapidly from the heights to secure their final quarry. Bang, bang, bang. The last enemy aircraft, engulfed in thick smoke, disintegrated into several pieces before plunging into the sea. Lu Tsuegong adjusted the elevator control, elevating the aircraft's altitude, then glanced back. Noticing that the 2 squadrons of torpedo bombers had caught up, he adjusted the radio frequency and, with a hint of pride, addressed the torpedo bomber commanders, Captain Shun. "Captain Wang, your speed is rather sluggish. We have already dispatched dozens of enemy aircraft while you are just now leisurely arriving. Don't get too cocky, young Lu. Taking down a few biplanes hardly demonstrates your prowess," teased the usually taciturn Shen Chongwei. "Indeed, Chandan Wang Songxiang, the biplanes you shot down are hardly worth much. What we are targeting are genuine warships." "Enough of the jesting. We shall save that for later," Shen Chongwei remarked, his expression turning serious as he surveyed the distant 3rd Fleet. "Old Wang, We of the first squadron will lead the charge. Your second squadron will handle the cleanup. Understood. We shall proceed as you direct, Wang Zhangxiang agreed, knowing their ultimate goal aligned closely, regardless of who led or followed. Brothers, follow me. Let us escort the Third Fleet of Japan to meet their comrades beneath the waves. Shinchong shouted with great intensity, then piloted the Douglas II torpedo bomber, leading the other bombers of the first squadron, pairing them off while increasing the distance between each group, swiftly heading towards the Third Fleet. Enemy attack. Observing this unusual situation, the lookout from the Japanese forces rapidly reported the matter through the voice tube. The shrill and piercing sound of alarms echoed, startling Takano Rokushi, who hurriedly made his way to the deck. Rear Admiral Ikeda Keisuke, the fleet's chief of staff, pointed southwest with his left hand and exclaimed, "Commander, look over there. An unknown formation, at least 100 aircraft." After observing, Takano Rokushi confidently replied, "Unknown formation? That is the Qiannan army." Not long ago, the carrier-based aircraft that had taken off from 2 aircraft carriers had likely all been destroyed for the Empire. The conservative battleship advocates, represented by Yamauchi Saijiro, scoffed. It appears that aircraft carriers are utterly useless. All the carrier-based planes have become live targets for the enemy. Ultimately, it is our battleships that will decide the outcome. Among the Japanese Navy and indeed the world's naval forces, those obsessed with battleship artillery remain the overwhelming majority. Only a select few, including Takano Rokushi, displayed a strong interest in aircraft carriers, and it was under their insistence that 2 carriers were finally constructed. Takano Rokushi paid little heed to Yamauchi Saijiro's words. His gaze fixed upon the bizarrely shaped aircraft in the distance, as an inexplicable sense of foreboding surged within him. The sailors aboard the vessels of the Third Fleet swiftly emerged from their quarters, rushing to their posts. "Aim at the enemy planes, fire! Fire!" The gunners, filled with renewed spirit, shouted as they commanded their air defense troops to intercept the torpedo bombers with anti-aircraft guns and machine guns. Boom! Bang! Occasional bursts of black smoke erupted in the air, but the frail air defense network was utterly incapable of halting the Douglas II torpedo bombers. The pilots skillfully maneuvered their aircraft, effortlessly evading the gunfire. The remarkable performance of the Douglas II torpedo bombers left Takano Rokushi in awe. While the expressions of others turned sour, as if they had tasted something foul, they had not anticipated that the Qiannan army would possess such advanced aircraft. As the torpedo bombers locked onto their targets and released their small black torpedoes into the sea, panic ensued among the Japanese officers upon realizing that these unidentified objects, rushing towards them like shooting stars, were torpedoes. "Baka! Torpedoes!" Ikeda Keisuke shouted hoarsely into the voice tube. "Several torpedoes are approaching from starboard." One after another, multiple torpedoes struck the starboard side of the battleship Kong. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of earth-shattering explosions, the Kong violently shook, and then immense flames erupted from the starboard deck of the battleship. Some sailors, unable to evade in time, were hurled into the sea by the force of the explosions. The starboard deck of the battleship Kong, along with the hull submerged beneath the waterline, was suddenly torn apart, revealing several ghastly gashes, from which flames ravenously licked outwards, accompanied by the torturous screech of twisted steel. Takano Rokushi, gripped by terror, could sense that this formidable vessel, displacing over 30,000 tons, was visibly tilting perilously to the right. The damage control report indicated that 8 shells had struck the starboard waterline, causing an influx of seawater to flood into the ship through the breaches, rendering it uncontrollable as it rapidly leaned to the right. The voice tube conveyed the panicked reports of the Japanese soldiers. Chapter 92, The War God of Japan. Kamazawa Akataka. The plight of the surrounding Japanese warships was hardly any better than that of the Kong. Under the precise assault of the 1st Torpedo Squadron, the Third Fleet suffered devastating losses, with not a single ship escaping unscathed. All were struck by Type 13 530mm aerial torpedoes, resulting in a cacophony of explosive roars that echoed across the heavens. The inferno erupted like a demon freed from its chains, recklessly dancing upon the ravaged decks of the Japanese vessels, the searing heat distorting the very air around it. Thick smoke surged upward like tumultuous black waves, swiftly enveloping the sky. With a resounding explosion that shook the earth, the munitions depot beneath the main gun turret of the battleship, High, was presumably ignited by the flames, triggering a catastrophic chain reaction. 2 blinding fireballs erupted, akin to a furious giant unleashing its wrath, tearing the forward section of the High into disarray. The twin-mounted 41 Type 356mm main gun turrets were hurled into the air by the shockwave of the explosion. Not the elder brother, and yet it's sinking so fast. "At least leave us a drop of soup," Wang Zhangxiang remarked with irritation as he beheld the scant remnants of the Third Fleet. It was evident that deploying 2 squadrons of torpedo bombers against the Third Fleet was an excessive display of firepower. The initial wave of attacks from the first torpedo bomber squadron had nearly annihilated the entire fleet. Now, only the Kong, the Chitos, and the HSH remained stubbornly afloat on the surface. Never mind, even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel, Wang Caoxiang declared, maneuvering his 2 torpedo bombers, leading 6 other bombers that lacked targets towards the beleaguered Kong, launching another 18 torpedoes without hesitation. Takano Rokushi, who had just ordered an evacuation and was preparing to leap into the sea with a life buoy, uttered his final words upon witnessing the torpedoes racing toward the Kong. FK. Boom. 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 A relentless barrage of explosive detonations toward the Kong's battered hull asunder, scattering debris of various shapes into the air propelled by powerful shockwaves. The Japanese soldiers aboard, as well as those in the surrounding waters, were inevitably caught in the overwhelming onslaught of the blast, meeting a gruesome fate. Simultaneously, the Chitos and HSH faced similar disasters, their wreckage dragging down the soldiers into the depths of the sea, leaving behind a tumultuous expanse of fire and smoke on the surface, narrating the final chapter of the Third Fleet's grim fate. At 6 p.m. that afternoon, outside the command headquarters of the 1st Group Army of Binyang Chinan, a small iron pot perched atop a makeshift stove, bubbling vigorously as the water reached a boil. Yuan Long deftly sliced the tender tofu into small cubes with a dagger, then promptly dropped them into the pot. Report to the commander-in-chief, the battle report has arrived, Tian Zhongjian announced as he exited the headquarters with a document in hand. Read it to me, Yuan Long replied, using chopsticks to lift a steaming piece of tofu into a small bowl to cool. The Imperial Japanese Army's Imperial Guard Division and the 7th Suhung Division have been completely annihilated. The 12 armored divisions are currently halting for repairs and will advance towards Yuezhou and Huzhou tomorrow. The Air Force has dispatched 2 squadrons of torpedo bombers and 1 squadron of fighters, successfully eliminating the Japanese Third Fleet. Navy Commander Deng reports that by 5 p.m. today, they have navigated to the vicinity of the Bansha Islands in Yuzhou. Tian paused briefly before continuing. At noon today, Tan Shirkai announced his resignation nationwide. Our troops have successfully occupied Shangzhou and have established complete control over Binong. Additionally, the repair work for the locked Longzhong Bridge and the Foling-Longzhong Railway Bridge has commenced, with the engineering troops promising to complete the repairs within 5 days. All right, I understand. You may leave now, Yuan Long replied nonchalantly, taking another bite of tofu. In a single day, 2 divisions and a naval fleet had gone completely silent, and Yuan Long mused privately that the higher-ups in Japan were likely turning pale with fear. Meanwhile, within the command headquarters of the Japanese Army's invasion of Yen, located in Linzhou Qingdao, a dozen anxious officers scurry back and forth between several tents, burdened with various documents. In the largest tent, a meticulously crafted sand table was positioned at its center, with 7 or 8 high-ranking Japanese military officers standing at attention on either side. A Japanese army major, trembling with fear, reported the news of the 2 missing divisions to the commander of the invasion forces, Xiongzhe Kuei-dian. Xiongzhe Kuei-dian, hailing from Yakakuchi County, had studied at the Gallian Fazo Army University in his youth and had once served as a military instructor to the current young emperor of Japan. In 1903, he commanded 10 divisions of the Japanese army, achieving a significant victory against the Russian forces led by Sai Linvik during the battle for the Bone Dragon Seven-Leaf Island, greatly enhancing Japan's international standing. He earned the title of God of War in the Japanese army and was consequently granted the rank of marshal by the then Emperor Yangwei, as the Ghost Emperor of Japan initiated war against Yanlong. This nearly 70-year-old veteran was once again called to lead the entire invasion force. Araki, that self-righteous fool, has sacrificed 2 entire divisions of the empire. His wife and daughter should be sent to Obaro to raise funds for the empire, Xiongzhe Kuei-dian thought, feeling a surge of anger upon hearing the series of reports. After all, Xiong's original plan was for Araki to lead the Second Front Army, concentrating the strength of 6 divisions to construct a robust defensive fortification within Huzhou and Yuezhou to intercept the advance of the Qingnan Army. The 3rd Army Corps primarily focused on the Yinzhong region, while I led the 1st Army Corps towards the Jingzhou area, where Yushu was located, coercing him to submit to the Japanese Empire. Subsequently, we would consolidate our full strength, with the assistance of the naval vessel, Maji, to launch a vigorous offensive against the Yannan region. Our objective was to annihilate the isolated Yuan Long and his enigmatic Qingnan army. However, due to Araki Nobutomo's insubordination, the 2nd Army Corps failed to follow orders and did not concentrate their forces at the Huizhou landing, but instead dispersed entirely. Shallow color June. When can our armored divisions and heavy artillery brigades arrive? At this juncture, Akitaka Kumazawa could no longer pursue accountability for Araki Nobutomo's actions and was compelled to seek alternative solutions. The naval vessel, Maji, appeared to be utterly unreliable. Not long ago, the 4th Fleet had sunk to the depths, and now the more formidable 3rd Fleet had also joined it in a watery grave. The Chief of Staff, Major General Shallow Color Valley West, stepped forth from the ranks of officers to report, "Commander, over 1,000 merchant vessels from the Eagle Lee Nation will be responsible for our logistical supplies. Our own fleet of over 500 merchant ships is hastily returning to our homeland to load the tanks of the armored divisions and the artillery of the heavy artillery brigades. They should be ready for battle in no more than 3 to 4 days." Upon hearing that the armored division he had high hopes for would be ready for deployment in just 3 or 4 days, Akitaka Kumazawa's confidence surged. He addressed the others. "Listen closely, everyone. The armored division and heavy artillery brigade, crafted at great expense by the Empire, will be crucial in reversing our current disadvantage." To be continued. Chapter 93. The Resurgence of Gambling Addiction. Major General Shallow Color Valley West inquired, "Commander, do you mean to alter the previous plans?" "Indeed," Akitaka Kumazawa replied. "The rapid crossing of the Qianan army has significantly shifted the course of the war. I have decided to suspend the offensive plans for the Yanzhong and Jingzhou regions." With that, Akitaka Kumazawa began pacing within the tent, articulating his new strategy. The remaining 4 divisions of the 2nd Army Corps are to immediately assemble at Shenqing, on the border of Huizhou and Jianzhou, following the original plan, to construct defensive lines and ensure the Qianan army is stalled within Binzhou for 7 days. The 3rd Army Corps shall move towards Jianzhou and Chezhou, providing swift reinforcements to the 2nd Army Corps. After a brief pause, he continued, "Lastly, I will deploy the 9th Siege Division, the 10th Land Division, the 11th Concrete Temple Division, and the 12th Long Rice Reduction Division from the 1st Army Corps. They will embark from Qingdao and Dongshan, utilizing maritime transport to reinforce the 2nd and 3rd Army Corps, aiming to annihilate the Qianan army in one fell swoop." Years had passed, yet Akitaka Kumazawa's gambling addiction resurfaced. After all, it was a daring gamble that had once led to the defeat of the Rakshasa nation, and this time, he was unwilling to make an exception, planning to stake everything on a single, decisive gamble. As the Chief of Staff, Kawai Shiro, observed the silence among the others, he promptly took the initiative to echo the sentiments of Akiyama Akira. "Indeed, the battlefield is a realm of constant flux. Plans are often rendered obsolete by unforeseen changes. It is entirely reasonable for a commander to adjust strategies in accordance with the evolving dynamics of warfare. The Qianan army stands as a formidable force among the warlords of the Yanlong nation. Since Yuan Long is so eager to meet his demise, let us fulfill his wish and concentrate our efforts on annihilating the main force of the Qianan army first. However, esteemed commander, is it not too perilous to commit 16 divisions and 5 heavy artillery brigades in a single stroke to ensure the extermination of the Qianan forces?" This concern was raised by General Okazaki Ishiyu of the 13th Khotan Division, who articulated his apprehensions. "There exists an ancient adage in Yanlong, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall emerge victorious in 100 battles. We are currently ignorant of the Qianan army's true capabilities, and to mobilize our main forces so boldly is a decidedly reckless endeavor. We have already suffered considerable losses in intelligence, including the tragedies of our 3 army divisions and the 4th and 3rd naval fleets. Should these experiences not serve as a lesson?" Before Okazaki could finish, he was met with a sharp retort from Lieutenant General Yashitake Ryosuke of the 9th CZI Division, who spoke with considerable disdain. "What do you mean, Okazaki? Intelligence is one of the critical factors that determine the outcome of war." Okazaki, now visibly irate, shot back defensively. As the tension escalated, Kawai Shiro felt compelled to intervene and break the deadlock between the two. "Gentlemen, while intelligence is indeed a significant factor in determining the outcome of war, we cannot allow the incompetence of the Kiku Duty Office, which failed to procure timely and useful intelligence on the Qianan army, to erode our resolve to fight valiantly as soldiers of the great Yamato Empire." With the Chief of Staff taking such a stance, Okazaki could only acquiesce, bowing slightly before retreating to the sidelines. Kawai Shiro cast a cold glance over the assembly, feigning sincerity as he declared, "Since there are no further objections, let us proceed as I have outlined. Inform the Navy of our plans, instructing them to coordinate with our actions and undertake the vital task of escorting us." The group of senior officers, bowing respectfully to Kawai Shiro, subsequently departed the tent. Half an hour later, off the coast of Qingdao and Linzhou, the sea winds howled and the waves surged as the vessels of the first fleet of the combined fleet were scattered about in disarray. Within the flagship Yamato's combat chamber, Vice Admiral Saito Hachiro read aloud the recent telegram from the army to Admiral Koga Takaharu, who appeared increasingly perturbed as he listened. "What does Kawai Shiro take us for? Does he believe the Navy is merely the subordinate of the army?" Koga Takaharu exclaimed, seizing the telegram and tearing it to shreds. "To issue such orders, demanding that we dispatch several battleships solely for their escort," Saito Hachiro cautiously inquired. "What, then, is your command, Admiral? Send cruisers and destroyers to escort the army. Koga Takaharu replied. Koga Takumi stroked his chin, his eyes swirling thoughtfully as he continued. Our second fleet will follow closely behind the convoy. I am eager to uncover the unsavory tactics employed by the Qiananguo military that have repeatedly led to the loss of 2 of our fleets. Are they using the army as bait? Zuji Hachiro instantly grasped his superior's intent. It was a cunning maneuver reminiscent of the mantis stalking its prey, with the hidden threat lying in wait. Indeed, a masterstroke from the commander. 3 days later, at the Yanlong Cape, nestled between Jianzhou and Qingzhou, the sea lay tranquil under a clear sky. Over 600 merchant vessels, proudly flying the ant flag, sailed towards Huzhou at a brisk speed of approximately 16 knots. High above the Japanese merchant fleet, a solitary Type 23 Kingfisher reconnaissance seaplane conducted a thorough search of the waters below. Finally, we've located them, the reconnaissance officer exclaimed, lowering his binoculars with delight. The Japanese merchant fleet is at our 10 o'clock position, roughly 34 nautical miles away. Hearing this, the pilot could not resist pulling out his binoculars for a closer look. The reconnaissance officer activated the radio, fine-tuning the frequency to communicate with the fleet behind them. This is Tiger's Nest. I am Woodpecker 13. We have spotted the Japanese merchant formation in the 58 nautical mile area off Yanlong Cape, estimating over 600 vessels. The number of escort ships is unclear, but it appears there are no battleships in sight. Tiger's Nest acknowledges. Continue to ascend and gather intelligence on the rear of the merchant fleet, came the reply. Woodpecker 13 received. After responding, the reconnaissance officer switched off the radio and instructed the pilot, ascend higher. Let us take a closer look at the rear of the merchant formation. The pilot gestured affirmatively, then increased the throttle, maneuvering the reconnaissance plane upward into the clouds. Approximately 25 nautical miles behind, an immensely large naval fleet was advancing towards the Japanese merchant formation at a speed of 20 knots. At the forefront, 2 Iowa-class battleships stood a kilometer apart, resembling colossal prehistoric sea beasts cutting through the vast ocean. Their massive hulls cleaved the turbulent waves, while the sharp bows sliced through the azure waters, sending sprays of white foam soaring high, like mountains of snow cascading on either side. Following closely behind, 10 sister battleships maintained the same double formation, while other cruisers, both light and heavy, alongside destroyers, formed dozens of small double formation fleets, trailing the battleship formation at a distance of approximately 13 nautical miles. In the command cabin of the Chilean-class battleship, Fleet Commander Deng Guchong, upon learning of the Japanese merchant fleet's discovery, promptly dispatched 8 heavy cruisers and 20 light cruisers, accompanied by 60 destroyers, to confront the Japanese merchant fleet. The Iowa-class battleships had been rebranded by Yuan Long as Chilean-class battleships, each bestowed with names reflecting mythical creatures: Chilean, Xiaonyo, by Shi, Chi-Wan, Gongfu, Fu Shi, Pu Lao, by Lan, Yazi, Chao Feng, Swan and I, and by Zhe. 10 minutes later, Sa Zhongying hurriedly entered the command cabin, holding a telegram, his face beaming with joy. Brother Deng, I bring you monumental news. Our reconnaissance aircraft has unexpectedly discovered a Japanese fleet approximately 20 nautical miles behind the convoy of merchant ships, consisting of 9 battleships, 11 cruisers, and 30 destroyers. Deng Guochang's facial muscles seemed to dance with excitement, and an involuntary smile graced his lips as he exclaimed, "Excellent. It is finally our turn to strike. Order the battleship formation to increase to a full speed of 33 knots, and swiftly maneuver around the Japanese merchant convoy to engage their main fleet behind the merchant vessels." He reflected inwardly, pondering that unlike the previous encounter with the Japanese Third Fleet, this time the Air Force would not be there to interfere. Half an hour later, at the forefront of the Japanese merchant convoy, atop the triangular mast of the escort ship, the destroyer Pyrrhicase, a Japanese naval observer was intently scanning the distant sea with his binoculars. Suddenly, his field of vision revealed several indistinct shapes, resembling naval vessels. Just as he rubbed his eyes to take a closer look, these unidentified objects erupted into a dazzling display of hundreds of fiery projectiles. Sensing the impending danger, the Japanese observer hurriedly activated the alarm. The alarm aboard the warship had barely sounded for a few moments when an overwhelming barrage of artillery shells rained down upon the merchant convoy, weaving a chaotic tapestry of destruction. The sound of thunderous explosions echoed as hundreds of shells indiscriminately struck the sea, igniting a series of massive blasts. The remaining shells fell with unerring precision upon the Japanese merchant ships and their escorting destroyers, the explosions relentless. At least dozens of merchant vessels were hit, erupting into towering fireballs that lit up the sky. Debris from the shattered ships danced chaotically in the air, while tanks and heavy artillery being transported on the merchant vessels were violently hurled into the sea by the shockwaves of the explosions. Some of the merchant ships' holds were crammed with Japanese soldiers from 4 army divisions, each vessel crammed with 700 to 800 men, resembling sardines packed in a can. With a resounding crash, a 203mm shell struck one of the ships, and the resulting searing shockwave, accompanied by a hail of hot shrapnel, wreaked havoc within the hold, instantly claiming hundreds of Japanese soldiers. The casualty rate was astonishingly high. On the bridge of an Oregon City-class heavy cruiser, the commander of this operation, Yuan Long, was holding a powerful telescope, relishing the distant spectacle of fireworks. Under the relentless bombardment from his fleet of 28 cruisers and 60 destroyers, hundreds of cannons unleashed their fury. The vast array of Japanese merchant vessels was being torn apart under the deluge of artillery shells. Various parts and broken limbs flew chaotically, while wreckage, billowing thick smoke, sank into the sea. What a thrill! What an exhilarating sight! Exclaimed First Officer Kong Jia, unable to contain his excitement as he beheld the scene before him. Guan Lijing set aside the telescope and addressed Chief Officer Kong Jia, urging him to ensure their complete eradication. Quickly, let the light cruisers on both flanks lead the destroyers in a pincer movement. We shall not spare a single one of those Japanese merchant vessels. Yes, Captain. Kong Jia replied, removing his hat, dampened by the sea spray, as he briskly entered the command cabin. 20 minutes later, leveraging their speed advantage, the battleship formation successfully maneuvered around the Japanese merchant fleet, reaching a position 16 nautical miles off the left flank of the Japanese combined fleet. Within the radar compartment of the Yanlong-class battleship, the radar operator employed the advanced Type 8 fire control radar system to swiftly ascertain the precise location and approximate speed of the enemy fleet. This band of fire control radar, developed by the Western Electric Company in 1941, could be regarded as the first of its kind in Yuan Long's previous life, capable of both scanning and tracking simultaneously. With a transmission power of 1520, its radar waves could effortlessly detect large surface vessels up to 30 nautical miles away, offering vertical range accuracy of 337 meters and lateral accuracy of 375 meters at 30 kilometers. Observing the data on the positional display, the radar operator swiftly reported via the intercom, "Report to Commander. The enemy fleet comprises 9 large warships arranged in a single-column combat formation, positioned at approximately 15 nautical miles to our starboard at 10 o'clock, moving at a speed of about 24 to 25 knots towards the left flank of our fleet with rapid maneuverability." Upon receiving this intelligence, Deng Guochang immediately ordered the fleet to enter a state of high alert and instructed the 12 battleships to gradually reduce their speed and form a single-column combat formation. The shrill sound of the combat alarm pierced the air, and the entire fleet transitioned to a first-level combat status, with crew members hastily rushing to their respective stations while the deck was cleared in an instant. With the assistance of the Type 8 fire control radar, the 12 Yanlong-class battleships promptly gathered data on 26 shooting variables, including wind speed, wind direction, atmospheric pressure, positional coordinates, roll, pitch, enemy vessel position, speed, and course. As these variables were automatically integrated into the fire control computer, it swiftly calculated the numerous firing parameters required for each gun, directing them to achieve accurate targeting. The powerful motors installed beneath the turrets roared to life, as the 3 triple-barreled main gun turrets, each weighing 730 tons and strategically positioned at the bow and stern of the ship, began to rotate slowly at a rate of 4 degrees per second. Ultimately, they collectively pivoted approximately 90 degrees, aligning the 9-7 Type 406mm main guns towards the left flank of the battleship, their robust and menacing barrels pointed skyward, revealing the intricate engraving of 96 rifling grooves within. Deep within the ship, the massive ammunition carousel in the lower ammunition supply chamber commenced its rotation, powered by the motors. Several 225 kilograms Type 8 armor-piercing shells swiftly traversed through the compartments via the ammunition conveyor, ascending into the triple-barreled main gun turret on the deck. The ammunition handler, donning a fireproof mask, forcefully pressed down on the metal control lever, and with the assistance of the elevating machine, the heavy Type 8 armor-piercing shell was rapidly loaded into the chamber. As the powder magazine door opened, 6 bulky silk-wrapped powder bags, thicker than a human, rolled out. 2 gunners cooperatively positioned the powder bags correctly, while the chain ammunition loader sequentially inserted them into the cannon's chamber, subsequently sealing the massive screw breech. According to the instructions from the Type 38 shooting command device, the calculation officer swiftly transmitted numerous firing parameters to the turret combat room. Under the guidance of the artillery commander, the gunner quickly adjusted the main gun's elevation and azimuth. Chapter 95, The Clash of Battleships Before Long. All 12 battleships had locked onto their respective targets, ready for the initial calibration shot. As the indicator light in the turret combat room illuminated, the gunner decisively pressed the fire button. The propellant charge within the cannon was instantaneously ignited, transforming into surging torrents of high temperature. high-pressure gas that propelled the 406mm armor-piercing shell forward, spinning rapidly along the rifling. Boom, boom, boom. With the thunderous roar reminiscent of a dragon breaking free from the clouds, the armor-piercing shells erupted from the barrels. In an instant, a tempest raged at the muzzle, sweeping in all directions and creating tumultuous waves upon the sea surrounding the Kirin. As the Kirin battleship fired the first shot, the other 11 battleships, unwilling to be outdone, commenced their calibration shots as well, producing sounds akin to dragons emerging from the sea. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of colossal 406mm armor-piercing shells, accompanied by a piercing whistle, pierced through the clouds at a speed of 762 meters per second, hurtling towards the enemy vessels. Moments later, on the bridge of the flagship Nagato, the commander of the combined fleet, Koga Takaharu, could only hear the thunderous sounds approaching like a speeding train. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then, he witnessed several shells plummeting uniformly into the sea to the right of the Nagato, followed by earth-shattering explosions. Boom, boom, boom. Enormous plumes of black smoke erupted from the ocean, with towering water columns reaching several dozen meters high, soaring from the sea nearly 100 meters away from the battleship's starboard side. Boom, boom, boom. The remaining nearly 100 shells continued to bombard the waters surrounding the 8 battleships positioned behind the Nagato. While most were long-range shots, achieving such accuracy in the first round of calibration was commendable. Seeing this, Seiji Hachiro hurriedly dashed to the control room to sound the battle alarm. Well, well, well. Perhaps fate was unkind to the Japanese, or perhaps it was destined for the Mutsu to face such calamity. One 406mm armor-piercing shell, bearing the weight of thunderous might, struck the Mutsu's bridge directly. In an instant, a tremendous roar reverberated as the shell effortlessly tore a gaping hole in the center of the Mutsu's bridge. Fierce flames spreading like ferocious fire dragons, clawing outwards. Creak. In mere moments, the compromised bridge of the Mutsu could no longer withstand the burden, emitting a painful metallic distortion as it fractured from the damaged section, uncontrollably collapsing into the sea. Koga Takaharu watched helplessly as the Mutsu lost its upper turret. Flames raging in its midsection, thick smoke billowing. It had clearly lost its combat capability, and the turmoil in his heart was palpable. A voice emerged from the speaking tube. Reporting to the commander, the enemy is approximately 15 nautical miles to our left. Upon hearing this, Koga Takaharu quickly raised his binoculars, gazing towards the distant sea on the left. Indeed, a dozen or so ghostly silhouettes of ships became visible, with the outlines of the warships faintly discernible. Koga Takaharu set down his binoculars and, filled with excitement, shouted that the fleet of the Yanlong kingdom lay to our left. Immediately, he commanded a reduction in the fleet's speed to assume battle positions in order to counterattack. Zeki Hachiro, still haunted by the memory of the first salvo that struck the Mutsu, cautiously suggested, "Commander, the Yanlong fleet approaches with great ferocity, and they hold a numerical advantage in terms of hulls. I recommend we maneuver to the right to create distance, seeking an opportunity to seize the initiative before engaging them in a decisive battle." "That is not an option," Koga Takaharu replied, shaking his head. "The unknown risks are too great. Such a maneuver could backfire. Moreover, the outcome of war does not hinge solely on numbers. Our navy has been in development for several decades longer than that of the Yanlong kingdom. Furthermore, we possess the Nagato, the most formidable battleship in the world, which undoubtedly compensates for our numerical disadvantage, thus the advantage still resides with us." Soon, the 4 twin-mounted 410mm main gun turrets of the Nagato began to slowly rotate. Aside from the Mutsu, which had lost its island and suffered a significant reduction in combat capability, the remaining vessels, Neon, Haruna, Kirishima, Fuso, Yamashiro, Katori, and Kashima, also turned their turrets to aim at the Chinen battleship formation. The two fleets, in an imperceptible manner, had already established their respective battle lines. Employing a traditional tactic common to large ships and heavy artillery, both sides arranged in single-file combat formations, engaging with the age-old method of broadside fire. While the Japanese fleet continued to rely on rudimentary human calculations for distance, course, and speed, transmitting these variables to the firing tables to obtain the necessary parameters for cannon fire. The 12 Chinon-class battleships had already gathered numerous variables through their Type 8 fire control radar, with the assistance of antiquated component computers and the Type 38 firing command device. They swiftly corrected the firing parameters within a minute, relaying them to the main gun turret's combat room. The triple turrets gradually adjusted their positions, slightly elevating to fine-tune the angles. Once more, the 108 406mm main guns reverberated with a thunderous roar, unleashing a second salvo like a torrential storm. The resounding cannon fire, akin to the clamor of countless galloping steeds, echoed across the sea, shaking the very heavens. "What? How can they be so swift?" Koga Takaharu exclaimed in terror as he beheld the deluge of large-caliber shells approaching. While the initial salvo that struck the Mutsu could be attributed to mere fortune, the speed of this second barrage was unfathomable. One would expect a certain period for adjustments after the first shot, yet they were already firing again. The hundreds of armor-piercing shells from the second salvo rained down, crashing into the waters on either side of the Japanese ships. This created towering waves, marking the onset of a relatively uniform crossfire, with a resounding roar, accompanied by two bursts of fire. The unfortunate battleship Yamashiro was struck repeatedly by two armor-piercing shells at the waterline near its aft. Uncontrolled seawater surged into the boiler room through the gaping wounds. The moment the frigid ocean met the searing heat of the Miyahara-type boilers, a deafening explosion erupted across the surface of the sea. The Yamashiro succumbed to the blast. And in the blink of an eye, the three twin-mounted 356mm main gun turrets located in the midship and stern were hurled into the air, sending debris and dismembered bodies scattering into the surrounding waters. The battleship Mutsu was also hit again. Flames rapidly spread from the damaged sections, producing a series of dull explosions. The inferno on the deck grew, enveloping the entire vessel in thick, black smoke. Koga Takaharu, his eyes wide with rage, watched as the Yamashiro met its demise, and as the Mutsu seemed destined to follow suit. In a moment of lost reason, he screamed hysterically, "Damn it, fire upon them." Only then did the remaining 7 Fuss-class battleships begin to recalibrate their aim, their massive guns belching smoke in succession. Yet, their accuracy paled in comparison to the Chenin fleet. During the first round of fire, most shells missed their mark, landing hundreds of meters away from the battleship line. How could not a single shot hit? You fools are worse than the fiery dragon pig. Prepare for a second barrage. Koga Takaharu was deeply dissatisfied with the outcome. The hit rate of battleships was generally low, primarily due to their floating state on the waves, which caused the vessels to sway unpredictably. To strike a target accurately, one must account for numerous chaotic variables, leading to a hit rate of often less than 2, even when effectively targeting. Of course, exceptions existed, such as the Iowa-class and Vanguard-class battleships, which benefited from advanced technology, maintaining a hit rate of over 5 once they achieved effective targeting. Just as the Japanese fleet was busy recalibrating their guns, preparing to adjust the main artillery's angles for another coordinated strike, the Chenin fleet launched a third round of fire. Koga Takaharu watched in horror as 3 armor-piercing shells, akin to the force of a freight train, hurtled towards his ship. Uttering what would be his final words, "I never anticipated." With a thunderous crash, one shell struck the base of the bridge, and Koga Takaharu was engulfed in flames, his body torn apart by the ensuing shockwave. Another shell landed on the right flank of the Mutsu, obliterating 2 of the 140mm secondary guns positioned within the hull. The final shell descended with overwhelming force, crashing into the battleship's bow, easily penetrating the armor and igniting the munitions stored in the turret above. Boom! With a thunderous roar, a violent explosion uprooted the 2 main turrets, leaving the bow of the ship shattered into fragments. Flames began to ravage the entire vessel, and smoke enveloped the Nagato. The Nagato and Mutsu, these 2 sister ships, experienced simultaneous catastrophic explosions as 2 mushroom clouds, nearly 100 meters in diameter, ascended. The warships disintegrated into countless pieces under the onslaught of the blast. Thousands of Japanese soldiers aboard were obliterated in an instant, their limbs, organs, and shattered remains mingling with twisted metal debris. Simultaneously, the battleship Hai, under concentrated fire from the 5 battleships Qiangnyo, Bishi, Chiwang, Zhongfu, and Fushi, succumbed to a series of violent explosions. Its hull, as fragile as a child's toy, was cleaved into 3 sections by nearly 10 shells, slowly sinking into the abyss of the ocean. As the 4th volley from the Qianmen army struck, both the Hyuga and Fuss, positioned in the middle of the fleet, were hit. The Hyuga suffered 3 gaping wounds that belched flames, its engine room damaged, causing its speed to plummet to 6 knots, rendering it unable to maintain its formation. A deafening sound erupted from within the Fuss, a gigantic fireball overturning its towering, illegally constructed bridge. The shockwave unleashed by the explosion tore open 2 massive fissures in the ship's midsection, flames slithering out like a frenzied serpent. Hundreds of soldiers, engulfed in flames, jumped from the deck into the sea, screaming in desperation. The Nagato, Mutsu, Yamashiro, and Hai had been mercilessly consumed by the ocean. While the Hyuga and Fuss were left powerless, their sinking merely a matter of time. Only the ships Kisaragi, Katori, and Kashima remained afloat, struggling to endure. Observing this scene, Deng Guochang felt a surge of fervor rise within him. He lowered his telescope and shouted, "Close the distance. Fire the secondary guns as well. And dismantle those Japanese vessels before us with ferocity." "We are now approximately 8 nautical miles away from the enemy fleet," replied Sa Zhengying. The 12 Chilan-class battleships closed in. gathering 108 main guns of 406 mm and 144 secondary guns of 127 mm, unleashing their 5th and 6th volleys in a relentless assault, sending the remaining 3 Japanese ships to the depths below. Meanwhile, the Japanese fleet of light and heavy cruisers and destroyers was being hunted down by a squadron of 10 Oregon City-class heavy cruisers, leading a destroyer fleet. However, a few individual cruisers and destroyers managed to escape amidst the chaos of battle, several nautical miles away in the waters where the Japanese merchant fleet operated. Over 600 merchant vessels, laden with weapons, ammunition, and soldiers, had been set ablaze. The blood of nearly 100,000 Japanese stained the sea, transforming it into a tapestry of red and blue, with traces of war still faintly visible. Amidst the chaos, burning debris aimlessly drifted, interspersed with countless severed limbs. 7,000 or 8,000 Japanese soldiers, fortunate to have jumped ship in time, clung to various floating objects, struggling for survival upon the tumultuous sea. The frigid waters rendered their faces pale as parchment, and as they gazed upon the imposing naval vessels approaching them, their eyes mirrored boundless fear and despair. One soldier, his lips turned purple from the cold, incoherently addressed a fellow soldier clinging to the wooden planks. "Do you think the Yanlong people are coming to rescue us?" The soldier on the plank trembled as he responded, "Perhaps, but I am losing consciousness." On board the warship, the Marines, under their commander's orders, armed with rifles and light machine guns, made their way to the bow deck. The Marines stationed on the light and heavy cruisers, eager to showcase the noble qualities of the Yanlong people as compassion, even brought out heavy machine guns. "Quick, set up the heavy machine gun for me." 2 soldiers worked together to place a Browning M2 heavy machine gun on the designated mount. "The enemies in the sea seem to be attacking our warship. Aim and fire at them immediately." With this command, the soldiers turned the Browning M2's barrel towards the distant, undulating figures of Japanese soldiers and unleashed a short burst of fire. Bang, bang, bang. The remaining soldiers utilized Garand M1 semi-automatic rifles to practice their marksmanship on the Japanese soldiers in the water. Bang, bang, bang. The Marines from other ships joined in, firing eagerly, and soon the entire seascape erupted into a cacophony of gunfire, resembling a lively shooting competition. Dozens of heavy machine guns and hundreds of rifles wove a storm of bullets, mercilessly descending upon the hapless Japanese soldiers, causing blood to spray forth from countless bodies. "Baka!" One soldier blurted in a curse, only to have a 127 mm bullet strike him, shattering his upper body into fragments. Chapter 97. Third place in a short span. Thousands of Japanese soldiers, resembling targets, were decimated under the indiscriminate fire of the Marines, turning the sea crimson, littered with the mangled corpses of Japanese soldiers. As the scent of blood wafted through the air, sharks surfaced, ravenously feasting on the dismembered limbs. Meanwhile, Captain Xia Gongbing of the battleship Qilin lowered his binoculars and pointed toward the struggling Japanese sailors in the distance, consulting with Commander Deng Guochang and Vice Commander Sa Zhengying. "Commander Deng, Vice Commander Sa, how shall we deal with the remaining Japanese sailors in the sea?" "How to deal with them?" Deng Guochang answered without hesitation. "Naturally. We send them to the depths of the ocean to reunite with their heap of scrap metal. It is a naval tradition that crew members should sink with their ships." Sa Zhengying, having roughly gauged the distance, pointed to the twin-mounted Type 12 127 mm secondary gun and continued, "The angle should suffice. Let us send them off with the secondary guns." "Understood." Seeing both commanders agree, Xia Gongbing promptly issued the orders to proceed. The secondary guns on the side of the battleship adjusted their positions and angles, and soon, hundreds of secondary guns opened fire in unison. Boom, one after another. The 127 mm naval shells descended upon the distant surface of the sea, littered with debris and remnants of the enemy, igniting brilliant flashes and towering columns of water. A cascade of crimson water erupted incessantly, the sea echoing with the anguished cries of the Japanese sailors, observing the relentless destruction of the enemy amidst the bombardment. Commander Deng Guochang furrowed his brow slightly. This scene bore a semblance of brutality. He turned to his companion, Sa Zhengying, and inquired, "Brother Sa, have the damage reports from the vessels been relayed? I believe I just spotted the Gomong taking a hit." Sa Zhengying paused, signaling to a nearby major, who promptly retreated to retrieve the report. Upon receiving it, Sa Zhengying perused the document briefly before exclaiming, "The number 2 turret at the bow of the Gomong battleship has unfortunately been struck by a 356 mm shell. Fortunately, the impacted area is the turret's frontal armor, which boasts a 495 mm protective layer. Thus, it remains intact. However, one of the main guns has sustained damage, and there are casualties among the crew within the turret's combat compartment. As for the other heavy cruisers, light cruisers, and destroyers, they too have suffered various degrees of damage during the engagement, but all remain manageable and will not significantly impair combat effectiveness." "That is reassuring." Ensure the injured crew members are taken care of. Deng Guochang nodded in acknowledgement, continuing, as for the damage to the vessels, we can attend to repairs once we return to port. As the two conversed, the bombardment gradually subsided, the blood-red and azure sea finally settling into calmness. Devoid of any struggling enemy or cries for help, the surface was now a grim tableau of mangled bodies and severed limbs. It is time for us to depart and rendezvous with the other vessels, Deng Guochang declared, removing his cap as he surveyed the scene. Moreover, relay the news of our annihilation of the Japanese combined fleet, along with the details of the battle, back to the various divisions on land. Understood. I shall take care of it personally, Sa Jingying replied before turning to enter the command cabin. Approximately 10 minutes later, high above the skies south of Binzhou, 4P-38 Lightning fighter planes escorted two C-47 transport aircraft heading northward. Inside one of the C-47s, several signalmen were operating the radio, while Yuan Long, donning sunglasses, sat by the window in a state of relaxation. Tian Zhongjian approached with a paper message in hand, swaying playfully as he reached Yuan Long's supreme commander. The Navy has just transmitted monumental news. The Japanese Navy has utterly fallen into our hands. A naval battle erupted at the Spinosaurus Cape against the combined fleet, culminating in a resounding victory for us. In total, we have sunk 9 Japanese battleships, 2 heavy cruisers, 8 light cruisers, 38 destroyers, and over 600 merchant vessels, resulting in the demise of over 160,000 enemies. Yuan Long swiftly removed his sunglasses, perusing the document with keen interest before erupting in a triumphant shout. Well done. With these 2 fleets, along with our Air Force's previous takedowns of the 3rd and 4th fleets, the 4 principal naval fleets of Japan have been entirely obliterated. They can truly be regarded as virtually non-existent now. The joint fleet of the Yamato nation is indeed an immensely powerful naval force, boasting 10 super dreadnoughts, 10 pre-dreadnoughts, 4 old-style battlecruisers, 2 aircraft carriers, 2 heavy cruisers, 13 light cruisers, and over 100 destroyers of various types. The total displacement of all vessels amounts to approximately 690,000 tons, trailing only behind the 430,000 tons of the Eagle Nation, 350,000 tons of the Lighthouse Nation, and 80,000 tons of the Germanic Nation, thus rightfully earning the title of the world's 4th naval power. However, that was in the past. Now, following Yuan Long's rigorous education, the so-called joint fleet has dwindled to a mere few pre-dreadnoughts and over 30 destroyers. At this juncture, Yuan Long found himself quite curious about the current strength of the Qiannan Navy. What position might their total vessel displacement hold in the world rankings? Surely, they must rank at least among the top 3, one would think. Ding. Host, you currently possess 12 battleships, 18 heavy cruisers, 24 light cruisers, 100 destroyers, and 10 escort destroyers, totaling 164 vessels with a combined displacement of approximately 280,000 tons. The sudden response from the system struck Yuan Long like a bolt from the blue, leaving him momentarily stunned. Indeed, they were the world's 3rd naval power. Tanaka Jin took a seat, interrupting Yuan Long's reverie. Commander, without the support of a navy, the Yamato army on land is struggling to maintain supplies and ammunition. Soon, they will be cornered by us. Yuan Long shook his head, replying, before we corner them, we must first deal with the Eagle Nation, the instigator. He immediately commanded Deng Guochang to dispatch light cruisers and destroyers to intercept merchant vessels transporting ammunition to the Yamato Nation, confiscate all cooperating merchant ships, and sink those that resist. Given the previous actions of forcibly seizing mines and factories, the Eagle people were thoroughly offended, having submitted 3 or 4 diplomatic protest notes to the consulate. Suddenly, Yuan Long recalled an important matter and called Tanaka Jin back after he had just finished conveying orders to the communications officer. Jin, come here again. Instruct the communications department to issue a public declaration, one that the entire world can receive. The content of the announcement was roughly as follows. Yuan Long rose, pondering for a moment before continuing. To all nations, any foreign warships currently lingering in the seas, rivers, and other waters of the Yanlong nation must depart within 5 days. Furthermore, from this moment forth, any foreign military vessels are prohibited from entering within 20 nautical miles of our coast without prior declaration and approval from our authorities. Should any foreign military vessels disregard this announcement and intrude upon our coastal waters or inland rivers, the Qiannan Navy will seize such vessels. Should they refuse to comply, we shall open fire to sink them. Thus, he resolved to eradicate the rampant presence of foreign warships in the waters of the Yanlong nation. Chapter 98, 300,000 against 400,000. The advantage is ours that evening at 7 o'clock, within the imperial palace of the Yamato nation. The air in the council chamber felt as though it had solidified. Not a whisper of wind stirred, creating a suffocating silence. The dozens of high-ranking officials from the Yuan nation kneeling within the hall dared not utter a sound. The white cloth and chrysanthemum patterns hanging on either side of the grand chamber would lead any uninformed outsider present to mistakenly believe that the revered emperor of Wide succumbed. Had the empire's mightiest first and second fleets, alongside 4 army divisions, truly been annihilated by Yuan Long's Qin army? At this moment, the emperor's eyes widened in disbelief, his lips devoid of color as he questioned the minister of the navy, Guji Shangzhen. "Your Majesty, it is true," Guji Shangzhen replied, his head bowed, his voice barely audible like a whispering mosquito. The once proud warships of the empire, Nagato, Mutsu, Fuss, and Hai-Jie, left him utterly speechless. The naval commanders behind him wished fervently to bury their heads in the floor beneath their feet. The chief of the army general staff, Qi Zhonggongqi, erupted in fury. "You incompetent naval fools! Not only have you squandered the fleet that the empire invested heavily in, but you have also dragged down 4 entire army divisions into oblivion. Do you comprehend how crucial these divisions are for the impending ground battle?" Witnessing the indignation of the military leaders, the emperor understood the necessity of feigning authority. He delivered a kick that sent Guji Shangzhen sprawling to the ground and berated him. "You imbeciles have recklessly destroyed the 4 great fleets that our empire painstakingly built over decades. You have jeopardized our army's strategic plans. How many citizens have toiled to raise the funds necessary for constructing these warships? Even students in schools have participated in fundraising efforts. Countless brave women, inspired by the Queen, have ventured abroad to work tirelessly. You have betrayed their earnest intentions." As the emperor continued his tirade, the chief of naval operations, General Yonyamotomo, who lay prostrate on the ground, suddenly recalled something. He hastily rose and addressed the emperor. "Your Majesty, please temper your anger. The demise of the combined fleet and the obliteration of the 4 army divisions indeed falls heavily upon us in the Navy. However, the root cause of these tragedies lies in our failure to acquire timely and accurate intelligence about the enemy, which led to grievous errors in our operational deployment. Therefore, the primary blame should undoubtedly rest with Vice Admiral Takebell Sh. Go of the Intelligence Department." Following suit, Deputy Chief of Naval Operations, Munehisa Hasegawa, stood up and added, "Your Majesty, the Intelligence Department has faltered severely. Yuan Long does not solely possess an army and an air force. He commands a naval fleet that rivals our own in scale." He retrieved a document from his pocket, bowing as he presented it to the emperor. "Your Majesty, please take a look. This is a farewell message sent by the commander of the combined fleet, Koa Takaharu, before his loyal service to the empire. From its contents, it is evident that the Qin Navy possesses at least 12 new battleships, about 20 heavy and light cruisers, and an undetermined number of destroyers, but certainly not fewer than 40 to 60 vessels. Their strength is not inferior to ours." Upon observing the situation, the Emperor of Japan, with a countenance as dark as a storm cloud, was astounded by the revelation that a backward agrarian nation could possess 12 newly commissioned battleships, accompanied by a complete fleet. It is imperative to note that while the Yanlong kingdom boasts vast territories and abundant resources, its industrial capabilities are remarkably feeble. The total number of factories across the nation barely exceeds a few hundred, with an annual steel production of just over 100,000 tons. The prospect of developing and constructing advanced battleships is utterly implausible. Even the autonomous creation of a single destroyer poses a significant challenge. The question loomed, from where did Qian'an procure these 12 new battleships? Could they have been fabricated by Yuan Long himself? The emperor swiftly dismissed this fanciful notion, recognizing that the construction of a battleship necessitates a comprehensive industrial framework spanning various domains. Given the current state of the Yanlong kingdom, it would be exceedingly difficult to produce a battleship without a solid foundation built over 30 years. Unable to fathom the rationale behind this enigma, the emperor raised his gaze in search of someone to bear the blame. "Where is the Minister of the Bureau of Administration, Takasuke Sh. Go? Had I not instructed him to closely monitor Yuan Long and thoroughly investigate the origins of Qiannan's military arsenal? Why has there been no news after such a prolonged period? Is the Bureau truly comprised of mere inept sycophants? Your Majesty, it appears that Takasuke Sh. Go did not attend today's meeting," reported Minister Shiki Bunichi after surveying the room. Just then, Minister of State Makuya Lin Dong hurriedly entered the council chamber and addressed the emperor. "Your Majesty, I bring grave news. Takasuke Sh. Go has committed seppuku at his residence." "Humph. Does he think that by taking his own life, he can evade responsibility for the substantial losses inflicted upon the empire's navy and army?" The emperor's icy demeanor betrayed a flicker of malice. "Immediately issue my orders. All male members of Takasuke Sh. Go's household are to be exiled to Tsukasa Island for mining labor, while females, regardless of age, are to be dispatched to overseas brothels to raise funds for the imperial military." "Yes, Your Majesty," responded Makuya Lin Dong and Hadaike, who promptly set forth to carry out the orders. Seeing his scheme successfully unfold, Gu Jishang rose swiftly to propose, Your Majesty. Now that the Navy has suffered significant setbacks, I recommend resuming the construction of 4 Tianqing-class battlecruisers and additionally commissioning 2 more Kaga-class battleships. Gu Jishang. What is the current status of the Kaga and Tosa's construction? How long until they are launched and ready for service? The Emperor did not immediately respond. Your Majesty. Construction of both vessels is underway at the Kisaragi shipyard in Shink, with the hulls approximately 40% complete. At least 16 months will be required for completion. Accelerate the pace and endeavor to have them commissioned within 12 months. The Emperor instructed, his brow furrowed. After a brief exchange of glances with Minister Inoue Yoshiro, he continued. I also approve the resumption of the construction plan for the 4 Tianqing-class battlecruisers. The Imperial Navy must be restored promptly. You need not overly concern yourselves with the financial implications. The Queen has delivered speeches at various girls' schools and high schools in Wokyo, preparing to summon the 15th batch of female warriors to venture abroad, courageously dedicating themselves to earning military funds for the Empire. Upon hearing the words of the esteemed Emperor, who speaks with gravitas, the naval commander, led by Guijishan's hen, was immediately moved to tears, bowing deeply on the wooden floor as though burdened by an insurmountable debt of gratitude. After relishing a moment of adoration from his subordinates, the Emperor turned away and eagerly inquired of Army Minister Li Shenhong, how fares the army? Responding as if springing from a coiled spring, Li Shenhong, who had been lingering at the side, stood tall with confidence and assured the Emperor, rest assured, Your Majesty. Though we have lost 4 divisions, I, Li Shenhong, can assure you that our army will not falter in the decisive battle in a few days, unlike the Navy. Under the esteemed command of the war god, Xiongzi Kuetian, we have successfully assembled a total of 12 divisions in the regions of Huzhou and Jianzhou within the Fiery Dragon Kingdom. The remaining 4 divisions of the First Army are hastily making their way to Jianzhou via railway, bringing our total troop strength to a formidable 400,000. The Emperor, with a hint of concern, remarked, Lishan, it is said that the Qin'an army is equipped with numerous tanks. Indeed, Your Majesty, this is true, Lishan replied. However, we have equipped our artillery with armor-piercing shells, rendering the Qin'an army's tanks negligible. Mudo Nobuhito quickly interjected, yes, Your Majesty, those so-called tanks are merely paper tigers, posing no real threat. Feeling assured, Lishan continued, moreover, it appears that the total strength of the Qin'an army is only 300,000, with a decisive force of 300,000 against our 400,000. The advantage lies with us, and victory is assured. To be continued. Chapter 99, Cloud Explosive Shell. On June 15, 1920. On the hills of Zhongshan, north of Shengcheng, which borders Huzhou and Jianzhou, a group of weary Japanese soldiers, covered in dirt, were digging ear holes to guard against attacks from the Qin'an army, for divisions of nearly 100,000 troops worked day and night, constructing robust defensive fortifications on the low hills between Fenghua and Shenzhen. These fortifications included multiple main positions, sub-positions, and forward positions, forming an independent circular defense system. The perimeter of the positions was fortified with barbed wire and landmines, while tunnels and trenches connected the various positions internally. Each position was stocked with ample ammunition and provisions, capable of sustaining a prolonged defense, with overlapping fields of fire creating a dense defense network. At that moment, the soldiers were taking turns to rest, savoring their delightful lunch, a fist-sized rice ball that stirred their emotions. Oh yes, this is truly delicious, one soldier exclaimed, smacking his lips in appreciation. Hey, hurry up and eat. A fierce sergeant scolded as he approached, barking at the dozen soldiers. The anti-artillery bunkers need reinforcement. Yes, Sergeant Ji Tian, we will finish shortly. The soldiers nodded eagerly in agreement. At that moment, a thunderous roar of a colossal aircraft engine echoed from the distant horizon. Buzzing could be heard as a silver Boeing 29 bomber approached them, prompting the sergeant to shout in alarm, enemy attack, take cover from the bombing. The air raid siren blared, and the soldiers of the Japanese 15th Regiment's 2nd Infantry Battalion stationed at Zhongshan immediately halted their activities, grabbing their weapons and hastily seeking refuge in nearby anti-aircraft shelters. From the belly of the Boeing 29, a massive bomb was seen dropping. It was the Type 82 Cloud Explosive Bomb, a formidable weapon that Yuan Long had unexpectedly acquired from the system a few days prior. As the parachute at the bomb's rear deployed, its rapid descent slowed dramatically. Then came a deafening explosion, a blinding flash streaked across the sky, and the thermobaric bomb unleashed a cataclysmic force. A colossal fireball surged skyward, expanding at an astonishing rate, forming a massive mushroom cloud with a diameter exceeding 100 meters, billowing upwards into the heavens. At the epicenter of the explosion, the air seemed to ignite instantaneously, creating a hellish environment of extreme heat and pressure. A powerful shockwave swept outward with relentless ferocity, igniting the Japanese soldiers who had sought refuge in the anti-aircraft shelters. The Zhongshan position was engulfed in flames, with the acrid scent of gunpowder and charred remains permeating the air. Simultaneously, other Japanese defensive lines between Fenghua and Xinqing were also targeted by the Type 82 Cloud explosive bomb. The Qiannan Army deployed 144 Boeing 29 bombers, dropping a total of 144 Cloud explosive bombs. The entire Japanese Second Army suffered severe damage. For the subsequent month, the Qiannan 1st Armored Group advanced with the might of indomitable swords, launching fierce attacks against the remaining Japanese forces in Jianzhou. After hundreds of intense battles, the Qiannan Army gradually eradicated the remnants of Japanese military presence. Following this, an unprecedentedly large-scale military operation targeting the unification of Yanlong Nation was officially initiated. On December 10, 1920, the Qiannan Army defeated the remaining 8 warlords led by Yu Shu, successfully unifying Yanlong Nation under military rule. Yuan Long seized the opportunity to establish a brand new Yanlong national government, heralding the dawn of a new century. The narrative concludes here. I wish to extend my sincerest apologies to the friends who have followed this book. The decision to end it was not made lightly. I had often envisioned completing a war-themed novel of at least 700,000 words, with my debut drawing close to that target. However, having inadvertently transgressed certain taboos, I was abruptly halted. The second book, which is this one, while learning from the previous experience, faced delays due to unforeseen circumstances, resulting in a 2-month hiatus that ultimately led to its failure. Although I resumed regular updates, the data failed to improve. And it must be frankly stated that this book has regrettably reached a dead end. The author is not a wealthy heir. I, too, must earn a living. This book generates less than 20 yuan a day, with revenues continually declining, leaving me with no choice but to cease its publication. I intend to embark on a new creative journey, crafting my third military-themed novel, with the hope that this new work will draw upon all the lessons and experiences of my past.